Put in some real effort. If we still can't find the entrance today, you lot really will end up as dust. The chubby young man in sunglasses lounged lazily against the bed of the pickup truck, flicking his fan back and forth as he urged impatiently, "Hurry up, I don't have extra food for you to dawdle around." After speaking, he leisurely adjusted his posture, squinting as he looked toward the black sun that spanned the gray wasteland and the gloomy sky. He yawned and muttered to himself, "If they die, I'll have to do the digging myself. If we can't find a safe house this time, I'll really lose everything." The black sun whirled. Looking for what? Hearing the voice from behind, the chubby man slapped his own round belly without turning around and said impatiently as he lay there, "I've told you people 100 times we're looking for the safe house left behind by 3rd Shen City. Also, who told you could come up here and slack off? Get back to work. If you don't, you'll die." 3rd Shen City, what's that place? 3rd Shen City is 3rd Shen City. Who these days doesn't know 3rd Shen City? The chubby man lifted his head unhappily and glanced back. After one look, he took off his sunglasses to confirm again. Behind him there now stood a young man in silver-white pajamas, his face full of a curious smile as he watched him. The chubby man blinked in confusion, then suddenly flipped up from the truck bed in one smooth motion, pointing ahead with his fan as he demanded, "Bro, who are you?" "I was about to ask who you are. How did you suddenly appear here?" Shen Yu folded his arms across his chest and looked around the area, remarking with emotion, "I've been wandering around here for almost a year. You people are the first batch I've ever seen in my dreams." Near the pickup truck, there were 4 other men wrapped tightly from head to toe in mismatched clothing. One held an instrument resembling a metal detector and was scanning the ground, while another gripped a hollow long rod, repeatedly stabbing it into the sand and pulling it back out. When the unexpected intruder appeared, they not only showed no tension or vigilance, but even looked as if they were watching a play, stopping their work to look toward the chubby man. "This is the ruins of 3rd Shen City. It's perfectly normal for it to be deserted." The chubby man glanced at the silver-white pajamas on the newcomer and teased, "Bro, wandering around in pajamas. Are you not afraid of dying early?" Though his tone carried a joking lilt, his eyes grew more guarded. He had clearly sensed that something was wrong, yet chose not to show it. He looked Shen Yu up and down, finally fixing his gaze on the man's feet. They were not standing on the pickup at all. The whole person was simply suspended there. He rubbed his eyes and checked again. There was no shadow. The chubby man's legs suddenly gave out, and he dropped to his knees, shouting, "Brother, I bear you no grudge whatsoever. Let's have their creditors. 3rd Shen City was destroyed by Bingdillion. It had nothing to do with me. If you want revenge, go find that monster, not me. Is my mental state really this bad now? What kind of situation is this? I finally dream of other people, and they drop to their knees the moment they see me." Shen Yu let out an awkward sound as he watched the chubby man kowtow to him again and again. The man's trembling could not be faked. He was truly terrified of him. "I thought there might finally be some fun in this dream. What is going on?" Don't. I'm just curious what you're doing, nothing else. How should I address you?" "Curious." The chubby man lifted his head and swept a glance over Shen Yu. Seeing that his face was indeed filled with curiosity, and he did not look like a vengeful ghost come to claim a life, he slowly got to his feet and walked a circle around Shen Yu. Remembering something, he asked tentatively, "Brother, your revelation is Mizong, lost dream, right?" "Huh, I don't understand." Brother, you're dreaming right now, aren't you?" "How did you know?" Shen Yu exclaimed in surprise, not expecting the first person he met to peer straight through to his secret. My apologies, so you are a Mizong, lost dream walker." The chubby man cupped his hands respectfully and said, "I've always wanted to befriend a lost dream walker, never thought I'd meet one here. I am Wei Xian." Shen Yu replied. He looked over the small off-road pickup with sand tires beneath his feet. Its body was mottled with the traces of time, yet the logo seemed familiar. He asked, "Is this a Chongqing Pao?" Chongqing Pao was one of the few pickup models he could name. After all, not many people bought pickups in the country. "Hey, you've got an eye for it." Wei Xian's eyes lit up. "This one is a Chongqing Pao modified into a Desert King, Longdan. People call it the Baja Maniac. Never thought anyone would still recognize a Chongqing Pao these days. Talking about this old relic, it really did cost me a lot of effort. Don't be fooled by it being a model from more than 20 years ago. I've refurbished every inch inside and out, but deliberately kept a touch of its original flavor." "Brother, you've got good taste. More than 20 years. Shen Yu blinked blankly. "Did that model exist 20 years ago?" Wei Xian kept his polite smile and asked, "Brother Shen, you're here to search for supplies as well, right? Anyone who can hire a lost dream walker must be a powerful force of some renown in the wasteland, with prestige and the ability to unite survivors." He cleared his throat. "I, Wei Xian, am just an ordinary traveling merchant. Once we find the safe house, of course your people will take the lion's share. But my companions here, if they don't get some inhibitors, their crystal disease will flare up very soon." He continued, "So when we find the place, I'll just take some supplies for the return trip and the necessary medication. Would that be acceptable to you?" On the surface, Wei Xian was all courtesy, yet his eyes never left Shen Yu's face, carefully watching every reaction. Yet Shen Yu still looked utterly bewildered. Why would I want your stuff? You really don't want anything. Wei Xian found it hard to believe. I really don't. Shen Yu shook his head. Things from a dream couldn't be taken back anyway. What use were they? He asked in return. The thing you're looking for is underground, right? Didn't you say your friends will die if they don't find it? Yes, it's underground. So there's something beneath the surface, eh? Shen Yu immediately sank down through the chassis of the truck, plunging into the desert floor. Wei Xian rubbed his shiny cropped hair, unable to figure out what sort of background this lost dream walker really had. Before he could think much more, Shen Yu's head popped up from the dunes 50 meters away. There's a passage here. So fast. I've seen lost dream walkers in action before. Though they can soar through the sky and pass through walls, their movement underground is usually slow and their perception poor. He hadn't even been gone a full minute, and he'd already found it. Wei Xian clapped his hands. You're saved. Hurry and start digging where Mr. Shen indicates. Shen Yu floated aside to make room, watching the four laborers with curiosity. Their bodies were wrapped so tightly in clothing that not a single gap was exposed. Even their voices were muffled to near nothingness. It was deeply strange. He was just about to ask more about their situation when he realized time was almost up. He simply stopped speaking and stood quietly where he was. 5 4 3 2 1. Ring 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 ring. July 5th, 2024. 0715. Morning sunlight streamed through the gap in the curtains into a simple, tidy bedroom. Lying in bed, Shen Yu reached out to silence the alarm and slowly sat up. He straightened his silver-white pajamas, lowered his head, and opened the memo app on his phone to begin recording. Wei Xian, 4 men wrapped like mummies digging safe house, lost dream, third Shen City, and so on. After writing down everything he had just seen, he went through the motions of washing up, eating breakfast, and taking his medicine. Sitting at the dining table, Shen Yu stared at the pills in his palm, hesitating. For the past year, he had been having the same dream over and over. In it, he walked alone across a desert under the illumination of a black sun. Day after day, it had continued for a full year, and he had sought out many doctors because of it. The final diagnosis was that he suffered from anxiety and depression. The dreams were too vivid. Every time he fell asleep, he endured that torment of loneliness. The moment he closed his eyes, he would have to face the black sun looming above heaven and earth and walk alone through the barren, humanless desert. Shen Yu had already spent more than a year in that place. At times he was afraid to sleep at all, so afraid he developed insomnia that seriously affected his life, forcing him to rely on medication just to drift off. He could no longer tell whether, as the doctors claimed, his anxiety and depression were causing the dreams, or whether it was the unending dreams that had inflicted this anxiety upon him. He could not tell. But now the dream had changed. He had seen other people appear and heard other voices. Once terrified of the night for the first time, he found the morning alarm ringing unbearably out of place. If only he had had more time, perhaps he could have learned why they had appeared in his dream. Buzz, 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 buzz. His phone vibrated. Sis, you need me to bring clothes. Okay, I'll come to the hospital first. The person on the other end hurriedly hung up. Shen Yu looked down at the pills in his palm, hesitated for a moment, then swallowed them all. He slapped his own cheeks hard, forced a bright sunny smile onto his face, and began his day. Shen Yu is bringing clothes to Dr. Shen again. Yes, she hasn't gone home for 2 days. On a weekday morning, the inpatient ward was always filled with noise and commotion. Newly admitted patients and those about to be discharged crowded around the nurse's station. Seizing a small gap, Shen Yu slipped a bag of clothes into the hands of a familiar nurse and asked, "Is my sister not here?" "Dr. Shen is at the outpatient clinic this morning. She's already gone over," the young nurse replied. She had only graduated not long ago, her face bearing the usual fatigue of a nurse in a top-tier hospital, yet she still forced a smile for Shen Yu as she added, "Is her office door locked?" "Just leave it here first, I'll pass it to her in a bit." Shen Yu nodded and said, "I'll get going. If I don't leave now, I'll be late for work." His elder sister Shen Pei was 35 this year. She had just become an associate chief physician at a top-tier hospital, already an impressive achievement. Yet this sister, 10 years older than Shen Yu, was indeed perpetually busy. Though she was long past the age of a resident doctor, she still devoted most of her time to the hospital and her patients. Working overtime had become the norm. Even on her days off, she would stay home and bury herself in writing papers. Squeezed into the subway, he picked up his phone and began typing a nagging message to Shen Pei, reminding her to eat and drink water. Shortly after he hit send, the train reached his stop. Following the stream of commuters, he walked out and arrived at the office building where he worked. "Morning, Shen Yu." "Morning, Director Su." Shen Yu smiled and greeted the woman in business attire entering the door beside him. This was Su Huaxin, the current acting head of the Eason Foundation. The company he worked for was a public welfare foundation dedicated to providing targeted aid for children with serious illnesses. The chairperson was a well-known entrepreneur, Su Huaxin's father, Su Yuntao. Wearing light makeup, Su Huaxin smiled at Shen Yu and said, "We're having a team-building gathering this weekend. You must come. You can bring family. I remember you have an older sister, right?" "I've never met her." After completing his postgraduate studies, Shen Yu had joined the foundation and had only been working for just over a year. But with his sunny good looks and strong professional abilities, he was quite favored by Su Huaxin in this mostly female workplace, of course only in a professional sense. This dominantly elegant queenly director was already married, enjoying a happy marriage and a little princess at home. I'll confirm later, he replied. Why did team building have to be scheduled on the weekend? Grumbling inwardly, Shen Yu soon stopped thinking about it, returned to his workstation, turned on his computer, and began working. Although doctors had diagnosed him with a certain mental disorder, he had never shown any signs of it in front of his colleagues. Company medical checkups would never examine such things anyway. As for whether it affected his work, he felt that the drowsiness from his medication was more of a burden than any side effect brought on by his dreams. Yet today he still could not help thinking about what he had dreamed of. This was the first time he had dreamed of something changing. Would he dream of it again in the future? Who exactly was that Wei Xian? The morning passed in the blink of an eye. At lunchtime, Shen Yu looked at his colleagues pulling out lounge chairs to take a nap and hesitated. Normally he would never nap. Once he slept he would return to that absurd dream. But today he felt a faint urge to try. He took out the U-shaped pillow that had lain and used for more than a year, adjusted the back of his chair, and tried to sleep. Before long he felt his soul sink once more into a vast ocean and arrive in the desert. The four tightly wrapped laborers were still using all manner of tools to dig out a breach, and Wei Xian had also stepped down from the vehicle to inspect the site personally. Casting a glance at Shen Yu, he said, "You dreamwalkers really are something. I dream all the time about becoming friends with dreamwalkers. Whoa, brother, are you in a costume play now?" He was back again. Gazing at the scene before him, Shen Yu felt a strange sense of distance, as though he were soaking in a water tank, watching the world beyond, everything tinged with unreality. Even so, he could still sense many oddities. The reactions of the people before him were far too lifelike. When he woke, the world in the dream would pause. Once he had been holding a handful of sand when he awoke, and the next time he entered the dream the sand was still sifting slowly through his fingers. Every dream picked up right where the last had left off. Hearing Wei Xian's words, he looked down and saw that his pajamas had turned into a sky-blue short-sleeved shirt. He answered offhandedly, "It's a dream. If I want to change clothes, I just change them. I envy you more and more. I still can't figure out why I had to be saddled with this damned revelation. Dreamwalking would be so much better." Wei Xian sighed with envy. On the other side, the digging finally made progress. After they had sunk a small pit about 2 meters deep, they struck something metallic. Looks like the battle between 3rd Shin City and the Twin Lotus 2 years ago really changed the terrain quite a bit. The original entrance should have been on the surface, but now it's sunk 2 meters down. Wei Xian knocked on the steel plate, while Shen Yu's attention was drawn to the lines etched into the metal at the bottom of the sandy pit. The plates were carved with multicolored lines imprinted with strange patterns. He glanced back and noticed that there were similar designs on Wei Xian's longed-in vehicle. The entrance should be here. After gauging the position, Wei Xian took a box-like device from his belt and buried it in the sand, then signaled everyone to fall back. With a muffled boom, sand exploded into the air and a deep pit opened in the ground. Its power is on par with a mortar shell, isn't it? Shen Yu glanced at the other strange boxes still hanging from Wei Xian's belt. The world of his dreams was truly bizarre, so he held his tongue. "Bring the equipment over." You lot go open the door. With the blast, the true entrance had already been revealed, and a silver-white alloy partition door now stood before them. Wei Xian waved his hand, signaling the 4 others to head inside and open it. When they all gathered together to work on the door, Wei Xian drew another box-shaped explosive from his belt, weighed it in his hand, and casually tossed it toward the cluster of people. Earlier, the same kind of device had blasted open a crater 7 or 8 meters across. Seeing that Wei Xian's target this time was his own teammates, Shen Yu's face changed, and he shouted, "Hey!" Boom! A plume of multicolored gas erupted from the crater, instantly engulfing the people standing there. As soon as the turbulent air cleared, Shen Yu rushed forward to look, only to discover that the alloy door and the 4 men had all vanished without a trace. Having just witnessed a slaughter, he turned in stunned disbelief to the utterly content Wei Xian and demanded, "What did you do to them?" "Turn them to ash, of course," Wei Xian replied with a satisfied sigh. "Brother, you've never seen an ash bomb before." "Ash? What does that mean?" "Ash," Wei Xian repeated, pointing at the ground. "Dust to dust, earth to earth. Don't tell me you didn't know this desert under our feet is nothing but corpses turned to sand." Shen Yu turned his head and saw that the pit still retained some sand piles, but a gentle breeze swept through, instantly smoothing over the last traces left by people in this world. The sand beneath his feet, were they human corpses? Shen Yu opened his mouth, seriously questioning his mental state. How could I dream of such a world? Wei Xian ignored Shen Yu and glanced at the already broken door. He sniffed the air and felt a refreshing scent wafting from within. He sighed. No wonder this place was left by the 3rd Shin City. Even after 2 years, the facilities here are still functioning normally. Before he could finish, Wei Xian felt himself being lifted, and he looked astonished at Shen Yu's hand gripping his collar. His weight of 180 pounds felt as light as a chick in the other's grasp. He struggled to touch Shen Yu's body, but found that his hand felt as if it was touching the reflection on the surface of water. It only caused ripples and could not reach any reality, passing straight through. Dreamwalkers are scarce and highly sought after by various factions due to their efficient search and exploration abilities. In this already desolate apocalypse, only Dreamwalkers can conduct injury-free surveys. But this does not mean they are formidable. Within dreams they are difficult to harm, yet conversely, they also find it hard to interfere with reality through their dream forms. To be able to lift one's own body with a hand in the dream realm is certainly not the act of a nameless individual. This equates to manifesting power through means akin to telekinesis. They are definitely experts among dreamwalkers. Being targeted by them is almost akin to being hunted by a malevolent spirit, as they can emerge from anywhere to snap someone's throat. No, they could even stab directly into their own chest and crush their own heart. Did you kill your teammates? Shen Yu's tone turned cold, and Wei Xian, not wishing to offend a dreamwalker who could easily kill him, quickly raised his hands to signal he meant no harm, saying, "Those few were meant to die anyway. Brother, don't be angry. Let me down, and I'll explain it to you. Where did this person come from? Could it be from a paradise? He seems to have a stronger sense of justice than I do." Wei Xian's eyes darted around, contemplating the other's motives and origins. Shen Yu did not let him down, so Wei Xian hurriedly said, "Those were death row inmates I bought from the South City." "Explain clearly." Wei Xian regrouped his sentences, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, and said, "These four are all beast-level criminals. They were originally to be executed in the South City, and I specifically bought them to use as labor for a while. For the South City, it's the same. Those people will never come back. Wait, I have proof of the transaction in my pocket." Shen Yu reached in, and amidst a pile of wrinkled documents did indeed find the proof of transaction he mentioned. Not only did it list the names of the four, but it also included the evidence of their capital crimes. He glanced at it, and immediately felt uncomfortable. Was this evidence made by humans? The document was signed by Feng Zheng of the South City Autonomous Committee. Selling. Shen Yu loosened his grip slightly, allowing Wei Xian to stand properly again, saying, "If others don't execute them, why should you kill them? Aren't you afraid you might run off with them? While I still have a bit of credibility, this isn't our first transaction. Moreover, I begged them to sell them to me using resources in exchange." Wei Xian sighed heavily, adjusted his collar, and said, "Who told me my revelation is noble? As a noble walker, I must firmly uphold the stance of justice. Not executing a few vicious criminals to uphold justice means my crystal disease could worsen at any time. The villains in the desert hide like moles. I can only buy from the big city. Revelation. Noble. Crystal disease." The other party had mentioned similar terms before, and Shen Yu did not fully understand. He looked at Wei Xian with suspicion. Seeing that he still didn't believe him, Wei Xian continued, "The South City is the closest underground city to this place. As a dreamwalker, you can go there anytime to confirm it. Find the person in charge there, Feng Zheng, mention my name, and you'll know I'm telling the truth. I'm just removing harm for the people. South City, underground city. A new place." Shen Yu squinted at Wei Xian, saying, "I will verify this. How many people are there?" "Perhaps several 100,000. There are so many people. If there really are hundreds of thousands of diverse people there, then is this still my dream?" Shen Yu found it difficult to comprehend and asked, "What is revelation? What is a dream? What is noble?" "No way, bro." Wei Xian's face displayed a helpless expression as he said, "Your place can't possibly have had no contact with the outside world, right? A paradise. Even if you don't know about other things, you must have heard of the term dream. Well, you don't know this either. What era are you from?" 2024. 2024. Wei Xian elongated his tone, first showing surprise, then gradually shifting to pity, and finally turning into caution. He tentatively asked, "Was the time you woke up without the black sun?" "Of course not. Oh no, I thought I encountered some big shot, and after building a good relationship I could rely on his abilities to take on some tasks that I couldn't handle before. But it turns out he is a complete madman." Wei Xian sighed inwardly. This guy is practically a lunatic. Who knows when he might suddenly go crazy and kill me. Dreamwalkers can not only exit dreams, but also weave dreamscapes. Wei Xian knew that some dreamwalkers serve as psychotherapists, weaving beautiful dreams for those left with post-apocalyptic trauma for mental healing. For them, weaving their own dreamscape is evidently much easier. For instance, weaving a life in the past where no disasters occurred. Noble walkers who do not uphold justice will see their bodies deteriorate. Conversely, dreamwalkers who are too clear-headed will also deteriorate. They become accustomed to dreaming to the point where one day they can no longer distinguish between reality and dreams. In severe cases, they will fall into a deep slumber. Take the brother Shun in front of me, for example. Wei Xian speculated that the first layer of the dream was the current state of sleepwalking, while the dream within the dream was the 2024 he mentioned. As for reality, perhaps he is lying in some sleep pod or hooked up to IVs, having completely become a vegetative state. Wei Xian had heard of a powerful dreamwalker who created a massive crisis. Anyone who tried to uncover the truth was pulled into his dream and became an NPC. until their bodies withered away and died. This is a near uncontrollable revealer, exceedingly dangerous. He could only force a smile and say, "So that's how it is. It seems you've traveled here astrally." Astral travel. Hey, but I am not a character in your dream. Wei Xian did not want to be treated as a mere figure in a dream to be recklessly slaughtered, saying, "Just think of it, as you dreaming and entering another world. Look, standing here isn't the same thing, is it? What do you say we go down and chat? I will definitely be forthcoming with everything." Are you implying that this is a truly existing world? Upon hearing this, Wei Xian quickly replied, "Your place must certainly be real. Everything is real, all real. I need to find a way to shake off this ticking time bomb." Wei Xian's mind raced, fearing he might inadvertently let something slip, exposing his dream and putting himself in peril. Shen Yu felt that this manner of speaking was quite familiar, as if he were being treated like a fool and coaxed. Before encountering people, he thought this was a pure dreamscape. But now seeing a person so vividly alive made Shen Yu feel astonished. Either he had become severely mentally ill, or he had encountered something that science could not explain. Neither option seemed favorable. Should we go down and take a look? Wei Xian clumsily changed the subject, stepping down first, saying, "There are good things below." Suppressing his doubts, Shen Yu followed Wei Xian down the stairs. Far from the safe house he had imagined, this place was more like an underground plaza. It was a narrow, elongated space converted from an old subway platform, its area far exceeding that of a mere room. Wei Xian walked ahead, opening the second partition door and fumbling along the edge. With a crisp click, silver-white lights flickered on one by one. A banner hung prominently at the entrance bearing the words, "To every survivor." This was an underground bunker fortified with steel and concrete. 2 rows of cabinets and doors lined the walls, some with transparent windows revealing gas masks, protective suits, ropes, repair tools, and more. Certain freezer-like devices still hummed with operation. The entire space was silver-white and bright, a stark contrast to the outside world. Safe House No. 15. The third Shen City is truly remarkable. They actually built a safe house of this scale, Wei Xian remarked, seeing it for the first time. He opened a cabinet to find it stocked with various cans, even rare fruit ones. He swallowed his saliva and said, "We can finally have a feast. Does taking freely count as nobility?" Shen Yu drifted in, still skeptical of Wei Xian's earlier words. Even if the third Shen City still stood, they would welcome passing travelers to take everything. Wei Xian checked the expiration date on a can, June 2045. Lucky as it was just June, now making it quite fresh. He immediately opened a can of yellow peaches, eating as he spoke. The third Shen City built these safe houses precisely so passers-by could take freely. Look over there. Shen Yu walked to the center, where a metal cabinet held a booklet and a landline phone. He picked up the receiver and held it to his ear. No sound, the line had long been cut. Wei Xian tilted his head back, drinking the syrup, then let out a satisfied smile. They built 18 such safe houses in the first batch, linking the safe nodes from surrounding cities to the third Shen City. Before the destruction, they were still negotiating with Nandu for the second batch's location. Given more time, they might have truly connected all survivors. I don't consider myself noble. The third Shen City is the noble one. Shen Yu turned his attention back to the red booklet. Its cover read usage register, and on the flyleaf was a passage, "Survivor welcome to Safe House No. 15 of the third Shen City. Take whatever you need. If supplies are short or danger arises, contact us by phone. Troops from the third Shen City will arrive at your safe house within half an hour. May the flame of civilization once again light the starry sky. Ju, third Shen City. Ju. Mr. Ju, the leader of the third Shen City. A legend." Having finished his can, Wei Xian walked to Shen Yu's side, signed his name Wei Xian in the taker column on the second page, then respectfully pressed his palms together in a bow. Shen Yu watched his gesture, puzzled that he could show such reverence to anyone. "Don't look at me like that, man. Mr. Ju deserves everyone's tribute," Wei Xian said. "Without him, humanity's plight would be even worse." Just as Shen Yu grew curious about this figure, Wei Xian continued, "Not to mention, he left me so much stuff. It's like the ultimate fantasy of, I have a warehouse in the apocalypse. With all these goods and medicines, I won't worry about food or clothing for years. Forget everything else, just this almost perpetual energy engine here is enough for me to carve out my own underground city." Perpetual. According to Wei Xian, the third Shen City was destroyed 2 years ago by something called the Twin Lotus. But when they entered, at least these freezers were still running. Ash energy, Wei Xian explained. Refined desert sand yields energy more efficient than oil. There should be an ash energy extractor here. During its first exploration, the third Shen City freely gifted the method of using ash energy to other surviving cities. Sand can be used as energy. Oil forms from ancient biological remains under high heat and pressure. Wei Xian said sand is similar. Shen Yu pondered a moment before grasping his meaning, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. "I need to inventory this place." Wei Xian waved his hand. "Take a look around, man. If you have any questions or want to chat, just ask me." With that, he busied himself while Shen Yu scanned the area, spotting a wall covered in inscriptions. December 23, 2025. Shen Yu read the text on the wall, which recorded major events. He looked up at the characters. Global total solar eclipse lasting 1 hour, global snowmelt, and tsunamis. December 31st, 2025, another global total solar eclipse. The New Year's sun never rose again. January 5th, 2026, first case of crystal disease discovered. The patient's body tissues were covered in multicolored crystals, fully crystallizing in 7 days. On the 8th day, they crumbled to ash. February 1st, 2026, under the black sun's shadow, crystal disease became a global pandemic. No vaccine, no treatment, 100 mortality. February 11th, 2026, scientists declared the black sun's light as the source of crystal disease. February 12th, 2026, underground relocation officially began. May 14th, 2026, 93% of the population died from black sun disease. All survivors moved to underground settlements. December 31st, 2027, the first black sun monster descended, reducing surface cities to ashes. January 1st, 2028, first Shen City and numerous underground cities fell. February 3rd, 2028, second Shen City fell. All surviving cities lost contact. March 15th, 2028, third Shen City encountered a black sun monster invasion, a first defense victory. April 17th, 2033, third Shen City launched exploration missions to search for surviving underground cities. September 18th, 2038, representatives from major survivor settlements arrived at third Shen City, issuing the Human United Alliance Declaration. February 4th, 2039, the monster hunting plan was officially approved. Humanity sounded the charge against the apocalypse. August 1st, 2042, the monster hunting plan achieved phased success. The node plan was approved. Third Shen City would build 360 safe houses, using them as nodes to connect all underground cities. July 1st, 2043, Safe House No. 15 officially opened. We will reclaim the world. The carvings on the wall were brief, but painted a vivid picture of the world's state. People faced not only the incurable crystal disease, but also the black sun monsters. These were the culprits behind the barren desert. The black sun descended at the end of 2025. Shen Yu frowned and thought, is this a dream, a parallel world, or a prophetic dream? Don't borrow trouble. The reality of this place is still questionable. Shen Yu felt the last speculation unsettling him, as if he might wake at any moment. He quickly calmed himself and continued searching for clues. Soon he found a bookshelf. May the efforts and wisdom of those before us never be forgotten. Shen Yu read the slogan on the bookshelf, then focused on the books. They were educational texts, primary and secondary school textbooks, university textbooks from various publishers, organized into 7 subjects: math, language, geography, history, biology, physics, and chemistry. Each book bore the marks of age, their covers yellowing. He could feel the effort of the now destroyed third Shen City to preserve civilization. Not just urgently needed food and medicine, but the knowledge necessary to rebuild. I Wei Xian rarely admire anyone, but I was fortunate to visit the third Shen City once, Wei Xian said, appearing beside the bookshelf. He sighed. It was truly the last velvet flower. What's a velvet flower? Shen Yu had never heard of it. A flower that grows in the desert, shaped like a sun, radiating light, Wei Xian said, casually picking up a first aid book and flipping through it. In Australia, they call it the desert flower. I was born in Australia and later returned to China. Many underground cities are alive in name only, ruled by iron fists, hijacked by public opinion, plundered. Survival itself is a struggle. The third Shen City was the sole sanctuary. Not only was survival not an issue, but they also helped other survivors, even hunted black sun monsters. Black sun monsters are those creatures hundreds of meters in size, turning everything to dessert wherever they go, treating nuclear bombs like candy. Wei Xian said if the third Shen City still stood, the world wouldn't be like this. A pity sigh. Shen Yu sensed deep regret in Wei Xian's voice, even a hint of despair. When the brightest pearl was crushed, where would the world's remaining survivors turn? Wei Xian set the first aid book aside and selected a complete set of textbooks from elementary to high school, stacking them neatly. Seeing Shen Yu's gaze, Wei Xian explained, hey, don't look at me like that. I'm not so low as to trade education. If I ever strike it rich and find an underground city ruin, I'll gather some people and become a leader myself. Then these will come in handy. Shen Yu shook his head, unconcerned with the truth of his words. He picked up the book Wei Xian had set aside, Emergency and Disaster Medicine. He glanced at the cover, and his ethereal form suddenly trembled violently, startling Wei Xian. Wei Xian quickly backed away, muttering to himself about fleeing. This guy's mood swings were too extreme. Outside he hadn't noticed much, but inside the clean, safe house, he could smell the strong scent of ash on Shen Yu. That near-putrid odor usually appeared only on revelators nearing their end. Those whose crystallization exceeded 50, a more monster than man. Wei Xian thought to himself, this guy's original body might be mostly crystallized. He watched as this man frantically flipped through the pages like a madman. Wei Xian tiptoed backward to create distance, then, shoo, Shen Yu woke in his office, tearing off his unshipped neck pillow and grabbing his bag as he rushed to the elevator. He had to go home immediately to confirm one thing. On the cover of that emergency and disaster medicine book was the name of its original owner, Shen Pei. Shen Yu, why the rush? Shen Yu stood in the stairwell frantically pressing the elevator button. Director Su, returning from the restroom, noticed the unshipped pillow still hanging around his neck and said, "You've still got something around your neck. What's wrong?" "Director, I need to take the afternoon off." The elevator doors finally creaked open, and Shen Yu's eyes held a hint of madness as he blurted out, "There's an emergency at home." "Hold on." Director Su hurried over to the elevator. It was the first time she had seen Shen Yu so flustered. "Call me if you need any help. Take care on the road." "Thank you, Director." After leaving the company, Shen Yu hailed a cab and headed straight home. His urgency stemmed from one certainty: the notes in the book Emergency and Disaster Medicine were unmistakably in his sister Shen Pei's handwriting. Shen Yu's parents had passed away in an accident when he was 10, and his sister had raised him. She had signed every exam paper and report card from his middle and high school years. He knew her handwriting intimately. Why had Shen Pei's book appeared in his dream? After a bout of anxiety, he finally arrived home. Without even changing his shoes, he dashed to the storage room, where all the books from their childhood were kept. He had once wanted to sell the used books, but Shen Pei had insisted on storing his alongside hers. Though he didn't understand it, then he never argued with her over such trivial matters. He opened the storage room and hauled out several heavy cardboard boxes from the back, searching for his target. Emergency and Disaster Medicine. After a while, Shen Yu found the book. The handwriting on the cover matched his dream exactly. Taking a deep breath, he opened it and began flipping through the pages. The highlighted notes on page 5, the annotations in his own hand on page 6, even the accidental ink stain on page 20. All were identical. After turning a few pages, Shen Yu was forced to confront an undeniable truth. This book had appeared in his dream. He shuddered and began flipping through all the clinical medicine textbooks. They were filled with knowledge he barely understood and Shen Pei's increasingly cursive notes. Yet the more incomprehensible they seemed, the more his anxiety gradually subsided. Even if I were insane, I couldn't fabricate centuries of medical science. Shen Yu pinched his cheek hard, letting the pain bring him back to clarity. At least the place he now stood and the life he now lived couldn't be false. He picked up his phone and used the electronic library to verify the reality of his world by checking complex books. After a while, he called Shen Pei. "What's up? Sis, can I ask you something?" "Go ahead." There was the sound of other voices on Shen Pei's end, but since her brother rarely called and preferred texting, she answered whenever she wasn't in surgery. "Did I ever flip through your books before? The clinical medicine ones?" "Probably not," Shen Pei replied. "I remember sealing them in boxes in the dorm and bringing them home. They've been in the storage room ever since." "What's going on?" Shen Yu glanced at the torn tape he had just ripped off. "Nothing. I gave first aid to a colleague at the company, and it felt like I already knew the techniques. Guess it runs in the family." "That can run in the family. How's your colleague?" "Sent to the hospital." "What first aid did you use?" "You're already worrying about the patient. Go ahead and work. We'll talk when you're free." "Did you do CPR?" "No. Afraid I'd break someone's ribs." "Okay, I'll hang up now." "All right, talk later." After hanging up, Shen Yu stared at the books scattered on the floor. He couldn't have read this book, let alone seen Shen Pei's notes. Yet he had seen an identical version in a dream. If that was a dream, even a psychiatric patient wouldn't believe it. Flannel flower. He recalled the term Wei Xian had mentioned and searched for it. It existed. Flannel flower actinotis helianthine, referring to its beautiful bracts arranged like radiating sunlight. He had never heard of this flower before. It wasn't native to his country. That meant the other world couldn't be dismissed as mere illusion. As he put the books back, Shen Yu thought he wasn't dreaming. He had gained a special ability to traverse another world. But was it a parallel world or an inevitable future? December 23, 2025. If it was the future, the first black sun was less than a year and a half away. If that catastrophe engulfed the entire world, where could he hide? Verification was simple. Shen Yu tore a corner from the title page of Emergency and Disaster Medicine. He remembered the book was intact before he came. After doing this, he packed the books away and lay on the sofa, hoping to fall asleep again and confirm his theory. But his racing thoughts made his heart pound. Lying still, he felt his heartbeat grow stronger and faster instead of calming. Even if that world isn't a dream, my mental state is pretty messed up. A 25-year-old should be able to fall asleep instantly. Shen Yu rubbed his head in frustration. Because of a single book, his thoughts were spiraling out of control. One moment, he entertained grandiose ideas like, I might be a divine symbol, a savior, and the next dark thoughts like, everyone will die. It felt as if a hole had been drilled in his mind, pouring a kaleidoscope of bizarre ideas like multicolored liquid to pollute his body. Time to up the dosage. He took his sedative, sat on the sofa, and watched some dull educational content. After half an hour of calming down, his mind grew sluggish, and he slowly drifted into sleep. Buddy, you okay? 2045, 3rd, Shin City safe, house no. 14. Wei Xian watched Shen Yu frantically flipping through books and backed away before shouting, "Everything is an illusion. Don't dwell on what you see. You dreamwalkers just need to focus on what you want." He glanced at the wall Shen Yu had stopped at earlier, reading the chronicle carved there. He grimaced. Could the guy have gone crazy after seeing the truth? Maybe he should leave and come back when this guy had either calmed down or died. Just as Wei Xian's thoughts wandered, Shen Yu's flipping stopped abruptly. He turned to the first page and was silent for so long that Wei Xian began to feel the cold. Finally Shen Yu spoke. "What do Revelation Revealer and Walker mean?" He turned to look at Wei Xian, who cautiously studied his expression. Seeing that Shen Yu had calmed down, Wei Xian sighed in relief and said, "Revealers are people who got crystal disease but also gained power from the Black Sun. In simpler terms, people who awakened superpowers." He relaxed and patted his round belly. "After seeing some mysterious entity in the Black Sun, you become a revealer or walker. The revelation I saw was sublimity, an entity with 3 faces and 6 arms. The moment I saw it, the word sublimity popped into my mind. That revelation is both the Black Sun's gift to us and the path we must walk. That's why revealers are also called walkers. I don't know what the dream revelation looks like." Seeing Shen Yu listening intently and no longer acting strangely, Wei Xian stepped closer. "We used to have all sorts of names, but we only knew the name of our revelation. Third Shen City standardized 8 revelation names: sublimity, dream, valor, rebellion, joy, benevolence, luxury, and truth." Wei Xian spread his hands. "I hear there are others, but outsiders don't know them. You said earlier that not executing death row prisoners worsens your crystal disease." Shen Yu pressed. "That's why we're called walkers. We can only walk one path." Wei Xian scratched his head. "Revealers are also crystal disease patients. Overusing ash power or going against our revelation path accelerates crystallization. Superpowered saviors. We're just prisoners forced to evolve into monsters under the shackles of revelation." "You sound like you've seen a lot." Shen Yu could see the sorrow in Wei Xian's eyes. "Sublimity. I'm pretty moral if I do say so myself." Wei Xian shrugged helplessly. "But in this world, besides the ruined Third Shen City, where else is there morality? If I see injustice and can't judge it, my condition worsens. But I can't go around judging everyone, can I? Just hearing the crimes of those 4 up there made my crystals grow. Good thing I killed them. My thyroid crystals finally shrank. If there were another way, who'd want to leave the comfort of the underground city to trade on the surface?" If the man wasn't lying about the concept of revealers, he was a decent person even by peacetime standards. Shen Yu touched the cover of Emergency and Disaster Medicine, opened it to the torn corner, and asked, "Did you tear this?" "Don't blame me." Wei Xian leaned in to look. "I may not be educated, but I respect books. Only a pig would damage one. Look at this tear, it's yellowed. Must have been torn over 20 years ago." Shen Yu stared at Wei Xian, who was now close. He could clearly see the fine hairs on the man's face, the sweat beading on his forehead. The blurry, dreamlike sensation of being submerged in water was gone. The moment Shen Yu saw the tear on the page, this world had become utterly real. "I hoped I was overthinking, that I was merely borrowing trouble. I even wished with unprecedented fervor that I was a severe psychiatric patient. But until that day arrives, I must treat all of this dream world, as the impending future. Even if I am deemed a madman, even if no one understands me, I must do this. The best outcome would be that all my efforts become nothing more than a laughable case study of a lunatic. The first step is to understand everything that is to come." Seeing the smile curling at the corner of Shen Yu's lips, Wei Xian shuddered, muttering inwardly that the man's condition was severe. He then confirmed again, "Buddy, you really don't want the supplies here. You're not messing with me." "No need. Take them. I don't require food or drink." "How old are you?" "The fat makes me look young. I'm 37. What's the date today?" "June 1st, year 45. "Huh, I remember June 1st is Children's Day. I'll reward myself with another can of yellow peach." Wei Xian chatted as he went back to open another can and savor it. Shen Yu asked, "Where did you live before the apocalypse?" "The capital." Wei Xian made a peace sign. "A man from the capital. Haven't heard that term in decades." Wei Xian gulped down the yellow peach can, then opened a freezer. Rubbing his hands in the overflowing cold air, he began checking the stored medicines. He said, "Don't you know I used to be bursting with a sense of justice? I reported my father for corruption when I was 14. I place righteousness above family loyalty. Ooh, I can't stand even a speck of sand in my eyes." Shen Yu chatted with Wei Xian, probing for information. Even now, there was no cure for crystal disease. One could only cover their body from light as much as possible, but that merely reduced the probability slightly. The alternative was to take inhibitors for temporary antibodies. The inhibitors were developed based on the enlightened. Before the birth of an enlightened, inhibitors could not be cultivated. During the evacuation back, then only full anti-radiation gear offered decent protection. Yet even so, few among the government and military leading the evacuation escaped the corrosion of crystal disease, laying the groundwork for the chaos in the underground cities. More terrifying than crystal disease were the Black Sun behemoths. If crystal disease was a virus for organic life, the behemoths that followed were mobile plagues. These behemoths were not numerous. The third Shen city, having traversed the land, had confirmed only 44. Worldwide there were merely a few hundred. But with their movement, resplendent civilizations, mountains, and rivers were all reduced to barren deserts. So the enlightened are the only force against the Black Sun behemoths. Hearing this, Wei Xian couldn't help but laugh, waving his hand in mockery. Aside from the third Shen city organizing the monster hunting 100-man squad to hunt behemoths, most enlightened only prey on humans. Then how was the third Shen city destroyed? The twin lotus, Cruella, the black and white twin behemoth. At this, the smile on Wei Xian's face faded. It was probably one of the strongest behemoths. It moved thousands of kilometers heading straight for the third Shen city and turned the city's core to ash. Nandu said they received the final message of destruction from the third Shen city. This place was a forbidden zone not long ago, Wei Xian said. Traveling south, I gathered intelligence on Cruella and deduced it had left Shen city's territory. I dared to come here to investigate. From Wei Xian's description, it was easy to infer that the Black Sun behemoths were terrifying entities akin to gods or demons. This world had no endless hordes of zombies or annoying minor monsters. Only one cataclysmic true monster after another. Unmatchable behemoths. Pervasive Black Sun radiation. Shen Yu glanced at the bookshelf and said casually, "The owner of that book I saw earlier was named Shen Pei. Was she from the third Shen city?" Shen Pei must have appeared in the third Shen city. Those books were all at home. They couldn't have been circulated here through other channels. I wouldn't know. I've never seen the third Shen city's roster. The third Shen city was strict with household registration. Whether dead or alive, anyone appearing in the city was registered. They had to distribute supplies based on need. Wei Xian opened another freezer. Gazing at the array of medicines, he sighed. The third Shen city was truly remarkable. Even though they shared so much knowledge, other underground cities haven't even scratched the surface. The gap is that large. Mr. Zhu deserves great credit, Wei Xian mentioned. He is a benevolent walker. You can think of him as a healer capable of reversing crystal disease. Trusting him, most people in the third Shen city willingly embraced the Black Sun to seek enlightenment. Thus, the third Shen city had a triple-digit number of Black Sun walkers. Moreover, they could actively transform into monsters, gaining greater power through high-level crystallization, believing Mr. Zhu could save them. If you ask me, Mr. Zhu was bound by his benevolence. If he hadn't tried to save so many but focused on developing his own strength, the third Shen city might have grown even stronger and possibly defeated the twin lotus. Wei Xian shook his head. Glorified by enlightenment, fallen by enlightenment. Such is the fate of the enlightened. Wei Xian counted on his fingers, calculating what supplies each city needed. 2 years had passed since the safe house was established, and some items were about to expire. He needed to offload them quickly. Even expired goods could be sold, but items within their shelf life could fetch a much higher price. Meanwhile, Shen Yu was deep in thought. The information he had gathered so far was too broad to pinpoint individuals. If he could, he would certainly try to prevent the apocalypse, but before tackling that monumental problem, he needed to ensure the safety of those around him. From what he had learned, Shen Pei had likely stayed in the third Shen city, but that also meant she might have perished along with that city. No. Shen Yu shook his head. The corner of the book he had torn earlier, and Wei Xian's reaction, proved one thing. This could perhaps be changed by him. What principle or situation this was, Shen Yu did not yet know. But from the known circumstances, he did have a grasp on something. Fate. Holy shit. Just as Shen Yu was pondering, Wei Xian suddenly let out an exclamation. Like a rubber ball, he leaped 6 meters away from the freezer. Pointing at it, he said to the staring Shen Yu, "What the hell does the third Shen city refrigerate everything for?" Shen Yu drifted over to inspect. The medicines in the freezer were all scattered about, occupying several hundred liters of space. Was an unprecedented monster. A humanoid creature crafted from red crystal. A monster. It was entirely composed of crystalline structures curled up within the freezer. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the faint outlines of human forms, but their limbs were grotesquely expanded and distorted by the crystals, resembling a deformed being. Shen Yu felt that there was no cold air emanating from the freezer. Instead, a warm aura radiated from this monster. He attempted to reach out to it, but halfway through, Wei Xian shouted to stop. "Bro, don't." Wei Xian propelled himself like a volleyball, leaping 5 or 6 meters forward to arrive here. After digesting the earlier shock, he scrutinized it carefully and said, "It's an enlightened one who has broken through the critical point." Critical point. Once crystallization exceeds 51, it rapidly transforms into a crystalline monster, Wei Xian identified. What is this doing in the freezer of the third Shen city? No. Shen Yu glanced at the handle of the freezer, still marked by melted metal, and said, "It seems he entered voluntarily. Look, there are many scattered medicines inside. This place was originally not meant to store him. It could be the enlightened ones from the third Shen city who relied on Mr. Zhu to attempt breaking the critical point for battle. But with the city's destruction and Mr. Just death. He couldn't return home or reverse the situation. So he preserved himself in ice to sustain life. He should still be alive. Suddenly Wei Xian thought of something and looked at Shen Yu in horror. Bro, this wouldn't be your real body, would it? So you've been wandering around this land. He dared not voice the question, fearing that if the other party realized this, they would turn into a true monster. Upon hearing that the being was alive, Shen Yu wasted no time and lifted it out of the freezer. Just as Shen Yu laid her flat, Wei Xian hurriedly attempted to lift her again, but upon contact he realized that the creature's weight was comparable to metal, easily over 500 kilograms. Using the physical strength of an enlightened one, he exerted some effort to lift her again, and quickly said, "Bro, this can't be casually awakened. It's a woman." Previously curled up, he hadn't noticed, but now he saw that she still had half of her face intact. Judging by her appearance, she was a woman in her 20s. Rather than considering her human, it was more accurate to say that she was a creature with a patch of human tissue. But at her level, waking up would make her a severe mental patient. Wei Xian, having traveled extensively, was quite knowledgeable. He gave examples. The brave would turn into a violent brute, the rebel would become an argumentative contrarian, the joyful would evolve into a hedonistic offender, and the compassionate, but at her level, waking up would make her a severe mental patient. Wei Xian, having traveled extensively, was quite knowledgeable. He gave examples. The brave would turn into a violent brute, the rebel would become an argumentative contrarian, the joyful would evolve into a hedonistic offender, and the compassionate would grant physical relief to others from pain because they couldn't bear to witness suffering. Our noble words could morph into unfeeling judgment machines, finding a moral high ground to justify indiscriminate killing as judgment demons. What about the dreamwalker? Of course they would turn into someone unable to distinguish between dreams and reality, a madman. Wei Xian glanced at Shen Yu, not daring to speak further. He shifted the topic, saying, "In any case, regardless of what kind of enlightenment she possesses, there's a greater likelihood she would attack us upon awakening. At best, she would retain a shred of rationality, but even that would quickly vanish. Once she fully crystallizes, she would be no different from a monster. Is there really no way to save her?" Shen Yu examined the dormant, enlightened one before him. She still had some fragments of clothing remaining. After flipping through them, he discovered a gold bracelet still embedded in her crystallized wrist. Gold. In this era, it's not very useful. Wei Xian scrutinized the bracelet, which had 3 gold rings linked by a small pendant engraved with the character for blessing. He said, "It seems she was from a wealthy family before the end times. This bracelet, weighing about 80 to 90 grams, would cost several tens of thousands. To save her, we need a very powerful, compassionate walker." Wei Xian showed no interest in the bracelet and tucked it away, saying, "But Mr. Zhu is already dead. The only ones left capable of this are those from Huai and Shu." Wei Xian was also in a bind. He couldn't clear out everything here in one go and would need multiple trips. Continuing to keep her in the freezer felt like setting a timed bomb for himself. Yet if he didn't stash her in the freezer, there was no telling when she might awaken. An enlightened one who had broken through the critical point of crystallization might even be an elite of the 3rd Shen city. There wasn't a shred of certainty. On the other hand, Wei Xian also didn't wish to provoke Shen Yu. This person appeared to have an unstable mental state, and based on the power he had glimpsed, he estimated that Shen Yu was also an old monster showcasing strength that likely wasn't his limit. If he didn't convert that power into a force to interfere with reality, but instead used the power of dreams directly on others. Wei Xian shuddered, quickly pinching his soft flesh and feeling a piercing pain before he felt somewhat reassured. He hadn't been pulled into a dream at the very first moment of their meeting. Everything now should be reality. He muttered to himself, "If I stay with this person any longer, I won't be able to distinguish between dreams and reality and will eventually fall ill. It's better to find a reason to send both of these troublesome individuals away together." "Are you self-harming?" Shen Yu glanced at Wei Xian and asked, "Do enlightened ones have such a peculiar hobby?" "Not that I'm scared of you." Wei Xian rolled his eyes and turned to Shen Yu, saying, "If you want to save her, Huai is too far away, but we could take her to Huai City and give it a try. Just don't know if with your abilities you can carry someone while flying." "Shouldn't be difficult." "What do you mean shouldn't be difficult? There are very few dreamwalkers capable of carrying others while flying. If you can do this, you might as well switch careers to become a superhero." Wei Xian muttered, "You can't even carry a car, can you? That vehicle of yours. I've assessed it can be carried." Shen Yu casually replied, still searching for clues about the identity of the crystallized enlightened one on the ground. "No way." Wei Xian looked at Shen Yu in horror. "What is your background?" "That's a pickup truck. If you can bear a few tons and still fly." Wei Xian's mind suddenly sparked with another thought. Could I use this person as a mount? For a moment he dismissed that thought, feeling that with such a person following him, perhaps his life would improve in the future. Aren't enlightened ones known for their physical strength? I saw you lift a cabinet easily just now. Shen Yu looked at Wei Xian in confusion, asking, "Is there something wrong with my condition?" "But you are in a dream. Don't you realize the difference between us?" "Nothing wrong, nothing wrong." Wei Xian replied with a forced smile. Oh, for now the priority was to avoid triggering any emotional fluctuations in the other party. He pondered in his mind, he can't be from the third Shen city, can he? Bro, do you have another name? A nickname or something? No, that shouldn't be the case. He had encountered one of the two dreamwalkers from Shen city, and she was a soft girl. Wei Xian truly couldn't grasp the other party's identity. Just as he was about to probe further, the underground space suddenly trembled violently. Clang, clang, clang. The violent shaking caused the cabinet to sway, and the internal lights began to flicker erratically. Wei Xian braced himself on the ground to maintain his balance as cold sweat began to pour from his forehead. Shen Yu, being in a floating state, was not significantly affected, but he felt a terrifying sense of pressure. It was as if someone was covering his mouth and nose with a towel, making it difficult to breathe. Though Shen Yu didn't need to breathe at that moment, he could still sense the suffocating feeling. Earthquake. The tremors continued without any signs of ceasing. Shen Yu steadied the tipping cabinet and asked, "What's going on? Is this an earthquake-prone area?" Wei Xian stammered, "Black sun monster." Shen Yu fell silent for a moment before floating upwards, his head emerging from the desert. He took a glance, disbelief filling his eyes, and then he floated in the air looking towards the east. This is the Black Sun monster. He saw the towering and unending black mountains rushing towards them like a tsunami. A colossal black monster shaped like an enormous barrier surged forward across the sand sea like a towering black tsunami hundreds of meters high. The sand sea swirled into massive whirlpools as it moved, and every grain of sand within sight trembled violently. What in the world is this? Black Sun monster Zhang. When Shen Yu returned and reported what he had seen to Wei Xian, the latter wasted no time. He hoisted a nearby medical freezer, yanked the power cord free, and dashed toward the exit shouting, "Buddy, run. Forget the details, just go." Could that black mountain range truly be a Black Sun monster? Shen Yu was still processing the revelation when he saw Wei Xian already fleeing. He grabbed the crystallized enlightener on the ground and followed. By the time they reached the surface, Wei Xian's Baja Outlaw was already roaring amid the sandstorm. "Get in, man. Damn, you even brought." The distant Zhang continued its approach, the ground trembling as sand began to coalesce into a storm. Pebbles pattered against the vehicle like torrential rain. Wei Xian put on his sunglasses and paused upon seeing Shen Yu carrying the enlightener. But Shen Yu simply tossed the figure onto the truck bed, without a word floored the accelerator, and the off-road tires spun into motion. What a nightmare. Wei Xian glanced at the rearview mirror. The massive silhouette of the Zhang grew clearer. It wasn't a true mountain, but a terrifying black giant resembling an ape swimming through the sand sea with a breaststroke motion. He turned to Shen Yu, who had climbed into the passenger seat, and said, "I told you no one's walked out of here in 2 years. Turns out this thing's been here all along." The vehicle jolted over undulating dunes. Fortunately, this car was Wei Xian's pride and joy, capable of climbing even sandy slopes. Shen Yu looked back at the shadow and asked, "So Third Shen City was fighting something like that?" Even catching a glimpse of it evoked terror and suffocation. It felt like a mountain range charging at them. The Zhang isn't among the strongest Black Sun monsters, but only the old Third Shen City and the north could handle it. Wei Xian gripped the steering wheel tightly and began to veer left. As the distance to the Zhang shrank, they could almost hear the roar of the heavens and earth. The vehicle struggled to move, shaking violently. From an escape perspective, turning now was hardly wise. Seeing Shen Yu's questioning look, Wei Xian growled with a pale face, "Straight ahead leads to Nandu. I'm not that cruel. Wait, you've been roaming here for a year, and you never noticed it?" "Not really. Over the past year, Shen Yu had searched the desert thoroughly. He could fly after all, but he always felt as if he were circling in place, unable to stray far, as if bound by something. He had never seen Nandu, or any Black Sun monster. Maybe it was hiding underground. It had never occurred to Shen Yu that something might lurk beneath the desert. He glanced back and saw the monster rise. Its form resembled a long-armed ape, but its body was covered in crystallized spikes, like a colossal King Kong. It stood against the black sun as if bearing it on its back, staring intently at them before striding forward, whipping up a sandstorm in pursuit. Wei Xian gasped for breath and said, "That's possible. It must have caught my scent. You dreamwalkers look like kin to Black Sun monsters. The only good news is that the Zhang has no companion beasts." Wei Xian pressed the accelerator to the floor and said, "If we can shake it off, there's still a chance to survive." But his voice trembled as he spoke. He knew well that taking down a Black Sun monster required at least dozens of enlighteners. Dreamwalkers for reconnaissance, benevolence for healing, valiance and defiance for frontline combat, and truth seekers for guidance. Not only that, but a leader, a will to unite them all. In the south, no one remained who could stand against a Black Sun monster. The monster in the rearview mirror loomed larger. The ground shook so violently that controlling the vehicle became a nightmare, bouncing and shuddering with every tremor. Even the toughest car couldn't endure such punishment. Wei Xian mentally ruled out one escape plan after another, acutely aware that his odds of survival were plummeting. Just then the crystallized spikes on the Zhang began to glow. Wei Xian's pupils contracted as he yelled, "Hold on tight." In the rearview mirror, the spikes vanished from the Zhang's body and rained down like cannonballs around the vehicle. Gripping the wheel, Wei Xian could clearly see them, multicolored metallic cone-shaped objects several meters long. As they struck the sand, they flared with blinding light, and then death was imminent. Wei Xian realized that when he saw the attack clearly, he was only milliseconds from the end. Black sun monsters were entities designed purely to instill fear in humans and all living things. They fused the mythical celestial forms of ancient legends with the overwhelming firepower of modern military might. A single casual strike from the Zhang was like countless missiles launching simultaneously. As the dazzling light threatened to consume his vision, only one thought crossed his mind. At least the educational materials in my car's system will be wiped out too. A thunderous boom echoed. A multicolored mist exploded across the desert, annihilating everything within 2 kilometers under the Zhang's blow, leaving behind terrifying seething craters. The sand sea ignited, turning into a sea of fire that consumed all nearby. If that strike had landed, the Zhang would have stopped and returned to slumber. But the monstrous being showed no hesitation, pressing the attack. Holy crap! Wei Xian howled hoarsely, his face now facing the desert as he soared upward. He thought had been flung by the shockwave, but after a moment, without falling, he realized the truth. His entire vehicle was flying through the air. "You're my savior from now on." Wei Xian unbuckled his seatbelt and turned to see Shen Yu through the shattered glass, gripping the truck bed's tail with both hands, carrying the multi-ton vehicle through the sky like a superhero. And accelerating. Wei Xian stuck his head out to look at the Zhang, which was shrinking in the distance. Their speed had already exceeded 200 kilometers per hour and kept climbing. "Go, my hero." Shen Yu gritted his teeth, flying with all his might. Even now, he couldn't grasp the truth of this world. He couldn't even be certain if it was real or illusory. Yet he knew one thing: never leave regrets for the future. The only thing to do now was to give everything to get the last living person out of here. He felt his condition deteriorating. He sensed he was nearing the end of his strength, about to wake from this dream. He couldn't gauge how much power he'd have on his next visit. He had to escape this crisis before the dream ended. Crack. Abandon the car. Hearing the frame groan, Wei Xian made a split-second decision. The vehicle's integrity was failing. If they ditched it, Shen Yu could double their speed. Without a word, he climbed into the truck bed and leaped towards Shen Yu. Shen Yu let go of the car, catching Wei Xian with one hand and the crystallized enlightener with the other. As the vehicle plummeted, his speed skyrocketed to Mach 0.7. Whoa! Wei Xian let out a few yelps before clamping his mouth shut. Without the enlightener, the ash-laden wind at this speed would have been unbearable. He clung to Shen Yu's hand, glancing down regretfully at his beloved Baja Outlaw, which had served him for years, then back at the Zhang. It watched them coldly, devoid of emotion, like a merciless execution machine. It fixed its gaze on him. With those pale eyes, it stared at him impassively. Then it opened its mouth. The world seemed to be drawn in. A whirlpool formed in the sand before it, swirling dust gradually obscuring its form and the entire world. All that remained visible was a lethal gleam at its center. A low hum resonated. The desert seemed to sink by 10 centimeters. Another hum. The light in the darkness grew more intense. Yet another hum. Wei Xian suddenly shouted, "Dodge!" Before the words faded, a devastating beam of light dozens of meters in diameter shot from the Zhang's mouth. Its speed surpassed sound, and the moment they saw it, the destructive radiance engulfed them. Shen Yu had no time to react. He could only turn his head. A brilliant explosion erupted midair. When Shen Yu looked back, a fiery figure stood before the searing beam, combating the Zhang's strike with endless flames. The crystallized enlightener. Long since having lost her human form, the enlightener bathed in flames, roaring like a beast as she intercepted the Zhang's blast with all her might. Shen Yu quickly noticed. Her crystals were burning. Her body was shrinking, and ashes drifted past his face. "Humanity." She rasped her final words, shining like the sun as she pushed forward with everything she had, roaring, "Long live." A thunderous impact followed. The blazing light instantly dispelled the gloom of the sandstorm. A massive shockwave erupted on the spot. Wei Xian was the first to be blown away. Shen Yu dove to shield him, guiding him safely to the ground. He then looked up at the dissipating afterglow in the sky. Soon the remnants faded. Shen Yu raised his head to see the Zhang in the distance. It had stopped advancing and was instead crouching down, slowly retreating in the opposite direction. As if its movement range was circumscribed, and once it crossed the boundary, it would cease its attack. A thud echoed. An object fell from the sky. Shen Yu approached and found the enlightener, now only half intact, lying on the ground like a torn doll. "Back at the safe house, I thought you and this one were both a pain." A sharp slap rang out. Wei Xian, having walked over, struck his own cheek and said, "I apologize for that thought. Without you two, I'd be dead." Shen Yu ignored him, instead gazing down at the broken form. The once fiery red crystals had turned to gray stone, crumbling away bit by bit. Wei Xian glanced at the direction the Zhang had gone, slightly puzzled, but relieved to have escaped the pursuit. "He'll erect a monument for her." A shame. I never even learned her name. But she must have been from the monster-hunting 100-man squad. Their motto was long live humanity. Is she really dead? An inexplicable sorrow welled up in Shen Yu's heart. He couldn't understand where it came from. She was a complete stranger from another world, perhaps not even real. Yet the pain felt like losing a loved one. Unless a top-tier benevolent is here, there's no hope. It's too late. Wei Xian shook his head. Mourn her. In this world, death might be a release. All right. He recalled something and said, dreamwalkers sometimes pray for the dying, letting them have one last beautiful dream of the past world or a future that can never be. If she has any lingering thoughts, you could try. Shen Yu placed his hand on her form, but even the slightest touch erased a part of her, like touching a sand sculpture. No, I. Sir. Wei Xian wanted to pat Shen Yu's shoulder. Such sentimentality was rare, and he could feel the genuine grief. No matter where you go, you have to learn to say goodbye. I've known goodbye since childhood. That's exactly why I want to save everyone. Shen Yu sighed softly. He and his sister were both idealists. Having experienced much and been saved many times, they shared a single desire to save every life. Shen Pei became a doctor, while Shen Yu worked at a charity foundation. Their goal was the same. He wanted to save people. There were too many unnecessary deaths in this world. Sometimes due to a lack of funds, sometimes due to the absence of a better doctor. So many deaths that could have been prevented. He wanted to save her. Is there any other way? Shen Yu turned back to Wei Xian. Only if a benevolent descends from the sky. Wei Xian shook his head. As head said, only a top-tier benevolent could drag someone on the brink of death back from the ashes. Benevolent. Shen Yu placed his hand on her and suddenly looked up at the black sun. In that moment, the being within the black sun gazed back at him. In that moment, sand and ash vanished, leaving only darkness. In that moment, he heard a call. Shen Yu. Shen Yu opened his eyes in confusion, finding himself at home. His sister Shen Pei looked at him with concern. Did you have a sad dream? You've been crying. He touched his face, his fingers were wet with tears. He didn't understand. Why did the sight of that darkness fill him with such profound sorrow? Sis, you're back. Shen Yu quickly wiped away the tears on his face, gradually realizing he had woken up after a moment of daze. Shen Pei, wearing glasses and with a neat hairstyle, bore a striking resemblance to her brother, both exceptionally handsome. However, due to years of overtime work, her dark circles were deeper and her skin appeared somewhat weary. Seeing Shen Yu awake, she turned to pour a glass of water and sat on the sofa, saying, Your call earlier was mysterious, so I felt uneasy and came back early. As the recent dream worsened, there have been some changes. Shen Yu knew he couldn't hide his medication and dreams from his doctor sister. He said, it's become more vivid. He still couldn't assert that it was a certain future. Moreover, even if he told her, it would be unnecessary worry. If it truly was the future, he would first take his sister to the safest underground city, then try to save more people. More vivid. Shen Pei asked curiously, what changed? There are people and monsters. After Shen Yu finished speaking, he noticed Shen Pei's expression turning serious. From a medical perspective, this was almost schizophrenia. Shen Pei glanced at the pill box on the coffee table and said, a colleague once had a patient who thought he had traveled to a bizarre world, unable to distinguish between reality and fantasy. It even led to severe social harm. Shen Yu, if you have time, you should undergo treatment again. As a doctor, she naturally leaned towards scientific explanations. Feeling his emotions stabilize after waking, Shen Yu smiled and said, Don't worry, sis, he'll actively cooperate with treatment. He'll make an appointment with your colleague next weekend. Tomorrow's company team building is out. Shen Pei nodded with a smile, seeing no abnormality in his expression, and asked, What do you want for dinner? He'll cook. Let me do it. I haven't cooked in a while, let me show off a bit. To prevent Shen Pei from worrying excessively, Shen Yu quickly acted as if nothing was wrong, helping her prepare the meal. The siblings soon made 2 dishes and a soup, sitting down to eat together. Their chat revolved around Shen Yu asking about any strange patients his sister encountered and reminding her to be cautious of medical disputes. After eating for a while, Shen Yu suddenly asked, If the world ended someday and we needed to take shelter, what would you bring? You, Shen Pei replied, then added, And your future wife and kids. Why ask that? I dreamed of the apocalypse today, just chatting. Shen Yu smiled and said, Like in the movie The Wandering Earth, if humanity had to live underground, what would you bring? A first aid kit, surgical tools, and those books. Shen Pei glanced back at the storage room and said, Large-scale migration would bring conflicts, fights, and chaos. If minor issues aren't handled promptly, they could cause severe consequences. Teaching more first aid knowledge could save more people. If that truly was the future, those books would be your own choice to bring. Shen Yu smiled, but Shen Pei suddenly said, The first aid you mentioned on the phone, was it in a dream? Though not the truth, wasn't that just like a real sister? Shen Yu had always been intellectually outmatched by his sister since childhood. Never underestimate a doctor who deals with patients daily. He awkwardly said, It's related but not a big deal. I can still tell dreams from reality. Except for the feelings in those dreams. Sorrow, grief, pity, resentment. Shen Yu took a deep breath to calm himself and said, It won't affect daily life. By the way, this weekend our company has a team-building event that allows family members. Want to come? I have surgery scheduled this weekend. Shen Pei shook her head, then realized that since Shen Yu started college they had hardly gone out together. She said, next month we'll be going to Nandu for an exchange. You should come too. After the conference we can spend a day together in Nandu. Sounds good. Nandu. Shen Yu's mind recalled the Nandu underground city Wei Xian mentioned. He'll wash the dishes, rest a bit, and go running tonight. You haven't run in a while, sis. Can you keep up with me? I need to exercise. The stamina is crucial for a doctor. Alright, let's go at 9 then. Finding an excuse to explain his afternoon leave to the company, he joined Shen Pei for a 10-kilometer night run, and the evening passed peacefully. But Shen Yu's insomnia was severe that night. He lay in bed until after 1 o'clock before drifting back into the dream. He'll give it my all. Opening his eyes, he found himself back in the desert, his hands still pressed against the revelator. He could accept parting, but not watching helplessly without doing anything. His mind was clear. He seemed to be a form of energy, and the crystals on the revelator were solid energy as well. If he could channel his power into her, there might be a chance to save her life. Next, find the benevolent walker. Benevolence. Shen Yu stared in shock at the light emanating from his body, realizing the word benevolence resonated deeply within him. It was the flame of life, the light in the desert, the compassion for all beings, the sprout breaking through the soil. It was the morning dew nourishing all things, radiating boundless care and kindness. Holy crap, old man Yu. Wei Xian stared at Shen Yu, whose body emitted a green glow with the terror of seeing a black sun monster. He watched in awe as the power flowing from Shen Yu poured into the revelator, first filling her entire form, then reversing the crystallization to reveal a human body. Wei Xian quickly turned away, his mind full of questions. He knew top-tier benevolent walkers could achieve this. More than one could snatch people from death's grip to this extent. But Shen Yu couldn't. He was a dream walker, no doubt about it. A pure energy dream form. Yet how did he possess the ability of benevolence? A person couldn't have two revelations. It was determined by one's inner obsession and upbringing. A revelator's prior personality and morality dictated which revelation they received. Wei Xian had always thought he was hedonistic, but only after gaining sublime did he realize he was merely pretending. You can fool yourself, but not the existence within the black sun. Could the old man be so mentally fractured that he has two distinct personalities, and thus two revelations? Wei Xian could only explain it this way, but it was unprecedented. Even the elites of the Third Shen City couldn't achieve this. They had even published a paper denying such a possibility. In a way, only black sun monsters embodied multiple revelations, but those monsters lacked reason, acting solely on some command. Wei Xian was still pondering the old man's origin. If he were one of the legendary figures of the Third Shen City, it didn't fit either. Mr. Zhu was the strongest benevolent walker, but his abilities were known to all, and he couldn't possess the dream revelation. If he did, the Third Shen City might have unified long ago. Meanwhile, Shen Yu was immersed in a strange emotion, a mix of sorrow and relief. Sorrow for her severe injuries, relief as he watched her body slowly mend, revealing her original skin gradually freed from pain. At the same time, he felt his soul satisfied. Perhaps like Wei Xian's need to execute those death row prisoners, healing her and witnessing her recovery brought him a profound sense of fulfillment. Huff. The treatment lasted several minutes. Once her heart began beating again, Shen Yu let out a long breath, feeling a floating sense of relaxation in his soul. He turned and said, clothes. Wei Xian now obediently took off his jacket and even his pants, leaving only long underwear. She was a young woman with a high ponytail, appearing no older than 28. Her hair was interwoven with red crystal strands, a trait of her revelator status. She clearly exercised regularly, possessing healthy muscle lines without losing feminine curves. Her features were striking, her skin fair, worthy of praise, like radiant as autumn chrysanthemums, flourishing as spring pines. But in Shen Yu's eyes, she was merely a patient in need of treatment. He glanced briefly, helped her into the clothes and pants, then turned to Wei Xian and said, is it still dangerous here? My power seems depleted. Without replenishment, Shen Yu felt the lingering fatigue from the earlier escape upon re-entering the dream, and healing her had drained all his strength. He sensed he could barely flip through pages now, unable to lift anything heavy. But this fatigue and depletion paled in comparison to the heartfelt satisfaction. Saving someone felt incredibly fulfilling, and he could feel the power in this desert slowly entering his body. Soon he would regain his full strength. We're heading toward uninhabited territory. Wei Xian adjusted his long underwear uncomfortably and said, I've never ventured in this direction. Luckily, we shouldn't be too off course if we walk slowly. He recalled his off-road vehicle falling from hundreds of meters high, undoubtedly reduced to ash by the barrier. Everything he had worked for over the years was gone. But no matter. Wei Xian clenched his fists, feeling the gears of fate turning. Even if Shen Yu was a madman, he was an unprecedented one in this desert. A dream plus benevolent walker, stick to his side, and even dying would be hard. If we walk slowly for 2 days, we can reach Nandu first. Wei Xian said, Nandu might be slow and overly democratic, but once they'll at least offer a meal. Oh, only I need to eat. No, there's one more. Wei Xian looked at the woman standing up from Shen Yu's side, and upon closer inspection her face seemed familiar. Unbreakable blade, Yi Shiyun. You? The newly awakened Yi Shiyun's face still held confusion. She looked at Shen Yu and Wei Xian, then around her surroundings, her eyes filled with sorrow as she said, "Has even hell turned into a desert? Tutu, you're not dead." Wei Xian walked over to Shen Yu's side and introduced, "My elder Shen Yu pulled you back from the jaws of death. Try slapping yourself, you're still alive." Yi Shiyun looked at the two with suspicion, her memory intact. She recalled that after receiving news of the fall of Third Shen City, she had lain in a refrigerated chamber teetering on the brink of death. Later awakened by a surge of terrifying energy, she had acted on instinct, seeing Zhang in action and stepping in to block. At that moment she had begun to see her life flash before her eyes as if returning to a carefree childhood only to be engulfed by a blazing radiance. She knew she was utterly dead. But now, she groped her own body, sniffed the sweat-stained jacket she wore, cast a bewildered glance at Wei Xian in his long johns worn outside his pants, and finally fixed her gaze on Shen Yu's face. "Have we met?" She seemed to ponder, then compared him to figures from Third Shen City, shook her head, and said, "My mistake." After a long pause, as if grasping the situation, she said, "Thank you for saving me. Can you tell me what's happening now? What year is it? Has Third Shen City fallen?" With one who remembered nothing, and another who had slept through it all, Wei Xian looked at the two beside him side, and began explaining the current era. He started from the fall of Third Shen City, recounting everything up to what had just transpired. "So it's been 2 years already." Yi Xian's face showed complex emotions. She turned and bowed toward the direction of Third Shen City, then faced Shen Yu with sincere gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life. May I ask which city you were from before?" Shen Yu spread his hands. "I don't remember a thing. You can think of me as insane." That's Wei Xian's guess. "I did not." Wei Xian protested. "You're perfectly fine, sir. Don't call me sir. I'm not that old." "Then big brother it is." Wei Xian quickly changed the address and continued to defend himself. "Your mental state is extremely stable. You're not crazy at all. The world is crazy, and so am I." How could he be so sharp? Could he have seen through my every thought? He wondered. All right. Let's skip the questions we can't answer." Shen Yu turned to Yi Shiyun. "Are you from Third Shen City?" "Yes." Yi Shiyun of the Third Shen City Monster Hunt 100-man squad, indomitable blade rebel walker. Wei Xian introduced her grandly. "Her reputation in this wasteland is immense. She's the one who killed the Black Sun monster Shan Kuei." This was a figure who had hunted a Black Sun monster. Wei Xian had only realized this after spotting the red streaks in her hair. "That was a victory for our entire squad. I merely delivered the final blow as planned. Ooh, I dare not take credit." Yi Shiyun shook her head and looked at Wei Xian with curiosity. "Have we met? We signed up for the Monster Hunt project together." Wei Xian rubbed his head awkwardly. "You were ranked first. How, why don't I remember you?" "I didn't make the cut." Yi Shiyun nodded. "Then you still need to train." Wei Xian was speechless. Dealing with rebel walkers was infuriating. They always had to argue and contradict you, as if listening politely would kill them. "Sorry." Yi Shiyun only realized her mistake after speaking. "I didn't mean it that way. The Monster Hunt project requires top-tier fighters. We don't want unnecessary sacrifices. Being rejected just means you." Stop. Wei Xian quickly cut her off. "Please, no more explanations. I know my place." "Hey." Seeing Yi Shiyun open her mouth again, he added, "I know rebel walkers. I get that you sometimes speak without thinking. Bear with it." After a brief exchange, Yi Shiyun's stomach suddenly growled, and her face turned deathly pale. "Any food left?" Shen Yu realized she hadn't eaten in 2 years. He turned to Wei Xian, who looked back helplessly. "Not a crumb. I might starve to death before reaching Nandu." "What about that safe house?" Shen Yu thought he could make it back. Zhang passed by there. "Probably nothing left," Wei Xian said with a headache. His only hope now was for Brother Shen to recover quickly and fly them to Nandu for a meal. "Which direction is Safe House 15 from here?" Yi Shiyun asked. Wei Xian glanced nervously at both of them, then reached into his chest and pulled out a carefully preserved, still warm piece of paper. He gently spread it out on the sand. Shen Yu leaned in to see a hand-drawn map, meticulously marking former landscapes and cities densely covered in notes. "Don't damage the map," Wei Xian warned as Yi Shiyun crouched down. "This treasure is worth more than my head." Wei Xian's greatest asset in his travels was this map. Yi Shiyun initially thought to dismiss it compared to the surveys by their dreamwalker, but a closer look revealed the astonishing detail of Wei Xian's annotations. Every city she knew was marked, along with many small settlements they had never heard of. The surviving human population was larger than Third Shen City had known. Where did this map come from? Yi Shiyun was puzzled. Though humans had entered the underground cities with some semblance of order, the rampant Black Sun monsters had drastically altered the terrain, and satellite failures had left many areas cut off. This map was less precise than theirs, but discovering so many settlements was no small feat. Wei Xian avoided a direct answer. I added many of these settlements myself. What do the shaded areas mean? Shen Yu pointed to the map, which was roughly the size of the original national map. 4/5 of it, including Shen City, was shaded. Places destroyed by Black Sun monsters, Wei Xian said. Forbidden zones for humanity. How do you know about so many survivor settlements? Yi Shiyun asked. That's my skill, Wei Xian said proudly. As a venerated enlightener, I come with a guarantee of credibility. Many small factions fear dealing with larger ones afraid of being absorbed, yet they still have trade needs. That's where we come in. But this map has nearly cost me my life several times. For raiders, it was the ultimate guide. Fortunately, Wei Xian's abilities were useful against villains, allowing him to survive to this day. I've never heard of you before, Yi Shiyun said, realizing how difficult it was to deal with others. This Wei Xian's background and abilities might far exceed expectations. She was probably complimenting me, but why does everything she says sound so strange? Wei Xian shook his head. He pointed to a spot. We're here. There's a watchtower nearby, Yi Shiyun said after a moment's thought, pointing in a direction. Someone might still be alive there. Seeing the others look at her, she explained, 3rd Shen City's watchers. Teams of 4 stationed far from the city for observation and communication. Each watchtower has enough food for years. Maybe they're still alive. Yi Shiyun asked. I have nowhere to go for now. Until we solve the survival issue, how about we stick together? I'm fine with that. What about you, big brother? More people, more fun. Shen Yu naturally welcomed company. After a pause, he asked, Yi Shiyun, do you know someone named Shen Pei? She should be from 3rd Shen City too. Shen Pei? Yi Shiyun thought for a moment and shook her head. If she were an enlightener, I'd know her, but 3rd Shen City had a large population. I don't know most people. She was a doctor. Yi Shiyun was silent for a moment, then shook her head. Sorry. For Shen Yu, finding news of Shen Pei in this world was his top priority, but he was conflicted. He wanted to find her, yet also hoped he never would. Still, besides Shen Pei, finding someone he knew from 2024 might also unravel some mysteries. No time to waste. Let's head west. Shen Yu pointed in a direction. Getting a full stomach is key. With that, he lifted off the ground and drifted steadily forward. Yi Shiyun nodded, then suddenly realized Shen Yu was floating. Her mouth fell open as she pointed at him, looking at Wei Xian in astonishment. Wasn't he a benevolent walker? Why was he acting like a dream walker? There are skies beyond skies and people beyond people, Wei Xian said mysteriously. Better keep up. Searching for a watchtower in the desert was no easy task. Even with Yi Shiyun's knowledge of old markers, the hidden entrance remained elusive. That's when Shen Yu stepped in. They'll search underground around here, he said. When he left, Yi Shiyun turned to Wei Xian with a puzzled look. Shen Yu's abilities were identical to a dreamwalker's, but she had been healed by his benevolent power. Though she hadn't asked much on the road, she kept pondering his origins. Don't look at me. I don't know his origins either. Wei Xian shared his guess that Shen Yu was a slumbering dreamwalker. In short, as long as we don't trigger him, it should be fine. He almost lost control back at Safe House 15. Dual enlightenment. Yi Shiyun was still confused. From their brief interaction, Shen Yu indeed had the compassionate aura of a benevolent walker. Such people, unless utterly twisted, weren't evil. But dreamwalkers were a different story. Their study of the Black Sun was still too brief. Too many mysteries remained, chief among them the origin of enlightenment. What exactly was the presence everyone saw in the Black Sun? You were at least among the elite in 3rd Shen City, if not the core, Wei Xian said, checking that Shen Yu wasn't around. Could he be from your city? Even the legendary Mr. Ju. Impossible. Yi Shiyun flatly denied it. Mr. Just benevolence is closer to the source. Receiving his treatment even allows one to vaguely glimpse the enlightenment of benevolence. His benevolence is strong, but not at that level. But we did have a dreamwalker who was very mysterious. Only 2 or 3 people had seen his true face. Mr. Ju had already fully crystallized. No one in 3rd Shen City knew what he originally looked like. But Yi Shiyun felt Shen Yu wasn't Mr. Ju. Butterfly Master, the butterfly of Zhuang Zhou's dream, Yi Shiyun said. He was one of the first dreamwalkers. The current maps, including your original, were surveyed by him. Legend says he long ago fell into an eternal dream. It might really be him. Yi Shiyun found this guess increasingly plausible. He was sleeping outside 3rd Shen City. He might have survived the disaster. The thought of finding an old comrade stirred her excitement. She resolved to stay with Shen Yu for now. As the two chatted, Shen Yu popped his head out of the sand. I found a place underground. But the situation is a bit strange. Come take a look. Compared to the secure shelter they built, the outpost was evidently much more rudimentary, with less than 70 square meters of space on 2 levels for 4 people to live, largely occupied by various equipment and supplies. After lowering the partition doorway, Xian waved his hand to survey the surroundings, where several anti-radiation suits of varying sizes hung nearby, and the floor was covered with folded cardboard boxes. He looked at the bright light above and said, "You even managed to miniaturize the perpetual motion machine." "It's not perpetual motion," It's an ash battery, a concentrated crystal that can last 5 years at the outpost. Yi Shiyun replied as she checked the systems here, finding that the circulation system was functioning well and the desert water collection system was also normal. Your technological advancement is truly impressive, Wei Xian remarked, to which Yi Shiyun responded, it's the credit of the true knowledge practitioners. If we were still in a peaceful era, the sages who gained true insights would be able to advance civilization to interstellar status within 20 years. Come over and take a look, Shen Yu said, standing before the equipment with a frown. What I find strange is this. In front of the large communication device was a small table and several low stools with playing cards scattered on the tabletop and a laptop connected to a power source. He tapped the spacebar twice and the computer resumed from standby, smoothly starting to play a collection of comic dialogues. Amidst the laughter of the performers, Wei Xian shivered. On the small stool, there were still clothes belonging to 2 individuals. Yi Shiyun stepped forward and picked up a half-eaten energy bar from the table. The cut surface had slightly deteriorated from contact with saliva, but the rest remained fresh. She displayed a puzzled expression. The current situation felt as if 2 people had vanished into thin air, leaving not even ashes behind. There can't have been an invasion by the Black Sun monsters, right? Wei Xian murmured while Yi Shiyun shook her head and said, there are no signs of any battle here. Moreover, if it were the Black Sun monsters, the entire outpost would have turned to ashes. There are still some food supplies over there, and there's water in the filter. Shen Yu pointed to the side and said, you guys should eat first, we'll check things out further. The more she investigated, the more confused she became. Shen Yu looked up at the calendar hanging on the wall, where 4 people had signed it at the earliest date, and over a year ago 2 individuals had left the outpost never to be seen again. Just 5 days ago there were still 2 people stationed here. The remaining personnel evidently had strong convictions. Even after the fall of the 3rd Shen city, they persisted here. But what happened 5 days ago that caused 2 people to suddenly disappear? Every watcher is selected through rigorous criteria. Although they are not enlightened ones, they possess sufficient survival skills and willpower, Yi Shiyun said, biting into an energy bar as she looked at the calendar on the wall. They held out for nearly 2 years and would not just leave silently. They must have encountered some unforeseen incident. Yi Shiyun glanced at the decaying vegetables nearby, indicating that this outpost must have had some exchanges with a gathering place. Someone had sent supplies here. The 2 who left may have settled elsewhere, but they would likely return occasionally. Is there surveillance here? Do watchers keep diaries? Shen Yu asked while Yi Shiyun thought of something and said, this communication device has a camera. It should be able to record events. Can you operate it? Shen Yu turned to look at the large device that was 3 people wide and 1 person high, unable to discern the functions of the various buttons, while Yi Shiyun awkwardly admitted, I haven't learned how. I guess I'll have to handle it. Wei Xian said, gulping down a large mouthful of water before walking to the device to tinker with it. Seeing him operate with ease, Yi Shiyun asked in confusion, how do you know how to handle this? You sent plenty of these communication devices a few years back. I learned in other cities. I understand a bit, Wei Xian said after a while. First he checked the communication logs and found that they had been broadcasting continuously, trying to rescue survivors from the 3rd Shen city. However, ever since Quila's arrival, the radio waves here had been disrupted, allowing very little communication. He then opened the built-in surveillance, saying the footage from the last 7 days is still there. Go back 5 days. All right. The camera's angle was perfectly aligned with the small table. 2 female watchers entered the frame. After operating the equipment, they exchanged words, seemingly offering each other encouragement. After a while, they sat down at the small table, one reading a book, while the other watched pre-recorded videos on the laptop. The footage fast-forwarded, and after several hours, one of them left the frame to retrieve food. The 2 of them played cards while dining. Don't fast-forward it. Shen Yu glanced at the half-eaten energy bar on the table and said, let's start playing it at normal speed now. 5 days ago. The food can last for another 2 months, the older woman said as she unwrapped the packaging. If it weren't for Brother Feng bringing supplies from Hongshan Lake, we would have run out already. The supplies from Hongshan Lake are insufficient, and it's also very dangerous for Brother Feng to make the round trip. The other woman sorted the cards and said, we can't keep bothering him. Next time Brother Feng comes, let's dismantle the equipment and prepare to evacuate, she said after a moment of silence, making up her mind. It's been 2 years that seems no survivors have escaped from that disaster. Let's go to Hongshan Lake to execute the Ember Plan. One day I hope the flame of hope will be ignited again. After they said this like a prayer, they suddenly turned to look at the empty doorway. One of them stood up excitedly while the other's eyes suddenly sparkled with light. But just as they opened their mouths to say something, an extremely bizarre scene unfolded. Their bodies began to rapidly turn to sand, being sucked away by an invisible force, disappearing without a trace within 3 seconds, leaving only their clothes scattered on the ground. The footage paused. Wei Xian swallowed hard and said, shouldn't we hurry and leave? What happened to them? Yi Shiyun replayed the last few seconds of footage and said, look at their expressions. They were obviously surprised, clearly having encountered someone they knew. At that moment they saw hope. Shen Yu also felt something strange about this place, and said, but the footage didn't capture anything. Yi Shiyun was deep in thought over the mystery of the two women's disappearance, while Wei Xian just wanted to leave this strange place as soon as possible. They took the remaining supplies, filled their bottles with water, and then left the outpost. After stepping outside, Yi Shiyun looked back at the passage she had created and pondered, saying, when we descended, the outpost passage had already been buried, and normal geological changes in 5 days wouldn't be enough to reach this extent. The entrance must have been sealed for at least a month. If what they saw were people, how did they get in? Hearing this question, Wei Xian turned to glance at Shen Yu. Dreamwalkers. Impossible. Yi Shiyun instinctively denied Wei Xian's suggestion, then added, moreover, dreamwalkers can be captured on surveillance. Why do you always focus on me, the rebellious walker, while having so much trust in Shen Yu just because she saved your life? Find that indeed is a bond of life and death. Wei Xian felt he was digging his own grave, and said, no matter what it is, whether it's a powerful enlightened one, or an incomprehensible black sun monster, it certainly is something we cannot contend with. We should focus on how to survive first. The problem is, Yi Shiyun, who had once been a key figure in combating the black sun monsters, thought more deeply. If such a transparent monster exists that can silently devour humans, then there would be no safe place in the world. She looked at the frozen frame, and said, let's rest here. I would welcome that monster to come knocking again. Friday. Shen Yu was squeezed inside the subway, his mind feeling somewhat groggy. In the past, he could at least daydream during his reveries, but now, having encountered two living people and experienced so much coupled with the increasingly vivid memories of his dreams, he felt as if he hadn't slept a wink all night. He kept his eyes closed, resting, and when he heard the announcement of his stop, he shuffled out with the crowd. A boundless desert, a colossal black sun connecting heaven and earth. Shen Yu froze for a moment at the desolate scene before him, then closed his eyes and opened them again, the bustling weekday subway platform slowly coming back into view. He took a deep breath and strolled toward the company. Did you finish handling things at home yesterday? Director Su. As soon as he stepped into the office, he saw Su Huaxin standing there holding a cup of coffee. Facing his leader's inquiry, Shen Yu nodded in response. All taken care of. You look exhausted. Su Huaxin studied Shen Yu's weary face and said, if you finish your work soon, head home early. It won't count against your leave. It's fine. Su Huaxin watched Shen Yu walk toward his desk, shook her head, and resolved to have a good talk with him during tomorrow's team-building event. She always felt he had a lot on his mind. The busy morning passed in a flash. After a simple lunch, Shen Yu picked up his pillow again, intending to take a short nap. Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian were catching up on sleep in the second outpost. The two had been traveling consecutively and were also showing signs of fatigue. Although the mystery of the strange disappearances remained unsolved, replenishing their strength was the top priority. Shen Yu guessed that after eating and drinking their fill, they would both sleep for a good while. He didn't disturb them. Instead, he went alone to the desert, sat cross-legged on the ground, and closed his eyes to rest. He tried to empty his mind and restore some of his spirit. Most of his previous dreams had been spent this way, but today it was difficult. His mind uncontrollably wandered, one moment anxiously thinking about Shun Pei and the others in this world, the next wanting to continue verifying the connection between the two realms. In the end, he hadn't clearly thought through any single issue before being jolted awake by the alarm clock in reality. I didn't rest at all. Shen Yu rubbed his head, truly understanding the meaning of a nap that leaves you more tired. It would have been better to just close his eyes and rest in reality. After things quieted down around 3:30 p.m., he used a search engine to look up information about the Black Sun. Unfortunately, after filtering out some false information, he still came up empty-handed. Sigh. Awake. More or less. At midnight, Shen Yu was still in his dream, meditating with closed eyes in the desert. By then, Yi Shiyun had woken up and emerged from underground. She had cleaned herself and changed out of Wei Xian's ill-fitting clothes, putting on a military uniform from the 3rd Shen City. The tailored outfit accentuated her upright posture. Her high ponytail was tied neatly and crisply, her hair shimmering with a red luster, making her look far more spirited than before. This former renowned revelator of the desert found a flat spot beside Shen Yu and sat down, then studied his profile. She had observed Shen Yu for a long time during their journey. Although she had the guess that his identity might be Mr. Butterfly, there were still too many secrets. The mysterious double revelation, the incomprehensible abilities. Mr. Shen Yu, you look about the same age as me. Judging by appearances, the two were no more than 3 years apart. 25. I'm 27. Yi Shiyun recalled some things Wei Xian had explained earlier, that the other's memories were stuck in 2024, and his current appearance was likely from that time. In reality, he would be 46 years old. That made him uncle age. What are your plans next? No need for formalities. Shen Yu waved his hand, turning to look at Yi Shiyun. I told Wei Xian about my situation. He must have told you everything. In your eyes, am I also crazy? Of course not. Although Yi Shiyun had never seen a dreamwalker on the verge of their limit, after all, Mr. Butterfly of the third Shin City had been isolated early on, and few knew his condition. Since Wei Xian described it so gravely, she didn't want to touch on his sensitive points. Shen Yu looked at Yi Xian's expression. It wasn't trust, but worry and fear. Fear that something might go wrong with his condition and bring danger. Clearly she didn't believe him at all. In the end, both sides were humoring him like a lunatic. If only I were truly insane, then I wouldn't have to worry so much. Shen Yu sighed inwardly and said, according to your understanding, my memories only go back to 2024. So if you're asking me why I have the ability of benevolence, I can't give you an answer either. Yi Shiyun inexplicably felt that her previous response had made Shen Yu even more isolated. Though only a meter separated them, it felt like they were in different dimensions. You're from Shin City, right? Under the Black Sun's radiance, any kind of ability is not strange. Yi Shiyun looked up at the sky. I grew up in Shin City too. If you can find me in 2024 and know my favorite cartoon, then he'll believe you really traveled from the past. She couldn't leave him in this state forever. Yi Shiyun hoped to find Shen Yu's real body and protect it. After all, her goal had never changed. As long as she had breath, she would never submit to the fate of destruction. Her revelation was rebellion. Initially, it was against the first Shin City, but now her obsession with rebellion had long turned toward the Black Sun in the sky in this desolate world. As long as she lived, she would surely attack the Black Sun monster again. And the most important part of a team wasn't the fighters but the Dreamwalker and the benevolent. Shen Yu could even hold both roles. With the two of them teaming up, the basic framework was in place. So letting him look for her and gradually realizing the truth as he failed would be a gentler way to wake him up. As for success, even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, a strange thought entered Yi Xian's mind. What if Shen Yu wasn't crazy? Wouldn't that mean he possessed the power to reverse all fate? Shen Yu turned his head to look at Yi Shiyun. How do I find you? I probably hadn't even started elementary school then. Yi Shiyun rubbed her temples in frustration. She still couldn't determine Shen Yu's condition. After sleeping for so long, waking up suddenly makes my childhood memories fuzzy. I only remember living on the 39th floor. I've forgotten the name of my kindergarten and such. They'll tell you clues as I gradually remember. Did you change your name? No. Poetry's sure rhythms Yun. We'll keep an eye out. Shen Yu's foundation had done charity events at many kindergartens in the city. Maybe he could dig up some information. Going to Nandu next. Shen Yu looked at her. Wei Xian and Yi Shiyun gave him different feelings. Wei Xian seemed to harbor many secrets while Yi Shiyun was more straightforward. Let's go to Red Mountain Lake, first the one mentioned in the surveillance footage. I hope the strange disappearances here haven't spread further. Yi Shiyun said. If another Black Sun monster with bizarre abilities appears in the world. Let's not talk about that. Shen Yu. Wei Xian said, you're very strong in your dream form, but don't know how to fight. How about I spar with you? The journey ahead might be dangerous. Sure, I heard you're an instructor for many revelators. Shen Yu showed interest. Let's give it a try. The two stood up facing each other. Yi Shiyun crossed her arms. First, let's test the basic abilities of a Dreamwalker. What's your maximum flight speed? Before she finished speaking, Shen Yu had already vanished from her side like a streak of light. Watching his departure, Yi Shiyun murmured to herself, instantaneous speed has already exceeded that of a pistol bullet, reaching 400 meters per second. After waiting a few minutes, Shen Yu landed back. I just went to the previous outpost and back. The actual distance was 58 kilometers, and it took 2.5 minutes. Shen Yu said upon landing. Average speed is about Mach 1.3. You control time and distance so precisely. The flight of a dream form was pure energy movement. Though fast, it wasn't beyond Yi Shiyun's imagination. A talent. Shen Yu could even tell the exact time outside. He had been particularly sensitive to the passage of time since childhood. Yi Shiyun nodded. He was almost a perfect template for a Dreamwalker. Most Dreamwalkers weren't good at judging distance and time. Sometimes their map markings were way off. The abilities Shen Yu displayed were clearly those of the most seasoned Dreamwalker. Come on, let's test your strength. Yi Shiyun assumed a boxing defense stance. Hit my palm. Shen Yu hesitated. He could lift a pickup truck. One punch like that would break even an ox's bones. Yi Shiyun clearly read his worry. She let out a sharp breath, and her high ponytail instantly rose, shimmering with red light. A vortex swirled around her, and her blood-red eyes suddenly gave Shen Yu a completely different sense of pressure than before. Before him was no helpless little girl, but an existence that could clash head-on with a Black Sun monster. Feeling the challenge in her gaze, Shen Yu raised his fist and aimed at her arm. Bang! Sand and dust exploded around them. Yi Shiyun's legs sank into the sand as she slid back a meter. She dispersed the light around her, feeling the force of the blow. A full force punch is about 2 tons. That's the basic strength of a valiant revelator. That was equivalent to several Tysons. Shen Yu hadn't expected his strength to be so great. It's more than enough for ordinary people, but against powerful revelators and Black Sun monsters, it's far from enough. Yi Shiyun spread her palm. But Dreamwalkers aren't the strength type anyway. Come on, imagine punching my palm. Imagine. Shen Yu focused on her palm, continuously picturing punch after punch hitting it, but he always felt something right. Not just imagining. Like when he saved Yi Shiyun before he had to send his power over. Bang! Sand kicked up again. Yi Shiyun stepped forward once more. The force of the impact was even greater than the physical punch. She rubbed her palm, recalling her former best friend, who was also a dreamwalker. Mastering the technique of impact alone had taken her several months, and she was considered quite talented. Rather than teaching Shen Yu how to use a dreamwalker's abilities, it felt more like rehab. Not bad. Although dreamwalkers usually don't participate in combat, and are hard to hit, unexpected situations can always arise. Besides impact, you can also try telekinesis and such. Hey wait, don't lift me up. Yi Shiyun felt a force wrapping around her, pulling her off the ground. She quickly spoke up, only to see Shen Yu turn his attention to the sand, lifting handful after handful and letting them fall. Shen Yu found it fascinating. Who didn't dream of having superpowers when they were young? He shaped a sand figure from a distance, then shattered it with a bang, playing with great delight. Very precise control. Yi Shiyun continued to assess. The possibility that he was Mr. Butterfly was growing. Among the dreamwalkers, she knew only about 3 or 4 could achieve this level. Most couldn't easily interfere with reality. Basic operations are done. There's still the most important skill for a dreamwalker, dream entry. Yi Shiyun said, I can't do this one. By touching others with your dream form, you can draw them into the dream you've woven. The most powerful dreamwalkers can even briefly control a black sun monster. Try it when you get a chance, but not on me. Use Wei Xian. Then Yi Shiyun began explaining combat knowledge divided into 3 categories against thermal weapons, revelators, and black sun monsters. Although every revelator possessed superhuman qualities, old arrow weapons, while useless against black sun monsters, could still deal with ordinary revelators. However, after a moment she changed her tune and said, no need to learn, since dreamwalkers rarely had their dreams shattered unless caught in a torrent of energy. Bullets and bombs were essentially ineffective against them. But beware of ash energy weapons and revelator skills. Each revelator's ash energy conversion is different. If you take a direct hit, your dream form could be destroyed. Yi Shiyun raised her hand. The power I convert is high-temperature combustion and explosion. I wield the authority of the sun. The air around her arm began to distort, and her sleeve started to carbonize. She demonstrated briefly before withdrawing her power. But Shen Yu said, hit me with it. Rather than face an accident, I want to understand death as soon as possible. Your dream might shatter, and the other world might collapse. Are you sure? Yi Shiyun's palm ignited a miniature, rapidly spinning sun. She stepped forward, looking at Shen Yu. Wei Xian said, since meeting you, you've never disappeared. I can't guarantee what will happen to you if I strike. Shen Yu smiled. My doubts about this world are greater and deeper than yours about me. Even if many problems can't be solved, I at least need to understand my own situation right. If my 2024 is truly a dream, then it's time to wake up. He had to grasp the cost of death. He had to understand himself. All right. Unlike Wei Xian, who liked to joke and obfuscate, Yi Shiyun preferred a more direct approach. She said, if you really disappear, I'll find a way to dig you out. See you then. With that, she walked step by step towards Shen Yu and pressed the sun in her hand against his shoulder. Shen Yu's body instantly twisted and then vanished. Damn it. Shen Yu fell off the bed, clutching his shoulder in pain. His body turned bright red in an instant, as if it were truly being scorched. Gritting his teeth to endure the agony, he opened his eyes and saw he was in his room, finally feeling a bit of relief. He took deep breaths, telling himself this was reality, and the burning sensation gradually subsided. I was almost in so much pain that I passed out just now. Shen Yu sat back down on the edge of the bed, only to realize his pajamas were completely soaked through. He took another deep breath, but found his body was still trembling and half of it had gone completely numb, devoid of all sensation. But their guess was wrong. This place is definitely not a world I fabricated. Having proven the other party wrong, Shen Yu felt reassured. The 2024 he stood on was indeed real. That other place, on the other hand, felt more like sleepwalking. Yet the pain was far too real. If the method of death were cruel enough, he figured, he would at least faint. He needed to find a way to monitor his vital signs, lest he sleep himself into real death. Shen Yu shook his left hand. The numbness was slowly receding. What remained was to enter that place again and see what changes had occurred in his dream self from Yi Shiyun's perspective. He had to figure out what exactly he was over there. I can't fall asleep anytime soon. My current mental state is like severe anxiety. I'm already suffering from sleep disorders. Shen Yu took a small transparent plastic bag from the bedside table containing a few individually sold sleeping pills. Taking them would let him sleep, but the next day, he would be groggy. He avoided these drugs as much as possible, or he would eventually end up with liver damage. If the black sun at the end of 2025 is truly coming, what good is a healthy body? Shen Yu laughed self-deprecatingly, swallowed one pill with mineral water from the bedside, and then lay back down waiting for the medicine to take effect. So it's gone after all. Yi Shiyun watched as Shen Yu twisted and vanished like he was swallowed by a black hole, without much surprise. She had fought dreamwalkers before and knew that her strike was enough to shatter the other's dream. But now that he was truly gone, she felt some regret. She wondered when he would come again, as she should have talked longer. Why did I do whatever he said? Where did my rebellious spirit go? Yo, you. Yi Shiyun stared in shock as Shen Yu refreshed right in front of her, in an instant her mouth wide open. You're back already. How long was I gone? Shen Yu checked his condition. He had waited half an hour for the pill to take effect. Less than 3 seconds. Yi Shiyun looked at him in amazement. He had reconstructed the dream and refreshed in place within just a few seconds. If death had no other side effects, he would undoubtedly be the most troublesome seer in the world. 3 seconds. That can't be right. Shen Yu looked at Yi Shiyun puzzled. This time the process of entering the dream was strange. He hadn't appeared directly before her after a feeling of weightlessness, but had been in a pitch-black void slowly printing his form before being cast into this world. There was a discrepancy in time between the two sides. More precisely, time here was peculiar for him personally. When he woke up, everything in this world was frozen. He noted this issue and said, from now on don't worry about my dream breaking. I can come back. Hey, you two are up there. Want breakfast? We need to head out after eating. Wei Xian's voice suddenly came from the desert. Shen Yu traced the sound and found it was from a communication device left in the outpost. He turned to Yi Shiyun and said, I understand my situation now. Thanks. You go eat first. I still envy my big brother. After breakfast, Wei Xian started packing useful items into his bag. Since this was the legacy of the third Shen city and Yi Shiyun didn't stop him, he packed as much as he could, chatting as he worked, coming here in spirit without needing to eat. That's great. I miss old era food. Is the food here really that bad? Shen Yu asked curiously. All he had seen so far were canned goods and compressed rations. Wei Xian rambled. You won't starve, but after the energy revolution people used energy to create plenty of tools, just nothing fancy. Most big cities have underground vegetable greenhouses, but the variety of meat is too limited. As far as I know, the only place with unlimited chicken was the old third Shen city. Elsewhere meat is scarce. People mostly eat blind fish, blind loaches, cave salamanders, and bugs. Speaking of which, yesterday was Thursday, June 1st. Wei Xian said with longing, Thursday is the craziest. What does that mean? Yi Shiyun didn't understand. Crazy Thursday, a fast food chain promotion. Shen Yu explained, but seeing Yi Shiyun still confused, he recalled her vague memories and dropped the subject. Big brother gets me. Wei Xian was delighted that someone still understood ancient memes. He never liked studying only memes. Take the protective suits too, just in case. Yi Shiyun mentioned, as Wei Xian packed. He wanted to retort that she should carry them herself, but thinking the suits could fetch some money, he kept quiet. Starting from scratch, taking whatever they could. The three chatted idly, but upon closer inspection, it was Wei Xian leading the small talk. Whether for atmosphere or other reasons, whenever Yi Shiyun tried to discuss future plans, he would laugh it off and change the subject. Just as they finished packing and were about to head to Nandu, Shen Yu suddenly raised his hand and said, Someone's coming. He heard the sound of vehicles. Be careful. This is an outpost from the third Shen city. There might be surveillance anywhere. Yu Qing, bare-chested with bronze skin, said over the walkie-talkie, There are 2 at Red Mountain Lake. There should be 2 more here. Boss, let's just plant a mine and blow it up. Beside him were 8 soldiers in full protective suits carrying firearms. One shouted, Save the bullets. What do you know? The batteries in their outpost alone are worth a lot. Yu Qing glared, then glanced back at the beige van. Search within a kilometer radius. Those people probably aren't seers, but if you die, don't expect me to collect your bodies. The group spread out using metal detectors to search the ground. All underground passages in this world were made of specific metals, so finding the outpost's entrance was easy with metal detectors. Yu Qing stood alone, arms crossed, his unprotected attire marking him as different, a seer immune to crystal disease. Though shirtless, he was adorned with gold and jewels, 2 thick gold chains, gemstone rings on every finger, and a gem-studded belt. Shoot on sight. The third Shen city wardens are tough, nuts, no need to waste words. Yu Qing stroked the gem on his ring and added, But don't destroy the outpost's interior. Watch the ground, especially raised spots. They might be cameras. His peripheral vision swept across the distant desert. He hated these long trips. Word had it, there was a huge roar from the direction of third Shen city. Who knew if some Black Sun beast lurked nearby? Compared to potential resistance in the outpost, he feared the Black Sun beasts more. Why risk the desert when he could live comfortably underground? Damn it, nothing good ever comes from dealing with third Shen city. Yu Qing cursed. Why can't those bastards just die off? No sooner had he cursed than he sensed an unprecedented crisis and leaped away. A towering pillar of fire erupted from where he had stood, blazing flames, turning the desert crimson, with sand particles dancing like sparks. Yu Qing fell to the ground, drenched in sweat. What did you just say? Say it again. A fiery figure stepped out of the flames. Yi Shiyun's ponytail had fully crystallized, her eyes glowing red as she looked down at him like an enraged lioness. Say it again if you dare. A seer. The terror on Yu Qing's face twisted into malice. I thought it was a black sun beast. Scare me for nothing. Fire. Activate it now. Rat-a-tat-tat. The surrounding soldiers opened fire, but every bullet exploded like a firecracker near Yi Shiyun. The intense heat around her formed a barrier rendering ordinary firearms useless. As Yi Shiyun's attention was drawn to the gunfire, Yu Qing grinned, slyly yanking off his gold chain and whipping it toward her like a lash. As it swung, the chain glowed, growing longer and thicker, striking at her like a blazing serpent. Extravagance. Recognizing the revelation as extravagance, Yi Shiyun glanced at the incoming chain. With a flash of red light, a crystal scimitar appeared in her hand, cleaving the gold chain in two. Yu Qing froze, shocked that his attack failed. Shen Yu, peeking out, was also stunned. He blinked hard and looked at Yi Shiyun again. Her ponytail was gone, so the blade in her hand was crystallized hair. A cheap trick. Yu Qing reacted quickly, clenching his fist and pointing all his rings at her, shouting, "Die!" With a surge of power, the gems, worth a fortune in peacetime, shot toward Yi Shiyun like bullets, triggering explosions as powerful as ash bombs, enough to annihilate 100 people. But before the gems could even fire, a red light flashed before Yu Qing's eyes. Yi Shiyun, like a flickering flame, charged straight at him and severed both his hands at the wrists. "Oh!" Yu Qing screamed in agony. His hands were cauterized, the wounds seared and excruciating. He looked at the blazing flames on her blade, and a name came to mind. The indestructible blade. She's alive. Attack. Hold nothing back. His only thought was to use others as shields and flee. He couldn't mess with a seer of this level. But no one answered his command, only screams. He turned in shock to see the soldiers firing at a young man while shrieking in terror. Ghost! It's a ghost! Bullets passed through his body with barely a ripple. No attack could harm him. Hi! Shen Yu destroyed a gun with a shockwave and waved at Yu Qing. Hello there. More than one seer. Yu Qing looked back at the approaching Yi Shiyun and spotted the gold bracelet on her wrist. A brilliant idea struck him. Use his ability to detonate her bracelet and escape. If you try to destroy my bracelet, it'll burn you to ash. The thought had barely formed when the blazing blade pressed against his throat. Yu Qing felt his skin scorch and char, but he couldn't muster a single rebellious thought. Surrender. We surrender, he cried. Too late. Yi Shiyun's killing intent was set. Just then Wei Xian's voice rang out. Spare him. Spare him. Wei Xian scrambled out of the outpost and glanced back to see Shen Yu staring at a soldier who was being shaken up and down as if by an invisible hand. Yi Shiyun shot him an angry glare. He froze, then shouted, "Intelligence." He mentioned Red Mountain Lake. How amusing. Shen Yu was using his newly acquired ability to grab a person in midair and shake them repeatedly. Seeing someone trying to flee, he glanced over, and with a mere thought, the escaping figure was hoisted upside down by an invisible hand. My! Could he multitask? Shen Yu gave it a try, and soon all 8 figures in protective suits were suspended upside down by their ankles dangling in the air. They weighed less combined than Wei Xian's truck, so he could easily hold them. Letting them wail behind him, he made his way toward Yi Shiyun and the others. He had overheard their intent to kill. Though he was eager to help others, that didn't mean he would let villains off easy. Showing leniency to the wicked often led to disaster for the innocent. Excessive mercy only bred bitter fruit, a lesson Shen Yu had never forgotten. Who are these people? Wei Xian, upon hearing Shen Yu's voice and seeing the 8 men strung up behind him, said regretfully, "Boss, you were too rough. Knocking them out is fine, but don't wreck their guns. Hey, they've got ash bombs too. Oh dear, gotta be careful not to hurt my esteemed big brother." Wei Xian promptly dashed over, disarmed the man's belt of ash bombs, and fastened them to his own waist. Then he turned to Yi Shiyun and said, "My lady, calm your anger. This guy clearly means he's seen the 2 wardens who left the outpost. We've got to interrogate him thoroughly. Hurry up and interrogate me. He'll tell you everything." Yu Qing, feeling he was already half-cooped, shouted frantically, "It'll be good, I'll obey. Just start the interrogation. Any longer, and he'd be roasted alive. Just ask already." Humph. Yi Shiyun let out a cold snort and sheathed her blade back into her ponytail. Shen Yu watched this with fascination, wondering if he could borrow her ponytail to play with sometime. "Let me handle this." Wei Xian stepped forward, volunteering to take charge of the interrogation. He cleared his throat and said, "A luxurious walker, aren't you? You lot only know how to enjoy life and can't stand a bit of hardship. If you don't want me to make things miserable for you, answer my questions honestly." He yanked off the man's belt and snatched all his valuables, tossing them out of sight before continuing, "How did you find this outpost?" Shen Yu glanced back at the 8 still wailing figures, arranged them more neatly, then turned his attention to Yu Qing's words. "We took over the Red Mountain Lake settlement a while back. We found 2 people from 3rd Shin City there and learned about this outpost. You conquered Red Mountain Lake." Yi Shiyun asked coldly, "What did you do to the people there?" "And the 2 wardens?" "We didn't kill them all. We needed labor," Yu Qing said awkwardly. "But those 2 were too stubborn, so we had to." Yi Shiyun's body began to glow red again. Shen Yu frowned. Didn't kill them all meant they had killed quite a few. What organization are you from, and where did you come from? Wei Xian's expression grew stern. As far as I know, Red Mountain Lake isn't a large settlement and doesn't have abundant resources. Why invade it? On his map, Red Mountain Lake was a settlement not far from Nandu, and he had traded with them during his trip to Lower Shen City. Honored ones, Yu Qing pleaded, his voice filled with desperation. I'm just a survivor scraping by on the central edge. I came here because I had no choice. It was the first emperor who ordered me to invade. He's planning to conquer Nandu, and if I didn't obey, he'd kill me. Who was the first emperor? Yi Shiyin sneered. What right does he have to command you? I've heard that name before. Wei Xian recalled his wanderings in the central region. After Third Shen City fell, that name started spreading across the wasteland. Many drifters like me have heard of him. He seems to be plotting something, avoiding the big cities and gathering scattered forces. I have many friends in Nandu, Wei Xian mentioned. We need to get word to them quickly. We also have to go to Red Mountain Lake. How many awakened are still there? 2. I don't know them well. One is a woman I've barely seen, the other is a rebel. The luxurious walker, far from being a tough nut, betrayed his comrades without a second thought. They were just a temporary team anyway. Yu Qing quickly said, I'll lead the way. Spare my life. Even if he lost his hand, as long as he found a benevolent walker, he could still be healed. Some benevolent walkers didn't care about right or wrong. They would save any life. As long as Yu Qing kept his life, his status as an awakened would eventually give him a chance to rise again. Are you done questioning? Yi Shiyin stepped forward and placed her hand on Yu Qing's head. He began trembling uncontrollably, and Wei Xian hurriedly said, No, 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 my lady, don't kill him. Yu Qing shot Wei Xian a grateful look, while Yi Shiyan's expression grew increasingly displeased. Even Shen Yu looked at Wei Xian with confusion. No matter the excuse, coercion or otherwise, Shen Yu could sense that Yu Qing had always been reckless with human life. If he met someone weaker, he would only bully them even more. Now that he understood this world better, while not all luxurious walkers were necessarily evil, every awakened was essentially hard to change by nature. It was almost impossible to reform them. He had never supported abolishing the death penalty. Wei Xian, are you going to stop me? Yi Shiyan's expression was very displeased. Wei Xian quickly stepped forward and whispered, My lady, let me write you an IAU. Sell these people to me. I want give them a way out. Let's see what tricks you're up to. Yi Shiyin glanced at Wei Xian, and seeing that Shen Yu had no objection, she let him handle it first. Wei Xian clasped his hands in gratitude, cleared his throat, and turned to Yu Qing. See, I've saved you. I need a few heinous villains to work for me. If you haven't spilled much blood, you're useless to me, and I'll have to let Miss Yi burn you to ash. I have. Yu Qing quickly said. I massacred a settlement of 100 people. Killing is my specialty. Oh, excellent. Wei Xian's neck visibly gained a golden sheen. His face creased with a smile as he squinted. You're my man now. By the way, how did the massacre feel? Yu Qing sensed something wrong and couldn't bring himself to speak, his lips trembling. Wei Xian ignored him, walking past to the men Shen Yu had suspended, using the same tactic to grill each one about their misdeeds. Lackeys were often crueler than their evil masters. These 8 eagerly recounted their atrocities to prove their heinousness. Wei Xian nodded with satisfaction. Very good, very good. Each of you will be useful to me. He walked back to Yu Qing, helped him up, and patted his shoulder firmly. I hereby declare. Yu Qing looked up at Wei Xian with a fawning smile. Wei Xian smiled back and said, Death sentence to be carried out immediately. Thud. Yu Qing opened his mouth and looked down to see Wei Xian's hand piercing his chest. The sublime never forgives the wicked. Wei Xian dropped Yu Qing's corpse to the ground, let out a satisfied sigh, and turned to Shen Yu and Yi Shiyin, who were staring at him. Don't worry, boss and my lady. I can smell the stench on these men. Each one deserves to be shot dozens of times. The sublime never kills the innocent. With that, he picked up a pistol from Yu Qing's body, and as if target shooting, fired 8 shots, each one a headshot, personally executing them all. Done, he spread his arms wide, embracing the world with contentment. Does the sublime of Third Shen City do the same? Shen Yu had realized before Yu Qing died that Wei Xian would pay a high price to buy death row inmates, just to execute them himself. All he wanted was to personally put these villains to death. Come to think of it. Shen Yu checked himself. He felt no nausea or revulsion toward these corpses, not a trace of aversion. Our chief judge is a sublime, but I've never heard he insists on killing personally. Yi Shiyin also looked at Wei Xian with confusion, sensing he was an unusually obsessive type, even among the sublime. Oh, what a relief. Wei Xian walked back with a beaming face, looking at Shen Yu. It's been so long since I felt this good. Killing big villains is truly satisfying. By the way, boss, can you resurrect them so I can kill them again? Are you trying to exploit a glitch? Shen Yu rolled his eyes, having no interest in helping with that. Haha, just kidding. Wei Xian, what did you mean earlier when you said you could smell it? Yi Shiyin asked another question. It's a small extension of my revelation, Wei Xian explained. If someone is recognized by sublime morality, they emit a special pure fragrance. Conversely, it's a rotten smell like a corpse. That usually means an unforgivable villain. These people were all like that. I've traveled far and wide relying on this to read people. And what do I smell like? Miss Yi has no scent, Wei Xian said with a grin. Neither noble nor evil. That's most people. Humph. Yi Shiyun felt the assessment was fairly accurate. She killed without hesitation, but never oppressed or plundered out of selfish desire. As for Brother Shen, even in your dream body state, I can smell a rich fragrance. Wei Xian looked at Shen Yu. Someone like you is usually a good-natured person. See, I've had no hostility toward you since we met. That's because I can discern people's essence. He gave Shen Yu a thumbs up, like a seal of approval from sublime morality. Since meeting Shen Yu, his only worry was that Shen Yu might go mad, but he never feared he would harm him. That was why. That's quite convenient. No wonder you dare deal with so many people. Shen Yu nodded thoughtfully, but Wei Xian waved his hand. It's not foolproof. Sometimes those with fragrance aren't necessarily harmless. After all, some people will mercilessly take all lives for a lofty goal. As long as they believe they are noble, selfless, and not driven by selfish desires, they will also emit that fragrance. Wei Xian paused. Take the Black Sun monster for instance. Interesting, isn't it? On those murderous monsters, I smell the same rich fragrance as Brother Shen. Enough about me. He cut off the topic. We need to launch a surprise attack on Red Mountain Lake immediately. I don't want to let this chance for merit slip away. With a top-tier fighter like Yi Shiyun, the best in the wasteland, Wei Xian was ready to go big. The Revelators all had their issues. Psychological issues. Shen Yu had sensed this from Wei Xian and Yi Shiyun. After deciding to launch a surprise attack on Red Mountain Lake, both of them were as energized as if they had been injected with stimulants, with Wei Xian shouting judgment. Judgment. While Yi Shiyun was also ablaze with fighting spirit. Wei Xian had once mentioned that one could roughly judge a person's character from their revelation. Sublime meant an eye that could not tolerate sin with high moral standards. In extreme cases, a merciless judge. The rebellious had hot tempers and loved to fight. But revelations could not be used as a standard to distinguish good from evil. For instance, among the rebellious, some were true traitors. Those like Yi Shiyun, who directed their rebellion against the Black Sun and the heavens, were the minority. For example, the sublime were not lacking in those who were strict with others, but lenient with themselves, even deliberately inciting malice in people's hearts to fish for evidence, reversing cause and effect to judge others. Seeing this scene, Shen Yu felt a sense of kinship. Everyone was abnormal. How wonderful. Bang. Yi Shiyun crashed into a depression in a desolate desert, like a missile. Then Wei Xian, holding on to Shen Yu's leg, floated down lightly. Yi Shiyun could fly a missile-like flight, with fire spewing from her feet, even faster than Shen Yu's current maximum speed. She claimed she had once flown around the Earth like a cruise missile. What's the deal with the first emperor you mentioned? The trio reached Red Mountain Lake in no time. Shen Yu asked Wei Xian, is he troublesome? Troublesome for sure. When I left the central region, he was said to have already commanded over 50 revelators, Wei Xian said, searching his memory for the entrance to the Red Mountain Lake settlement. Those people obeyed him absolutely. They were a tough nut to crack. I encountered his men and barely escaped. Over 50 revelators. South City won't be easy to take either. Though they have few revelators, they have an army, Yi Shiyun pressed. What is his revelation? I don't know. Never found out. Probably not a common one. Wei Xian shook his head. It was located beneath the dry lake bed of Red Mountain Lake. The entrance was hidden behind the rock wall of the shore. Following his memory, Wei Xian walked a stretch and found the steel gate entrance covered with yellow cloth. He turned to signal Yi Shiyun to prepare for battle, then knocked hard on the gate. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. That's odd. There should at least be a lookout at the entrance, Wei Xian muttered. His plan was simple: first try to get in disguised as a traveling merchant, then let Yi Shiyun go berserk. If that failed, Yi Shiyun would lead the charge and rampage straight through. But why was there no guard at the entrance now? Seeing this, Shen Yu simply walked through the wall. After fumbling around for a while, the metal gate slowly opened. No one there. Let's just go in. Once Wei Xian stepped inside, he glanced at the monitor hanging on the wall. It was still running. He quickly stepped back, hiding behind Yi Shiyun. No wonder you didn't pass the Monster Hunt project back, then Yi Shiyun said, glancing at him before striding in. There's a smell of blood and rotting flesh in the air, but not too strong. Wei Xian sniffed. Do you smell a floral scent? Yes, Yi Shiyun nodded. Like incense. And Brother Shen, do you have a nose? Nonsense. Shen Yu's senses were intact. I don't smell any floral scent. Wei Xian didn't dwell on it. It was normal for a dream body to have dulled senses. He followed Yi Shiyun's steps, moving downward toward the central area of the Red Mountain Lake settlement. The passage was spacious enough for a tank to pass, and the lights on both sides were working normally. The deeper they went, the heavier the dampness in the air, along with the human scent left by people's lives. After descending more than 20 meters along the slope, the branching plaza finally appeared. The last century left many nuclear shelters. This is one of them. Unlike the sci-fi design of Safe House No. 15, everything here was modeled with age. Wei Xian explained this was remodeled from an existing shelter. Originally designed to hold 10,000 people. But when I got here, only 1,000 were left. Wei Xian didn't want to guess what had happened. As a sublime revelator, he disliked dwelling on the evil in human nature. Yi Shiyun stood in the plaza looking at the slogans on the mottled banners. One day we will see the light again, united we will overcome. She shook her head, then suddenly heard a sound. Someone's coming. Wei Xian looked toward the source of the sound. Be careful. Don't fight. Is that Wei Xian? It's me, Zhou Qiao. A furtive figure poked his head out from the passage. After a closer look, he seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Not those murderers, not those murderers. Great. Zhou Qiao. Wei Xian explained to Yi Shiyun beside him. I traded with him outside. He also gave me the intel on Red Mountain Lake. But let's stay cautious, that could be a trap. Yi Shiyun nodded. She sniffed again. As they went deeper, the smell became more pleasant. A very soothing fragrance. What do you mean? Who are the murderers? Wei Xian called out from a distance. What happened? We don't know either. Just half an hour ago that pair of scumbags suddenly took their people and ran. Well, that pair of scumbags were both revelators. They broke in 3 days ago and killed many people. But they're finally gone. Zhou Qiao's words were full of relief. He stepped out from the shadows, looked at Wei Xian's large packs, and said, you're here to trade. Good thing you came half an hour late, or there would have been trouble. They ran. Yi Shiyun frowned. Wei Xian speculated, we just killed that extravagance half an hour ago. Could they have found out? They didn't dare face you, so they ran. What a shame, Wei Xian said regretfully. They've been gone for half an hour. Hard to track now. All that good karma gone. As long as everyone's safe, Yi Shiyun said, still on guard. She felt something was missing. Don't let your guard down. Let's see what's going on inside. Hey old Zhou, I brought some good stuff. Won't you treat me to some good food? I wouldn't dare let you into the core area, Zhou Qiao said. Wait here. They'll go report back. If they agree, you can come in. Otherwise, we'll have to trade here. And who's this with you? A revelator from 3rd Shen City. 3rd Shen City. Strange. Are there still living people there? Zhou Qiao sized up Yi Shiyun. Alright, I'll go report. Don't be stupid and follow me. There are traps here. After a while, Zhou Qiao returned with a squad of militia. Though they lacked uniforms, they carried old firearms, and eyed Wei Xian and Yi Shiyun warily. Hey old Zhou, is all this tension necessary? Wei Xian called out. With South City's backing, can't you trust me? Put down the guns. Oh Wei Xian, don't be mad. Something happened here, and a lot of people died. Everyone's a bit tense, Zhou Qian shouted. Our boss wants to see you. There's something he'd like you to pass on to South City. Come with me. Wei Xian muttered quietly, seems legit. He probably wants me to inform South City about the First Emperor's plans. Doesn't look like a trap, Yi Shiyun said. Let's go check it out. Under their escort, the two continued deeper into the Red Mountain Lake shelter, seeing more people along the way. Seeing the relief of survival on people's faces and their wariness of outsiders, their own guard mostly fell. Even if it were a setup to lure them deeper, they couldn't have so many locals cooperating in the act. Some were still weeping, mourning relatives lost in the earlier conflict. Welcome to Red Mountain Lake, a middle-aged man said, walking out surrounded by others. He coughed a few times, his body wrapped in blood-stained bandages, and said weakly, apologies for my poor health. I have a favor to ask. Let's keep it brief. Yi Shiyun suddenly turned to look behind her. Did you hear that? She felt someone was vaguely calling her, but couldn't make it out clearly. Now that you mention it, I do hear something, Wei Xian said, also turning back in confusion. Someone's calling me. How I feel like I'm forgetting someone. Oh right. Shen Yu. Yi Shiyun finally realized what was missing. Shen Yu had vanished. As this awareness dawned, she was startled to find the surroundings growing blurry. At that moment, a fair, delicate arm rested on her shoulder. Sleep. In the dream rest peacefully came a gentle female voice. Yi Shiyun's pupils gradually grew unfocused. I will grant you blissful dreams. Whatever wishes you have, I will fulfill them. Mom. Yes, Yi, I am your mother. Yi Shiyun, Wei Xian. Meanwhile, Shen Yu was frantically shaking the two who had suddenly fallen unconscious. They were still at the entrance of the passage, not even 5 meters in. They hadn't walked far before both collapsed one after the other. He didn't know what had happened, only that he needed to wake them up quickly. Sorry, but I'll have to slap you. Just as Shen Yu was about to rouse them, a bolt of lightning crackled up from below. He instantly sank into the ground, reappearing 3 meters away. Shen Yu looked down at his palm. Part of it had been twisted and was slowly recovering. In reality, that blow would have taken his hand. Luckily, the pain wasn't enough to jolt him out of the dream. He looked up at the burly bald man blocking Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian. The man was extremely tall and muscular, radiating power. Tattoos of demons and symbols of destruction covered him from shoulder to wrist. He exuded an aura of brutality and defiance. Xiao Yi, you have a colleague here, he said, glancing at the burrowing Shen Yu addressing the air beside him. He didn't fall into your dream. Can't even the incense made from black sun monsters hypnotize you? Came the gentle female voice. It seems I've met a dreamwalker on par with myself. The air rippled, and a female figure, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, gradually materialized. Her skin was pale, her eyes tightly shut, as if she were sleeping. A light, gradient robe shrouded her body like a mist. Shen Yu looked down at her feet. Like himself, she was floating. The indestructible blade, Yi Shiyun. Who would have thought she was still alive? Lin Qingyi turned her head to gaze at the peacefully sleeping Yishiyun, whose slightly upturned lips suggested she was lost in a pleasant dream. A faint smile graced Lin Qingyi's lips as she said, "Sun Hui, what reward do you think we'd receive if we presented her to the Supreme Lord?" "Perhaps would be granted an underworld city," the burly Sun Hui replied, his eyes fixed on Shen Yu's form. "But we must find a way to eliminate this dream walker. If he manages to relay any information, the Supreme Lord's plan will be exposed. That's no easy task." "Erasing a dream walker completely is far from simple," Lin Qingyi remarked, observing Shen Yu clench his fists in a thoroughly amateurish fighting stance. "Unless another dream walker can invade his dreamscape." In an instant, Lin Qingyi vanished entirely. Shen Yu instinctively retreated several meters, but as if anticipating his move, she materialized directly behind him, thrusting her arm into his very mind. A dream walker who couldn't even perceive his own dreamscape. He was clearly an awakener with latent abilities, but no formal training. A smirk curled on Lin Qingyi's lips. Unlike those dream walkers who merely sketched mental maps, she had honed her ability to influence others since her awakening. Once ensnared in her dream, not even a god could escape. In the realm of dreams, she was confident she could rival anyone. "Let me weave you a more beautiful dream." As she channeled her power to influence his psyche, a hand-shaped bulge protruded from Shen Yu's face. It was as if her hand had slipped beneath his skin, caressing his brain at point-blank range. Feeling something constrict around him, Shen Yu in desperation mimicked her move, plunging his own hand into her dream self. Both their forms flickered simultaneously. But in the next moment, Lin Qingyi let out a blood-curdling scream. Her eyes flew open, revealing an unprecedented terror before her body shattered like shards of glass. Shen Yu stood stunned. In that instant, he had plunged into Lin Qingyi's memories, rapidly absorbing her deeds over the past few days, witnessing how they treated others as mere ants and slaughtered them mercilessly. Without dwelling on the implications, he raised his head to face Sun Hui. Suddenly, his pupils took on a hypnotic shimmer. "What did you do to Xiaoyi?" Sun Hui roared, his rage igniting as Lin Qingyi vanished. The lower half of his pants burst apart, revealing silver-white legs that had fully crystallized. Arcs of electricity danced around his form as he glared at Shen Yu with predatory intent. "Kill him. He's not human. Kill him now." Lin Qingyi's feeble voice crackled from the walkie-talkie. Sun Hui relaxed slightly, knowing her true body hidden beneath was still intact. "Leave it to me." A blinding white light erupted from Sun Hui. He fixed his gaze on Shen Yu and bellowed, "Thunder Prison." The power of lightning surged into the air, instantly forming a colossal electric field that enveloped the entire descending passage like a cage. Whether one tried to ascend or burrow, escaping the lightning cage meant having their dream self annihilated by the pure energy. Crackle, crackle. Tiny bolts of lightning hammered against Shen Yu, gouging pebble-sized craters into his dream body. He could only dart about frantically like an ant on a hot skillet. "I have no time to play with you." Sun Hui clenched his fist, commanding countless lightning bolts into his palm. He seized the ball of electricity and hurled it forward with a mighty shout, "Thunder collapse." His beloved might be injured, so he sought a swift resolution, unleashing his full power from the very start. Boom! The dazzling lightning devoured everything within the Thunder Prison. Steaming with black smoke, Sun Hui spat contemptuously, not even glancing at his handiwork as he turned to leave. He needed to check on Lin Qingyi's safety, with no time to waste on these. Sun Hui suddenly sensed something amiss. The surroundings seemed to blur, and the two figures that should have been behind him had vanished. Damn it! Finally realized. The scene around him collapsed instantly. Sun Hui, who had already turned, found himself back in his original position, as if time had rewound to a frozen moment. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead because he felt his brain being gently caressed. The scene around him collapsed instantly. Sun Hui, who had already turned, found himself back in his original position, as if time had rewound to a frozen moment. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead because he felt it. Before he could even launch his attack, he had been pulled into a dream woven by Shen Yu. How could you? Everything she knows I now know. In that brief contact with the Dream Walker's memories, Shen Yu had already stolen the true combat methods of a Dream Walker. It wasn't about attacking with shockwaves or telekinesis, but merging one's power into the enemy's body, dragging them into a dream of one's own weaving. And now this, seizing memories through the opponent's subconscious. Shen Yu stroked his cortex, flipping through Sun Hu's memories like pages of a book. But after just a few glances, he could no longer bear to read. Sun Hu's brand of rebellion was utterly different from Yishiyan's. He was a pure egoist. He slaughtered in the name of rebellion, and anyone who displeased him met death by his hand. Hawei Xian would probably gladly pay the price of an off-road vehicle to personally execute him. Even though Sun Hui had realized it was a dream and escaped the fabricated victory, his mind was now almost entirely under Shen Yu's control. With a mere thought, Shen Yu could bypass the hard skull and destroy his brain tissue. His face twitched uncontrollably. If he imagined Shen Yu as the familiar Lin Qingyi, he would be as good as dead. No, there was still one way. Supreme Lord. Sun Hui shouted, and a memory of that Supreme Lord surfaced in his mind. In an instant Shen Yu was flung back, staring at his arm in bewilderment. The memories of the Supreme Lord seemed encrypted, guarded by a firewall. The moment Shen Yu tried to grasp what impression or memory that entity held in Sun Hu's mind, a domineering force violently expelled him. Rumble. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, piercing the ground, and crashing into the passage to hit Sun Hui. Shen Yu warily watched as Sun Hu's upper body became almost entirely crystallized, especially his head now encased in an impenetrable crystalline dragon-like helmet. Ah, this is trouble. I've overstepped. Sun Hui had now fully shed any semblance of humanity, resembling a monster forged from crystal. He rubbed his neck with a clawed arm and said, I need to seek treatment from the Supreme Lord immediately. My lifespan is already counting down. But kid, do you still dare to touch me now? His body was wreathed in deadly lightning, and the crystallized tissues pulsed with terrifying energy. If Shen Yu dared to make contact, he would surely be killed first. Shen Yu narrowed his eyes, his gaze deepening once more. But this time ripples appeared in the force field around Sun Hui, blocking his nightmare assault. Don't bother. This kind of opponent isn't suitable for a dream walker. You're awake. Shen Yu turned to see Yi Shiyun dusting herself off as she rose from the ground. She stepped forward to stand before him and said, Woke up long ago. I was awake the moment that stupid woman pulled my mom out. Seeing you handle things so effortlessly, I just lay back and watched the show. And Wei Xian. Oh, he's really having a sweet dream. You should slap him a few times. Yi Shiyun rolled her shoulders. Even if she had truly been asleep, they wouldn't have dared to harm her. Physical injury would trigger her Bodis reflex to wake up. Seeing her awake, Sun Hu's arrogance vanished, entirely replaced by deep wariness. A person's reputation casts a long shadow. The name Indestructible Blade had loomed over every awakener's ears years ago. Crystal degeneration. Yi Shiyun examined Sun Hui before her and said, voluntary crystal degeneration to 80%. After sleeping for 2 years, are all awakeners this reckless now? No one could figure out such a method on their own. Back in my day, you'd qualify for the Monster Hunt Squad. Indestructible Blade, I've heard of your reputation. They say you can even kill Black Sun beasts. You. Sun Hui let out a harsh laugh. Rebellion. You're nothing but a dog raised by the Third Declaration City. Where do you get off calling yourself a rebel? You and I. Yi Shiyun raised her hand, pinching her thumb and forefinger together, operate on different levels. Enough chatter. Make your move. Sister, you're pretty cocky. Shen Yu watched her, noting the heavy disdain in her tone. Huh. Sun Hui let out a roar, but transformed into a streak of light, turning to flee toward the desert above. He intended to use his superior speed to fight in open terrain. Yi Shiyun rolled her eyes and swiftly gave chase. Above the desert, thunder roared and grains of sand quivered rapidly. The moment Yi Shiyun and Shen Yu emerged, a sandstorm crackling with lightning had already taken shape around them, blotting out even the shadow of the black sun as it pressed inward toward the duo. The rumbling thunder grew louder, signaling the ever-accumulating power within the storm. Witnessing this near-apocalyptic scene, Shen Yu couldn't help but ask, are all awakeners this ridiculous? If he weren't made of energy, he would have been swept into the sandstorm and shredded into dust by that blender-like vortex. A disaster of this scale could even blow away a tank. His strength qualifies for the Monster Hunt Squad, meaning he's top tier among desert awakeners. Yi Shiyun shouted over the storm to Shen Yu. Don't move recklessly, or you might get caught in my crossfire. How could he strike when he couldn't even see the enemy? Shen Yu scanned his surroundings, sensing that Sun Hu's speed had already surpassed the speed of sound circling them along the storm's trajectory. This was likely his final trump card, concealing himself while delivering a devastating blow. Boom. A bolt of lightning suddenly arced toward Shen Yu, but Yi Shiyun intercepted it like a lightning rod, raising her hand to block it. I can pinpoint his location. Shedding the illusory veil, Shen Yu gradually locked onto the enemy's trace. No. Yi Shiyun lifted her right foot. Her shoes had been destroyed during the earlier flight, but somehow a pair of red crystal combat boots had materialized on her feet, and her raised right leg was already ablaze with roaring flames. Yes. Si. Tai. Boom. The desert trembled violently, and Shen Yu even had the illusion that the terrifying Black Sun Beast Zhong had reappeared. But this time it wasn't the Black Sun Beast announcing its presence. It was the Indestructible Blade, the hunter of Black Sun Beasts. Yi Shiyun. Bang. In an instant, the wilderness transformed into a forest of red crystals. Crimson crystal spikes erupted from the ground, soaring 50, 100, 500 meters into the air. The spikes grew wildly, piercing the sandstorm and spreading even farther. Within moments, the entire visible landscape was covered in crystals ranging from 1 to 10 meters tall. He needed open space for his ultimate move. Fortunate coincidence, Yi Shiyun scoffed. My techniques are all designed for Black Sun beasts. I couldn't fully unleash them down below. So bloom. Indestructible red lotus. Shen Yu shot her a peculiar look as she shouted the move's name, finding it a bit cringy. But that thought was interrupted as the crystal spikes blazed brighter than the sun and detonated instantly. Boom, boom, boom. Each successive explosion was fiercer than the last, blossoming into a colossal, devastating, searing lotus above the desert. Even a behemoth like Zhang would sustain injuries from such force, let alone a single human. Moments later, Yi Shiyun waved her hand, and the scorching residual heat dissipated entirely. The sandstorm was gone, leaving only a river of molten sand flowing like lava, and a gentle drizzle of sand falling from the sky. Don't worry, the explosion was directed upward. Down below, aside from the tremors, nothing will be destroyed. The scorching sand river gradually calmed. Yi Shiyun stepped forward, gazing at the remains, just a shoulder and half a head. Completely dead. Before Shen Yu could even inspect it, the remnants had crumbled into dust. He tried to fully crystallize to counter me. Useless. Yi Shiyun stomped twice on the spot where the dust had scattered. Shen Yu looked at her crystallized legs and asked, "Need me to heal you, eh?" "No need. My crystallization level isn't even 20% yet." Yi Shiyun chuckled. "Saves me from ruining shoes every time I fly. They'll keep it this way." Shen Yu recalled Wei Xian mentioning that crystallization level could somewhat gauge an awakener's strength. Yet now Yi Shiyun's 20% output had already surpassed a top-tier awakener's full crystallization. He began pondering another question. Just how terrifying were the enemies they had faced back then? That Black Sun beast named Bingdilian Quila. There's still a dream walker below. I saw it just now. What a coincidence. You learned her combat techniques. Am not well versed in these matters. It's perfect fodder for your experience. Lucky break. Yi Shiyun was clearly in high spirits, her tone lighter after the fight. They'll need you to interrogate her. That entity they call the Supreme Lord. The First Emperor. I have a nagging feeling something's off. He was a rebel in the narrow sense, Yi Shiyun said, referring to Sun Hui. But someone like that willingly submitted to a so-called Supreme Lord. It defies logic. Him, that Dream Walker, and Yu Qing. Their combined combat strength in the desert is far from weak, yet they were still used as pawns. We need to be cautious. They'll need you to directly read her memories. They'll try, but there's something strange. Shen Yu was about to explain when a voice came from below. No use. Wei Xian emerged from the passage covered in dust and complained, "Miss Yi, that was way too violent." The place down there almost collapsed. Though Yi Shiyun looked a bit embarrassed, she retorted, "Nuclear bunkers don't collapse that easily." "What do you mean by no use?" "I just went down to check," Wei Xian said, turning to Shen Yu with a puzzled expression. "That Dreamwalker. She's already dead." The Hongshan shelter. In the most luxurious room of the core area, not only are there large televisions and refrigerators, but it is also filled with various liquors desperately needed in the desert. On the bed occupied by Lin Qingyi and Sun Hui, a crystal statue is gradually collapsing into ashes. It was already like this when I got here. Wei Xian glanced at the liquor cabinet, picked up a bottle of beer, took a couple of swigs after popping the cap, and pointed at the slowly disintegrating statue on the bed, saying, "This person is completely dead. Isn't it because you acted to satisfy your own morals?" Yi Shiyun looked at Wei Xian in confusion. Wei Xian rolled his eyes and said, "I judge people based on corpses. This kind of death clearly indicates that the crystallization reached 100%, leading to a death resembling that of crystallization disease. How could that be?" Yi Shiyun stepped forward to check. The manner of death indeed matched Wei Xian's description, as it was one of the two outcomes of extreme power usage. However, Yi Shiyun clearly remembered that the person had already ended their dream life after being forced back by Shen Yu, and this posture looked like they had just gotten out of bed to do something. She turned to Shen Yu and asked, "What happened between you and her back then?" "She wanted to read everything about me, and I reciprocated with the same action." Shen Yu also looked puzzled and said, "But it seems her attempt to read me failed." "Oh." Shen Yu suddenly realized, saying, "She thought I was dreaming, but in reality I come from 2024. Her power was insufficient to transcend time and space, so she perished." Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian exchanged glances, and Wei Xian whispered, "Big Brother's mental level is too strong. I don't quite understand the contest of dream walkers. Perhaps it backfired on her." "That's possible. If it were Mr. Dai, the minor dream wouldn't be able to pry into him at all." Yi Shiyun agreed, as Mr. Dai is a legend among dream walkers. If the identity speculation is correct, then the current events can also be understood. "I can hear both of your conversations, you know," Shen Yu said unhappily. The two immediately laughed awkwardly, and Wei Xian patted his chest, saying, "Several soldiers have surrendered. Oh, let's start with them. Perhaps we can find information on the Supreme Master." "I was just about to say that the Supreme Master seems a bit strange." Shen Yu didn't dwell on their previous conversation. He organized his thoughts and said, "Sun Hui intentionally mentioned the Supreme Master, but I couldn't retrieve any related memories. Instead, I was repelled by some special kind of power. To put it in a fantastical way, the information regarding the Supreme Master seems to have been restricted. I've never heard of such methods." Wei Xian looked at Yi Shiyun, who also shook her head. Shen Yu glanced at the two of them and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll get busy for a while." The Hongshan Lake shelter originally housed 1,300 people, but 300 died in just 3 days. 3 enlighteners and 25 armed soldiers easily invaded this shelter. The original armed personnel could not withstand the top-notch enlighteners like Lin Qingyi and Sun Hui, but the deaths caused during the conflict were just the beginning. To make others obey using fear to establish authority, Sun Hui played a game and immediately sacrificed 1/10 of the people. Yu Qing also plundered rampantly. In these 2 days they even slaughtered all those over 50, deeming them worthless, unproductive, and a waste of food. Shen Yu sensed a malignant concept within the memories of Sun Hui and Lin Qingyi. To them, as enlighteners, ordinary people were like pigs in a pigpen. If human flesh weren't so unappetizing, they wouldn't mind eating humans every meal. Being with Wei Xian and Yi Shiyun did not make Shen Yu feel too out of place, but merely reading a few memories allowed him to understand what the end of the world meant. The collapse of rights and music, the loss of order, the disappearance of morals, the obliteration of humanity. In a world without a future, people only become more depraved and indulgent, growing more greedy than beasts and more terrifying than monsters. This time you have to treat me like a VP Zhou Qiao. Wei Xian indeed knew some people from Hongshan Lake, so he would be responsible for liaising with the locals. Every year I hide a chicken, and when you come I'll kill it. Zhou Qiao gratefully shook Wei Xian's hand. If they hadn't arrived, Hongshan Lake would have truly perished. He said, "It turns out that the members of the management committee have all been killed, and a temporary committee has just been formed. Everyone wants to see you, may be related to this group's plans. We may need to trouble you to go to the southern capital to relay the message." Are they really planning to conquer the southern capital? Yes, they want our people to act as human walls to fill the gaps. Zhou Qiao cursed angrily, saying, "Perhaps it's not just Hongshan Lake. Other gathering places near the southern capital are also in crisis. They don't seem to be here alone. I saw them bringing supplies from outside. Our communication equipment has been destroyed by them, so we can only ask you to make a trip. Don't worry, my 2 partners are even more warm-hearted than I am. We will definitely help with this. Oh right, my vehicle was destroyed before. If those thieves have left a car behind." Although Wei Xian had already regarded the van parked at the outpost as his own, who would ever think a man had too many vehicles? "That's your loot. We from Hongshan Lake are aware of this. Haha, let's go, take me to your temporary committee." Meanwhile, Yi Shiyun followed a little girl weaving through the gathering place. This place is different from the Third Shen City. Third Shen City has streets, shops, commercial areas, and residential buildings. It can be completely called a city. But the main body of the Hongshan Lake shelter remains the former shelter, with people living in individual air raid shelters as families. The passageways are a bit narrow. The only advantage might be the pure underground water resources. The sounds of weeping linger around as the relatives of the 300 dead finally break their silence after days of repression. Many others looked at Yi Shiyun, whose feet had completely crystallized, with fearful and apprehensive eyes. Yi Shiyun had long since grown accustomed to these gazes. At that moment the little girl in front stopped and said, "Right here." "Thank you, what's your name?" "Hong Linlin." The little girl looked up at Yi Shiyun, then looked down at her feet, saying, "Sister, doesn't your foot hurt?" "Oh, it's fine." Yi Shiyun patted the girl's head, then reached into her pocket to pull out the chocolate she had taken from the outpost, and handed it to her, saying, "Take it and eat." She turned to look at the room beside them. Wu Feng Wu Ling. The nameplates hanging nearby bore the names of the 2 brothers who had left the outpost. The bodies had already been burned, and most of the corpses of those killed by that group had been cremated and buried as fertilizer in the underground greenhouse. Yi Shiyun pushed the door open and looked at the layout of this small room. There wasn't much in it: a lamp, many pens, and piles of draft paper. She picked up a piece of draft paper and saw it filled with knowledge from various fields of social sciences, with mutual scribbles of 2 handwriting, as if she could see the brothers arguing academically. 2 immaculate uniforms of the Guardians hung on the wall, with a phrase carved beneath them: "We will eventually reclaim the world." What kind of people were these 2 uncles? Seeing that the girl was still curiously examining the chocolate wrapper at the door, she walked over, tore it open for her, and asked, "Are you familiar with them?" "Both Uncle Wu are good people. Although they are outsiders, they are very smart." The little girl licked the chocolate, and the slightly bitter taste made her frown, but soon she felt the sweetness and immediately bit off a piece to savor. She wrapped the remaining chocolate and stuffed it into her pocket, then looked up and said, "Grandpa trusts them very much." The adults said they are heroes. "Oh, and they also brought people from the southern capital. I remember they made a very lavish meal that day." Hongshan Lake was not discovered by the Third Shen City. The southern capital has also lost control of the situation here. It was the 2 brothers who trekked across the desert and established contact with the southern capital, bringing better changes to this isolated shelter. Since then, Wei Xian has also discovered this place. Yi Shiyun let out a breath, turned to look at the slogan on the wall, bowed solemnly, and said, "The Third Shen City has never been truly destroyed. Whether it be the 2 who held fast at the outpost or the 2 brothers who came to Hongshan Lake." The flickering flame of hope ignited by Mr. Ju and others over 10 years ago has never gone out. Go play now. Yi Shiyun turned to the little girl and said, it's all right now. Oh. The little girl nodded, ran a couple of steps, then turned back, bowed, and said, thank you, sister. Uncle Wu taught me to say thank you when taking someone else's things. You're welcome. Yi Shiyun nodded in response. She searched around the room, but soon heard some commotion outside. Hurry, a living immortal has come outside. Old Zhang's hand that was severed 2 days ago has regenerated. If you're late, you'll miss out. Who knows, maybe your decades of rheumatism can be cured too. Yi Shiyun leaned out to look and saw word spreading like wildfire. People filled with curiosity dragged their weary bodies toward the square. She was momentarily puzzled, but soon realized what was happening. So this was the busy matter. She chuckled, shaking her head as she moved with the crowd. After a short while, she noticed people forming a long line in Hongshan Lake, had even dispatched a few to maintain order. They were currently shouting through a loudspeaker. No cutting in line. Those whose relatives are about to die come forward to get a consultation. The rest should all line up in order. At the end of the line was a simple table. Yi Shiyun looked over and saw Shen Yu sitting there with a newly written sign hanging behind him. Compassionate Walker Free Treatment. She curiously walked over. Just as someone wanted to stop her for cutting in line, they obediently shut their mouths upon seeing her crystallized feet. Doctor, what kind of disease do I have? I don't know. Hey doctor, if you don't know, how can you guarantee a cure? Just ask if you want to be treated or not. A rash-covered youth sat across from Shen Yu, and upon hearing his words he became furious and said, then you're just treating blindly. Hey, don't waste everyone's time. Shen Yu's hand radiated a green glow as he directly patted the youth's shoulder. Within 5 seconds, all the rashes on his arm had completely faded. He gaped in astonishment, and those behind him, who could no longer wait, shouted, all done, hurry up, it's my turn. The incredulous youth was pushed aside, and after confirming that his years-long ailment had magically healed, he gratefully said, thank you so much. No need to be so polite. Shen Yu turned to him and said, though I don't understand much, your illness might be related to your living environment and habits. Go back and have a checkup, but be careful and don't let it relapse. You. Shen Yu turned his gaze to the woman in front of him. She opened her mouth and asked, half of my teeth have fallen out, can they grow back? Yes. Shen Yu didn't hesitate and directly unleashed the ability of the Compassionate Walker. The woman immediately felt a tingling sensation at the roots of her teeth, and soon her white teeth grew back. Thank you so much. Next, there are too many people. Oh, don't thank me. Uncle, my eyes are bad. Can they be cured? Yes, next. Why are they all dental and ophthalmology issues? In the future, dental and eye treatments will have to be charged, and charged heavily. Are there no serious cases? Shen Yu muttered in his heart, then sighed. Those on the brink of death had long been killed by that group. They wouldn't waste food on the weak. He forced a smile as he turned to the next person in line, but found his vision somewhat blurry, feeling a sense of impending awakening, his strength somewhat lacking. All right. Yi Shiyun suddenly clapped her hands and stepped in front of Shen Yu, attracting everyone's attention. Let's have them come to me for a consultation first. If you all crowd around, my friend will be exhausted to death. Enlighteners are also human, not gods. If you keep troubling him like this, if he dies here, none of your ailments will be cured. You really are something. Even the Compassionate Walker doesn't use their abilities for free like this. Be careful of crystallization. Yi Shiyun said to Shen Yu, who offered an apologetic smile, and asked, do you know how to do consultations? In the education system of the Third Shen City, first aid and medical knowledge are compulsory courses. Yi Shiyun smiled confidently and said, let me assist you. Compulsory courses. Shen Yu's mind suddenly flashed with the image of Shin Pei. Are you alright? Do you need to rest for a bit? I can hold on a little longer. Can you check if there are any emergencies? Shen Yu had not yet learned to face such a cruel world, but at least he wanted to use his abilities to do something for the people here, to soothe the scars left in their memories. He felt that if Shen Pei were here, she would probably do even better. That's all for today. A cacophony of voices arose from the crowd, but under the guidance of the staff, the throng slowly dispersed. Wei Xian approached carrying a roast chicken and a bowl of fragrant rice, calling out loudly, roast chicken is here. Yi Shiyun's fingers twitched with anticipation. She stepped forward, picked up a bowl of rice, turned to hand it to Shen Yu, then withdrew it halfway, saying, oh, you don't need to eat. Shen Yu shot her an amused glance. I grabbed an extra bowl. Hey, wouldn't it be better if we each had half a bowl more? Wei Xian sat cross-legged on the ground, tore off a drumstick, and gnawed at it with satisfaction. As he ate, he remarked, they've got plenty to keep them busy. Since neither of you seem fond of formalities, I politely declined the official banquet. I snagged a chicken to reward Miss Yi. Oh, brother Shen, you'll have to settle for a whiff for now. All right, any news from your interrogations? Yi Shiyun pulled over a stool, precisely cleaved the chicken in two with a thermal energy blade, and asked while eating, any progress? Shen Yu, also concerned, turned his gaze to Wei Xian. Wei Xian crunched on the crispy chicken leg bone, mumbling indistinctly, almost nothing. Those guys were followers of Lin Qingyi themselves. They've never even seen the Supreme One. All they knew was that their goal was to capture Nandu. However, I uncovered some troubling intelligence. Someone delivered supplies here. I checked them. They originated from Huiqing. Wei Xian took a mouthful of rice and said, it's possible Huiqing City has already fallen. Although Huiqing isn't as grand as Nandu, it still has a relatively complete production line. Yi Shiyun exclaimed in surprise, but Su Zheng was stationed there. Su Zheng died a year ago, Wei Xian replied. I deliberately avoided Huiqing during my travels this past year. Rumor has it that chaos erupted there. Alas, the order in many underground cities relies on the lingering influence of the Third Shen City. With the fall of the Third Shen City, the entire south lost its pillar. Add Su Zheng's death. It's highly likely the first emperor has already taken it. Just look at Lin Qingyi and Sun Hui. Forget about Yuqing. Those two are standouts even among the awakened. They could take their time slaughtering weaker underground cities, yet he sent them to a small outpost like this. Wei Xian's expression twisted, bizarrely torn between the joy of the roast chicken and the worry of his conjectures. His direct subordinates will only be stronger. Hold on, Yi Shiyun interrupted. What do you mean by roadside? Short for a stray dog by the roadside, Shen Yu explained for Wei Xian, who had a penchant for using internet slang from the 2020s. Miss Yi, we need to be cautious from now on. The three of us alone won't cut it. Wei Xian addressed Yi Shiyun. I know your strength. Across the entire wasteland you're easily in the top 10. But the first emperor is something else. Fear and manipulation alone can't control so many vicious awakened. What do you take me for? I'm all about teamwork. Yi Shiyun shook her head, slightly exasperated. Instead of thinking about taking down a few Black Sun beasts, he's focused on expansion and annexation. At this rate, when will humanity ever find true hope? There's another thing I'm not sure about. Wei Xian pulled out a bundle of incense wrapped in cloth. You've got more experience with this sort of thing. Help me identify it. That woman entering our dreams is definitely connected to this incense. Incense made from Black Sun beasts, Shen Yu spoke first. I saw this in Lin Qingyi's memories. Impossible. Yi Shiyun instinctively denied it, frowning. Black Sun beasts can't leave behind materials. They turn to ash when they die. That's precisely the problem. Wei Xian stared at the incense. We can all sense the ash energy within it, like a solidification of some awakened ability. Dead ash beasts turn to ash. But what if it's a living Black Sun beast? The first emperor can imprison or even tame a Black Sun beast. Yi Shiyun's estimation of this man rose significantly. Originally, she had two paramount tasks: unraveling the mystery of the missing outpost personnel and finding Shen Yu's true body. Now the name First Emperor had ascended to third priority. She was about to say something when her ears caught a low growl. We'll definitely eat without you next time. Sorry, big brother, Wei Xian said to Shen Yu, whose stomach was audibly rumbling. He felt a pang of guilt for the torment. Yi Shiyun also looked at him apologetically. But Shen Yu's gaze was fixed longingly on the incense in their hands, its allure far greater than the aroma of roast chicken. No, gnawing on incense would make me look insane. And it's not even enough to fill a gap in my teeth, he thought, reluctantly tearing his eyes away. Changing the subject, he asked, so are we heading to Nandu next? We have to. At least to pass on the news, Wei Xian nodded. Nandu isn't in immediate danger, so there's no huge rush. He quickly finished his rice and half the chicken. You two rest. I'm going to do some more socializing. Sai, I hope those prisoners weren't beaten to death. I want the pleasure of killing them myself. Suddenly, only Shen Yu and Yi Shiyun remained. Yi Shiyun, still eating alone, felt awkward and struck up a conversation. How much control do you have over the Dreamwalker's abilities? Memory, reading, and entering dreams, Shen Yu nodded. He asked, does the benevolent walker have combat abilities? Normally, if a benevolent walker harms someone, crystallization would be severe. It goes against the revelation. Yi Shiyun studied Shen Yu. Logically, if you were truly benevolent, just using those shockwaves in the outpost battle would have violated the revelation. Unless you believe killing them is saving them. But I don't think that's it. Yi Shiyun recalled how Shen Yu had selflessly healed others earlier. I don't think you're benevolent. You may wield its power, but your essence is still Dreamwalker. Enough. Let's not discuss this. I'm not adept at topics concerning the revelation and the Black Sun. We'll tackle it together when we find the truth. Silence fell between them again. They had only known each other for a little over a day. Small talk was difficult. Seeing Yi Shiyun's awkwardness, as if her toes were about to burn a hole through the ground from sheer embarrassment, Shen Yu found a topic. You mentioned earlier that you recognized the dream when your mother appeared. Was your mother a victim of the crystal sickness? She escaped the crystal sickness, but not human malice. Yi Shiyun glanced at the gold bangle, deformed countless times. This is the only thing my mother left me. My family was probably quite well off once. Recalling the past, she spoke slowly. But when I was 7, the Black Sun descended. My mother and I hid in our basement, never leaving until rescue came. What about your father? Divorced? Yi Shiyun shook her head. It happened not long before the apocalypse. Don't mention that cheating bastard. I would have changed my surname if the apocalypse hadn't hit. Go on, Shen Yu prompted. We thought it was the start of a new life, but it was only the beginning of a nightmare. Yi Shiyun gave a bitter smile. We were in the first Shen city. Soon after the first awakened appeared. Unfortunately, he wasn't someone like Mr. Ju. He was a tyrant blinded by selfish desires. Using his abilities, he destroyed the existing order and ruled the first Shen city with brutal cruelty. The worst part was he wanted to take the children. All kids had to be raised and educated by his people, calling him Godfather. The adults worked day and night, endlessly creating resources for him. He treated men like livestock and women as breeding tools, trying to forge an army loyal only to himself. My mother joined a resistance group against him, but it was soon exposed, and he executed her. Yi Shiyun continued, I was just over 8. An adult led me and some other children in a desperate escape, seeking a chance to survive elsewhere. So that's where the seed of rebellion was planted. 8 years old. Shen Yu let out a long sigh. At least you made it to the third Shen city afterward. No, we didn't. Yi Shiyun shook her head. Everyone except me died of the crystal sickness. The protective suits we stole were fake. They couldn't ward off the crystal sickness. That tyrant wouldn't let anyone trying to flee survive. I only remember walking through the wasteland for 2 days. When I woke up, I had been rescued by people from the third Shen city. A hint of a smile finally appeared on her face. Mr. Ju and everyone else were so kind to me. I thought I'd never escape the shadows of my childhood. They gave me new hope. The only pity is, the first Shen city was destroyed by a black sun beast. I never got to kill that tyrant myself. Yi Shiyun set down her empty bowl and stretched. That's the story of my childhood. The truly exciting part starts with the founding of the monster hunting squad. Want to hear it? Another time. I need to rest. The time was almost up. Though it was the weekend, an alarm had been set for the team-building event. This long night had finally come to an end. On a sweltering Saturday afternoon, Shen Yu sat aboard a tour bus heading with his colleagues to a neighboring province for a team-building retreat at a summer resort. Though the sun was high in the sky, his mind remained tethered to another world. The newly acquainted Yi Shiyun, the mysteriously vanished outpost, the Red Mountain Lake Refuge, the first emperor. None of these enigmas had been unraveled. Instead, the incomprehensible only multiplied. He yawned wearily, the sleeping pills he had taken before dawn still dragging at him, with residual side effects, leaving him utterly drained and listless. 45 years. What role would I play at 46? Would I still be in third Shen city? But Yi Shiyun showed no recognition of my face. Sigh, with less than 1 in 10 surviving the crystal disease, I might not even live to see that day. For an ordinary person in that world, death by the crystal disease might be a release. At Red Mountain Lake, he had tasted too much helplessness and desolation. What are you thinking about? Su Huaxing, clad in a light summer dress, walked over as he gazed out the window. Steadying herself against the bus sway, she leaned on the seat and asked, You look a bit pale. Director Su. Shen Yu pushed aside the thoughts of that other world. He had no desire to end up in a psychiatric ward, and forced a smile. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll arrange a single room for you tonight to catch up on rest. On weekends, Su Huaxing seemed gentler than on workdays, her makeup more refined, her jewelry more abundant. She smiled and said, Is the burden I've placed on you lately too heavy? If you're feeling overwhelmed, just tell me. You're a pillar of our foundation. You absolutely cannot collapse. The word pillar didn't refer solely to professional skills. With so few men in the foundation, the young and robust Shen Yu often had to help the sisters with physical labor. I can handle my workload. Good. Take these 2 days to relax properly. Su Huaxing then headed to the back of the bus to greet other employees and their families. Shen Yu let out a long breath, silently warning himself never to mix the two worlds, or he'd truly go mad. After his mental admonition, he noticed a cute little girl with twin ponytails standing in the aisle, staring at him with wide eyes. She was about kindergarten age, with chubby cheeks and strikingly beautiful big eyes, studying him with curiosity. Shen Yu smiled back at her. What's wrong, little one? Uncle, there's something on your face. Huh. He touched his cheek and felt a hard, grain-sized object that crumbled with a bit of pressure. Wiping it away with a tissue, he said, Thank you. You're welcome, the child chirped. Soon Su Huaxing returned and scooped up her daughter. Why aren't you sitting in your seat? Wherever Mama is, I am. The little girl replied, wrapping her arms around Su Huaxing's neck and planting a giggling kiss. Su Huaxing patted her daughter affectionately. Just then Shen Yu noticed a gold ornament on her left hand, a tripling structure identical to the one Yi Shiyun wore. Impulsively he asked, Director Su, what's your daughter's name? Yi Shiyun. Su Huaxing patted the girl. Yi, say hello to Uncle Shen. The polite little girl waved at Shen Yu. Hello, Uncle Shen. Shen Yu's mouth hung open. Your daughter's surname is Yi. My husband's surname is Yi, Su Huaxing said with amusement. It's not a matrilocal marriage. She couldn't very well take my surname. Yi, let's go back up front. Though it was the weekend, the retreat was lavishly arranged. Su Huaxing had booked a cluster of villa hotels for their 2-day 1-night getaway. After lunch and check-in, everyone prepared for rafting. But Shen Yu's mind was far from the team-building activities. His gaze kept drifting to little Yi. She was clearly an endearing child, obedient and sweet, her smile incredibly infectious. Everyone in the company adored her. Could this be the future Yi Shiyun? The more he looked, the more he noticed a resemblance in the contours of her eyes and brows. Someone he knew had truly appeared in his dreams, and from that world first. What about Director Su? Was she the mother of Yi Shiyun, who died in First Shin City? He struggled to suppress thoughts of the other world, but the name, Yi Shiyun, churned his mind into a storm of endless reflections. The entire afternoon passed in a daze, and later he could barely recall what he had done. He became a faceless member of the team, mechanically trailing behind others through the activities. "Uncle, have some watermelon." A child's voice shattered his stupor as he was lost in thought. Little Yi held up a slice of watermelon for him. He looked up and saw Su Huaxin nodding at him with a smile from a short distance away. His distracted state hadn't escaped his leader's notice, but she refrained from prying into personal matters, instead sending her daughter to comfort him. Shen Yu let out a long breath and smiled. "Thank you, little Yi. You have some too. I'm full already." She handed him the watermelon and traced a big circle with her small hands. "Mama says if I eat more it'll get as round as a watermelon. So uncle, you eat it. Let me have a taste. I'm so sweet. Delicious." He used a coaxing tone, and the little girl burst into giggles. She ran back to her mother, buried herself in her arms, then peeked back at Shen Yu and laughed again. "Huh. Yi says you're the handsomest in our company." Su Huaxin approached with her daughter and sat beside Shen Yu, smiling. Kids these days, how do they already start comparing who's handsome and who's pretty at such a young age? She placed a tablet on the table and played a cartoon to distract her daughter. Shen Yu glanced at it. "What's this show?" "My Little Pony," little Yi answered immediately. "It's my favorite." "This child." Su Huaxin ruffled her daughter's hair and spoke casually to Shen Yu. "I remember you live with your sister, right?" The retreat wasn't just for fun. The leader intended to have heart-to-heart talks with everyone about their personal situations. She had spent the afternoon chatting with many people, and now it was Shen Yu's turn. She had always thought highly of this young man. The foundation was a subsidiary of a family conglomerate. Frankly, not a great career opportunity, mostly filled with people who had connections. Su Huaxin had an older brother and no interest in meddling in corporate affairs. Working here allowed her to focus on her family and daughter. But Shen Yu was different. He had graduated from a prestigious university and demonstrated strong capabilities, easily earning twice his current salary elsewhere. What struck her most was something Shen Yu said during his interview. Joining the foundation was simply to help those in need while he lived. She could sense a pure ambition in this young man. It was entirely different from their wealthy family's approach to charity. "Yes, my parents passed away early. I was raised by my sister since I was a teenager. She's like a mother to me." His family information was already on file, so he had nothing to hide. Su Huaxin nodded. "I'd love to meet your sister someday. She must be remarkable to have raised such an outstanding brother. My sister is even more exceptional than I am." At this, his smile grew more natural. "I'm just following the path she paved." "You're both remarkable." Su Huaxin sighed. "Ever since I had my daughter, my heart softened. I couldn't bear to see suffering, so I tried to do something for society. But you've always been pure. I remember your file mentions you received a commendation for bravery in college." "Youthful recklessness." Shen Yu smiled awkwardly. It wasn't a glorious achievement, and it had landed him in the hospital. "Boss, please don't overpraise me. I'm not that good." He knew himself well. He had all the flaws of a young man, and was no rare saint. If anyone was, it would be Shinpei, not him. He merely followed Shinpei's lead, helping those around him as much as he could. "I have to give credit where it's due. A personal question. Do you have a girlfriend? Want me to introduce someone?" No rush. I'm still young. Don't tell me you've never been in a relationship." Su Huaxin looked at him with amusement. "I had one in college. It's good to settle down early. Having a child truly makes you grow up." She stroked her daughter's hair affectionately. "I've discussed it with the group. The foundation will have major projects this year and expand. There will be better platforms and positions for you. Keep up the good work. Let's do more for children like Yi." Hearing her name, little Yi looked up curiously at the two adults, but quickly returned to the colorful images on the tablet. Shen Yu smiled at the little girl watching her cartoon. But in a flash, he saw sharp crystal spikes burst from the child's body. A half-crystallized monster staring at him with desperate eyes. "Uncle, save me." She opened her mouth, her voice hoarse with pleading. "What's wrong?" Su Huaxin noticed his startled expression. "Nothing." Shen Yu blinked, and everything returned to normal. "I stayed up a bit late last night. I'm just a little tired. Get a good rest tonight. Let's go, Yi." Su Huaxin picked up her daughter, who clung reluctantly to the tablet, still playing the cartoon. "Bye-bye, Uncle." Shen Yu watched the mother and daughter walk away, his heart churning. So this was it. The black sun was so close to him. "You should rest now, my little pony." Yi Shiyun, upon hearing that Shen Yu wanted to rest, was about to leave when she heard him suddenly utter an inexplicable phrase. She glanced at him in astonishment. In just a few seconds, she felt as though Shen Yu had transformed into a completely different person. His eyes were brimming with exhaustion, and he parted his lips slightly to say, "I mean, your favorite cartoon when you were little was My Little Pony." Yi Shiyun's surprise deepened as she asked in confusion, "How did you guess it was My Little Pony?" "It's not a guess. You told me yourself." Shen Yu lifted his head, meeting Yi Xian's gaze, and asked, "Your mother's name is Su Huaxin, isn't it? Have you seen my memories?" "No." Yi Shiyun blurted out instinctively, then carefully recalled every detail of her interactions with Shen Yu. There was no way he could have silently read her mind. Because of Wei Xian's unfamiliar face, she had maintained a cheerful facade since waking, yet never let down her guard for a single moment. "Is it, or isn't it?" "It is." "Sit down." Shen Yu gestured to the seat before him, and said, "The company your mother worked for was the Eason Foundation, right? In 2024, no, before the Black Sun descended, I was an employee at your mother's company. I saw you during a corporate team-building event. Do you remember? In 2024, your mother brought you along to the company outing." Yi Shiyun opened her mouth wide, obediently sitting before Shen Yu, and said, "I have a vague impression, but I truly can't recall you. A woman's mouth is a lying devil. You said I was the handsomest in the company." "Sorry." Yi Shiyun scrutinized Shen Yu's face carefully. Calling him handsome was certainly no stretch, but whether she had said such a thing as a child was utterly impossible to remember. She said, "So you're saying you've recalled it? We actually met back in 2024. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I saw you. Was it a memory from childhood?" Yi Shiyun suddenly chuckled, saying, "Should I call you uncle?" "It wasn't a memory. For me, it was all unfolding in the present." Shen Yu looked up at Yi Shiyun, but she shook her head and said, "That can't prove you're from the past. Since we already met in 2024, it only shows there's a bond between us." "Sorry." She understood that Shen Yu wanted to prove his origins, but this alone was far from enough. They were destined to meet regardless. Nothing had changed. "No matter what other questions you raise about me, they can't prove anything either. Perhaps we've met more than once. That's why your face left some impression on me. In this regard, I need to stay rational. Otherwise, unrealistic fantasies would gradually erode my will." She never expected to encounter her mother's friend in such a time. Destiny can indeed be wonderfully mysterious at times. "It's fine. Better than Wei Xian brushing me off. I understand your concerns." Shen Yu didn't insist on changing Yi Xian's perception. She was right. What a coincidence. A smile spread across Yi Xian's face as she searched her memories while looking at Shen Yu, saying, "Uncle Shen, our bond runs deep, doesn't it? In your memory, no, in your perception. What was I doing? Eating watermelon, watching My Little Pony, always clinging to your mother, and you were quite popular with everyone around." "I see." Yi Shiyun sighed with emotion. "Back then the uncles and aunties all adored me, but I was just putting on an act to be likable. Don't be fooled. I was quite scheming as a child." "Who talks about their childhood self like that?" Shen Yu shook his head helplessly, but Yi Shiyun suddenly reached out to pat his shoulder. She missed. "Materialize for a second, let me pat your shoulder," Yi Shiyun stated bluntly, and Shen Yu looked at her in confusion then. Slap, slap. Yi Shiyun gave Shen Yu 2 firm pats on the shoulder with enough force to drive him into the ground. She laughed and said, "All right, Uncle Shen, don't look so glum. My mother's been gone for so many years now, and look at me. I'm still doing fine, aren't I? You should be happy about this reunion after so long. As for the rest, you saved my life, and we share such a deep connection." Yi Shiyun thumped her chest and declared, "No matter what situation you're in, or where you're hiding, I will find you, bring you out of the past, and charge into the future. I, Yi Shiyun, mean what I say." Shen Yu looked up at Yi Shiyun, as if seeing that naive child once again making grandiose, unrealistic promises. Yet he also understood that she had sensed his unstable mental state, and was trying to comfort him. "Do you believe there's a future?" Shen Yu asked. "Yes." Yi Shiyun nodded slowly, her tone solemn, as she said, "As long as the revelation remains, humanity will surely have a future. That's a saying from Mr. Ju." She explained, "I don't fully grasp its deeper meaning, but I believe Mr. Just words must be true. In my view, if the Black Sun sought to destroy humanity, why would it have bestowed the revelation? This power to fight monsters might just be the hope humanity has snatched from the Black Sun. So as long as I can still ignite the flame, I will firmly believe humanity will eventually reclaim this world. It's not just me. The Watchers of Third Shen City and ordinary people believe the same. I hope you do too." Shen Yu gazed at Yi Xian's expression. Her eyes seemed to burn with a blazing fire, dispelling the surrounding dampness and chill. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, I'm not as fragile as you think." He recalled the torn page corner. "I'm just pondering how to make the future better." Shen Yu stood up again, a smile on his face, and said, "There's still so much to do. I hope everything will be in time." There was no time for hesitation. In reality, only a year and a half remained, and danger lurked everywhere here. "Speaking of which, back when you evacuated, why did your family go to First Shen City?" "Don't ask me. I was too young then. Maybe it was based on proximity." Yi Shiyun paused, not pressing further. She guessed the intent behind Shen Yu's question. "Uncle." Yi Shiyun deliberately emphasized the word, seeing that Shen Yu was about to start another treatment session. "You're too weak right now. You should rest first. I need to fly to Nandu to inform them of the situation as soon as possible. Don't worry. When I get back, tell me about your company." Yi Shiyun waved her hand and said, He'll go find Wei Xian and hurry back. Wei Xian was constantly busy. Though he had a tendency to take advantage, he genuinely cared about restoring order at Hanshan Lake and lent a hand. Yi Shiyun also acted as a messenger heading to Nandu to report the situation. For a time, Shen Yu found himself idle. The people here arranged a room for him to rest, and he noticed that his fatigue was quite evident in reality, even dulling his thoughts while here. He stopped overthinking, and using the dream entry technique he had just learned, wove himself a dream of blue skies and white clouds, completely emptying his mind. The moment he entered the dream within a dream, he felt a long-lost genuine slumber he had been without for ages. Refreshing. 6 hours later, he ended the dream within a dream with a relaxed smile. He scanned the nearby rooms, then walked straight through the door to the outside. Oh, at some point his doorstep had become piled with all sorts of items: children's toys, fresh mushrooms and chives, and cans made from some unknown meat. Perhaps due to the full rest, or maybe from receiving others' gratitude, Shen Yu felt incredibly light and cheerful. He gathered the items and brought them inside. Though he had no need to eat, they would be good for Yi Shiyun. He now saw Yi Shiyun as a little child in need of care. Strange as it was in this world, she was far stronger than him. I wonder if she's back yet. He'll ask Wei Xian. Greetings, Divine Healer. Divine Healer, may you never want for food or clothing. People on the road greeted Shen Yu politely, gazing at him with curiosity. Earlier he had cured over 100 minor ailments in one go, sparking discussions throughout Hanshan Lake. Shen Yu was curious why they suddenly called him Divine Healer. Upon inquiring, he learned that they had misheard his name Shen Yu as the homophone Shun E Divine Healer. I feel a bit lightheaded. Is being appreciated this pleasant? Oh, I'm already floating. In high spirits, Shen Yu smiled and found Wei Xian. At that moment, Wei Xian was calculating something on paper in a room. Startled by Shen Yu's sudden floating entrance, he guiltily stuffed the paper into a drawer. What are you writing so secretively? Shen Yu remarked. Seeing it was him, Wei Xian relaxed and said, Bro, can't you make some noise when you walk? Too much trouble. Calculating profits. Wei Xian flashed the paper and said, I old Wei do business with honesty at heart. Too greedy would betray my lofty morals, but too low won't work. I can't afford food or death row inmates. Oh no, I forgot to account for Miss Yes appetite. The price is set a bit low. Though Shen Yu had met Wei Xian first, in his eyes Wei Xian clearly harbored more secrets than Yi Shiyun. Somewhat unfathomable, his peculiar hobby of buying death row inmates even struck Yi Shiyun as odd. Yet he reveled in it. Just break in and kill the bad guys. No need to buy. Right? Wei Xian's eyes lit up, saying, Miss Yes combat power is not to be ignored. They'll cut back on deals and follow her to dispense justice and collect heads. Shen Yu pondered and retorted, so your traveling merchant gig isn't for money but entirely for executing criminals. Wei Xian was momentarily speechless, then guiltily defended himself. Judgment and eating are both necessities for living. Isn't doing good deeds also noble? No. Bro, you're not a noble practitioner. Our path is strange. This question clearly touched on some of Wei Xian's secrets, and he brushed it off with a laugh, saying, Bro, I feel you're in much better spirits now. Had a good rest indeed. What about Yi Shiyun? Still not back? Come to think of it, with her speed, a round trip in an hour is no problem. It's been 6 hours now. Does reporting take that long? Wei Xian recalled that Yi Shiyun had said before leaving Shed aim to return within 4 hours. She also told him to keep an eye on Shen Yu's condition. Yi Shiyun clearly cared deeply about brother Shen and wanted to return quickly for his sake. But now 6 hours had passed. Could it be? Damn! Wei Xian's exclamation startled Shen Yu. Is Yi Shiyun in danger? Wei Xian said with a grave expression, She's not a professional dreamwalker like you, nor an old hand like me who's traveled far and wide. Could she have gotten lost? Shen Yu looked at Wei Xian in silence, astonished that he would say such a thing as being lost. Yi Shiyun was certainly not directionally challenged. Her sense of direction had been quite strong when they were looking for the lookout post earlier. Not to mention there were signs along the road from Nan due to Hongshan Lake to prevent getting lost. Perhaps something held him up, or maybe he ran into an old friend, she said, quite familiar with her former mentors. Shen Yu shook his head and said, I'll go make my rounds first. Let me know if anything comes up. Take it easy. Wei Xian reminded, Don't overexert yourself. In this world, no one knows what might happen next or what kind of changes may arise. Leave some energy for yourself. Yay, over here. Wow, a lollipop. The next morning, Shen Yu returned from his run to see the little girl already out playing. He glanced around and noticed Su Huaxing talking to others. He sneakily took out the prepared lollipop and said, Here, Uncle has some candy for you. Thank you, Uncle. Although she said thank you, she didn't take it, but instead turned to look in her mother's direction, saying, Mom, Uncle gave me a lollipop. Then go ahead, but remember to eat less of other sweets after having the lollipop today. Su Huaxing nodded at Shen Yu. Little Ye obediently thanked him before tearing open the wrapper and starting to eat. She was only about 6 years old now. The events and people I encountered at 6 have long since faded from my memory. Shen Yu looked at the charming little Yi Shiyun in front of him, connecting her to the rebellious mentor. Uncle, do you want to play with me? Little Ye asked after noticing Shen Yu's gaze was fixed on her. Shen Yu smiled and said, sure, what do you want to play, eh? Playing with a child, huh? Shen Yu had visited some children with the foundation before and had quite a bit of experience in how to entertain them. Uncle. Little Ye stealthily glanced at her mother and asked, do you have the egg party game on your phone? So when you said you wanted to play, you meant playing a game. Shen Yu was somewhat speechless and said, you want to play, huh? Yeah, but Mom won't let me. Little Ye tugged at Shen Yu's pants, looking up and saying, can I play for a bit? He'll be next. The two of them, one big and one small, sat on the long bench. Little Ye cleverly hid beside Shen Yu, blocking her mother's line of sight, and then started to play with her phone. Seeing her so happy, Shen Yu didn't disturb her, but quietly thought about things. The tragedy of Counselor Su and her daughter stemmed from the first Shen city. Shen Yu didn't know much about the other underground cities. He only knew that before the fall of the third Shen city, it had been living in a state of order and hope. Should they guide them to choose the third Shen city during evacuation? Should entry into any underground city be based on region or order of arrival? Yi Shiyun wasn't knowledgeable about this either, and he had no way of knowing. Uncle, him first. Him first. Little Ye suddenly excitedly waved her phone, and then shrank her neck, looking nervously at her mother's direction. Seeing that Su Huaxin wasn't looking over, she stuck out her tongue and started the next round of the game. You have quite a talent for gaming. Shen Yu complimented Little Ye and continued to ponder. Yi Shiyun is too young now. Even by the end of next year, she would still be just a little kid. It would be impossible to rely on her to change anything. To alter Su Huaxin's fate, communication with her was necessary. But how should I hint at that? Should I suggest she choose the third Shen city? Then before the arrival of the twin lotus, move to Nandu in advance. This might be the only way to see her alive in a dream. Shen Yu wasn't clear on how many turmoils the other underground cities had faced. Even in Hongshan Lake, only 1/10 of the people survived. But overly direct hints would make her think I'm crazy. I need to earn her trust. Only by making her completely believe in my words will I have a chance to change the future. Shen Yu thought of an action strategy. Didn't she want to do home visits for her employees? At that time, he could introduce her to Shenpei. Once a relationship was established, perhaps he could learn about Shenpei's future. The torn page of the book from the dream directly led to changes in the dream world, but this still couldn't prove the connection between the two. Shen Yu thought, but no matter which one, the time left for me is only a little over a year. I must prepare for the worst-case scenario. The question is how to gain trust. Little Ye, why didn't your dad come today? Shen Yu suddenly recalled what Yi Shiyun had said. Oh, she had come to the third Shen city from a single-parent family. Daddy. Little Yi Shiyun replied, while swiping the screen, my dad is very busy. Mom says he's busy with big things and rarely comes home. Shen Yu remembered that Yi Shiyun mentioned that her father was an unfaithful scoundrel who divorced not long before the apocalypse arrived. Do you like your dad? Not really. Little Yi Shiyun's words made Shen Yu's impression of her father drop sharply. He turned to look in Su Huaxin's direction. Su Huaxin was 3 years younger than Shenpei and was already 32 this year. However, due to years of careful maintenance and her fashionable aesthetics, she looked nothing like a mother of a 6-year-old. Our time only left her with a woman's gentle charm. Coming from a wealthy family and being exceptionally beautiful, Shen Yu could feel that her character was also quite good during their interactions, since she was generous with employees and never harsh. He completely couldn't understand why Yi Shiyun's father would cheat. Perhaps sensing Shen Yu's gaze, Su Huaxin walked over with a smile, and Shen Yu quickly said, your mom is coming over. Little Yi Shiyun shuddered and hurriedly stuffed her phone back into Shen Yu's pocket, her little legs swinging beneath the bench, her big eyes sparkling as she casually looked around. Little Ye, are you playing with Uncle A? Su Huaxin approached smiling and asked, what are you playing? Playing. Little Yi Shiyun stumbled, looking at Shen Yu with a pleading expression. Shen Yu smiled and said, she just played too much and is resting now. Did she cause you any trouble? Su Huaxin pinched her daughter's cheek and looked at Shen Yu, saying, it seems like you had a good rest yesterday. Yeah, this is a nice place. Using dreams after a good sleep in a dream within a dream, Shen Yu felt his spirit in reality beginning to improve. At least he hadn't encountered any illusions since waking up. Did you just go for a run? You should go take a shower, Su Huaxin said, noticing Shen Yu's damp sports shirt from sweat. Be careful not to catch a chill. Okay. Saturday included some group activities while Sunday was basically pure relaxation. Su Huaxin was generous when it came to team building, booking only the best villas and hotels. Moreover, she had indeed left Shen Yu with a standalone unit. The other male colleagues had brought their wives, so it wouldn't make sense to share a room with a young girl. The entire morning was free activity time. Everyone enjoyed the forest oxygen bar and hiked to admire the trees. Shen Yu strolled around for a while, took a few photos to send to his sister, and soon saw Su Huaxin, wearing yoga pants and a sun protective jacket, standing on the terrace stretching. It's you. The environment here is quite nice. Even though it's the weekend, it's still worth coming. Hearing footsteps behind her, Su Huaxin smiled and said something while stretching her arms, expanding her chest. and taking a deep breath. Is your daughter not around? She doesn't like going outside, she's playing with her tablet in the room. Su Huaxin twisted her waist and said, she played like crazy all day yesterday, oh today let her rest. Otherwise when we get home, she'll just come back to me with little colds and fevers. A rare opportunity to be alone. Shen Yu glanced around and could vaguely see some travelers and colleagues, but at this moment others shouldn't be able to hear their conversation. Shen Yu mimicked Su Huaxin's movements to stretch in nature and casually said, Counselor, there's something I'm unsure if I should mention or not. If you're asking this, you should say it. I've learned a bit about fortune-telling. Compared to saying something about dreams and the apocalypse, fortune-telling was a relatively useful excuse. Shen Yu said mysteriously, I saw something about you through fortune-telling. Su Huaxin paused her movements and looked at Shen Yu with a hint of amusement, saying, You're being so vague, what did you see? Marriage fate, Shen Yu said ambiguously. Your marriage won't be very happy. Su Huaxin's smile gradually faded as she looked at Shen Yu's face. After a sigh, she slowly said, Shen Yu, you are an excellent young man. However, we have quite an age difference, and I also have a child. So some thoughts should be suppressed for now. But I'm still happy you would say that. It means I still have some charm. Shen Yu awkwardly replied, What are you talking about? You don't think the ultimate purpose of my words is to intervene in your marriage, do you? Counselor Su, your thought process is a bit off. Why is the leap so high? Su Huaxin stared blankly at Shen Yu, wondering if she was overthinking it. During these days of team building, she had noticed Shen Yu's gaze seemed to stick to her. Other than when he looked at her, he appeared dazed at other times. Now he ran over to say such things naturally, making her think that the young man had developed feelings and was using some tricks. Although she thought Shen Yu was good, this admiration wasn't romantic, so she wanted to clarify the matter to avoid any trouble in the office. But now Shen Yu's expression seemed to indicate he had no such intention at all. Counselor Su, I don't like you. Oh no, I mean I don't have any romantic feelings for you, only respect. Shen Yu hurriedly clarified. If this misunderstanding arose, then anything else he said would be pointless, saying, Forget it. Just pretend I never said any of that. Then I misunderstood, Su Huaxin said, feeling a bit awkward as she saw Shen Yu's demeanor suggesting he wanted to leave. What you said, was it really fortune-telling? Can you still tell fortunes? Do you mean my husband will have an accident? Not an accident. Shen Yu didn't know what kind of changes his words would bring. Perhaps Su Huaxin had some forewarning and her husband would dismiss any thoughts of infidelity, preventing Yi Shiyun from becoming part of a single-parent family. Or perhaps that man had already shown signs and had been caught red-handed, leading to a quicker separation. But regardless of which turning point, it wouldn't become worse. Shen Yu said mysteriously, he might be unfaithful. Forget it, talking about fortune-telling too much also doesn't clarify things. If it hasn't happened, that's for the best. Counselor, you go ahead with your work. Wait a moment. Su Huaxin frowned at Shen Yu and said, Have you met my husband and know something? I'm leaving now. Talking too much is prone to errors. It's better to maintain a sense of mystery. No matter how Su Huaxin speculated now, there would surely come a day in the future when she would seek Shen Yu again. After the team-building event concluded, the group boarded the bus for their return journey. Shen Yu noticed Su Huaxin's demeanor as she remained by her daughter's side, behaving as usual without any signs of abnormality. Even when facing him, it was as if that conversation had never occurred. Be careful on your way home. Yi, say goodbye to your uncle. Goodbye, uncle. I'll be leaving now, Director Su Xiao Yi. After exchanging pleasantries, the team-building activity officially came to a close. Shen Yu thought today Shenpei was rare to be resting at home. Perhaps he should buy a roasted chicken to take back. Last night in his dream, he saw those two eating roasted chicken, which made Shen Yu feel a bit envious. Upon returning home, Shenpei noticed that his brother's mental state had improved. The siblings gathered for dinner, chatted for a while, and then everyone went back to their own tasks. Shenpei still had a paper to write, and Shen Yu had many matters to research. After a while of busy work, he managed to fall back into the realm of dreams without relying on any sleeping aids. Divine Doctor, I developed a chronic condition 20 years ago, and this function of being a man is somewhat. Can you take a look? Yes, I can. The ability of benevolence was rather unreasonable, whether it was an illness or a physical infirmity, as long as the energy was sufficient. Immediate restoration to the optimal state was possible, nearly regarded as miraculous. Shen Yu also took this opportunity to study this peculiar power while helping the people of Hongshan Lake with their ailments. He was unclear about the nature of other benevolent practitioners, but he could pull himself back from a state akin to death, much like what Yi Shiyun experienced. This power was far more formidable than mere daydreams. Now he was not entirely ignorant of this world, but the more he learned, the more doubts he had about his own existence. Perhaps, just as Yi Shiyun said, finding a true sage might unravel the mysteries surrounding him. Although today is limited in number, please rest assured I won't be leaving here for a short while. After a bit of busyness, Shen Yu promised those who had yet to be treated, saying, I will ensure that everyone here is healthy when I leave. The staff assisted in dispersing the crowd, and Wei Xian approached with a bowl of food. Today there was no chicken, instead it was a bowl of an unknown mixture of meat, mushrooms, and vegetables. Shen Yu noticed a dark tail floating in the soup resembling part of a gecko. I say, Wei Xian, you don't have to run over here to eat, do you? Well, it's quiet here. The people of Hongshan Lake treat you like treasure, even sending security to the entrance. Wei Xian placed his bowl down at the consultation desk and said, if I take it to eat, it's unavoidable, otherwise they would give me meat while they drink thin porridge, and I would feel quite awkward. Isn't there enough food stored here? There was originally some reserves. Wei Xian shook his head and said, those pests came and ruined a large quantity, and it seems we need some support from the South City to get through this peacefully. To be honest, he lamented, famine is more terrifying than slaughter. I find it hard to accept these high-minded revelations. Has Yi not returned yet? Yi, I'm talking about Yi Shiyuan. Wei Xian looked suspiciously at Shen Yu, feeling that there was an inexplicable closeness between these two when dealing with him and Hongshan Lake. Clearly I was the one who met the elder brother first, and I was the one who came here first. There's been no news. Wei Xian said, it's already been 10 hours, but there's no need to worry too much about her. Even if she encounters a black sun monster, she can escape. Perhaps someone in the South City invited her for a meal. Hey brother, I'm telling you, life is not bad in the South City. Wei Xian chatted with Shen Yu about the situation in South City while eating. Although there was some gap compared to the third Shen City, in Wei Xian's words, the prosperity there was among the top 5. Indeed, prosperity. These two words mean that the South City has completely shaken off famine and perfectly achieved internal circulation. As for how many people live there, Wei Xian could only vaguely estimate it to be several 100,000, but the actual situation was only known to the people of South City. It might even exceed 1 million. That place was expanded based on the giant underground plaza from the old era. The preparation for relocation was quite thorough. Of course, the most important thing is that it is directly managed by the military district with ample scientific research power. Additionally, among the first batch of awakened enlighteners, there is Zhang Anping. He comes from a police background, is valiant and enlightened. Although his strength may not match that of the young lady, it's not far off either, and he can hold his ground. So since the relocation, despite some setbacks, it has been relatively stable. South City is one of the few underground cities with a real army. The third Shen City doesn't even have an army of that scale. Wei Xian pointed out, half of the ash bombs circulating in the market are produced by South City's military factories. To be honest, although South City is somewhat outmatched against the Black Sun monsters, they are the strongest in the eastern region. In Hongshan Lake Shun, you could only feel the helplessness of the people, most of whom had long since become numb, living day by day. Reviving a shelter that had been closed for over 10 years would not be an easy task. He had inquired before. South City had once intended for these 1,000+ people to relocate directly, but the people here fear the outside wasteland and the Black Sun, even fearing South City in the future, and declined the request from South City. Once this matter is resolved here, let's go to South City together to have a look. That reminds me, brother Shun. Moi. Do you remember? Wei Xian said with a flattering smile, that extravagant one who drove a car to the outpost. That car is still at the outpost. You see, both you and young lady, you can fly, but for me a car is quite important. It's my mobile home. I get your meaning now. You hope I can carry it over. Yes, just be careful not to damage the chassis. That would affect its resale value. Didn't you say you'd make it a home? Oh, selling houses back and forth to exchange for bigger and better ones is quite normal, isn't it? Shen Yu pointed at Wei Xian, shaking his head in disbelief. Now that there was nothing else to do, he might as well help him with this favor. Along with that, the items that haven't been moved from the outpost can also be brought back. Even if the stored food there isn't enough for a few hundred people to have a meal, having some is better than none. This junk car pales in comparison to my Baja Raider. After spending some time, the van was sent to the outskirts of Hongshan Lake. Wei Xian borrowed some tools and went directly under the car, studying it while saying, "Don't look down on my car. It's a model from 20 years ago, but it runs on ash energy. On the wasteland it can reach speeds over 100, and it doesn't need fuel. Just shovel some ash into it, and it can run. This junk car should have been scrapped long ago. It's only had some desert protection done, tires replaced, and it still runs on outdated gasoline. Tisk tisk tisk, it's not worthy of my home. South City doesn't take this kind of junk. Fix it up and sell it to Hongshan Lake." Wei Xian called out, "Pass me the largest wrench, thank you, brother." Does Hongshan Lake have anything valuable? They can't even afford to eat. Shen Yu asked after handing it over. There are some mineral resources. South City would come to collect them. Iron ore is currently a controlled product, but control means it can be sold at a high price privately. Wei Xian was hammering and tapping under the car, and after a while he emerged saying, "Brother, don't criticize me for smuggling. Isn't that noble? I call it resource reallocation, doing a good deed. I haven't criticized you. Just give it a try." Wei Xian took off his gloves, crawled into the driver's cabin, shook his head, and looked at the car's interior decor, saying, "Outside is shabby, and inside is even shabbier. I don't know how many hands this car has passed through. Aside from still being able to start, there's only a radio left. Is the radio still useful, eh? In this era, only the radio has some use." Wei Xian turned on the radio first, hearing a lot of static, and said, Perhaps we can hear some broadcasts from South City. South City built some facilities here last year, and the machines below were destroyed. Maybe we can still hear something. As he turned the dial, a voice began to emerge faintly. Wei Xian exclaimed, "There really is. South City occasionally plays some tunes." He started fine-tuning, and as the sound adjusted, a female voice gradually became clearer. "Repeat that." "Almost there." Although there was still plenty of static and the signal was interfered with and attenuated, the words could be vaguely understood. Wei Xian asked, "What are they saying?" "The city of South City has completely fallen. We have encountered attacks from mysterious monsters. Within 10 hours, 880,000 people have inexplicably turned to ash. The city's functions have paralyzed, and the survivors are less than 20 people. Survivors who hear this broadcast, please pay attention. Do not come back. Do not come back. Do not come back. Repeat that the city of South City has completely fallen. All we have encountered." The broadcaster's voice, filled with anguish, kept repeating and shouting, while both Wei Xian and Shen Yu exchanged astonished glances. "The city of South City destroyed. Shao Qing, is that you? So good to hear." With the last vague utterance, only static noise remained on the channel. No further messages. If the disappearance of 2 people from the outpost stirred unease, then the successive vanishing of hundreds of thousands from an entire city evoked sheer terror. Nandu City. The magnificent underground complex capable of housing millions lay pristine. The rail lines connecting the city gleamed. The fountain in the square still spouted clear streams, as if all was functioning normally. Above the city, a lamp panel simulating the sun hung, casting warm, even light upon the empty streets and silent buildings. But no one was there. Wei Xian cowered behind Shen Yu, his face a mask of terror. The slightest rustle made him start in fright. Shen Yu bent down and picked up the uniform of the 3rd Shen City lying on the ground. A gold bracelet fell off, clinking against the floor. "Miss, yes." Wei Xian picked up the bracelet, turned to look at the pensive Shen Yu, and shook his head. "No, impossible. She's experienced in fighting monsters. Boss, look around. There's not even a trace of fire. She couldn't have vanished without putting up a fight." It was less a denial than a desperate attempt to reassure himself. After hearing the broadcast, Shen Yu had rushed to Nandu City, with Wei Xian following. But they were greeted by a hollow, eerie underground city where life seemed paused, leaving only clothes behind, as if their very existence had been snatched away by something unnameable. Nandu City had sensed the risk, and even organized a refuge, gradually moving supplies and personnel into fortified shelters. Shen Yu looked up. Behind the uniform was a sturdy alloy door etched with peculiar patterns, similar to those he had seen in Safe Room No. 15 and in Wei Xian's car earlier. The access system still worked. Shen Yu passed directly through the wall. Behind it lay a warehouse of supplies for refuge, the floor covered with various clothes, yet not a single living soul remained. Judging by the location, Yi Shiyun must have sensed the anomaly upon arriving in Nandu, and taken the initiative to protect its people. But even she had been taken by that specter-like monster. Just like the 2 at the outpost. Just vanished like that. Shen Yu murmured, dazed. That adorable kindergarten girl, that valiant and unwavering warrior. Not long ago she had comforted him and cheered him on. Only a short time apart, and her future had ceased to exist. Even if she were gravely wounded, even at death's door, as long as he could find her, perhaps the power of benevolence could work another miracle. But nothing remained, not even a trace of ash. Shen Yu searched through her clothes, hoping to find even a scrap of flesh to work with. He had just made a decision to change her fate, to give her and her mother a better future. But before he could do anything, she had vanished. "Boss." Wei Xian was silent for a long while, then shuddered, as if making up his mind. He slammed his fist against the wall, drawing Shen Yu's attention. The usually cheerful fat man now wore a grave expression. "I have a favor to ask of you." Shen Yu looked at Wei Xian. "North of the city marked on my map, 33 degrees east of north, 33 kilometers away, there's a giant mountain of ash." Wei Xian had already sensed something. His legs trembled uncontrollably, but his will was firm, his voice urgent. "Go there, mention my name, tell them what happened in Nandu. Tell them that the it from the prophecy has been born." "What do you mean?" "It." Shen Yu realized Wei Xian seemed to know the true culprit. "No time to explain." Wei Xian gritted his teeth. "Go now? Every second you delay, the chance for civilization's flame and humanity's survival diminishes. Only you can do this. Hurry. They'll find a car in Nandu and follow you immediately." "All right." This was the first time Shen Yu had seen Wei Xian so earnest in a request. He couldn't even spare a moment to grieve Yi Xian's disappearance. The fate of everyone in this world hung in the balance. Suppressing all emotion, he repeated, "North of the city, 33 degrees east of north, 33 kilometers away, the giant mountain of ash. I'm leaving now. I'm counting on you." As Shen Yu passed upward through the barrier and left, Wei Xian seemed unable to hold himself together any longer. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. After a moment, he looked toward the end of the road. Someone stood there. Someone Wei Xian knew very well. He had sensed it earlier. It had been watching him all along. The perpetrator who had mysteriously erased 8800 people from Nandu was now fixed on him. He was its next target. The moment he noticed it, Wei Xian understood the nature of the entity before him. He could never escape. The only solace was that Shen Yu seemed unaffected by its influence. At least the message could still be delivered. No wonder they wore joyful expressions. You reflect the person one misses most in their heart. As the source of all calamity, I didn't expect you to have a shred of conscience letting people leave in the joy of reunion. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Wei Xian pushed himself up from his knees, a golden light, unlike any before, flickering in his eyes. But as soon as he straightened, he collapsed again. Without pain, without sensation, his feet had turned to ash, slithering like a serpent toward it. Wei Xian followed the trail of ash, his gaze slowly focusing on it. The person I care about most in my heart is you, Dad. He looked at the middle-aged man before him, whose features bore a striking resemblance to his own, and said with self-mockery, I thought it would be the only woman I ever dated. Why does it have to be you, you corrupt official? He gave a helpless smile, using his hands to prop his upper body upright as his lower limbs dissolved. Exhaling deeply, he murmured, all things have their laws, all beings their sins. The ignorant revel and abandon, the depraved cling to filth. In that moment, Wei Xian seemed a different person. His low voice echoed through the empty underground city, as if thousands of him were chanting in unison. By virtue as covenant, I offer 1,930 sinful souls. Thus the pact is sealed. The four directions close the celestial gates, shut wind ceases, thunder stills. Virtue and malice stand distinct, starlight from all heavens descends. The scene before him froze in an instant. Golden light consumed his entire world, and within that golden radiance a six-armed being gradually emerged, its gaze shifting toward Wei Xian. At that moment, Wei Xian radiated a dense golden light. Praise and judge. When virtue overflows, sublimity is achieved, judgment has arrived. The ash that it had absorbed swirled in the air, pulled back into Wei Xian's body. He reshaped his legs, clasped his hands before his chest, and roared at the figure before him. Here I swear. I am the one who accomplishes all good deeds in the world. I am the one who proclaims all judgment in the world. I am the sublime. Feeling the surging, boundless power, a joyful smile spread across Wei Xian's face. I succeeded. I have gained the sublime's recognition. I have obtained unprecedented power to rival, or even surpass the Black Sun monsters. Father, do you see? I didn't disappoint your expectations. I am the chosen revelator. Am not useless, am not a fraud. I truly made the being within the Black Sun descend upon me. I've gained power comparable to the gods. In that moment, Wei Xian had only one thought, no regrets in death. Wei Xian. A heart-wrenching cry pierced the beautiful dream, dispelling the golden illusion. Wei Xian had never completed any ritual. Only a third of his body remained. He lay cradled in Shen Yu's arms, the power of benevolence pouring into him incessantly, but no matter how hard he tried, his body continued to disintegrate bit by bit. Wei Xian opened his mouth, the pre-death bliss fading. He looked at the frantic Shen Yu and asked, why did you come back? He understood now. He had never made the sublime cast its gaze upon him again. This long-cherished success was its farewell gift to him. A wistful smile lingered on his face. He sighed deeply. Ah, it was so gentle after all. How wonderful. Shen Yu stared blankly at Wei Xian, whose features remained frozen in that final smile, as if he had found solace in the final chapter of his destiny. The moment the smile was set, his remnant body silently crumbled. Fine grains of sand drifted from his fingertips, his forehead, his chest. Shen Yu reached out, trying to grasp his last trace, but the sand slipped mercilessly through his fingers. He felt the fine sand in his hand slip away so swiftly, as if carrying away all of Wei Xian's stories and existence. But I can't see it. Shen Yu looked up. The passage was empty. He had sensed an anomaly in the Black Sun just after leaving Nandu, and had wanted to return to tell Wei Xian. But when he came back, Wei Xian was just standing there, dazed before dissolving from the feet up. He couldn't sense any other presence. He couldn't see it. The murderer who took the two at the outpost, who took Yishiyun, who erased Nandu City, who killed Wei Xian. He couldn't even see who the killer was. The world fell silent once more. As silent as those earliest days, as if Yishiyun and Wei Xian had never existed, leaving only an unquenchable ache of solitude in his heart. What the hell are you? Shen Yu's roar echoed through the empty Nandu City. Just as he could not see it, it could not see him either. North of the city, 33 degrees east of north, 33 kilometers away, the giant mountain of ash. Shen Yu clutched the map Wei Xian always carried, and Yishian's gold bracelet in his trembling hands. He repeated the address over and over, hypnotizing himself. It's not over yet. None of this is over. I entrust my younger brother to your care. Rest assured. The woman in a beige chiffon blouse smiled at Shen Pei, then turned her gaze to Shen Yu beside her. Shen Yu forced a stiff smile and greeted. I'm sorry to trouble you, Dr. Wu. No need to call me doctor. That's too formal. I was your sister's classmate, so just call me Qianjia. Wu Qian nodded at Shen Pei, signaling her to stay outside, and closed the door. She then led Shen Yu to the sofa in the treatment room and asked, "Would you like a soft drink or bottled water?" "Bottled water, thank you." Wu Qian placed a bottle of water before Shen Yu and said, "No need to be so tense. I know you've been pushing yourself to keep your sister from worrying. But here you don't have to. Come, let me relax your face a bit. Try to look more natural." With practiced hands, Wu Qian gently massaged Shen Yu's face for a moment before circling around to sit opposite him. Watching him struggle even to lift the corners of his mouth, she said, "Compared to our last meeting, you've been through a lot lately, haven't you?" Shen Yu sat on the edge of the sofa, constantly twisting his little finger, his posture hunched. These were all signs of insecurity, a stark contrast to the impression Wu Qian had of him before. The last time she saw him, she could sense he was a resilient patient striving to separate the emotions from his dreams from reality, but this time was different. She sensed a profound exhaustion. "I have indeed been through a lot. I heard about what happened recently from your sister." Wu Qian leaned forward, closing the distance between them, modulating her tone, pace, and expression. "You tried to cut yourself with a knife last night, didn't you?" It was Friday, the 5th day since he had witnessed everything perish in his dream. Shen Pei, sensing her brother's abnormality, had immediately taken leave to bring him to the psychologist for treatment. Wu Qian held a notebook, leaning forward with a concerned gaze at Shen Yu, guiding him. "Is it related to the dreams you mentioned before?" Shen Yu let out a long breath, nodded, and said in a low voice, "Last week my dream changed. Human figures appeared in the once barren desert. They told me that world was Earth in 2045, and that the apocalypse would arrive at the end of 2025. Wu Qian quickly jotted down keywords in her notebook, but her expression remained warmly smiling as she nodded in acknowledgement of Shen Yu's words, signaling him to continue. "I went on adventures with two people trying to investigate the truth, but just as our journey began, they were erased by monsters. I watched helplessly as Wei Xian turned to sand and slipped through my fingers." Shen Yu didn't conceal the events in his dreams. He had undergone psychological treatment before. Not only did Shen Pei know about the Black Sun dream, but Dr. Wu had long been aware of it as well. Whether or not she could help, he now needed to unburden the pain pressing on his heart through confession. Wu Qian noticed Shen Yu's hand. His fingers curled slightly, trembling uncontrollably. "When I woke up, my palm was still shaking as if I had truly lost something." "Don't be afraid." Wu Qian recalled the siblings' childhood experiences and comforted him. "Your dreams are becoming more vivid, especially the scenes of death. You've said before that you've grown accustomed to the loneliness in your dreams, but now human interactions have begun to appear, suddenly intensifying your emotional attachment to the dream world. The reason you're experiencing this emotional shock now is that you've come to treat them as real. But that doesn't mean you're losing control over reality. In fact, your subconscious is expressing feelings you might have overlooked, like loss, helplessness, and fear. This kind of death in your dreams reflects some anxiety in your real life, doesn't it?" Wu Qian asked Shen Yu, "Have you encountered any difficulties at work or in life recently?" "No, Dr. Wu." Shen Yu looked up at her. "I don't believe my dreams are false. Do you think I'm crazy?" "Not crazy, just a bit troubled." Wu Qian smiled and asked, "You mentioned a name earlier, Wei Xian. Is he someone you know in real life?" "Wei Xian is not, but Yi Shiyun is. She's my boss daughter. She's in kindergarten now. The one I saw was her 20 years later." The situation was more severe than before. After noting some keywords, Wu Qian didn't provoke the patient's emotions, but continued to reassure him, "Dreams can't truly harm you. You're here now in reality. We can discuss it together. Next time you dream of such scenes, try to remind yourself that you're still in the real world. Don't let the dream control you." Shen Yu looked at Wu Qian's side and didn't continue. He understood that others couldn't possibly comprehend him and knew that her judgment stemmed from her professional expertise. Rather than argue or try to prove anything, it was better to behave well and put everyone at ease. "I can sense you're very tired." Wu Qian set her notebook aside, picked up her phone, and played some light music remotely. "Come, close your eyes. Clench your fist tightly and feel the tension concentrating in your palm. Now relax. Feel the release of that tension. Good. Take a deep breath, slowly feel the air entering your body, then exhale gently. With each breath, you'll feel more and more relaxed, more and more drowsy." Guided by her words, Shen Yu felt his eyelids growing heavier. The exhaustion of several nights gradually washed over him, and he drifted into a sleepy haze. Above the desert, Shen Yu blinked in a daze. He turned to glance at the black sun that was setting in the west, about to merge with the earth. Lowering his head, he shaded a patch of shadow on the map left by Wei Xian. The underground cities and settlements in the west had no survivors left either. Shen Yu wrapped Yi Xian's golden bracelet with the map, now covered in shaded areas, clutching it tightly in his palm as he gazed at this world. He had gone to the places Wei Xian mentioned and followed his most precious map to every city, from Red Mountain Lake to each underground city. Everywhere bore traces of human struggle and survival, yet there was not a single person left. The invisible monster had erased all living beings from the world. He also witnessed the sandification of the Black Sun's monsters. As the black sun slowly descended and humanity vanished, those terrifying hundred-meturtle beasts lost their purpose. They sat rooted in place, turning into sand, and rising as mountains, standing silently upon the earth. The world is coming to an end. A profound sense of sorrow welled up in his heart. Shen Yu stood still, staring at the sinking black sun. He could feel it. In a few days, when the black sun finally set, perhaps the entire planet would turn to sand, dissolving into cosmic dust, letting everything fade away. How did you sleep? Was it still that desert? Wu Qian saw Shen Yu stir and slowly wake up. Glancing at her watch, it had been less than 10 minutes. She sat back down on the sofa and asked, "Did you manage to clear your mind for a bit?" "I dreamed again. All the people in the desert were gone. Only I remained. Humanity's future has vanished." Shen Yu stated it calmly. Wu Qian let out a quiet sigh. "Do you think that will be humanity's future?" "Yes." Shen Yu's gaze swept around the room. "Do you have anything like scissors here?" Wu Qian's heart skipped a beat, recalling Shen Pei's mention of self-harm tendencies. Last night, when Shen Pei came home, she found him in the kitchen with a knife pointed at his own hand. That was precisely why Wu Qian had moved the therapy session originally scheduled for the weekend a day earlier. "I'm sorry, but you should understand that there are no sharp objects in my treatment room." Wu Qian chose her words carefully. "However, I'd like to know, what did you plan to do with the scissors?" "Nothing, never mind." Shen Yu shook his head and raised his hand. "Dr. Wu, in your eyes, does my hand look normal?" Wu Qian carefully examined Shen Yu's fingers without contradicting him. "Could you let me see your hand?" She took his hand and scrutinized it for any abnormalities. "In your eyes, what's wrong with your hand?" "Yes, my fingers have developed the same crystal disease as in my dreams." She sighed, concluding that he was experiencing hallucinations. "What we need to focus on now is your current psychological state. We can explore the emotional reactions these dreams trigger and gradually help you regain control over reality. If you feel the future might really turn out like in your dreams, then try telling yourself that in reality you have the chance to make different choices." "Do I still have a chance?" "Of course you do." Sensing that Shen Yu only needed reassurance, Wu Qian smiled. "Your destiny has always been in your own hands." Shen Yu looked down at the crystallized marks on his hand. Others seemed unable to see them, but he could. His entire little finger had become like crystal. Gray turbid crystal. He was now certain. This was an inevitable future. Because ever since the day he witnessed their departure, the symptoms of the crystal disease had appeared on his own body, including the abilities of an awakener. "Is my destiny in my own hands?" Shen Yu suddenly lifted his head. He remembered that when he first encountered Wei Xian, he had gone to Safe House No. 15 for a suppressor. Back then he hadn't realized it was the future, and since the suppressor required the serum of an awakener, he hadn't paid much attention to it. After all, the emergence of awakeners came after the onset of the crystal disease, so by then it would be too late. But now it was different. Shen Yu felt he had already become an awakener. His blood could cultivate suppressors and save the billions of people doomed by the crystal disease. This wasn't about changing one person's fate. It was about altering the destiny of the entire world. If more people survived, more awakeners would emerge and more advanced technologies could be developed. Perhaps the third Shen city wouldn't be destroyed, and perhaps the much-lauded Mr. Zhu could find a way to counter the mysterious monsters. Shen Yu clenched his fist, feeling the weight of destiny. "Have you figured things out?" "Yes, thank you, Dr. Wu." Shen Yu looked up at Wu Qian. "Let's stop here for today. I have things to do. Thank you for your treatment. You've reminded me of what I truly need to do." He stood up. "He'll be in touch." Wu Qian felt completely turned around. She prescribed some calming medication, but as she looked down at the terms recorded in her notebook, she felt a nagging sense of familiarity with a similar scene. "We'll be going now?" "Thank you, Wu Qian." Outside the door, Shen Pei expressed her gratitude, seeing her brother seemingly improved. But Wu Qian only gave a perfunctory reply before immediately picking up her phone to dial a number. "Hello, Master, it's me." Leaning by the window, Wu Qian watched the siblings leave. Frowning, she asked, "A black sun, everything turning to desert, a world devoid of people. Master, have I seen a similar case in your records?" "Sis, do you know how to do a blood test?" "Why would you want a blood test?" "I'm worried you won't feel at ease about me, so let's just get it checked out," Shen Yu said reassuringly. He understood that Shen Pei hadn't slept well all night, fretting over him. There was an impact indeed. Witnessing Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian's departure, the desolation of the world, Shen Yu felt a profound sorrow from the depths of his heart. But he understood one thing more clearly: life and reality had to go on. Even if the apocalypse was a year away, there were still over 1,000 meals to eat. He knew very well that a single mentally ill person could drive everyone around them insane. So he always kept his dreams and realities separate, going to work and interacting with his family normally. But yesterday he hadn't truly intended to harm himself. He only wanted to test the power of benevolence. He had tried it. After the crystallization phenomenon occurred, he did indeed gain an epiphany. However, it was a vastly weakened version. The power of the dream maze couldn't enter others' dreams. It could only induce drowsiness, and the dream self could only appear on the other side. As for the power of benevolence, it wasn't the unscientific cure-all for every disease found in the wasteland. It could only accelerate wound healing and scarring. That day, he had just been about to delve deeper into the experiment when he was caught red-handed, startling Shinpei. "You don't have to be that mature," Shinpei said. "You don't need to manage my emotions for me. What you need to do now is face yourself positively. If you want to talk about the things in your dreams, I can listen. Don't worry that I'll look at you differently. I'm your big sister, your only family." He had talked to Shinpei about dreaming of the apocalypse. Her doctor's rationality made her disbelieve in prophecies and the word apocalypse. All she could do was listen to her brother talk. Shen Yu pondered, even though the people had vanished, perhaps he could find the formula for the inhibitor somewhere. If that were the case, countless people would be saved and the future would undoubtedly change because of it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Your phone is vibrating. Shen Yu picked up his phone and saw it was Su Huaxin calling him. Could it be about today's leave? He had gone to the admin office in the afternoon to sign for leave because he had a doctor's appointment. Su Huaxin wasn't in the company today. "Hello, Director Su. Shen Yu, can you drive?" "Yes." Shen Yu replied with confusion. "Good. I'm approving your leave. Leave the company now. I'll send you an address. Get here immediately." Su Huaxin's tone was strange, revealing a suppressed fury. Shen Yu was about to say he had already taken the afternoon off, but sensing something was wrong with her tone, he asked, "Did something happen?" "Just come over first." Su Huaxin rarely used such a tone to order people around. She hung up after saying that. Sensing something amiss, Shen Yu thought for a moment. Could it be related to her husband? "My boss has some situation," Shen Yu said to his sister. "I need to go right away." "Is it serious?" "I'll go see first," Shen Yu said. "Don't wait for me for dinner." At that moment, he felt as if some kind of summons were calling him. Fate and the future were about to change. "Uncle Shen, why are you here?" Following the address Su Huaxin had given him, Shen Yu arrived at a high-end villa district. Just as he reached the entrance, he saw little Yi Shiyun riding a bicycle wobbling along under the watchful eye of a nanny Andy. She blinked her big eyes and looked up with confusion, asking, "Are you here to see Mommy?" "Yi Shiyun." Just on Monday at work, Shen Yu had subtly inquired about little Yi Shiyun's situation with Su Huaxin. At least for now, she was still a carefree little princess doted on by her mother. "Hello, Yi." Shen Yu ruffled little Yi's hair, feeling the warmth emanating from her, his expression softening. "Yes, Director Su has something to discuss with me." "Oh, Mommy is in a bad mood today," little Yi whispered secretly. "She drank a lot of wine." "Don't make Mommy angry. She's really scary when she's angry." "Thanks for the heads up." Before they could chat for long, the villa's door swung open. Su Huaxin, who had just finished her makeup, walked out with a gloomy expression. Shen Yu noticed she was dressed exceptionally beautifully today, as if she were about to attend some prestigious banquet. But as soon as Su Huaxin saw her daughter at the doorstep, her expression immediately changed. "Yi, have anyone take you to dinner tonight. He'll allow you to play some games. Mommy has some work matters to handle with Uncle." "Yi won't play games. Yi will stay home and wait for Mommy to come back." Children are actually very sensitive to adult emotions. Little Yi Shiyun said obediently. Su Huaxin, doting on her, picked her up and gave her a kiss. Then she tossed the car keys to Shen Yu. "I've been drinking, so I can't drive. Go get the car out." Shen Yu took the keys. It was a Mercedes emblem with small letters spelling Maybach. He let out an "A newly licensed driver like me driving a Maybach. Is this for real? I probably can't even afford to cover the paintwork right. Mommy's leaving now. Yi, be good at home." Once in the passenger seat, Su Huaxin's expression instantly turned cold. She operated the car's infotainment system, and soon a navigation route appeared. Navigating to Suzhou Siyue Hotel. Shen Yu glanced at her. Her spirits were exceptionally low. Despite her makeup, her eyes were still red and her eyelids were somewhat swollen. He knew when not to ask too many questions. Following the navigation, he nervously drove the luxury car out of the residential area and onto the road. "I'm sorry for putting you through this. He'll have finance calculate today's overtime pay for you," Su Huaxin said wearily. Shen Yu, gripping the steering wheel tightly, dared not look away to glance at her, and replied, "No problem, no problem. There are always emergencies." "Hello." Su Huaxin answered a call. Bro, sorry to trouble you. Don't let him get away. I'm already on my way." "Okay, I didn't drive. A colleague from work gave me a ride. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. Don't worry." Su Huaxin kept repeating, "I'm fine," but after hanging up, she tilted her head back and wiped the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand. She took deep breaths, trying to calm her emotions. Shen Yu didn't say anything. From the clues, his premonition had come true. Today's events all stemmed from Shen Yu. It was a future he had changed. But he didn't think he had done anything wrong. A short pain was better than a long one, discovering it early and cutting it off early was better than continuing to be deceived. He drove in silence. Su Huaxin clearly didn't want to talk either. She just kept pressing her hand to her chest, looking very distressed. Taking advantage of a traffic jam, Shen Yu suddenly turned his head and said, "Director Su." Su Huaxin turned to look at Shen Yu and was immediately captivated by his eyes. Then she felt her consciousness grow drowsy and she leaned back against the seat, falling asleep. "Have a good dream." Shen Yu glanced at his pinky finger and said softly. He couldn't weave a beautiful dream for her right now, but he could help her sleep and calm her emotions. Better focus on driving. But still, why does it feel like everyone on the road is yielding to me? Director Su were here. Over an hour later, Shen Yu unbuckled his seatbelt and gently shook Su Waxin's shoulder. She opened her eyes with a dazed look, stared at Shen Yu in confusion, and then remembering something said, "Follow me." Huaxin. As soon as they got out of the car, a man with a square face walked up to them. Seeing her relative, Su Huaxin couldn't hold back her tears any longer and sobbed, "Bro. Let's not worry about that for now." Su Waxin's biological brother patted his sister's back. "Don't worry, I've already gotten the corridor surveillance footage. I'm going to drag Yiqing out right now." "Wait a moment." Su Huaxin wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and picked up her phone to make a call. Shen Yu noticed someone had come for valet parking and breathed a sigh of relief as he quickly got out of the car. He exchanged a glance with Su Qiwu. The future head of the Su family sized up the young and handsome Shen Yu with a scrutinizing gaze, but said nothing. Meanwhile, Su Waxin's call had connected. "Are you busy right now?" She put it on speakerphone. In a meeting at the office, a man's voice came from the other end. "About 10 more minutes. What's up, honey? Is Yi missing her daddy? Wait a bit for me, I'll video call you when I'm done. You've been so busy lately having a meeting at this hour." Su Huaxin gripped her phone tightly, struggling to suppress her emotions. "Can't be helped. I have to perform well here. After all, it's a project Dad is personally overseeing. Working hard also gives you face. Oh, it's Friday today. He'll be back in Xinxing tomorrow morning. You should look forward to it." "Look forward to what?" Su Huaxin suddenly laughed, but her smile was cold as ice. "I've prepared a surprise for my wife, of course. I have to get back to the meeting now. He'll video call you later." "Yiqing. Go ahead with your meeting." Su Huaxin hung up. Her husband's lie had shattered the last shred of decency between them. She hardened her heart, her face icy cold, and said, "Let's go. When we divorce, he won't get a single cent from the Su family." The siblings strode in with their entourage. Shen Yu stood there unsure whether to follow or not. Fortunately, Su Huaxin remembered he was there, turned around, and said, "Come on. You can use your phone to record a video." Su Qiwu had already prepared the room card. When he swiped it to open the hotel room door, a sharp woman's scream immediately came from inside the suite, followed by a panicked voice. "Wife, brother-in-law, why are you here?" Shen Yu squeezed in with his phone and peeked inside. He saw a man lying on the bed naked from the waist up with a handsome face like a movie star, but now his face was full of terror. Meanwhile, a woman on the other side had pulled the covers over herself to hide. So this was Yi Xian's father. No wonder she had no good feelings for him. Sharing a bed with another woman while putting on an act of a good husband on the phone. Utterly disgusting. You all, let me explain. It's not what it looks like. Then what else could it be?" Su Qiwu strode in, his eyes wide, and roared. "I already saw you two cuddling in the underground garage. Do you think I'm blind? Yiqing, you beast." "Yiqing," Su Huaxin said coldly. "We're through." "Huaxin, listen to me." Yiqing's face turned ashen. He slid onto his knees before Su Huaxin. "My heart only belongs to you. This is just, yes, it's this woman who set me up. Someone must have sent her to drive a wedge between us. But we didn't do anything. We were just getting a massage. Yes, she's a door-to-door masseuse." "Enough. Nonsense." Su Huaxin snapped, turning her face away. "Let's get a divorce." "Divorce? Do you want Yi's family to be broken? Do you want others to laugh at her for not having a father?" "Huaxin, this is really a misunderstanding. Let's all calm down first." "Yes, calm down, and you can listen to me explain slowly." "Stop lying." When it came to her daughter, Su Huaxin said word by word, "Divorce. With no thing." Yiqing's face flushed red. Hearing the words "with nothing," he shot up and, throwing caution to the wind, said, "If you can keep a lover outside, why should I leave with nothing? Yiqing. Otherwise, why won't you even let me touch you? I'm a living person too. I have desires." Yiqing's gaze swept over everyone present. When he saw Shen Yu, who was dressed incongruously and strikingly handsome, he pointed directly at him and said, "He's the gigolo you're keeping, isn't he?" Slap. Su Huaxin landed a slap across Yiqing's face. "I have nothing more to say to you. Madman scumbag. Wait for the lawyer. Bro, let's go." Su Qiwu spat in Yiqing's face. "I will ruin your reputation." Yiqing clenched his teeth, watching the siblings' retreating backs. His eyes caught sight of Shen Yu still holding up his phone and recording him. A vicious look crossed his face. He didn't want to be kicked out with nothing. He had to find some leverage against Su Huaxin too. Whether it was true or not, he would just bite first. "You're the gigolo seducing my wife." He didn't dare to lay a hand on the Su siblings, but others were fair game. He grabbed a liquor bottle and charged furiously at Shen Yu, raising it to smash over his head. "Watch out." Bam. Su Qiwu squinted, watching Shen Yu withdraw his foot, and Yiqing fly backward 4 meters like a scene from a martial arts movie. He couldn't help but praise, "Nice kick." Shen Yu looked down at his own leg. The uniqueness of an enlightened one wasn't just in miraculous superpowers. As crystallization increased, one's entire physical fitness, strength, and reaction speed would increase towards the inhuman. He had only just instinctively kicked out, but he hadn't expected. He could clearly sense that the man's ribs were already broken. You? Su Huaxin was startled by the sight of the fallen Yi Qing, but the words died in her throat. Her expression turned cold. She turned to look at Shen Yu and asked, "Is your foot okay?" "I'm fine," Shen Yu said calmly. "Please call an ambulance. It would be troublesome if I kicked him to death. He'll talk to Dad. The company will dismiss him." Su Chuwu shook his head, words poised on his lips, but seeing his sister's forlorn appearance, he held back for now. He turned to look at Shen Yu, who was sitting nearby, and asked, "Were you in the military?" "No." "Impressive skills." Su Chuwu appraised Shen Yu and inquired, "And your relationship with my sister?" "Subordinate." "Oh." Su Chuwu asked no further, turning to leave the private room to make a phone call outside. After a long silence, Su Huaxin also dialed the nanny's number. "What is Yi doing?" "Put her on the phone, Yi, it's mommy." Su Huaxin coaxed over the phone. "Have you eaten well? Have you listened to Aunt Wang?" "Okay, oh, mommy will be back soon. You'll see mommy when you wake up." After soothing her daughter for a while, Su Huaxin hung up and looked at Shen Yu sitting beside her. She let out a sudden complex laugh and said, "Your fortune-telling is quite accurate. Thank you for the warning. I only now realized that my seemingly honest husband was such a person behind my back. My brother found more than one. I can't even fathom how many others there are. The thought of sharing a bed with him now makes me nauseous. I didn't expect this outcome either. I'm sorry." Shen Yu apologized sincerely. Such intense quarrels and screams were indeed beyond his anticipation. "He always said the pressure from my family was too great, but he didn't want to let me down, so he asked me to endure the separation, wanting to prove himself to my father. In the end." Su Huaxin looked up at the ceiling, trying to hold back her tears, and said, "From start to finish it was all just deception." Sigh. Shen Yu found it inappropriate to comment on family matters. "Be good to your wife in the future. Don't let her down." Su Huaxin said to Shen Yu, "This pain is too much. I will." The apocalypse was near. Marriage was out of the question. Shen Yu had no heart for such thoughts. "Thank you for today. Please don't mention this at the company." Su Huaxin glanced at the time. It was getting late. "They'll have my brother arrange a driver to take you home." "Thank you. Take care, Director Su. Yi needs you." "By the way," Su Huaxin looked at Shen Yu, "did your fortune-telling reveal anything else?" "One thing." 3. Shen Yu met Su Huaxin's gaze. 3 is your lucky number. From phone numbers and house numbers to the 3rd hospital and 3rd school. Whenever you encounter 3, it's auspicious. 1 brings misfortune. You'll remember that, thank you. Then, Su Huaxin silently etched the number 3 in her mind and asked, "What about Yi? Have you read her fortune?" Her only concern now was her daughter. "I have." In Shen Yu's mind flashed the image of that sole remaining golden wristband of that valiant rebel wanderer. He smiled, a radiant, resolute smile, and said firmly, "Her future is bright. I hope your words come true." "He'll make sure they do." With that, Shen Yu turned and left, leaving Su Huaxin puzzled. What did he mean by make sure they do? "I didn't expect such a turn of events, but your boss really trusts you, even involving you in family matters." "How old is she?" "A few years older than you." "Sis, why are you asking about her age?" "What are you thinking? She's a good person, though. He'll introduce you sometime, and she can set you up. Her circle is full of wealthy people." "No need. After hearing this, I'm afraid of marriage." Shen pasted up. "I'm going to my room. You should rest early too." Though the world in his dreams had crumbled beyond recovery, the present 2024 still held a chance. Lying flat on his bed, Shen Yu pondered he had no time to waste. Instead of mourning the lost Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian, he should forge a brighter future for them. The most urgent task now was to study. He would search the remnants left behind in each city, seeking the method to produce inhibitors. No, not just inhibitors. Both Wei Xian and Yi Shiyun had mentioned that the Black Sun beasts possessed formidable resistance to conventional thermal and kinetic weapons, leading to devastating losses for military forces upon their arrival. But if he could obtain the data on ash weapons in advance, perhaps humanity could conquer those terrifying monsters without waiting for the formation of monster hunting squads in Third Shen City. The global landscape would undergo a seismic shift. Technology can save the world. There was an ash bomb production line in Nandu City. He would memorize everything there. As for the inhibitor formulation, you might need to search more extensively. He would head to the major cities marked by Wei Xian. After much deliberation, Shen Yu found himself sleepless again. He instinctively reached for sleeping pills, but midway he grabbed his phone instead and saw a message from Su Huaxin. He habitually enabled Do Not Disturb mode upon getting into bed, so he only saw it now. "Su Huaxin, thank you for today. Did you get home safely? I have some family matters to handle, but he'll treat you to a meal once I'm free." He replied with "Arrived home safely," and then opened the camera. A chilling sensation flowed from his crown down through his body, cycling repeatedly before concentrating in his eyes. He looked at himself in the phone. His pupils grew increasingly profound, like a vortex that ensnared the will. Slap. The phone fell onto his face. But drowsiness had already set in. Shen Yu tossed the phone aside, closed his eyes, and sank into his dreams. This time I will change the course of fate. Time is running out, this world is nearing its end. I must memorize everything before it all vanishes. A familiar sensation washed over Shen Yu as he once again entered his dreamscape. He silently recited his plan of action, but when he opened his eyes he was stunned by the sight before him. The desert was gone, replaced by an endless expanse of darkness. A deep seething darkness. He tried to moving ceaselessly, but no matter which direction he went he couldn't escape this void. Finally gritting his teeth, he sprinted with all his might in one direction. He ran until exhaustion set in, then felt as if he had broken through some kind of membrane. Dim light once again entered his vision. The familiar desert reappeared. He was midair falling toward the desert. What was happening? For the first time Shen Yu experienced the disjointedness of dreams. In astonishment, he looked upward as he descended. The black sun was right before his eyes. It was as if he had been born from the black sun. Whoosh! Shen Yu landed effortlessly, not disturbing a single pebble. He gazed at the surrounding dunes and the black sun in the sky. Everything was so familiar, he had wandered near this place for hundreds of nights. The ruins of Third Shen City, where the dream began. Shen Yu stared in disbelief at a familiar dune nearby. He had sat there day and night watching it gradually erode away. Yet now it stood as tall as when he first saw it. Either his memory was faulty. He turned to look at the black sun. During his treatment with Wu Qian, he had briefly dreamed, and the black sun had been like the sun at 5 in the evening, setting on the horizon. But now it still hung high overhead. If his memory wasn't wrong, then it meant he had returned to the very beginning of his dreams. All previous dreams had been continuous without even a millisecond's gap except for the one of death. Now time seemed to be rewinding to the very beginning. Over 400 days, he slept about 7 hours each day, which translated to over 100 days spent in this dreamscape. But now the traces of those 100+ days were all erased, rewinding to the start. Shen Yu looked down at his own hands. When he saw the crystallization of his pinky, in reality the image of his dream self also changed. However, unlike before, the gray crystal was now emanating light. The polyhedral crystal reflected thousands of Shen Yu's images, each one filled with utter astonishment. Safe house number 15. If safe house 15 still existed, it meant time had truly rewound. Yishiyun would be there too. With a hum from the air purifier, rows of silver-white lights were relit, illuminating the modern safe house. The banner still bore the familiar words, "To every survivor." The walls were still engraved with chronicles of major events. Shen Yu walked forward step by step, found the familiar book with a torn corner, then turned to look at the refrigerated cabinets storing medicine. Bang, bang, bang. He swiftly opened the doors of the cabinets one by one. When he opened the 9th, seeing the familiar fiery red monster, he couldn't help but smile. He looked at his left pinky. The polyhedron refracted countless images of Shen Yu, but it seemed each image's expression and state differed slightly from his own. He seemed to sense something in the void, aware of the power truly belonging to him. He then pulled out the fiery red crystalline monster from within, converting his power into benevolence, intending to pour it all in at once. But his hand stopped midway and withdrew. Zhang, or rather Ku Yila, was within the range of the Third Shen City. Wei Xian had said that the dream self would not alert them, but the human would. If he treated Yishiyun here and turned her back into a human, it would invite the Black Sun monster's pursuit. Wait a little longer. Welcome back, Yishiyun. Confirming she was there, the weight lifted from Shen Yu's heart. He found an electronic timer, which displayed the time 2045010911404. Indeed, just as I thought, time has rewound. The time I met Wei Xian was June 1st at Children's Day, which is nearly 5 months from now. That's roughly equal to the hundreds of nights I spent in the dream. Before the invisible monster descends, he had over 100 days to prepare. Perhaps this time he could halt its advance and change the fate of both this place and the future. Inhibitors. Shen Yu picked up an inhibitor. Though the crystal disease remained incurable, the inhibitor acted like a prophylactic, temporarily granting ordinary people immunity from the Black Sun's incubation. This would allow more humans to survive. In the past, people only took half a year for refuge. Based on my previous searches through various settlements and cities, that time was far from sufficient. Many settlements experienced a period of drastic population decline. But even if I revealed the truth of the apocalypse, others would only think me mad. My abilities there are limited to hypnosis and accelerated healing. Even calling them superpowers wouldn't make others believe. There was much preparation to be done. To truly change fate, vast resources were needed. To put it bluntly, he would need the kind of wealth possessed by the Moss at home and abroad. Only then could he qualify to save more people. Producing inhibitors required money, building refuge infrastructure required money, and researching ash energy ahead of time required money. Even selling the house he lived in now would be a drop in the bucket. Convincing others is too difficult, yet I lack the money to change anything. I wonder if there are past news here. Lottery. No, the lottery only belongs to the chosen. Compared to convincing the whole world or the UN government, it should be easier to use some means to convince a wealthy person. After all, the rich fear death. One must eat bite by bite, walk step by step, though it's not easy to change fate overnight. His time left was. Shen Yu looked up at the wall, recording the chronicles. December 13th, 2025, global total solar eclipse lasted 1 hour, worldwide snow-capped mountains melted, and tsunamis occurred. December 21st, 2025, global total solar eclipse descended again, the sun never rose again. My. Shen Yu rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked again. The dates were still the same. The arrival of the black sun had been moved forward. He remembered clearly the last time he saw these dates on the wall. The day of the black sun's complete descent was December 31st. Not only these 2 dates, but later days, the epidemic of the crystal disease, the preparation for refuge, had all been moved forward. There were far more changes in the future than imagined. Shen Yu sensed something amiss. Was this change truly only due to altering Yixian's fate? Was it because he had received the revelation? No, he had entered the dream after the revelation. What exactly had caused such a massive shift in the entire future trajectory? Let's save people first. Shen Yu took the necessary supplies and left, carrying Yixian's body on his back. Before Wei Xian risked coming here, this place wouldn't be destroyed by the Black Sun monster. He could slowly empty it out. At this moment, he wondered how the people at that outpost were doing. He should go see. He would awaken Yi Shiyun there. Mom, are uncle and the others okay? Little Yi saw her mother sighing and walked over to ask. Your uncles have taken refuge. First sigh. The villa had a basement of over 100 square meters, originally built as a home entertainment space, but now it had become the only safe place in the house. Nanny Wang pasted dark material onto the ceiling and asked, Madam Su, is this all right? The surroundings were already piled with all kinds of supplies, but they hadn't bought them themselves. Someone had delivered them a few days ago. It's fine, thank you for your trouble. Nanny Wang, you should also warn your own family. These days, never expose yourselves to the sun's light. Look at the materials Shen Yu sent. Can you buy them elsewhere? Take advantage of society not being in chaos yet and prepare quickly. Su Huaxin picked up her daughter and continued watching the news on TV. Various experts were analyzing the black sun that had appeared on the winter solstice. Everyone thought this astronomical wonder would vanish as quickly as it had a few days ago, but this time it had lasted 5 hours. People gradually realized that the other side of the earth, which should have been night, was now shrouded in the dim light of the black sun. Unease began to spread thoroughly. Experts spoke with confident assurances, saying everything was fine and would soon return to normal. But Su Huaxin didn't believe them. Compared to these experts, she now trusted Shen Yu more. He had contacted her a few days ago, sending many supplies and some light-blocking panels, specifically noting that if the black sun came again, she must trust him and hide in the basement to avoid disaster. And it had indeed come, lasting 5 hours already. Sensing the abnormalities, Su Huaxin also warned all her relatives to hide immediately and not to go out taking photos and videos like others. She had unwavering faith in Shen Yu's fortune-telling abilities. Uncle Shen was right. Little Yi Shiyun looked at the news on TV. He said one day the sun would be eaten by a monster and people would get sick having to live underground. He told me to protect Mom well and not run around outside. He said that to you? Su Huaxin looked at her daughter in confusion. Mom, Uncle Shen said it very seriously that only I can protect Mom. Little Yi Shiyun hugged her mother. Because I'm a magical girl. Very, very powerful. Su Huaxin dialed again, but no matter how many times she called, Shen Yu's phone was always unreachable. This worried her greatly. He could foresee all this, so he should have prepared himself right. Are you worried about Uncle Shen? Her daughter looked at her mother's anxious face. Yes, I haven't been able to reach him since the black sun arrived. Su Huaxin stroked her daughter's head. I hope he's okay. Time flew by. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. As the crystal disease spread, society began to gradually collapse, plunging into panic. Experts overturned all previous speculations and began urging people not to leave their homes. Various bizarre news emerged one after another. One country talked about starting a nuclear war, another claimed to have developed a vaccine. Panic gripped the world, but Su Huaxin and her daughter were not. Though electricity and the internet came and went, as long as her daughter was by her side, her heart was at peace. Mom, take a call. Seeing the signal return, she heard the ringtone and immediately answered, with Yi Shiyun standing beside her listening to the voice on the phone. Signal's finally back. Don't go out under any circumstances. The crystal disease now has a 100 fatality rate. The streets are full of soldiers in protective suits trying to distribute supplies, but remember, when you bring them in, be very careful and wrap yourself up tightly. It was her brother calling. How's your situation? I have plenty of supplies stored here. It's okay. We're about to set off. What? Where to? Building an underground city. Su Chiwu said, we've received a request for assistance. Building underground hospitals and shelters. Don't go. I was once a soldier. Don't worry. The state machinery is now running at full capacity, producing protective suits. We're not going to die. Oh, and about that matter you asked me to look into last time, that Shen Yu. I contacted the person in charge of that area through connections. No one was in his house. It's empty. Don't be nervous. It means he didn't die of the crystal disease at home. Thanks, bro. Yi, say hello to your uncle. Hello uncle, hello my good niece. Su Qiwu then said, Shen City is planning 3 underground cities, all starting construction simultaneously. I've heard that underground city 1 is the best. Number 3 might be a bit rushed. Well, I'll go to number 1. Okay, no, absolutely not. Su Huaxin remembered something and quickly said, Number 3. Don't go to number 1. Definitely go to number 3. Why? Everything that happened after the Black Sun's arrival, I was prepared for in advance, and I told you to prepare too. It's not because I'm particularly smart, but because I believe every word Shen Yu says. Su Huaxin said he told me that for me 3 is a lucky number. Understood. After hanging up, Su Huaxin let out a long breath. Hearing news of her family was certainly good, but Shen Yu, who had vanished like a missing person, was disheartening. She now had an inexplicable trust in that man, hoping he would appear again and tell her exactly what to do to keep her child safe from disaster. Mom, when can we go out? Yi Shiyun looked up and asked. Su Huaxin stroked her head and said soon. Uncle and the others are preparing to build new houses. We'll be safe soon. Why did she suddenly dream of childhood? Yi Shiyun felt herself gradually waking from her childhood dream. She squinted and opened her eyes, looking at the bright ceiling. The light had returned. She remembered being severely injured in the battle with Ku Yila. Was she dead now, or had she been saved? You're awake. Yi Shiyun felt something being extracted from her mind. This eerie sensation sent a shiver through her. She immediately sat up and turned around, warily looking at the man before her. What did you do to me? You. Are you Uncle Shen Yu? Shen Yu looked at the awakened Yi Shiyun. In that moment he understood what he truly needed to do. Is this hell? Yi Shiyun rubbed her head, still somewhat dazed despite the jolt of danger she had felt moments ago. She murmured, We've been looking for you, never thought we'd only meet here. This is the outpost of 3rd Shen City. Shen Yu pointed to the interior of the outpost where equipment and supplies had been mostly cleared, leaving only backup power. You're still alive. He clasped his hands behind his back, having secretly awakened her past memories while she slept. He must not be caught. It seemed the Su mother and daughter had ultimately chosen 3rd Shen City, avoiding the catastrophe. But in her memories, though he had warned them, contact was lost after the Black Sun descended. It was his first time seeing a future involving himself, and it felt bizarre. Yet it made sense. If he couldn't find other breakthroughs to make major progress, all he could do was help those he knew and try to avert disasters as much as possible. Alive. Yi Shiyun finally noticed her body. Aside from the red fire crystal fixed in her hair, the crystallization had receded to its lowest level. She exclaimed in astonishment, Are you a benevolent walker? Wait, are you Uncle Shen Yu? It really is you. Yi Shiyun said joyfully. I remember when I was little you came to our house several times. You were there for my birthday too. You were a director of the One Heart Foundation. I remember during the evacuation my mother kept looking for you, always asking about you. So you're fine after all. Yi Shiyun had a strong impression of him. He was the only colleague of her mother's she could remember. She had even watched him closely back then, thinking he might want to become her new father. Director. Had he gotten a promotion and a raise already? He hadn't expected that merely getting Su Huaxin to divorce early would change so many things. He asked, Did you take refuge in 3rd Shen City? Yes. And it was all because of you. Yi Shiyun never imagined he would appear here and now to save her. Recalling her mother's incessant talk over the years, she said, Mom said that if it weren't for you our family would have gone to 1st Shen City and been destroyed long ago. Yes, she also said that on the day of the first total solar eclipse you specifically told her to take me to live in the basement and stockpile plenty of food and water for shelter. Those things kept us alive, so she thinks of you every year. Where have you been these 20 years? As she spoke, Yi Shiyun grew increasingly uneasy. She frowned, surprise mixed with wariness, and asked, Did you foresee all this back then? Shen Yu looked at the Yi Shiyun before him. Through his influence, he had changed the future by altering the past. He now understood the value and meaning of his dreams here. Constantly changing 2024, until one day flowers could once again bloom from the scorched earth in his dreams. Yes, I foresaw all this back then. But before the Black Sun descended, no one would have believed me no matter what I said. Shen Yu gave a self-deprecating smile. Maybe you couldn't find me because I went completely mad seeing the Black Sun and got locked up in a mental hospital. Yi Shiyun couldn't deny that. In the early days of the Black Sun, many who spread doomsday theories were arrested as rumor mongers. I'm glad you still remember me. It saves me a lot of trouble. Shen Yu took out food from the safe house and handed it to Yi Shiyun. What I'm about to say might make you think I'm crazy. I haven't been anywhere all these years. The me you see now is from 2024. Today I just went with your mother to deal with your biological father. I'm just dreaming, using the way of a dream wanderer to come here. He pointed to his feet, showing her that he had been floating all along. Yi Shiyun had just torn open a wrapper to eat when she saw this, frozen, gaped. So I really am dead, this is hell. You're not dead. Shen Yu shook his head. Yi Shiyun looked at his face, wolfed down an energy bar, and said, Then I believe you. Huh. Now it was Shun Ye's turn to be surprised. He had expected to be dismissed as a mad dream wanderer. He studied Yi Shiyun's expression closely, There was no evasion or pretense. She really believed him. Although I still can't understand how you did it. Yi Shiyun snapped open the top of a canned peach with a thermal knife, eating it like soup as she spoke. But I know we survived because we trusted you, not because we doubted you. Maybe you've gained some revelation I don't know about. Who knows? You can already wield the power of both dream and benevolent revelations. Gaining something like prophetic dreams seems easy to understand. It felt so good to be trusted. Shen Yu suddenly laughed, and Yi Shiyun asked, but I want to know, can you only see, or can you change? Have you seen a different future? Change. Shen Yu raised his hand. If you don't mind, I can show you the original world. Go ahead. Yi Shiyun had an inexplicable trust in Shen Yu, one that came from her mother. She wouldn't mind even if he let the power of dream enter her mind. Relaxing her guard, she allowed Shen Yu to enter her dream. Soon through his perspective, she saw another version of herself. I find my power quite convenient. Shen Yu murmured as Yi Shiyun leaned against the wall and closed her eyes. The two ways to control dream, reading and entering dreams, seem made for this moment. Without this skill, it would be hard for him to understand what had changed or to convince others. While she was dreaming, Shen Yu surveyed the outpost anew. In the past, 2 people had held out here until the end of May, and the first mysterious disappearance had been discovered here. But this time was different. Although the timeline had advanced, some people had been evacuated in an orderly fashion. This meant that circumstances beyond Yi Shiyun had also changed significantly. A single flap of a butterfly's wings had stirred up a massive storm here. Sigh. A sigh from Yi Shiyun drew Shen Yu's attention back to her. She was awake. When I was little, I really thought, Yi Shiyun said, running her fingers through her hair, that you were so good to our family because you liked my mom and didn't want to work hard. Turns out it was because of me. I have no feelings for Director Su. No way. I remember my mom was gorgeous when she was young. Okay, even if I was a burden, I was pretty cute, wasn't I? Didn't you have any thoughts at all? Yi Shiyun cracked a joke, then dropped her smile. Thank you for what you did for my family. You believe me. I told you, with you I can believe first and question later. Yi Shiyun sighed. Without you, I don't know how many tragedies would have befallen my mom. She didn't deserve that. I'm sorry. Shen Yu knew only that Third Shin City had enjoyed nearly 20 years of peace. As for moving elsewhere, humanity would face equal annihilation in half a year anyway, so there was no point in making her relocate again. What are you sorry for? Yi Shiyun said. Wait. Recalling what she had seen in the dream, she said, you don't think Third Shin City was destroyed, do you? My mom isn't dead. It's been so long, I don't know her situation. I need to go check. Third Shin City wasn't destroyed. It was ruined by Quila too, but unlike the future you showed me, we detected Quila's movements early and made a partial evacuation. We had no choice. Quila caught the tail of the evacuees, and we had to fight it. Yi Shiyun paused. Quila is a relentless, never-ending black sun monster. Once it latches on, if no one holds it back, it will hunt without cease. She clenched her fists. Most of the awakened, including the Monster Hunt Squad and Mr. Zhu, died in battle, but 50,000 civilians have safely relocated. My mother is among them. We gave everything to save those 50,000 people. This grudge must be avenged. Shen Yu stared at Yi Shiyun in shock. Could such a small change in her fate alone stir such a huge storm? Even Third Shin City had so many survivors. Impossible. In her memories, the evacuation of Third Shin City had nothing to do with him. Who proposed the partial evacuation of Third Shin City? Who detected Quila's movements? Shen Yu keenly sensed something amiss. Mr. Butterfly, our dream wanderer. Yi Shiyun quickly stuffed everything into her stomach. Let's go. I'm worried about what's happening there. Let's check. Mr. Butterfly. Shen Yu remembered. He had heard Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian discuss him based on the assumption that he was a mad dream wanderer. They thought he might be that mysterious Mr. Butterfly who had drawn maps and slipped out of sight early on. Who could he be? Me? Or someone he knew and trusted? If he were to tell anyone about his dreams, there were only 2 choices: his unconditionally trusted sister Shinpei and the Dr. Wu Qian. Good. I need your help. I need the formula for inhibitors and research data on ash energy and weapons. I need these to change the future. Shen Yu paused. I also want to ask about someone. Have you seen my sister Shinpei? She might be in Third Shin City. That book was still there. And from Yi Shiyun's dream, he hadn't been home then, so he couldn't have taken Shinpei's book to Third Shin City. The only possibility was that Shinpei had successfully taken refuge there. I don't know. Yi Shiyun shook her head. I remember my family looked for you and your family's whereabouts, but found nothing. I don't have access to Third Shin City's database. It stores all residents' information. That database has been evacuated too. We'll find clues there. As for the data you want, it's also stored in the database. Among the evacuees are many senior technicians who can help. The Watchers here have probably evacuated as well. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Tongzhou City is small to medium-sized underground city 100 kilometers northwest of Third Shin City. This was where the evacuees from Third Shin City had relocated. Although Yi Shiyun was a bit lost, Shen Yu had followed Wei Xian's map, to visit most facilities in the country before, and Tongzhou City was one of them. He remembered the way. No matter how many times she came, Yi Shiyun would ruin her shoes and crystallize her feet to fly. She had long lost interest in a fully human form, as she preferred to increase the crystallization a bit to gain some power, feeling more comfortable. Do you want to change the past and save more people? Though still unable to understand how this was possible, Yi Shiyun chose to believe. But just getting the inhibitor and ash energy data won't let you take them back. They'll memorize them. The two had landed and were searching for the entrance to Tongzhou City nearby. Yi Shiyun's head ached just thinking about those arcane manufacturing processes. She shook her head. Even that won't work. Even if you gave the data to the government before the Black Sun descended, it would be too late. Doing it earlier. Sigh. It would take a lot of manpower and money. If only my mom could have fully supported you back then. But that was just talk. Although Su Huaxin trusted Shen Yu deeply, the family business wasn't hers to decide alone. If the entire Su family's industrial chain and capital were invested, it might drastically change the future within a year. But convincing the board to support such a decision would be impossible, even if Shen Yu offered himself in marriage. When we see her, we can ask for her advice. Maybe she can help. Yi Shiyun chatted on. And about the monster that killed me in another future you mentioned, a prophecy. We need to find that man named Wei Xian or go near North City. Bang. Suddenly an explosion sounded not far away. Yi Shiyun instinctively pressed down on Shen Yu to take cover, but passed right through him. A black sun monster. No, an ash bomb. Yi Shiyun crouched low on the barren ground, donning a camouflage cloak, and crept forward cautiously. A fight. Or, Uncle, let's be careful, don't get CA. She saw Shen Yu moving across the wasteland with only his head visible, like swimming through the desert, and let out an ah. That was a strange sight. Come see. Are these people from your third Shen City? Shen Yu saw soldiers in protective suits gathered around conducting weapon tests. But those uniforms looked familiar. They were the same ones worn by the force he had encountered at Red Mountain. Something was wrong. That's not our standard protective suit. Yi Shiyun lay prone on the sand dune, gazing into the distance at the commotion. That group was throwing ash bombs. From the blast radius, it was larger than what she remembered. It was clearly some kind of improved version. Not only did they have ash grenades, but Yi Shiyun also saw them produce ash rocket launchers, heat-propelled with ash bomb warheads and guided rockets. Is there a military production line here? Yes. In response to Shen Yu's question, Yi Shiyun said, we moved quite a bit of stuff over here. It's like making a small backup of Third Shen City. Alas, we once thought we could defeat Cruella, never imagined this place would become the last ember. These people are a bit odd. Yi Shiyun felt they didn't resemble the people of Third Shen City, nor the original inhabitants of Tongzhou. She squinted, sizing them up, a faint unease rising within her. What had happened here during the missing year, and more? Just as she was puzzled, the ground rumbled faintly. In the desert, an alloy giant mouth began to slowly open. The 10-meter-wide alloy gate lifted upward with the shifting sand, and over a dozen people slowly emerged from within. None wore protective suits. Each was strangely dressed, with varying degrees of crystallization on their bodies. As this group came out, Yi Shiyun's unease deepened. But Shen Yu recognized one of them. He didn't know many people in the desert. Only those had met at Red Mountain Lake besides Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian. And now this familiar face. It was the extravagant wanderer with several thick gold chains around his neck and fingers covered in gem rings and thumb rings. Yu Qing, who in the future would be executed by Wei Xian in the name of the Sublime. The worst-case scenario has appeared. Do you remember the Supreme Lord, the first emperor that I mentioned to you? I thought at this point in time the area near Huai City would be more dangerous. I didn't expect his hand to reach this far. Shen Yu said to Yi Shiyun. That gaudy one draped in gold and jewels was one of his minions in the future I experienced. I saw this guy in my dream, a weakling. Yi Shiyun's expression also grew stern. After this group came out, they began operating ash weapons. Some even volunteered as targets to test the rocket launcher's guidance and power. But the others are hard to say. Yi Shiyun noticed that 4 individuals had crystallization levels hovering around 50, much like the rebel shed scene in her dream. They might have mastered high-level crystallization techniques, and there could be a benevolence here to support them. This was an assault team targeting the underground city. Each enlightened one had their role, possessing the strength to conquer an ordinary underground city. Why is he here? Yi Shiyun's voice carried deep vigilance. Who? Xiang Tian. Yi Shiyun pointed at a slender man in a suit. He once called himself the Western Chu Jester. Had raided various underground cities alone, collecting protection fees. I fought him. He's a blissful madman, not to be underestimated. Yi Shiyun felt she was evenly matched with him, meaning he was also one of the top 10 fighters in the entire desert. Though the top 10 might not be exactly 10, it was still a form of recognition. As she spoke, the man in the suit suddenly turned his head toward their hiding spot. He tilted his head in confusion, then shrugged nonchalantly, saying to his companion, "Come on, fire a few rounds over there." The rocket launcher aimed directly at Shen Yu and Yi Xian's position and fired. The small sand dune was flattened in an instant. Xiang Tian watched the colorful ash smoke, whistled, and said, "Nothing interesting out here. I'm going back." Sometime later, Shen Yu and Yi Shiyun emerged from another side. Yi Shiyun, shaking sand from her head, said, "The situation has changed. If they're all enemies, I can't guarantee victory. We need to find a way to blend in." Shen Yu said, "I'm good at that. Ms. Su, our master greatly respects you offering the best protection and resources to you survivors of Third Shen City. I hope you won't be ungrateful. If you work diligently, you'll have food and clothing without worry. Where else can you find such good fortune in this world? As humans, we should know gratitude. See, we haven't forced you to work overtime, nor have we killed any of your people." A gaudily dressed woman propped her legs on the table, looking at the 50-something woman with graying temples and a dozen or so representatives of various ages beside her. "Cooperate, and they'll have an easy time, and so will you. Isn't that right? Su Huaxin, I'm talking to you. Please look at me, okay?" Having endured hardships and the passage of time, the once beautiful woman had now entered middle age. Wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were undeniable, and her temples were graying. Su Huaxin looked up and said, "We've already cooperated with your work, but what about the children?" "Su Huaxin, I'm talking to you. Please look at me, okay?" Having endured hardships and the passage of time, the once beautiful woman had now entered middle age. Wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were undeniable, and her temples were graying. Su Huaxin looked up and said, "Which child has died? They're all fine." "That's brainwashing." The man beside Su Huaxin said indignantly, "You're destroying the future of the world." "Old sir, are you shouting at me?" The woman picked up the walkie-talkie, randomly grabbed 20 cubs, and locked them in a dark room. No food or water unless someone kneels and apologizes on the spot. "Oh, and give special attention to number 491. Isn't that someone's grandchild? Lock them up together." "You." The old man, who had been furious, flushed red. He pointed a finger at the woman as if ready to fight to the death. The woman glanced at him and continued, "Cut off number 491's index finger. Remember the left hand. They need the right to eat, don't they?" Thud. The old man's knees trembled as they hit the ground. Gritting his teeth, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, he still swallowed the humiliation and under duress pressed his head to the floor. "Oh dear, I was just joking. Why take it so seriously? Your head holds the most precious knowledge. What if you hurt it?" The woman laughed heartily. She spoke into the walkie-talkie, "No need to grab them. Oh, and add some bones to number 491's dinner. Tell him it's someone else's backbone. See, why make things difficult?" The woman tossed the walkie-talkie aside. "If you just focus on production, nothing would go wrong. We could all get along peacefully. Why must you cause trouble? So, why are you still sitting here?" The woman spread her hands. "Get back to work. For the great rejuvenation of humanity, we need more weapons, more medicine, more resources. Think of those who have already died. Shouldn't you work even harder? Oh, is today a holiday?" She smiled. "Why didn't you say so? Then I'll let the children go on an outing in the desert. How does that sound? Stop threatening us, Feng Yuan." Su Huaxin stood up. "If anything happens to the children, you won't get any more weapons from here. Accidents. No accidents." Feng Yuan sneered. "Only the sins of adults make children suffer. What useless adults causing hardship for the children? You elites with all your knowledge, ability, and backbone, get lost." Director Su. Su Huaxin returned to her workplace, shaking her head wearily. They had tried to use the strike as a reason to bring the children back, but like the previous conflicts, it ended in their complete defeat. Wait a little longer, just a little longer. As long as the children are alive, that's what matters. Su Huaxin soothed the staff beside her. "Let's start work first. Our task completion rate determines the children's meals. At the very least, we can't let them go hungry. Director Su, your own child isn't here, so you don't understand. How can we keep waiting? 6 months. I haven't seen my child for 6 whole months. He's only 3 years old. Xiaozhang, don't say anymore." Someone quickly pulled back the emotionally collapsing woman. Such bitter words were not theirs to utter to anyone. Back then, Su Waxin's daughter Yi Shiyun was caught by Cruella while covering their retreat. To this day, her fate remains unknown. I miss my child so much." The woman sobbed, her emotions shattered. Su Huaxin sighed and embraced her briefly. "I understand. I am a mother too. But right now we lack the strength. They have 20 enlightened ones, 1,000 armed personnel, and countless bullets and explosives. Confronting them now would only put the children in danger. Everyone, let's resume normal work first. We will keep looking for a way." Su Huaxin calmed the others' emotions. Only after the machinery in the pharmaceutical factory started running did she drag her weary body into the cramped office. The fans of several old computers had long malfunctioned, creaking and groaning incessantly. The screens also displayed color distortion, almost like items salvaged from a dump. "Director here." A young woman handed her a cup of water. "You've worked hard. We all know you're under the most pressure. Caught in the middle, pleasing no one. I heard about the old man from the weapons factory today. Oh, what a tragedy. A man over 60 and still." Don't say any more and don't discuss it with others, shouted Shen. Su Huaxing took a sip. Spare the old man some dignity. It's not us spreading it, even the guards at the gate are talking about it. They want to grind our dignity to dust. Xiao Chen lowered her head. I wonder when this will ever end. Su Huaxing suddenly lowered her voice. How did the last inquiry go? The liaison in Nandu was killed. Xiao Chen pretended to organize files, leaning close to Su Huaxing. I overheard that damn Supreme Lord is heading to Huiqing and his next target is Nandu. I hope Nandu reacts quickly. The only force nearby capable of contending with this group was Nandu. If they came to support, there might be a chance to change the situation here. Huiqing wasn't enough. The forces stationed here alone were sufficient to wipe out Huiqing. This group, who had fled from the third Shen city, had been trying to restore the destroyed technology here, hoping to bring new hope to this world through an ash industrial revolution. But half a year ago, their peaceful technological advancement was abruptly halted. A group of people burst in declaring that everything here was requisitioned by the Supreme Lord. All machines, resources, and people belonged to him. They wanted to resist, but the guard unit was completely slaughtered. Children under 12 were all detained, forcing them to cooperate. This group didn't kill the technicians or the factory workers. They provided just enough food to keep them alive, only demanding that they continue research and production. In a sense, everyone was manipulated by their weaknesses. Many of the original Tongzhou residents thought it was fine. Only those from the third Shen city still harbored the will to resist. After all, how could those who had seen the sun submit to the darkness? In the distance, a male employee suddenly glanced over. Su Huaxing said, let's stop here for now. Xiao Chen finished arranging the files, lowered her head, and walked away slowly. The male employee showed an apologetic smile, but Su Huaxing just shook her head, signaling it was fine. She knew his child was being held hostage. If he reported them, those people would give his child better treatment. But Su Huaxing understood. She had also been a mother and knew how much effort and heart a parent would put in for even a single meal for their child. Yi. Su Huaxing thought of her daughter, the daughter who made her so proud. She wondered where she was now. The bell for the end of the shift rang. The pharmaceutical factory workers dispersed under the escort of soldiers. They never let familiar people gather to conspire. The dormitory assignments were randomly shuffled periodically. Only Su Huaxing, as a model of preferential treatment for talent, had a small private cubicle. In a way, it was also a form of division. Favoring the original management bred discontent among others. Su Huaxing knew it wouldn't be long before her old leadership was eliminated and replaced by newly promoted individuals. She glanced at the surveillance cameras in the room. Several of them. She had intended to do something, but suddenly a wave of drowsiness washed over her. She rubbed her head and slowly laid down on the bed, falling asleep. The shadow wrapped around her like a blanket. A bright office, a familiar environment. Su Huaxing turned to survey her surroundings, murmuring, an office from 20 years ago. Why am I dreaming of this? As she thought, a knock came at the door. Before she could respond, a young, handsome man walked in. Director Su, long time no see. Su Huaxing shot to her feet, her expression agitated, as she gazed at the face etched in her memory. You're back. Shen Yu. You. Even if it's just a dream, I'm so glad to see you again. The unremarkable name Shen Yu had somehow become an unbreakable knot in Su Huaxing's heart. She firmly believed that her survival and Yi Xian's survival were not coincidences, but the result of his prophecy and his warnings. In her eyes, Shen Yu was a great benefactor. A mysterious, unfathomable great benefactor. But this gratitude had never been forgotten, always buried deep in her heart. Although we are meeting in a dream, it might not be what you think. Shen Yu smiled. Su Huaxing's appearance had changed drastically compared to before. He might not have recognized her elsewhere. Using terms easier for people in this world to understand, he said, I am the lure dream. This is a dream I have woven. Feel it. Though you're in a dream, you can think normally, can't you? Su Huaxing's body trembled slightly. She stared at Shen Yu in shock. You're alive. Don't get too excited. If your emotions are too intense, the dream will end prematurely. Someone might sense something. Shen Yu had been lurking for a while, but he found that Su Huaxing was constantly under surveillance, so he dared not call out to her. Only now, when she returned to her room, did he find the opportunity to enter her dream. He revealed the most crucial information to Su Huaxing. I'm with Yi Shiyan. She's near Tongzhou City. We were planning to come find you, but the situation here seems unfavorable. She's alive. Thank goodness. Su Huaxing's relief lasted barely a few seconds before she immediately said, you must hold her back and keep her from acting rashly. There are 20 revelators stationed here along with 1,000 soldiers. Even she can't break through. And once they detect an intruder, they'll indiscriminately purge a batch of people to assert their authority. The Supreme One. Yes, you know him. Su Huaxing nodded. They're all working for the Supreme One. He's an ambitious man, a terrifyingly ambitious one. You must be cautious of him. They're connected and can summon reinforcements at any moment. The situation was dire. Even if they could eliminate the stationed forces here, it would invite a ferocious retaliation. Relocating so many people safely was no easy task. Shen Yu pondered, realizing he was overthinking. Just the forces stationed here were already formidable enough. You go first, head to Nandu, Su Huaxin said. We should be safe here for at least a few months. They still need us to work and produce. Report the situation here to the people of Nandu. Don't underestimate the revelators here. They have means to detect dream wanderers. Shen Yu sensed something, the dream, beginning to fade. He said, "I'll return. Until then, protect yourself." With that, the dream dissipated. Su Huaxin groggily opened her eyes, hearing footsteps in the corridor. Soon the sliding window on the door was pulled open, and a curious face peered in through the small pane. "What, she's not here?" the man muttered, seeing Su Huaxin sitting up with her eyes open, then slammed the window shut with a snap. Whistling, he continued his patrol down the hall. Su Huaxin's heart skipped a beat. It was that Xiang Tian. Yet the tension in her heart eased. That meant the dream just now was definitely no ordinary one. Thank goodness they were all safe. Her gaze grew resolute. If that was the case, her continued existence would only endanger Yi, and the supplies being produced here would eventually threaten Nandu. She's safe, that's what matters. Yi Shiyun had already dug out a concealed cave in the dunes. Sitting cross-legged inside, she let out a long sigh upon hearing Shen Yu's news. I was so afraid something had happened to her. No matter what in this world, being alive is the greatest blessing. Indeed. But I can't easily enter either. Shen Yu nodded, roughly sketching a map of Tongzhou City in the sand. Your mother is here. They've imprisoned the children as leverage in the deepest level. I can't get near that place easily. There's a revelator guarding it, as if they can see me. I felt like I was almost spotted when I left. You're not planning to just charge in like a one-man army, are you? I'm not that foolish. Yi Shiyun shot Shen Yu a glare. 20 revelators, 1,000 soldiers, plus the armory here. Even if I could fight them all, I couldn't guarantee everyone's safety. I thought you'd say you couldn't win. A rebel never admits defeat. Wait, you're still a rebel? Shen Yu looked at Yi Shiyun in confusion. Without the experience of First Shen City, she was still rebelling. My fate is mine to command, not heaven's. Your ambition knows no bounds. Shen Yu shook his head. So what do we do now? Your mother suggested we go to Nandu. Should we seek reinforcements from there? Absolutely not. Yi Shiyun shook her head firmly. If Nandu learns of the situation, here the management committee might take extreme measures. Seeing Shen Yu's confusion, Yi Shiyun explained, Nandu is indeed a decent city. But in today's world, every city's administrators must prioritize their own survival as the first development goal. Only with surplus resources can they help others. To secure a sure victory here, Nandu would have to deploy all its forces. But that would come at a devastating cost, completely losing the ability to defend against the Black Sun monsters. Yi Shiyun frowned. The production facilities and equipment here are valuable to Nandu, but only marginally so. If these weapons are to be used against them, they might take extreme measures. They could simply raise the equipment personnel and revelators here to the ground. They have too many options. Nandu might still have leftover nuclear warheads, or they could directly lure the Black Sun monsters. Either way, for them, that's the best way to eliminate the threat. Wait, isn't Nandu under military administration? Shen Yu recalled Wei Xian's words. Shouldn't there be more order there? Yi Shiyun emphasized the current authority in Nandu is the Autonomous Management Committee. Their primary goal is to ensure the safety of Nandu City, not to save others. The group with ideals joined Third Shen City years ago. You couldn't fault them. Between the safety of 880 people and the situation, here the Autonomous Management Committee would undoubtedly choose the former. In their eyes, whether coerced or threatening, these people were producing for the enemy. When peaceful rescue wasn't feasible, nipping the crisis in the bud was the most effective method. If the administrators weren't decisive enough, Nandu City wouldn't have become prosperous. I understand very well. Yi Shiyun lowered her head. No matter how we handle it, we can't guarantee the safety of those inside. Any disturbance, as you said, will trigger an immediate, indiscriminate retaliation. Unless someone can silently eliminate all 20 revelators at once, any move we make will result in a bloodbath. Over 1,000 thugs, tens of thousands of hostages. Shen Yu pondered the possibility of a perfect resolution. Suddenly an idea struck him. Do you remember the dream I showed you? You mean the Dream Wanderer's method? I understand very well. Yi Shiyun lowered her head. No matter how we handle it, we can't guarantee the safety of those inside. Any disturbance, as you said, will trigger an immediate, indiscriminate retaliation. Unless someone can— You mean if we had enough of that incense? Exactly. Wei Xian also mentioned that a nearly insane dream wanderer could unknowingly drag everyone around them into an illusion. Maybe I could give it a try. Shen Yu said in a low voice. Hypnotize the entire underground city. You sound like a big villain boss now. Yi Shiyun stared at Shen Yu in amazement. I think it'd be easier if you went back to 2024 and took out the Supreme One. Well, we don't know his identity. That could be a method too. Go back and reform his personality. You're serious? I was just joking. Yi Shiyun stopped her idle thoughts. Have you ever tried collective hypnosis? Our plan has to be foolproof. No. I think I can manage. Don't rely on your I think I can power. Yi Shiyun rubbed her forehead. Though the method sounded utterly absurd, if it succeeded, it would undoubtedly be the optimal solution. But several prerequisites had to be met first. That kind of incense wasn't easy to come by. With her mother and tens of thousands of lives at stake, Yi Shiyun could not afford to act impulsively. After much deliberation, she concluded that the plan still required numerous refinements. They needed to coordinate from within and without enabling those inside to cooperate in the operation. Moreover, Yi Shiyun had to lure away powerful awakened beings like Xiang Tian. Yet there were still advantages. Even a formidable awakened would remain unaware for a short time if the dream trap was woven with sufficient finesse. If I could gather them all together, I might have a chance to obliterate them all in a single strike. There's an opportunity worth attempting, but the key lies in that incense. Yi Shiyun asked, that incense is brought here by others 5 months from now. Where do we find it now? That dream-inducing incense isn't here yet. The treacherous pair who rebelled and peddled the dream incense had not yet arrived. Shen Yu said, I'm not sure if they possess this incense at this point in time. Earlier I saw them loading the carts preparing for transport. Perhaps we can seize this chance to gather some information. Capture a few. No need for such trouble. Shen Yu gazed at his own hand and said, I can just enter their minds and take a look. On Saturday morning, Shen Yu was showering after his morning exercise. The changes in the dream world were good news to him. However, the premature arrival of the Black Sun filled him with a faint unease. Time was growing increasingly pressing. Even without the inhibitor formula in hand, he had to prepare in advance. He needed allies in reality who could lend him strength. The problem is no one else can see the crystallized parts of me. Only I can perceive them. Shen Yu stared at his fingers in confusion, wondering if his blood could serve as a crucial ingredient for the inhibitor. If only I had a laboratory. The power of the dream is far too limited here. Besides curing insomnia, it can do nothing else. Otherwise, I could resort to some special methods. There was much to be done, yet some tasks seemed utterly beyond reach. Shen Yu dried his hair, left the bathroom, and returned to his room to continue his online studies. He was catching up on biology, ensuring he wouldn't be utterly clueless once he obtained the formula. What are you studying so diligently? It's the weekend. Why not play some games and relax? Shen Pei leaned against the doorway, watching her brother study intently. Her only hope now was that her brother's illness would gradually improve. The sight of him holding a knife that day had truly terrified her. There's nothing fun to play anyway. I've got gaming burnout. Shen Yu shook his head, pointing at the computer screen. What's the difference between an antagonist and an inhibitor? And what about blockers? I'm having trouble understanding. Studying pharmacology. Shen Pei stepped into the room, resting her hands on the desk as she looked at the screen. An antagonist can be considered a type of inhibitor. Inhibitors encompass a broader category, usually referring to enzyme inhibitors in pharmacology. They include irreversible, reversible, competitive, uncompetitive, and non-competitive inhibition. What we commonly call alcohol and barbiturates fall under the category of pharmaceutical inhibitors. They suppress the central nervous system to alleviate psychological and physical activity. So inhibitors cover a very wide range. And not just in medicine. They're also used in chemistry and mining. Shen Yu pressed further, and Shen Pei nodded. Why the sudden interest in this? No reason. I just came across it and wanted to learn. The name inhibitor alone gave no clue as to what it might be. Shen Yu pursued. Are there any anti-radiation inhibitors? Not that I know of. For nuclear radiation patients, we use medication combined with metabolism to accelerate the excretion of heavy metals and radioactive elements. Shen Pei paused, then asked, is this related to the world in your dreams? Yes, somewhat. Shen Yu didn't deny it. In my dreams, I learned about a drug that can combat the apocalypse, and I want to study it. Shen Pei looked into her brother's eyes. Over the past 2 weeks, she felt that although he lived here, his mind had drifted to the desolate dreamscape. She said, you can show it to me. Really? Really? Shen Pei nodded. She believed Shen Yu couldn't possibly dream up a plausible drug. If this could help him distinguish dreams from reality, it might serve as a subtle form of therapy. Yet subconsciously, she still trusted her brother. What if it were real? Then it wouldn't be Shen Yu who was mad, but rather those around him who were too foolish. Dragging things on was no solution either. But I haven't obtained it yet. Shen Yu hadn't expected his sister to be willing to help him in this regard. She had connections, and if the drug could be verified, it might accelerate the production of the inhibitor. He smiled and said, once I get it, I'll hand it over to you. Didn't you say your dream had turned barren again? Things have changed. Shen Yu nodded. Everything I've done is influencing that world. Shen Pei sighed and simply asked, are you in danger in your dreams? No. Want to go to the market? We're out of groceries. Let's go. Shopping, cooking, cleaning. Occasionally spending a leisurely weekend made him feel a bit better. When night fell, Shen Yu fell asleep, naturally returning to the desolate wasteland. He glanced sideways at Yi Shiyun, who was lying straight as a board with her arms crossed, not disturbing her, and continued observing the movements near Tongzhou City. After a while, he reached out and flicked Yi Shiyun. There's movement. Yi Shiyun's eyes snapped open, and she turned over to sit up, squinting into the distance. The entrance to Tongzhou City opened once more, and several modified vehicles drove out in succession, heading northwest. Follow them. The vehicles crawled slowly across the desert, reaching a top speed of only 40 kilometers per hour. With the shifting sand dunes, they often had to stop to find new routes. The two kept a distant tail, careful not to get too close. Two awakened escorts were on the vehicles, without knowing their abilities, approaching rashly risked detection. Stop. Check the vehicles. Yu Qing spoke into the walkie-talkie, then opened the door and jumped out. The men in protective suits had urine bags and didn't need to relieve themselves, but he, as an awakened, still did. How could a luxurious walker be seen wearing a urine bag? He waved to the awakened in the rear vehicle, then found a secluded spot to answer nature's call. Tongzhou City is utterly boring, he muttered. I'm not going back on duty there after this. That bitch Feng Yuan is way too troublesome. He felt stifled if he couldn't live a life above others. Tongzhou City was under the direct order of the Supreme Master to be treated well. The technicians there were regarded as future citizens, so he couldn't do as he pleased. Seizing this transport opportunity, he wanted to go back or attack some small settlements to live as a superior being. While relieving himself, he suddenly shuddered, but thought nothing of it. A man's normal reaction. Unbeknownst to him, an invisible hand had peeled back his skin, making negative distance contact with his brain. After a moment, he looked down at his wet pants. Hiss. What happened? Did I pee on myself? No way. I can't let anyone find out. Where would my face be after this? After some time removing sand and making repairs, the convoy set off again. His memory has no trace of the Black Sun monsters. I didn't touch the Supreme Master's affairs, fearing a backlash. Shen Yu had already circled ahead of the convoy with Yi Shiyun. He said, but there's one piece of news: their destination is the capital of the Great Shun Kingdom, Tongtian City. In his memory, it's a city built on the desert surface. The surface? Yi Shiyun exclaimed in astonishment. How can it be built on the surface? Aren't they afraid of the Black Sun? And the monsters? Incomprehensible as it is, his memory shows exactly that. A massive city shaped like a sharp pyramid built entirely from ash bricks. It gathers most of the desert's thugs. They call it paradise. Shen Yu described the capital from Yu Qing's memories, lowering his voice. I know the general route. Let's go scout it out. The vehicles still had over 200 kilometers to travel. At their speed and accounting for detours around Black Sun monster territories, it would take 6 or 7 hours. Shen Yu didn't want to waste that much time on the road. He'd rather go straight to their headquarters. They'll carry you. You're too noisy. Shen Yu looked at Yi Shiyun. All right. Yi Shiyun nodded, then suddenly smiled. You carried me when I was little too. I remember my mom sent me to stay at your place for a couple of days to keep Yi Qinglai from taking me away. This is another kind of prophecy for me. For Shen Yu, this was still something that hadn't happened. After thinking it over, he found no reason to refuse. It could also let Yi Shiyun meet Shinpei. He shook his head. Any message you want me to give to your younger self? Just what you once told me. Tell me to protect my mom. Yi Shiyun said. Let's go first. After flying for a while, a wonder of the desert appeared before them. Even the well-traveled Yi Shiyun couldn't help rubbing her eyes at the sight, then gaped at the incredible scene. It was a colossal structure, like a majestic mountain peak shaped like a pyramid built from solidified ash bricks. This was no building that could exist in this world. To put it dramatically, even in peacetime, no one would construct such a behemoth. In Yi Shiyun's understanding, this was definitely not something built by human hands. But what shocked her most wasn't the building itself. Black Sun monster Dragon Phoenix. The terrifying creature coiled around the structure, yet never launched any attack. Like a domesticated dog. Dragon Phoenix. This is impossible. Yi Shiyun exclaimed as she witnessed the scene before her. The terrifying Black Sun beast hovering nearby like a guard dog, her worldview shattered. As the one who had fought the most against these creatures in the wastelands, she had never seen such a sight, even in her dreams. Black Sun beasts were pure killing machines devoid of any reason. More akin to programmed automatons than living beings. Though the most powerful dreamwalkers could restrain them, it was merely by clouding their senses, rendering them paralyzed and vulnerable. To tame a Black Sun beast as seen here was utterly inconceivable. Tigers could become pets, or wolves could be domesticated into dogs. But not the Black Sun beasts. Their sole instinct was to annihilate everything in this world. Yi Shiyun narrowed her eyes, peering into the distance like a telescope. When she spotted people in protective suits moving in and out of the capital's entrance while Long soared peacefully, without hostility, she had to accept the impossible truth, no matter how absurd. This faction serving the Supreme Lord possesses means that even the third Shen city cannot achieve. Yu Qing's memories hold no trace of this. He left for Tongzhou half a year ago. This monster is new since then. Shen Yu had encountered Black Sun beasts before. In a past future, he had schemed to outwit powerful rebel revelators, but against Zhang his only thought was to flee. This creature with a wingspan of 400 meters was beyond human strength to resist. The incense comes from its body harvested while alive. Yi Shiyun pieced everything together, whispering the truth about Long. The third Shen city had surveyed most Black Sun beasts. Long was a standout among them, far more troublesome than Zhang. Though its torso resembled a WY ram, and its wings those of a phoenix with flames blazing on its body, its greatest threat lay in its psychic abilities. The flames were called soulfire. Upon feeling their heat, a person would instantly become a vegetable. Their consciousness erased, though their body lingered briefly. In the monster hunting squad, we devised plans against Long. Its mental powers, hypnosis, fear, were overwhelming. Even a dreamwalker skilled in such arts, after a single approach, suffered 99 crystallization and fell into the abyss of confusion. Had Renai not been nearby to rush him back to Master Ju for treatment, he would have perished. Yi Shiyun lowered her voice to Shen Yu. With Long as its guardian, even the entire monster hunting squad assembled might be useless. Our final plan was to boost productivity and weaponry, relying on intelligent legions to saturate it with ash energy bombardment. But alas, they were still amassing forces when Ku Yila destroyed them. Logically, the Black Sun beast should have detected us before we approached, Yi Shiyun noted. Its state seems unusual. Its landing. As she spoke, Long descended to the ground, its flames gradually extinguishing. It folded its wings and stood still like a stone statue. The people who had been moving near the city gate slowly gathered around it. They watched as tools were used to cut pieces from the creature. Yi Shiyun found herself too numb to comment, having been astonished too many times. Those cut pieces might be made into the incense, Shen Yu said. The good news is we've found what we seek. The bad news is acquiring it is far harder than expected. Robbery is easier than rescuing hostages, Yi Shiyun decided. If the incense came from Long Wang's body, it could indeed amplify psychic abilities. Their plan's chances of success grew. Long Wang doesn't seem aggressive, which works in our favor. We only need to deal with that city. Yi Shiyun mused that if the monster hunting squad possessed such power, they might have already cleansed the wastelands of all Black Sun beasts. But this faction's leader called himself the First Emperor, the Supreme Lord. By title and deeds, he was no benevolent figure. He'll infiltrate and gather intel. No, let's go together. You don't know this world well enough, but safer with me. They decided to scout inside first. The city was vast. A luck wouldn't be so cruel as to throw them directly into the Supreme Lord's clutches. Tongtian City was a grand multi-tiered structure with vast living spaces above and immense industrial zones below. The ground floor was a sprawling agricultural area and logistics hub filled with workers in protective suits. The second floor was for social activities. Damn, being a revelator is better. We're stuck drinking industrial alcohol mixed with booze. I heard they're already sipping craft beer. Dim lights, blaring music. This was the gathering place of the Shun Kingdom's people. Despite the building's grand exterior, the interior was like a rough shell furnished with salvaged boards and furniture molded from deep earth, mud, and rock. A woman in a leather jacket slammed her glass on the table. Last time Lord Wang wanted 3 Meiyang for a bottle of his booze. Screw that. Where am I supposed to find them now? Jealous? Then become a revelator yourself. I'd rather not bake under that damn sun. She tossed down some crystal or slid off the chair and tugged its chain. Call me when the next batch of booze comes in. At her pull, the chair rose from the ground, hunched, and followed her. Nice Fei Yang you've got there, the liquor vendor remarked, eyeing its muscular frame. An old bottle of pre-apocalypse wine expired. Want to trade? Deal? Give me the wine. The woman tossed him a slip of paper. The burly man knelt mechanically before the vendor, offering his chain with both hands. Hey, race your wine. The vendor pocketed the slip, stamped a grotesque mark on the man's face, and muttered after the woman left, better off with me than that crazy woman. She'd bite a chunk out of you when angry. I just want you to farm well and watch my plot around the clock. Remember, if my crops are stolen, I'll use you as fertilizer. The man remained silent. The vendor patted his bulging muscles. You were well fed in your last underground city. Behave, and the Supreme Lord might pardon a batch of your sheep people each year. You could become a proper citizen like me. Following the Supreme Lord is the way to survive in this world, right? Get to work. Drag out the barrels from the back. Mid-sentence, the vendor froze, a palm-shaped bulge appearing on his cheek. Shaking his head, he spotted 2 cloaked figures and called out eagerly, care for some fine wine. 1 crystal, or cheap as dirt. They ignored him. Noticing their tattered cloaks, he muttered, country bumpkins. But then, glimpsing the crystallization on a left pinky, he shuddered, dropped to his knees, and slapped himself. This wretched fool failed to recognize your greatness. The 2 finally stopped and looked at him. Enough. Yes, thank you for your boundless mercy. Trembling, the vendor rose, eyes fixed on his toes, drenched in sweat, as if had just escaped death. They moved on. Only after turning into an empty room did they pull back their hoods. Yi Shiyun's arms were covered in goosebumps, red crystals spreading through her hair. Just being here made her a rebel walker feel physically ill with crystals proliferating. What did you glean? Feudal slavery, Shen Yu replied, summing up Tongtian City in the briefest terms. This was constructed after the destruction of the third Shen city, and according to the memory of that wine peddler, it was a miracle created single-handedly, by the first emperor, the Supreme One. He proclaimed, "How can a true emperor dwell underground?" And before many witnesses raised this sky-piercing city from the ground. Not only that, but even the dragon phoenix outside was said by the locals to be a pet personally captured by the Supreme One. Because of these two feats, the people here harbored a fanatical reverence for him. Even though most of the residents were once brutal bandits of the desert, the most unruly lot, they now obeyed the Supreme One without question. In terms of scale and living standards, it was far inferior to the southern capital, which had been cultivated for over 20 years. Yet it attracted a large number of problematic awakened ones. For as long as one came here, they could become a person above others. Like its appearance, the hierarchy here was distinctly stratified. The first tier was the first emperor, the Supreme One, who resided at the top. The second tier were the awakened ones. The propaganda here touted the notion that awakened ones are the new humans naturally selected, asserting that they were destined to rule over and exploit ordinary people. Ordinary people were called good citizens, and they mostly worked for a particular awakened one. As it happened, the one just mentioned was in the service of that scoundrel Yu Qing. Good citizens formed the foundation of this city, driving commerce and agriculture. The stronger the awakened one they followed, the higher their own status. Unfortunately for Yu Qing, he was rather weak and was currently outside the city. Thus, when that wine peddler saw the crystalline marks on Shen Yu's body, he immediately fell to his knees in terror. After all, awakened ones had the authority to kill good citizens at will. He feared that his loose tongue would bring about his own demise. Beneath the good citizens were the slaves, those captured from raided settlements and underground cities. Before attacking Huai City, they had already successfully conquered an underground city, seizing crop seeds and other means of production from there. Slaves here had no human rights whatsoever. They could be traded and exchanged like goods that were not even worthy of being called people. Boiling sheep referred to males capable of physical labor, while beautiful sheep denoted women of fair appearance. There were also other classifications like happy sheep and lazy sheep. In summary, this was a kingdom ruled by the first emperor alone, with the awakened ones serving as extensions of his authority, a true dictatorship. Yi Shiyun listened, feeling a deep sense of resentment. How could such a being tame the Black Sun monster while the third Shen city was destroyed by it? "We must avoid the Supreme One," Shen Yu said, glancing up at the sky. Earlier you expressed doubt about how a rebellious walker, who defies heaven and earth, could loyally obey the Supreme One's commands. When I invaded that wine peddler's mind, I deliberately tried it. Thinking of the Supreme One did not trigger any backlash. He continued, "Every awakened one has had something planted in their minds by the Supreme One. I suspect the Dragon Phoenix is the same, but we don't know his revelation. Domination, command, control." Yi Shiyun pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps it's a revelation in that vein. We haven't encountered it, but that doesn't mean such a revelation doesn't exist. It's a form of mental control." Shen Yu nodded. "The items made from the Dragon Phoenix's body might work on him too. If this continues, he could potentially control all the awakened ones." Yi Shiyun grew worried, but Shen Yu let out a self-deprecating laugh. "Impossible. It will be destroyed before that happens." Was that supposed to be comforting? "I understand. Well, avoid the Supreme One as much as possible. The energy and electrical systems here are too crude to cover everything with surveillance," Yi Shiyun said. "That's a barely good news," she added. "But we must halt their advance immediately and retake Tongzhou City." Even as she spoke, her face showed difficulty. Even if they recaptured Tongzhou City, they might not be able to hold it. With a monster like the Dragon Phoenix aiding the enemy, the city's defenses could never withstand a retaliatory strike. The future remained fraught with challenges. Yet that was no reason for hesitation. Important items are stored on the fourth level and intermediate layer between the living areas of the awakened ones and the good citizens, Shen Yu said. The incense they made earlier is likely there too. They'll scout it alone and pinpoint the target, then well devise a plan. "All right, I'll think of a way to create a disturbance to facilitate our escape," Yi Shiyun cautioned. "Be careful of the powerful awakened ones. They can sense the movements of dream walkers. They'll be careful." Using his abilities as a dream walker, scouting was not difficult. Shen Yu soon reached the fourth level, a warehouse piled high with crystal ores serving as currency. Besides these, there were many dismantled high-precision instruments. Perhaps the inhabitants didn't know how to use them, but they looked advanced, so they were hoarded as valuables. There were many guards stationed at almost every passageway. What surprised Shen Yu, however, was that all the guards were women. Though they wore no chains, the collars around their necks marked them as slaves. Unlike the slaves he had seen before, their eyes held no numbness. Instead, they vigilantly watched every corner, preventing anyone from appearing. He wondered which awakened one was in charge of this area. A harem. He must be a lecher. Shen Yu skirted around them, and after searching several places, finally found the location of the incense. How fragrant. As fragrant as braised pork. Shen Yu recalled that even when he had seen just a few sticks before, he had felt a desire to taste them. Now, with an entire chest before him, he even felt a surge of greed. These were presumably concentrated essences extracted from the Dragon Phoenix's body. Was he actually finding the Black Sun monster appetizing? This room was the most secure, containing not only a full chest of incense, but also weapons and armor forged from the dragon phoenix placed nearby. A dream walker exploring the treasury of the sky-piercing city. How rare. Which city are you from? Hearing a voice behind him, Shen Yu froze. He had not only failed to detect someone sneaking up on him, but also found the voice eerily familiar. Thinking of running. Let me warn you, the up, down, left, right, front, and back of this room are all rigged with ash bombs. If you try to phase through a wall, you'll be blown into a state of mental chaos. Enough to make you a vegetable. After all, they're made from the dragon phoenix, specifically designed for thieves like you. A chubby man in a crisp suit stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the doorframe. Behind him, the female guards rushed over, apologizing as they saw the intruder. Forgive us, Lord Wei, we didn't. Don't kneel. The chubby man raised a hand. This intruder is far beyond your ability to handle. He stepped to the center of the door and called out, Buddy, state your origins. You're a sublime one working here. Won't your crystals proliferate? Shen Yu turned back, his expression stern as he faced the newcomer. The Supreme One is my sole law. He chuckled, saying that you know me. Of course. Shen Yu narrowed his eyes. Wei Xian, you really do know me. Did we meet during my trading days? Wei Xian grinned. If we're old acquaintances, that makes things easier. If I bring you to the Supreme One, we could be colleagues. I'd get plenty of rewards, enough to buy a few hundred people. What do you say, buddy? We're short on dream walkers. Want to join us? The leather jacket, the round belly, the squeezed together smiling face. This man, who was actually over 30 years old, was all too familiar to Shen Yu, the very first person he had met upon arriving in this world. Although he was a bit of a rascal, fond of judging sinners, and had a penchant for petty gains, yet Shen Yu did not despise him. Only after learning more and meeting more people here did he realize how rare someone like Wei Xian, who had a bottom line, truly was. Even when a crisis befell Nandu in the end, he did not hesitate to press forward. From the final outcome of the last future, Wei Xian seemed to bear even more secrets. Shen Yu wanted to find him, to know what the id in the prophecy truly was and who lay beneath that ashen mountain. Yet he never expected to encounter him here in Tongtian City. Wei Xian seemed in no hurry to act. He sized up Shen Yu with keen interest from head to toe and extended an invitation. Though our life here can't compare to the big cities, it's all about following your heart with no restraints. As an awakener, joining us brings more benefits than drawbacks. On a grander scale, only the Supreme Lord in this desert can withstand the crises. See that dragon phoenix outside? It's as docile as a pet now. If you agree to join, you'll get a quota of this incense too. No need to steal or snatch. Hadn't that pair of treacherous lovers from Dream Delusion and Rebellion joined Tongtian City yet? Shen Yu sensed that the other's intent to recruit him was stronger. No, perhaps it was because a net had long been cast. They had foreseen the possibility of a Dream Delusion invasion, hence no rush to act. Human trafficking, oppression of rights. Shen Yu narrowed his eyes at Wei Xian and said, Has the nobility in your heart vanished entirely? TCH. Wei Xian glanced at the women behind him and said, Seems we were quite familiar, brother. You're right, sometimes it does feel off, but only when the granary is full does one know propriety. Only when clothed and fed does one understand honor and disgrace. The current priority is developing Tongtian City. I can't make all awakeners like me yet, but at least I can use you to earn merit. He spread his hands and said, If the Supreme Lord is pleased, he'll get more money. With more money, can I buy more people? Then these people will be spared from persecution. Isn't that right? Besides, the Supreme Lord promised me that when unification comes, he'll be the Minister of Justice wielding the law. Twisted logic. Shen Yu noticed the back of Wei Xian's hand. Its crystallization was far more advanced than before. He seized a key phrase and asked, Have you forgotten something? Forgetting is a blessing. Forgetting past troubles and confusions leads to a brighter future. This is the Supreme Lord's grace upon me. It seemed the Supreme Lord possessed an almost brainwashing ability over the awakeners. Wei Xian had once mentioned encountering the first emperor's men in the desert, but this timeline had shifted dramatically. Not only had survivors appeared in the third Shen city, but Wei Xian's development had taken an unexpected turn. He was captured by the Supreme Lord, brainwashed, and became his subordinate. But this ability has its limits. He didn't apply such brainwashing to ordinary people, and if he could truly control others without limit, he wouldn't need so much trouble. He could easily conquer any underground city. Yet the other still needed to stockpile resources and plan wars slowly, proving this power wasn't absolute. Looks like you want join. What a bother, your dream self can't even be contained. Wei Xian raised his hand and said, Then I'll have to scatter you, or else I'll be a lapse in my duty. Coming uninvited is trespassing, taking without asking is theft. Wei Xian formed a hand seal before his chest, his eyes turning golden, and declared, Trespassers and thieves are deemed evil. In the name of nobility, I sentence you to imprisonment here. Buzz. Shen Yu suddenly felt his body grow heavy. Looking down, he saw gray chains emerging from the void, coiling around his feet. Not only that, but he found himself forcibly infused with substance, unable to phase through walls anymore. Don't be surprised. I've some experience dealing with dream delusion, or why would I be a warden here? Wei Xian smirked, turning his head to say, women, hide yourselves. Dream delusion has plenty of tricks, don't let him use you as hostages against me. With that, the women with collars around their necks all retreated. Wei Xian refocused on Shen Yu and said, let me warn you first, once locked by me, it'll be hard for you to wake up. I didn't know you had such a move against dream delusion. Shen Yu lifted his foot. These chains were strange, as if fused with his dream self, exerting immense pressure. He looked into Wei Xian's eyes and said, I thought you weren't good at fighting. I have little experience with dream delusion, but you gave nobility a handle. Wei Xian said modestly, then you'll have to accept your bad luck. In an instant, Shen Yu, bound by the chains, dissolved into foam before his eyes. He was stunned. Wasn't this man afraid of death? The effect of the conviction chains directly targeted his spiritual level. If he dissolved the dream self like this, the backlash would harm his true body. Had he forcibly dispersed it at the cost of severe injury? Hey, never mind. The goods are still here, but I need to relocate. This batch of incense is a special supply, you can't afford any mistakes. Seeing the enemy vanish, Wei Xian simply shook his head. The top priority now was ensuring the essence of this dragon phoenix was safe. He hadn't expected that just storing it here temporarily would attract prying eyes. He bent down to inspect the incense, as if hearing someone ask how it was made, muttering to himself, making a batch isn't easy. From mining to completion takes 2 months. This incense, which amplifies spiritual abilities using the dragon phoenix as a medium, is far too precious. He needs this incense to consolidate his rule. My guess is his revelation was pushed to its limit after capturing the dragon phoenix, and he needs this incense as an aid. After all, the Supreme Lord. Supreme Lord, Wei Xian suddenly clutched his throbbing head. The mere thought of the Supreme Lord sent the world spinning, and the scene before him shattered like fragments of glass. He only saw the chest of incense fly from his sight into the hands of the dream delusion walker, leaving the room, who whispered softly, you still love to dream. With that, he clutched the chest and fled swiftly. He hadn't even noticed when he was ensnared. Wei Xian's eyes widened. If not for the thought of the Supreme Lord breaking the dream, he would have been done for. He lunged to grab the chest, but Shen Yu glanced back at him. Boom! An invisible force slammed into Wei Xian, pinning him to the ground. His eyes reddened. If the incense was stolen, it would be his fault. Once punished, the people under his protection would be taken by others. Those poor souls could only retain a shred of dignity under his care. No, he couldn't let that happen. Crystal fall. Thud. The chest Shen Yu was dragging was suddenly slapped down. He spun around, staring at the smoke-filled floor. Just as he moved to grab the chest, an arm, with perfect statue-like lines, beat him to it, sweeping the entire chest of incense behind it. A second, a third, a fourth. For crystalline arms. Wei Xian, his entire body encased in crystal armor like a suit of mail, wore a solemn expression and murmured, immediate judgment. The energy condensed into a tangible form, and its terrifying aura were utterly unlike the Wei Xian in Shen Yu's memory. He let out a long breath. The oppressive presence of this figure, whose crystallization had reached 80 or 90%, surpassed even the rebel he had once encountered, second only to Yi Shiyun. You've been hiding your strength, buddy. You're actually incredibly strong. Your petty tricks are useless now. Wei Xian stepped forward, each step causing the ground to tremble. Sensing the anomaly, other revelators would soon come rushing over. Shen Yu glanced at the incense sticks he was protecting behind him. Their time was running out. He had just extracted all the information Wei Xian knew from within the dream. If they delayed any longer, this batch of incense would be handed over to the Supreme One for his use, making the retrieval far more dangerous. The plan had to be executed now, at this very moment. Take the incense and leave. However, Wei Xian had already entered a state of high crystallization. Based on past experience fighting others, creating an illusion for him in this form would be exceedingly difficult. Is that so? Shen Yu suddenly smiled. He began to float, addressing the crystallized Wei Xian, who stood 2.5 meters tall. I won't be stung twice by the same trick. Sorry, buddy, I'm in a hurry. With that, Shen Yu dove straight toward Wei Xian. Wei Xian raised all 4 of his arms, wreathed in pure energy, and swatted directly at Shen Yu. Thud! A shockwave struck again, deflecting Wei Xian's arm movement. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yu spun and surged forward, maneuvering behind Wei Xian. Wei Xian turned to strike near the crate, intending to prevent his opponent from grabbing it and fleeing, but failed to notice Shen Yu clinging to his back, slapping both hands onto his waist. All a Dreamwalker could do was unleash shockwaves. With his body highly crystallized, Wei Xian wasn't worried about the enemy's hands penetrating his form. He braced himself for another shockwave, only to feel a strange foreign force burrow into his body. This is... Shen Yu's body radiated a green light. He looked up and declared, crystallization is a disease. And a disease needs to be cured. It wasn't a cry of agony. Wei Xian let out an involuntary comfortable moan. It felt like peeling off a large dead patch of skin. He felt the crystals sloughing off him like layers of grime, the soothing sensation. No, this is the ability of benevolence. Wei Xian felt his crystallization level plummeting, his extra limbs turning to ash and dispersing. His pupils constricted in shock as he tried to flee, but Shen Yu, leveraging the mobility of his dream abilities, clung to him like a persistent parasite, until with a bang, he slammed Wei Xian into the wall. During his previous encounter with the rebel son, Hui Shun, Yu had found himself utterly helpless against the highly crystallized crystal fall. Facing a form that pushed physical prowess to monstrous levels wreathed in terrifying energy, the dream's offensive and disruptive capabilities were nearly zero. Fleeing was the only option. He didn't want to remain so weak forever. If he couldn't even deal with a single revelator, how could he face a world-ending crisis? So he had been pondering, searching for a method to handle such a situation next time. And after much deliberation, he actually found a unique countermeasure that only he could use. The higher the level of crystallization, the exponentially greater the revelator's power. But crystallization itself is a disease, one that benevolence can cure. This meant that by incorporating the power of benevolence into combat, he could drastically reduce a revelator's abilities. After crystal fall, one must seek benevolence treatment, or else they will soon meet their end. Since treatment is inevitable, why not cure you completely right now? Crack. Pinned against the wall, Wei Xian could only watch helplessly as the crystals on his body crumbled into stone and fell away. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. The soothing pleasure of the benevolence treatment numbed his entire being. He clenched his teeth, afraid that if he opened his mouth he would cry out. He could only glare at his opponent with a mix of shame and fury. He never expected his foe to possess the ability of benevolence, much less use it in battle. He had never encountered such a shameless person. Wei Xian's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the floor, utterly spent, his eyes vacant. The moment the dream ability became available again, Shen Yu had already cast him into a slumber. Shen Yu reached for the crate and pulled the entire box of incense towards him. With his other hand, he lifted the unconscious Wei Xian. As a friend, he had to try and save him if he could. Moreover, he needed to study with Yi Shiyun how to break the restrictions imposed by the Supreme One, and Wei Xian here was a perfect subject for treatment. He had a premonition that before the prophesied it was born, the Supreme One would prove to be a formidable enemy. Stop right there. Don't move. Release Lord Wei. Well, shoot. Carrying the crate, and Wei Xian made phasing through walls impossible. Shen Yu hadn't walked far before he found himself cornered again. The women serving as guards on this floor. Shen Yu swept his gaze over them, and their eyes glazed over as they lowered their guns. The power of dream was too overwhelming for ordinary people, easily making them forget reality and sink into a dream. Looks like I'll have to fight my way out. Shen Yu sighed, thinking of a way to regroup with Yi Shiyun and escape as quickly as possible. Oh my, I didn't expect Wei Xian to be taken down by you. A faint girlish voice suddenly echoed around him. Shen Yu turned to scan his surroundings, but saw no one. Another revelator. How could they let Wei Xian guard such an important place alone? The girl teased. I've been watching you all along. Benevolence and dream. Something very interesting must have happened to you. Why the fierce look? I don't like fighting, and I can't fight anyway. I just like watching the fun. A jester. Shen Yu recalled a type of revelator, the desert's troublemakers. No one knew what they would do next, they only enjoyed causing chaos everywhere. Smart. But this place is after all jointly guarded by Wei Xian and me. If I just let you take the precious incense away, I won't escape punishment either. The girl's tone shifted. Wei Xian, if you don't wake up now, the 100+ girls you protect will all be defiled by that beast Snake Man. You know no woman lasts more than a day on Snake Man's body. If you keep indulging in that dream, it'll be too late. And as for you, sir, let me give you some advice. Drop your things and run now, or else. Our people will have you surrounded. Whoosh. A shuriken suddenly flew out from the shadows. Shen Yu glanced at it. Its thickness suggested it was loaded with explosives. He immediately dodged to the side. But the shuriken's target wasn't him at all. It was the sleeping Wei Xian. Bang. The shuriken exploded beside Wei Xian. The fragments embedded within pierced his body. Jolted awake by the pain, Wei Xian's eyes flew open as he stared at Shen Yu, who was holding him, and roared, "Court is now in session." Whoosh. Shen Yu felt his surroundings transform completely. He stood on a barren desert, facing a colossal black sun. Wei Xian knelt before him, devoutly facing the black sun, muttering, "All things have their laws, all beings have their sins. The ignorant revel wildly, the depraved cling to filth. An illusion." Shen Yu tried to forcefully break free from the power's influence, but a gaze seemed to fall upon him from within the black sun. Just that one look was enough to render him immobile. "Don't struggle." Wei Xian slowly rose to his feet, his face and body covered in cuts and blood from the explosion. He stared solemnly at Shen Yu. "This is the Supreme Court. I will invoke the power of the sublime and personally pass judgment upon you." First question. A faint golden light flowed within the black sun. Wei Xian pressed. "Has your heart ever felt true pain for the suffering of others?" "Yes." The answer escaped Shen Yu's lips almost involuntarily. He felt compelled by some force to answer these questions from the depths of his soul. Wei Xian, oh Wei Xian, Shen Yu thought to himself. You really do have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Before the path of choice, have you ever abandoned justice for personal gain? No. The second question was answered. Shen Yu felt a sense of unease. He vaguely sensed that if his answer violated the sublime, a sword of judgment would descend upon him. No. Shen Yu suddenly realized that Wei Xian was also answering the questions. He looked up and saw that a giant golden sword was suspended above both him and Wei Xian. The black sun in the sky hung like an exalted judge poised to deliver its verdict based on their answers. Shen Yu faced such a bizarre situation for the first time here. He could not sense the passage of time, nor feel his physical body. Should punishment befall him, only shattered dreams awaited. The vast power still brewed, far surpassing ordinary, awakened, even more oppressive than the black sun monster. Shen Yu vaguely sensed this was far more terrifying than Yi Xian's experiment. If truly judged, he believed he would remain unconscious for a long time. Last time, after being killed by Yi Shiyun, he returned after a mere 3 seconds. But this time it might take longer. His own safety might not be affected, but claiming the incense was out of the question. Even a slight time difference would be enough for other awakened to surround him. He had no desire to be besieged, trapped at the respawn point, and killed repeatedly. The first question tested whether the target possessed basic compassion. Those who have been through rain often offer umbrellas to others. He and his sister were no different. Having endured an imperfect childhood due to family upheaval, he could empathize with many hardships. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up a high salary to join a charitable foundation to fulfill his aspirations. The heartless are cold, the lack of mercy is a sin. The second question examined selfish desires versus justice in moral choices, probing whether the target had ever harmed public interest for personal gain. This question was not difficult. Most law-abiding people would answer thus. Those who abandon the righteous path for personal desire have already fallen in soul. Has your power ever been used to commit injustice under the guise of righteousness? No. Shen Yu and Wei Xian answered almost simultaneously. After responding, Shen Yu pondered this, tested whether one had ever abused or misused their power doing unrighteous deeds under the banner of justice. Here, power did not only refer to supernatural abilities, it could be connections wielded in society, or even a simple comment. To perpetrate violence in the name of justice is evil, deceiving oneself and others. The fourth question followed in succession. Have your promises ever been abandoned due to fear or weakness? No. No. Broken promises bring no honor to the cowardly. If the world crumbles, are you willing to uphold even a sliver of justice with your own strength? Yes. Shen Yu answered instantly. This tested one's adherence to justice under extreme circumstances. The so-called extreme circumstances undoubtedly referred to the current world. Meanwhile, Wei Xian trembled violently, golden power flickering on his body as he roared hoarsely, yes. Justice, though faint if guarded without forsaking the heart, must be noble. The triple voice of man, woman, and child seemed to fall from the black sun, followed by the fifth question. When faced with injustice, have you ever stood by and done nothing? Yes. Wei Xian's pupils radiated a golden hue. He clutched his head in agony and shouted again, but I am in great pain. No. Shen Yu looked at Wei Xian, who was struggling. This interrogation was not only for the target, but also ensnared the initiator. To stand by in the face of injustice, to look on coldly, is the act of a coward. As the voice from the black sun resounded, the sword above Wei Xian's head suddenly fell. Wei Xian. Shen Yu's heart clenched. He wanted to check on Wei Xian, but found himself unable to move an inch. The presence within the black sun still watched him. He strained to see what was ahead until after a while he vaguely discerned that Wei Xian had not vanished, but had suffered a sublime punishment, lying unconscious on the ground. No wonder he hadn't used this move from the start. Because the questioner would also be punished. Wei Xian knew this well. Living in Tongtian City, he had been a bystander every moment. The power of the Supreme Lord could control his thoughts, but could not withstand true sublime. Once this ritual began, he too would be injured. He was gambling on who would be hurt first, and who would be hurt more. Do you believe that justice sometimes requires violence to achieve? The questioning did not cease, but grew sharper, rising to a philosophical level. Shen Yu wanted to think carefully before answering, but the word yes had already escaped his lips. Violence is not necessarily a sin, but those who seek justice must act with caution. The being in the black sun declared in a resonant voice, as if striking both their souls. It then asked, are you willing to sacrifice yourself to save others? Yes. Shen Yu spoke the words calmly. This was what he was doing now. Ever since he discovered traces of crystallization in reality and found that the power of benevolence was ineffective against it, Shen Yu understood that with each dream his life had entered a countdown. If a person could choose the manner of their death, Shen Yu felt there was nothing more romantic than this. The selfless who would give their life to save others are people of great virtue. The voice from the sky continued, do you believe the order of fate is unshakable, yet still choose to resist? This time Shen Yu felt no force compelling him to answer. The presence in the black sun waited patiently for his response. He looked up, smiled at the black sun, and said yes. He existed here. It was precisely to defy the fate of the future. Good. Fate cannot be. The resonant voice came from all directions. The giant sword above Shen Yu's head began to tremble violently. He looked up to see the sword of judgment dissolve into a golden rain. As the rain fell upon him, all the fatigue from the previous battle faded, and even his power seemed to increase. For the first time he felt a heartbeat in his dream. The dream body seemed to gain substance with energy surging and flowing within. Had the questioning ended, Shen Yu was taken aback for a moment, then understood the definition of the sublime is never lofty and detached. Those who conquer selfish desires and face everything with honesty are the sublime. Yet the resistor is sublime. As the verdict from the black sun fell, everything in the scene froze. Countless golden raindrops halted before Shen Yu's eyes, reflecting his face at that moment, as well as the black sun hanging high in the sky. Reflecting the being within the black sun, 3 heads and 6 arms. This was the first time Shen Yu had seen the entity that every awakened should encounter upon awakening. The beginning and end of every awakening. Sublime. The name seemed to shine directly into Shen Yu's heart. Your destiny is now one with the sublime order. I, the sublime, shall witness your future, uphold justice, and never forsake you. The scene before him crumbled like a dream that left no trace, gradually collapsing before Shen Yu's eyes. The desert and the black sun, judgment and sublimity, all of it was wiped away like fine sand slipping from his sight. As the illusion receded and reality returned, Shen Yu still held the dangerous figure glaring at him in one hand and the incense in the other, ready to fight his way out of the Tongtian city. The ashes of the cross-shaped shuriken's explosion still lingered, tiny fragments of shrapnel frozen midair. 3, 2, 1. Time began to flow again. Wei Xian's neck tilted to the side as he completely lost consciousness. Shen Yu staggered back several steps, warily eyeing the shadows around him. How strange. Wei Xian's tribunal of sublimity is an inescapable attack for most revelators. Could you also be a sublime? How is it that he seems injured from the tribunal while you're completely unharmed? The young girl clicked her tongue in wonder. But Shen Yu's mind was focused on finding an escape route. To leave with the incense, and the person relying solely on the Dreamwalker's impact would never break through the walls. They had to take the passage down. But now, thud, thud, 2 heavy footsteps approached from left and right. The girl called out, finally here. This guy's trying to steal something and leave. You 2 block him. I can't fight. You and Wei Xian are both trashed. It's no surprise you couldn't stop him, sneered a man with half his face covered in crystals, his left eye scanning Shen Yu standing in the middle. My revelation is valor best suited for combat. Surrender, and he'll grant you a whole corpse. Wang Gui, who just blurts out their revelation like that? The man on the right, clad in an exquisite suit with no visible signs of crystallization, said contemptuously, enough talk. Get on with it. Suddenly the unconscious Wei Xian opened his eyes and muttered, murderers, and those who humiliate others are evil. I, in the name of sublimity, sentence you to imprisonment. Seeing Wei Xian awake, the 2 held back, watching their comrades move. But as his words fell, the chains of sublimity instead fell upon them instantly, altering their expressions. Wei Xian, how dare you betray the Supreme Master? Brother, run. Wei Xian looked up at Shen Yu and shouted, the wall to the left then right leads outside. Blow it open with bombs and escape. Wei Xian Yu. Shen Yu started running. He had been ready to subdue Wei Xian the moment he acted, but realized the murderers and those who humiliate didn't refer to him, so he held back. It seemed Wei Xian had broken free from the Supreme Master's control, reverting to the person he once was. Ugh. Wei Xian, carried by Shen Yu, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Thanks, brother. Though we've never met, you forced me to open the tribunal. The sublime judgment destroyed the Supreme Master's seal on me. Let's get out of here. He's already sensed I broke the seal. If we don't flee now, we're both doomed. Shen Yu glanced at Wei Xian's belt from which he levitated the ash bombs. Turning left, he pulled the fuse and hurled the bomb at the wall. The moment it exploded, he charged into the multicolored smoke and burst through the wall. Dim light, a black sun, and the desert reappeared before his eyes. Shen Yu dragged the incense, and Wei Xian flying straight out. But in an instant a massive shadow loomed over them. His face paled as he shifted from a straight flight into a dive, plunging headfirst into the gray sand. Bang! Tui tui! Wei Xian scrambled up like a donkey, having taken the box of incense from Shen Yu. He looked up, let out an ah, and said, brother, if things go south, they'll switch sides immediately. This thing's no joke. Shen Yu looked up at the black sun beast, the dragon phoenix, slowly approaching from the other side of Tongtian city, each step shaking the desert. An awkward expression crossed his face. He felt utterly locked onto by the beast. One more move, and it would pounce. Can you open a tribunal for this thing? Shen Yu felt like a rabbit targeted by an eagle, but the creature wasn't in a hurry. He turned to Wei Xian. Open what tribunal? It has no sense of morality. Can't drag it into the sublime court. Instead, ID get turned into a vegetable with one glare from it. Wei Xian muttered, you didn't come alone, did you? Where's the backup? The southern capital's army or the northern ascetics? I have one companion. Don't say I didn't warn you, brother. Kneeling to the Supreme Master and accepting his control right now might give us a slim chance to live. Wei Xian shuddered. Forget the Dragon Phoenix. Even those two revelators just now would be trouble enough. Traitors and intruders. Your heads will earn us plenty of merit. The Valor Revelator leaped down from Tongtian City, his body nearly 90 crystallized. He exuded an icy aura freezing the ground beneath him. Staring at the escapees, he threatened, "They'll turn you into ice sculptures," and then a fiery meteor shot out from Tongtian City with a boom slamming directly into him. Bang! Blazing magma instantly melted the ice. Yi Shiyun, her body wreathed in raging flames, and her lower half, fully crystallized, wielded a flame scimitar. She delivered the final blow to the Revelator, now reduced to half a body, then looked at the two and said, "Let's go." Holy crap, the undying blade. Wei Xian hadn't expected the backup to be such a ruthless figure. She'd even one-shot a crystalline fall Revelator. She was a human-shaped nuclear bomb with all her attacks reserved for the Black Sun beasts. He quickly shouted, "Big brother, big sister, let's retreat now." The explosion from Yi Shiyun briefly disoriented the Dragon Phoenix. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Yu launched himself into the air. "Got the goods. Let's run." "Good." Yi Shiyun had thought Shen Yu was just scouting, but after waiting a while she heard fighting from above. Before he emerged, she had already caused a commotion, preparing to charge in alone to find him. Luckily, she saw him escape Tongtian City and immediately moved to join him. But before the three could fly far, an endless sand tornado blocked their path. Shen Yu, dragging Wei Xian, looked back to see the Black Sun Beast Dragon Phoenix soaring high, locking onto them from the sky. "Difficult," Yi Shiyun said succinctly. The Dragon Phoenix was among the fastest of the Black Sun beasts. Moreover, she could sense that this Dragon Phoenix now felt like a true monster. The part of it that was missing, its perception of living things, had been artificially filled. Under these circumstances, even if they could fly at supersonic speeds, they couldn't escape the Dragon Phoenix's pursuit. "We have to hit it hard to have a chance to get away." Yi Shiyun looked at Shen Yu. "You two go first. Remember to tell my mom." "Don't be dramatic." Shen Yu cut her off. "Can sublimity work on a Black Sun beast?" Yi Shiyun glanced at Wei Xian with concern. It was obvious he was in bad shape. But when she looked back at Shen Yu, she saw a golden light shimmering in his eyes. The third force. After leaving the Sublime Hall, Shen Yu discovered a new power within his body, one that originated from the Sublime. However, unlike the compassion he felt when healing Yi Shiyun, which was born from death and separation, this time, he encountered the Sublime. That existence was almost divine. Like other ordinary seers, he walked resolutely on the path of revelation. This sensation filled Shen Yu with an extraordinary sense of wonder and awe. The wind and sand whipped up by the Dragon Phoenix's wings blurred their vision, encircling the three of them. The burning flame that scorched their souls swirled like ghostly fire nearby. A fireball slammed directly into Wei Xian, startling him. His expression turned solemn as he shouted, "Don't just stand there. Big brother and sister, dodge." The ghostly fire surged toward them like a missile. At such a moment, separating would be akin to seeking death. Yi Shiyun grabbed Shen Yu's wrist, and together they pulled Wei Xian along like agile birds swaying in the storm. However, as they dodged, the oppressive presence of the Dragon Phoenix drew ever closer. Yi Shiyun suddenly felt as though thousands of voices whispered in her ears. "You have entered the embrace of the Black Sun, where there is no escape, no redemption. Behold, your life is but a fleeting and ridiculous candle flame destined to be devoured by darkness. You are merely a grain of sand drifting in the boundless sea of chaos. Why struggle? Everything is futile. Ah yes, futile. Without meaning, without purpose." The voice grew increasingly somber. "Time is but a false illusion, a cycle that repeats endlessly. All reason, all logic will be shattered by the Black Sun. Can you feel it? The gaze from within the Black Sun is watching you. Every breath you take is a mistake. You should not exist. You were never meant to exist. Surrender. Surrender to the great Black Sun. Lay down your will. Let me guide you back to the Black Sun, where there is no pain, no fear. Only eternal silence." The voice was at times sharp and high-pitched. "Listen. Hear the echoes from deep within the Black Sun. All existence is a fallacy. All life is a sin. Destroy, destroy. You hear it, don't you? That is the true voice of the universe, the ultimate fate of all things, extinction. Let this decaying world return to chaos under the gaze of the Black Sun. Lay down your mind. Merge into that endless abyss." Shen Yu noticed something was wrong with Yi Shiyun. She was nearly incapacitated, completely relying on him to fly. Her face was continuously showing confusion and pain, her body trembling slightly, her pupils involuntarily quivering. "Big brother, pull back a bit. She's been affected by the Dragon Phoenix." In contrast, although Wei Xian appeared to be in immense pain, he still retained his rationality. Upon hearing this, Shen Yu immediately moved in the opposite direction of the Dragon Phoenix, while Wei Xian suddenly twisted his waist and kicked Yi Shiyun hard in the back while in midair. "Damn, As the golden light erupted from her back, Yi Shiyun seemed to regain her senses and cursed, but not at Wei Xian. Oh, she was cursing that Black Sun beast. Now she understood why the Dragon Phoenix was listed as a target to be avoided for the time being. In the past, their monster hunting team had a rule when detecting the Dragon Phoenix. They had to split into teams to prevent anyone from being influenced by its whispers and never returning. Now they weren't even engaging, merely being close to its released power and feeling its scorching mental flame had nearly turned her into a vegetable. You too. Yi Shiyun glanced at the other two, noticing they didn't seem as deeply affected as she was. Wei Xian immediately shouted, "The Sublime are fanatics. We can barely resist its whispers." He had just used the power of the Sublime to help Yi Shiyun escape from it all. At this moment, Shen Yu suddenly said, "I can't hear anything." He realized that Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian seemed to be hearing the demonic sounds, but he heard nothing. He recalled that when Wei Xian and Yi Shiyun were entranced, it had no effect on him whatsoever. Even the ultimate culprit that would destroy the world was invisible to him. Now he could not hear the whispers of the Dragon Phoenix either. The three of them tried to create distance again, the brief explosion having pushed the influence of the mental fire back slightly. The Sublime. Yi Shiyun. She shouted loudly to Shen Yu amidst the wind. "Yes, we can do this." Yi Shiyun squinted her eyes, although she didn't understand why Shen Yu had gained the Sublime's revelation. If the power of the Sublime could help her resist some mental attacks, perhaps she could tangle with the Dragon Phoenix. "But I want." Truthfully, Shen Yu had no idea how to utilize the power of the Sublime, just like with the dream state. He glanced down at Wei Xian. Wei Xian looked innocently at Shen Yu. "Recall the battle methods of the Sublime." Shen Yu's hand went straight into Wei Xian's head. Wei Xian shivered all over, wanting to resist, but the threat of the Dragon Phoenix was imminent. This thing was not like the Supreme Master, it purely wanted to destroy them. Images of everything he had learned about the battle methods of the Sublime flooded Wei Xian's mind, hoping that the miraculous Big Brother could truly solve this problem. Shen Yu read through Wei Xian's memories, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Unlike other seers who sought techniques in a haphazard manner, Wei Xian possessed a complete system of the Sublime's power, even including rituals. He glanced at Wei Xian in shock, only to hear Wei Xian terrifiedly exclaim, "It's coming." Shen Yu tossed the incense along with Wei Xian into the desert. Wei Xian looked at him in confusion. "Was this how you used it up?" and tossed it aside. "Protect yourself. Not fully burned." Boom. A brilliant scorching pillar of fire connected heaven and earth. Yi Shiyun had unleashed all her power, her entire body except for her face bathed in flames and crimson crystals. Her limbs twisted like a monster, and with a loud shout the surrounding flames vanished in an instant, all condensed into the crystal-curved blade in her hand. The Dragon Phoenix revealed its massive form, opening its giant mouth that exhaled dark flames, lunging towards Yi Shiyun. Buzz! Just hearing its roar, even in her extreme crystal state, Yi Shiyun felt her mind nearing blankness. Fortunately, in that instant, a golden wooden hammer struck her head, instantly clearing her mind. Without time to look back at Shen Yu, Yi Shiyun raised her curved blade high and swung down fiercely at the oncoming Dragon Phoenix. Heaven and earth slash. Whoosh! A massive gash appeared on the Dragon Phoenix as it recoiled in pain, twisting its head and scraping against Yi Shiyun's body as it fell aside, then flapped its wings to rise again, looking at Yi Shiyun from afar. Shen Yu watched as the ground was cleaved apart by Yi Shiyun's single strike, creating a massive fissure. Even the distant celestial city, that pinnacle of power, began to slide down under this blow. How far apart was that? Yi Shiyun's full power mode had become more terrifying than the attacks of ordinary Black Sun beasts. Yet even so, Yi Shiyun gasped for breath. The crystalline traces were spreading like a creeping insect from her neck all over her body. Once fully covered, it would mean she would turn to ashes. Shen Yu floated beside Yi Shiyun, raising his hand. Two streams of power, one golden and one green, flowed like a bond into Yi Shiyun's body. The Sublime alleviated her mental disturbances, while compassion mitigated her excessive crystallization. "Thanks." Yi Shiyun looked at the Dragon Phoenix before her. Even though her full-powered strike was earth-shattering, it merely left a wound on the Dragon Phoenix's body, a wound that was slowly healing. 3 more strikes to go. Let me strike 3 more times in the same spot, and I can sever its wings. Can it be killed? Having gambled everything just to strip it of its ability to pursue, Shen Yu found this outcome hard to accept. Difficult. To utterly destroy a Black Sun monster, it must be completely dismembered, leaving no possibility of regeneration. Yi Shiyun was once the strongest butcher of the Third Shen City, often tasked with carving up Black Sun monsters. Yet she knew well that without exquisite teamwork, landing multiple consecutive cuts on the same spot was exceedingly difficult. The Black Sun monster was no fool. Even now, Yi Shiyun was not confident she could strike the same spot 3 times to sever its wing. Long Wang suddenly let out a roar to the heavens, its massive dragon head rearing back, its black-red eyes blazing like molten lava. An aura of scorching heat and oppressive pressure instantly filled the air. "It's coming." Long Wang raised its dragon head high, absorbing the drifting heart fire and ash sand into its maw. Within its throat and chest, these transformed into a terrifying conflagration that burned body and soul alike. It lowered its head abruptly, unleashing a world-annihilating dragon breath from its throat. The blast shot straight toward the two. Yi Shiyun was somewhat exhausted after that strike and needed a brief respite to recover. Shen Yu, seeing her state, grasped her wrist and pulled her out of the breath's range. Feeling the searing pain in his hand, he clenched his teeth and resisted with sheer willpower. Yi Shiyun's body temperature was now like boiling iron. Had they not been in a state of extreme tension, merely touching Shen Yu would likely have ignited him and sent him back to reality. He dragged her away from the dragon breath's torrent, the devastating beam grazing their bodies and carving a bottomless chasm into the ground. Split up. Regroup overhead. Yi Shiyun gasped for breath and issued the order. The dragon breath showed no sign of ending. The two scattered like birds taking flight in opposite directions. Yet Long Huang's eyes seemed fixed solely on Yi Shiyun, its breath sweeping toward her in an unending stream. Not chasing me. Shen Yu was taken aback. He glanced toward Yi Shiyun. Though her endurance was lacking, her burst speed and turning agility were unmatched. Her ability made her feel as if her entire body were equipped with vector engines. She was confident in evading the attack. I'm about to die. Wei Xian clutched the box of incense and sprinted across the desert, his legs spinning like tires. Though Long Huang's breath targeted Yi Shiyun, the entire desert was now ablaze. Under the influence of the dragon breath, the heart fire spread like a prairie fire along the ashes. Wei Xian stared at the flames rushing toward him like a tsunami, scurrying around like a panicked ant. He wouldn't die just yet. Confirming that Wei Xian needed no help for the next half-minute, Shen Yu transformed into a streak of light and charged directly at Long Wang. He now had a plan: to use the power of the sublime to create an opening for Yi Shiyun. Though Shen Yu had evaded the mental influence of the whispers, even brushing against the scorching breath would shatter his dream. Dodging the breath's path, he rushed directly before Long Huang's face, his eyes blazing with golden light, his expression turning solemn in an instant. All things have their laws. All beings have their sins. The ignorant revel in abandon. The depraved cling to filth. Wei Xian, still running, felt the sublime power resonate nearby. Stunned, he watched Shen Yu reciting the incantation before Long Wang. He had doubted Shen Yu's transformation into a sublime, but now sensing the same power resonating, he nearly forgot the flames licking at his heels. He hopped and scrambled away, but his gaze remained locked on Shen Yu. The enlightened of the sublime were the most unique lineage in public intelligence. They stood closer to the sublime than other enlightened. The use of all enlightened powers generally fell into 3 tiers. The first was called conversion, like other enlightened, transforming into an elemental force for combat. Most enlightened remained at this level. The second tier was called essence, using the core of the revelation itself as an attack, without conversion. For instance, the sublime would pronounce judgment on crimes to invoke sublime power, and Wei Xian's earlier use of binding chains belonged to this tier. The dream's entry into dreams was also of this kind, while Yi Xian's heaven-earth slash was the strongest among the advanced. Her reversal of heaven and earth's fate transformed into that supreme blade intent. Most enlightened gained the first-tier conversion upon receiving their revelation. After enduring trials while steadfastly holding their path, or under highly crystallized states, they gradually mastered essence. But the third tier was little known. It was called descent. It used one's own power as a shadow, allowing an entity within the black sun to cast its gaze down. Throughout history, aside from Wei Xian's lineage of the sublime, those who could reach the descent level could be counted on one hand. The sublime court he had previously invoked belonged to this tier. Once activated, even he couldn't control it. Only the sublime could render a verdict deciding victory or defeat for both sides of the trial. Now Wei Xian slowly realized that after he had been injured and unconscious in the sublime court, his elder brother had passed the sublime's trial of the heart, earning the sublime's moral approval and blessing. As far as he knew, only a handful of other enlightened had reached the descent level, the most famous being Mr. Zhu of the Third Divine City. His benevolence was a direct gift from benevolence. These powers were all extraordinarily absurd. Regardless of weakness or strength, the power of descent depended solely on your affinity with the revelation. Even if Wei Xian's head were half severed, he could still fully wield the power of descent. Brother, no, we're different. All things have their laws, all beings have their sins, the ignorant revel in abandon, the depraved cling to filth. This was the prerequisite incantation for the sublime's descent. Only by loudly proclaiming this with sublime power could the sublime direct its attention here. But for Shen Yu, who had just become a sublime, using the descent incantation was a fatal mistake. Long Wang had already noticed the ant drawing near. The dragon breath from its maw still tracked Yi Shiyun, but its sharp claws raised and swung toward Shen Yu. Dodge it first, don't use that move. Wei Xian shouted as he ran. You haven't accumulated good deeds or punished evil. The sublime won't grant you power. Even though his voice couldn't reach Shen Yu in the sky, Wei Xian still yelled in warning, "Run." Wei Xian's journey was essentially a process of accumulating good deeds and punishing evil. He would specifically trade for death row prisoners and accumulate punishment before their execution. And his constant traveling for trade wasn't about making money. After years of roaming, he was left with only a single vehicle and often went hungry himself. The supplies and resources he earned were mostly left for small, isolated settlements to accumulate good deeds. Otherwise, how could Wei Xian go wherever he pleased? He paved his way with hard-earned life-risking money, which was why he had such bold connections across the desert. Unlike Wei Xian, who had spent years traveling, Shen Yu simply couldn't attract enough sublime power. All directions sealed the heavenly gate, shut wind ceases, and thunder stills. Virtue and evil clearly divided, starlight descends upon this realm. Damn it, he was still using the most demanding set of conditions. Wei Xian could hear Shen Yu's voice clearly. This ritual was all too familiar. It was the ceremony to directly channel the Sublime's power into oneself, transforming from a follower of the Sublime into its direct agent. Its upper limit was terrifying. Wei Xian believed that if enough sublime deeds were accumulated, one could gain power rivaling a Black Sun monster in a short time. But his own accumulated tally of over 1,000 sinful souls and hundreds of good deeds over the years was far from sufficient for that definition of enough. Disaster. The Sublime's gaze would make him forget his surroundings. If he gained little power, that claw coming down. Oh, maybe he was banking on being a dream. Approved judge. When virtue overflows, the Sublime is achieved. Judgment has arrived. Hereby I swear. I am the one who accomplishes all good deeds in the world. I am also the one who proclaims all judgments in the world. I am. Wei Xian averted his eyes, unable to bear witnessing Shen Yu being torn apart by the dragon's claws. His heart was filled with worry. You haven't even recited or prepared the offerings for the Sublime. It's over, it's all over. Sublime. Thud. The earth trembled. Long Huang let out a pained howl and crashed to the ground, the impact shrouding the entire world in gray dust. Yet even so, Wei Xian, slumped on the ground, could still see clearly. He saw the golden giant within the gray mist. A pair of hands seized Long Huang's wings, a pair gripped its throat, and a pair locked onto its abdomen, slamming it fiercely into the ground. Wei Xian swallowed hard. Big brother, no. Ancestor. Wei Xian shouted, his pupils trembling in shock. Did you offer the Sublime the merit of saving the world? This colossal form, this overwhelming power. This could not be summoned by blessing mere thousands or tens of thousands. Wei Xian knew well that he himself could at most manifest 2 extra arms, which would already make him a top-tier enlightened, even slightly outmatching Yi Shiyun, who hadn't touched the concept of descent. But this power to tear apart a Black Sun monster with bare hands required offering the Sublime the merit of influencing hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. Yi Shiyun sensed the cessation of the Dragon Phoenix's attack and felt a mysterious, majestic presence descending behind her. She immediately turned to look at the dust-laden battlefield. Upon seeing the pale golden 6-armed giant already subduing the Dragon Phoenix, she opened her mouth in astonishment, her first instinct to search her memory for which Black Sun monster this might be. As the smoke gradually cleared and the 6-armed giant locked the Dragon Phoenix and slammed it to the ground, she managed to discern a familiar visage from its enormous face. Shen Yu. Recognizing him, Yi Shiyun had no time to ponder how he had transformed. Seeing the Dragon Phoenix completely immobilized, pinned firmly to the earth, only one thought dominated her mind: strike while the iron is hot. Now was the moment. She transformed into a fiery meteor darting through the sandstorm to land directly on Shen Yu's shoulder. Up close, his 100-meter form exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. His entire body was bathed in pale golden light, his expression impassive, his majesty akin to a deity judging mortals. All 6 of his powerful arms were now pressing down on the Dragon Phoenix, which was pinned to the ground, struggling incessantly. Just then the Black Sun monster erupted with searing mental flames. The dark fire instantly engulfed itself and everything around it, and the terrifying whispers of the Black Sun returned, causing Yi Shiyun's mind to waver. She quickly used Shen Yu's head as a massive shield, blocking the soul-scorching flames to avoid being burned again. Damn it! Black Sun monsters were not living beings in essence. They were more like precision-driven AI, yet their intelligence far surpassed anything humans could design. As the human with the most experience dealing with them, Yi Shiyun knew well that the Dragon Phoenix had memorized her attacks. Thus it would not allow her to approach easily. The same tactic rarely worked twice on a Black Sun monster, and their thick hides made them incredibly tough to defeat. It could even remember that mental flames alone could affect her, so whenever she drew near, it would spew flames in all directions. She had to interrupt it, leaving it utterly defenseless before striking. At that moment, as if hearing Yi Shiyun's inner voice, the golden giant's radiant light withstood the mental flames. Raising its fists, it locked the Dragon Phoenix's neck and wings, then brutally pummeled its abdomen. Thump! With each punch, the entire desert trembled and violent shockwaves radiated outward, spreading into the distance. Accompanied by this drum-like sound, Yun noticed the surrounding flames receding. Rushing closer, she saw that the dragon phoenix's belly, pinned beneath the giant, had been pounded into a pulp. Its outer shell was utterly shattered, forcing it to use flames to mend its wounds. Seeing the massive wings being torn and creaking under the giant's grip, Yun wasted no time. Aiming at the pre-existing wounds, she struck again. Whoosh! A bottomless chasm appeared on the ground, and the dragon phoenix's wing root was severed by more than half. The golden giant then switched hands, gripping the wing with 3 arms and tearing it off viciously along the wound. The wing, completely detached from the body, began to rapidly turn to ash. Roar! The dragon phoenix bellowed, its eyes fixed on the golden giant. Now freed, its neck unleashed a terrifying breath directly at the giant's face. The giant grasped the weakened Yun in one hand, while raising the other to block the breath. The dragon phoenix's eyes blazed with fire. It tilted its head back again, and the torn wing dissolved into pure energy that funneled into its mouth. A fiercer, more dreadful breath instantly engulfed the 100-meter giant. The heavens and earth changed color. The golden giant was forced back by the energy surge, its legs carving deep furrows in the desert. Only after being pushed several kilometers away did the dragon phoenix's breath finally cease. Shen Yu? Yun glanced at the dragon phoenix, now bathed in flames that wrapped around it like a giant egg, rapidly healing the wounds they had inflicted. Only then did she have a moment to look at the golden giant. Its radiance was far dimmer than when it first appeared. It turned its head slightly toward Yun and gave a slow nod. It could not speak, for its voice would injure her. Shen Yu stood upon the desert, gazing at the dragon phoenix, whose flames had solidified into a shell like an egg. The dragon phoenix had entered a defensive recovery phase, and its hardened carapace could not be easily torn open even by the giant's strength. It would resume its hunt once fully healed. If their goal was to retreat, now was the time to leave. But the power bestowed by the Sublime One still lingered, and he wished to do more. This was Wei Xian's ultimate skill, one never used unless at a critical juncture of life and death. By sacrificing his own actions, he had attracted the attention of the Sublime One and received a direct infusion of power. The incantation required him to state his stake, but when he tried to wager his will to change the world, the Sublime One refused. Instead, he saw 6 thumbs up from the Sublime One within the Black Sun. An absurd scene, but then power surged endlessly into his body, granting him abilities akin to the heavenly giant technique. He sensed that his power came directly from the Black Sun. Though he could not fathom why the Sublime One favored him, so he had no time to ponder. He immediately began battling the Dragon Phoenix with his new form. Yet this power was not limitless. It was a one-time deal. Shen Yu had paid with a merit he himself did not comprehend to gain strength surpassing the Black Sun monster. Next time he would have to offer something new. Moreover, this power, like Ultraman's, could not last long. Just standing there, he felt the Black Sun trying to reclaim the energy. It felt as if the Sublime One had stolen a piece from the Black Sun and given it to him, but the Black Sun itself was unwilling and wanted it back. While steel doesn't sound right for the Sublime One, let's call it a brazen take instead. It would be a waste to leave now. I can hold out for 2 more minutes. If I don't eradicate the Dragon Phoenix in this state, the future Tongtian City and that Supreme Lord will remain a huge threat. They'll still attack Tongzhou District. It must be eliminated right here, right now. The only question was whether the incense would still be effective after killing the Dragon Phoenix. But there was no time to dwell on that. Shen Yu attempted to control the Sublime One's power, fixed his gaze on the recovering Dragon Phoenix, and charged once more. Thud, thud, thud. Colossal arms were raised high, then fell with crushing weight, each blow hammering against the crystalline shell forged by the Dragon Phoenix. The surrounding desert seemed to boil, turning into a flowing sea of sand under the immense impact. Only one thought occupied Shen Yu's mind: to tear this monstrous beast apart completely. That incense could not only amplify the dream maze, but also enhance the First Emperor's control over others. If the Dragon Phoenix remained under his command, the future would be utterly hopeless. Thud. My turn. The thick eggshell was evidently special, dispersing each of Shen Yu's hammer-like blows across the earth, forcing the entire desert to bear the burden. Witnessing this, Yun realized that the other harbored a killing intent toward the Dragon Phoenix, but these strikes could not breach its unyielding shell. She leaped high off Shen Yu's shoulder, raising the scarlet crescent blade for the 3rd time. Heaven and earth slash. As the invisible blade light descended, flames suddenly erupted on the shell, at the very spot where a crack formed. Seeing this, Shen Yu grasped his hands together, raising them high above his head before slamming them down like a hammer onto the fissure. Thud. The crack was spreading. Thud. Roar. Within the shell's fissure, the Dragon Phoenix's head was now clearly visible. It let out a threatening roar at Shen Yu through the gap, but he paid it no heed. His golden palm blades plunged straight into the crack. Once, twice, 6 times. forcing his entire arms into the shell, trying to pry it apart with brutal force. But the shell was extraordinarily peculiar. The more force applied, the harder it became. Shen Yu's 6 arms were instead trapped by the shell. He tilted his head back, then smashed his forehead against it in a vicious headbutt. Uncontrollable dark flames exploded forth once more. Wei Xian, who was running against the sand dune's flow to stay in place, witnessed this primal brutal scene and twitched his mouth. Once upon a time he had fantasized about attracting the Sublime's attention and tearing apart a black sun monster with his bare hands, only to have someone else beat him to it. His lower half kept running, but his face stared coldly at the golden Shen Yu, who opened his mouth and began gnawing directly on the Dragon Phoenix's shell. Holy shit! Wei Xian was knocked to the ground by a shockwave and swept into the quicksand. It took him some effort to climb back out and save the box of incense. Turning his head, he saw that Shen Yu had already bitten a huge hole in the shell with his teeth, as if gnawing on meat. The Dragon Phoenix's flames clung to the corner of his mouth like blood, and he even greedily licked them clean with his tongue. This was not the power of the Sublime. Wei Xian had believed in the Sublime for many years. Seeing the black-red hue that covered Shen Yu's eyes after gnawing the shell, he judged that the power to devour the Black Sun monster raw did not come from the Sublime, but from some inherent trait within himself. He saw the Dragon Phoenix lift its head from the shattered shell, its furious dragon breath blasting directly into Shen Yu's face. But Shen Yu endured the torrent of dragon breath, gripping the Dragon Phoenix's body with all his might. As his head twisted grotesquely under the onslaught, he suddenly opened his mouth wide, as if issuing a threatening roar at the Dragon Phoenix, but more like directly devouring the terrifying dragon breath. Roar! He leaned forward inch by inch, swallowing the dragon breath in segments until he was face to face with the Dragon Phoenix. A wisp of black smoke rose from the Dragon Phoenix's throat, and it fell completely silent. Wei Xian could even clearly see a look of utter bewilderment on the Dragon Phoenix's face. Then, black-red patterns surged across Shen Yu's golden body, weaving upward layer by layer, ultimately converging at his throat. He choked the Dragon Phoenix's neck, opened his mouth. Roar! Wei Xian stared in shock as dragon breath spewed from Shen Yu's mouth, blasting directly into the Dragon Phoenix's face at close range. The Dragon Phoenix's intact wing began to flap frantically, trying to escape, whipping up storms and flames to attack Shen Yu. But no matter how many blows he endured, Shen Yu did not budge, intent only on annihilating the Dragon Phoenix here and now. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 1 minute. The residual heat of the breath seemed to ignite the entire sky, burning it crimson. Under the relentless, destructive assault, the Dragon Phoenix's head finally shattered into pieces, and its body twisted like melted glass on the verge of liquefaction. But at that moment, the golden giant gradually turned translucent, its savage power nearing its end. Yi Shiyun. The giant let out a thunderous roar. Yi Shiyun stood atop its head, aside from her eyes still retaining human pupils. Her entire body was encased in crystal, even elongated to 5 meters in height. A beastly growl escaped her throat as she joined her hands together. She teetered on the edge of madness, drawing herself closer to the essence of rebellion, wielding her hands like a giant blade and screaming at the Dragon Phoenix, "This damned world." At that moment, Wei Xian happened to glance at the magnificent black sun, vaguely glimpsing another entity, revealing its claws within. A chill ran through him. This unsheathed blade was a complete lunatic too. Though she lacked the techniques and methods of descent, she had, through sheer obsession and a nearly complete, crystallized monster form, attracted the attention of rebellion on the brink of sanity's collapse. No wonder she could kill a black sun monster outright. If not for benevolence by her side, using this move would mean instant death. After unleashing that strike, Yi Shiyun couldn't even witness the result. With the last shred of her sanity, she shouted, "Quick!" The golden giant disintegrated, and Shen Yu's dream form flew out from within. He swiftly caught Yi Shiyun, pouring all of benevolence's power into her. Unable even to maintain their flight, the two plummeted rapidly downward. Thud! Yi Shiyun's heavy body crashed into the desert, followed by an even more violent impact. The headless Dragon Phoenix split in two, fell onto the desert. Its body began to melt, its outer form unable to hold, flowing like melting ice, until it formed 2 crimson peaks. Pock! In the sand pit, Yi Shiyun's body was partially healed by benevolence's power, at least enough to avoid immediate death. She lay spread-eagled at the bottom, spat out the sand in her mouth, and said, "We actually killed it. That felt amazing. Shen Yu? Shen Yu, where are you?" She scrambled to her feet, searching for traces of Shen Yu, only to find him floating outside the pit, his expression grave as he stared in one direction. After the all-out strike, every part of Yi Shiyun's body ached as if run over by a dump truck. She propped herself up and climbed out of the pit. First, she looked back at where the Dragon Phoenix had fallen, confirming that the 2 red peaks had turned a faded gray, ensuring the beast could not revive this time. Then she called out to Shen Yu, "What's wrong?" Following his gaze, her expression turned serious as well. 12 highly crystallized revelators were carrying a golden palanquin appearing right before them. The dragon phoenix, now split into two mountainous halves, was gradually crumbling into ash. Ordinarily, this would have been a moment of wild jubilation, survivors embracing one another, celebrating humanity's liberation and the imminent return to the surface. Yet Yi Shiyun's heart froze as if plunged into an abyssal frost. A palanquin borne by 12 figures gleamed with treasures symbolizing absolute authority. Its obsidian black curtains fluttered softly in the breeze. Farther behind, a wall of dust rose like a living rampart, driven forward by the thunderous roar of approaching vehicles. Under normal circumstances, each highly crystallized awakened would warrant utmost vigilance. But now Yi Shiyun's gaze remained locked upon that palanquin alone. Within it surely sat the long-rumored Sovereign Supreme, the first Emperor. 12 formidable adversaries. The Sovereign Supreme himself, whose power and nature remained shrouded in mystery. And now an army drawing ever closer. Had she not just clashed with the Dragon Phoenix, Yi Shiyun might still harbor some confidence. Even if victory proved impossible, escape would remain feasible. Alas, her final world-severing strike had drained her utterly, leaving her body racked with exhaustion and hollowed by ravenous fatigue. Renee's ability had indeed reversed the brink of death, but it could not restore vitality. She lacked even the strength to flee. Casting a worried glance toward Shen Yu, Yi Shiyun realized he too had expended immense energy, reversing her condition. Moments earlier, he'd barely managed to drag her. Now escape truly seemed beyond reach. Shen Yu glanced back at Yi Shiyun as she emerged. Though weakened, her condition appeared stable. Her crystallization level had receded to 80%, and continued treatment would ensure no mortal danger. His anxiety eased slightly. Now his sole concern was how to depart this place. Qin Shi Huang's ability was profoundly enigmatic. He remained uncertain what precisely triggered its mind-washing effect. Direct confrontation was premature. Flying alone posed no difficulty, but carrying Yi Shiyun away, that was the true dilemma. You are the lord of Tongtian City, the sovereign supreme Qin Shi Huang. Shen Yu sought to buy time. Even a few more minutes of recovery might tip the odds toward escape. From within the palanquin came the delicate chime of bells. The 12 awakened lowered the palanquin and formed two rigid lines beside it, standing as loyal guards. Their eyes never wavered from Shen Yu and Yi Shiyun. Any perceived threat would provoke immediate merciless assault. There is no need for tension. The curtain remained drawn. A genderless voice emanated from within, neither clearly male nor female, youthful nor aged. Had I intended your deaths, I could have struck while you battled, my little bird. Its timbre was uncanny, reminiscent of both a boy's clarity and a woman's artful disguise. Voice alone betrayed nothing, neither gender nor age. Then why have you come? Shen Yu gestured subtly for Yi Shiyun to retreat further. He had long sensed a peculiar trait within himself. Whether confronting the Dreamwalker's intrusion or the Dragon Phoenix's psychic interference, such mental assaults failed to take root. This implied he might resist Qin Shi Huang's mind-washing, but Yi Shiyun likely could not. Should she fall under its sway, only one path remained: entering the Sublime Court and invoking the power of the Sublime itself to sever the corruption. Shared combat had forged silent understanding between them. Without a word, Yi Shiyun grasped Shen Yu's intent. She withdrew slowly beyond the sovereign's line of sight, focusing inward to stabilize her failing state. Naturally, you are both heroes, came the sovereign's voice from the palanquin. I have heard tales of the monster hunting squad, those 100 brave warriors, each rivaling my own elite guard. And Lady Yi, truly the pinnacle among awakened. That blade stroke moments ago was breathtaking, a cleavage of heaven and earth itself. Even I could not help but applaud. To refer to oneself as I, had he truly revived imperial pretense and crowned himself emperor? Shen Yu sensed something deeply dissonant about the man before him. Did you not capture the Dragon Phoenix yourself? Yet you rejoice as we slay it. Huh. Under heaven all land belongs to the sovereign, all valorous warriors belong to the sovereign. Qin Shi Huang's laughter rang out. Should any hero fell that monstrous beast, I would applaud with genuine delight. Do you imagine my magnanimity so narrow? Serve me, Lady Yi, and every transgression shall be absolved. Forgive us, your majesty, Shen Yu replied, voice edged with disdain. We hold no interest in your Tongtian city. Not even stepping inside fails to raise goose flesh across my skin. Then please depart. If you do not leave now. His eyes narrowed. I shall regard you as I did the Dragon Phoenix, as an enemy to be hunted down. Oh, the sublime body is no mere tool to summon at will. Even within the Black Sun, awakened powers remain bound by its laws. Its grace does not answer every summons. Qin Shi Huang chuckled lightly. Do not be surprised. Wei Xian serves me loyally, and his secrets are mine to know. Merit once spent cannot be reclaimed. You two stand now, one broken by exhaustion, the other stripped of all recourse. Do not posture before me. A rhythmic tapping echoed from within the palanquin, knuckles striking wood. The sovereign paused, then spoke again. I merely honor talent where I find it. I have heard of the indestructible blade, But you, bearing multiple awakened powers, you hardly seem human. Yet curiously you may sacrifice to the sublime and draw forth such overwhelming power. That fascinates me greatly. However, from the Dragon Phoenix's dying thoughts, I sensed its power could not touch you. How intriguing. Does that mean mine cannot either? What he called honoring talent was merely acknowledgement that his powers held no sway over Shen Yu. Shen Yu snorted coldly. Tongtian City's edicts had already revealed Qin Shi Huang's nature. He valued only awakened, treating all else as insignificant insects. Would you care to test it? No, replied the sovereign. I hold no interest in you. Those beyond control have no place in my realm. My patience extends solely to the indestructible blade. Miss Yi, I hear your mother resides in Tongzhou City. Very well. Swear fealty, and Tongzhou City shall be yours. Its governance, its laws, its future, all entrusted to your command. Should you wish to rebuild Shinshu City, I shall grant full support. As for you, sir, your identity matters little. Lin Qingyi, introduce yourself. The Dreamwalker who has just sworn allegiance to me. Only then did Shen Yu notice her, the same Dreamwalker from Hongshan Lake, now far more crystallized than before, rendering her nearly invisible to his exhausted perception. You shall seize his true form. Prove your worth to me, as commanded Sovereign Supreme. The crystalline woman closed her eyes, and instantly a dream body materialized behind Shen Yu. As that familiar sensation re-entered his mind, he blinked, murmuring dryly, rather absurd. How could anyone meet the same end across divergent world lines? Shen Yu lacked the strength to fight, but fate, it seemed, insisted on delivering enemies straight to his doorstep. He allowed Lin Qingyi's invasion without resistance, and as expected, her dream body shrieked in identical agony before dissolving into nothingness. Sovereign Supreme, I am the Sublime. Before she could finish, a thunderous roar erupted from afar. Golden light blazed anew. Shen Yu turned, and there stood Wei Xian, now bearing an additional pair of arms, his entire form bathed in radiant gold. Though dwarfed by Shen Yu's colossal divine manifestation, Wei Xian shot forward like a streak of lightning, seized Yi Shiyun around the waist, and reached out towards Shen Yu, shouting, "Winds rising. Let's go." The Supreme Lord He-Hia. In a state of panic, Wei Xian fled with his people at lightning speed. Though he could not fly, his legs carried him with the velocity of a motorcycle. The surrounding revelators wanted to pursue, but the Supreme Lord spoke from within the sedan chair. No need. A man heal Lin Qingyi. The dark green revelator stepped forward, extending a hand to grasp the agonized Lin Qingyi, who writhed on the ground in continuous screams. Yet the moment his fingers made contact, her cries abruptly ceased as she swiftly dissolved into ashes that drifted across the desert. This eerie sight startled a man into retreating a step. She spoke in terror, "Supreme Lord, this." His gaze pierced through the gaps in the curtains, glanced at the pile of ashes that was once Lin Qingyi, and the Supreme Lord uttered a voice tinged with puzzlement. "I recall that long ago a dream walker attempted to hypnotize the Black Sun beast, glimpsing something within it that should not have been seen. In the end, he suffered backlash and turned to ash. This confirms it. That fellow is indeed not human." Many revelators turned their eyes to the sedan chair. Could a humanoid revelator truly have emerged? In Wei Xian's memories, those old madmen of the north prophesied that the moment a humanoid Black Sun beast is born, the world will meet its end. However, I see that fellow lacks such capability. Could it be that the prophecy does not point to him? After all, a mere dream body does not possess the true traits of a Black Sun beast. The Supreme Lord murmured within the sedan chair, utterly perplexed by Shen Yu's existence. A man approached the sedan chair and asked, "Should we not pursue them? Heaven's Passage City tolerates no traitors. What's the rush?" The Supreme Lord chuckled softly. "In this desert, there is no easier prey than a good person. Two good people capable of wielding exalted power, and a hero left behind by the Third Shen City. Why force them into a desperate fight here? Remember, Yi Shiyun's mother and the remnants of the Third Shen City all reside in Tongzhou City. They will go there eventually. Rather than concerning ourselves with them, I require another Black Sun beast," he said. "To battle Yi Shiyun, relying solely on you will not suffice. Zhang is heading south. Zhang, though weak, it will serve well enough as a pawn." The Supreme Lord declared, "Alas, a corner of Heaven's Passage City has been severed, and my people's loyalty wavers. Let us hunt Zhang. My subjects must be pacified." A man cried out, "Move out." Raised the sedan chair. Except for one bald revelator, no one paid heed to Lin Qingyi's recent death. Yet even he, after the Supreme Lord uttered, "Son, we follow," seemed to forget all emotions and memories tied to Lin Qingyi following along woodenly. What an interminably long night. After such a dream, Shen Yu awoke, still feeling groggy and utterly drained, even sensing a feverish warmth in his body, as though he had pulled an all-nighter. In the dream, they were still scheming to escape, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and Heaven's Passage City. He glanced down at his left hand. What had been crystallization only on his fingers had now spread all the way to his elbow. He looked again at his reflection in the mirror. Fortunately, this condition was visible only to himself. Otherwise, he would end up on a laboratory dissection table. Su Huaxin survived successfully. Now all that remains is to change Shen Pei's fate. Finally, I must defeat that mysterious hidden monster. He gestured vaguely, still unable to fathom the principle behind the crystallization manifesting on his own body. The last exacerbation occurred after witnessing the deaths of Wei Xian and his companions. This time it followed the battle with the Black Sun Beast. All right, enough. Shen Yu slapped his own face firmly. Life and reality must go on, and there were still many matters to attend to. He could not let the emotions from his dreams spill over here and trouble those around him. Time to go to work. He had to do more good deeds, accumulate merit and nobility to gain power. Good morning, Uncle. Edge. Upon arriving at the office, Shen Yu found little Yi Shiyun also there. The moment she saw him, she greeted him obediently. He ruffled the little girl's hair. In the future, her locks would be covered in prickly red crystals impossible to touch. Hello there. Did you come to work with your mom today? Her family couldn't look after her, so I'm asking everyone to help watch over Yi. Su Huaxin approached, her eyes slightly red and swollen, and said to everyone, "I'll treat you all to lunch." There was still a lingering sense of dislocation. In the other timeline, Su Huaxin had already become the head of Tongzhou City with graying temples. Yet now Su Huaxin remained beautiful, still troubled by her ex-husband's affairs. She forced a faint smile and nodded at Shen Yu. Yi is very well behaved. Just let her play here by herself. She must be afraid her ex-husband would take their daughter as leverage, so she wanted to keep the child by her side at all times. Shen Yu nodded. Well, help. The little girl was indeed well behaved. Though children may not understand everything, they can sense their parents' emotions. Little Yi Shiyun did not make a fuss in the office, playing quietly by herself until she grew tired, then found an empty lounge chair and rested obediently. Seeing little Yi Shiyun begin to doze off, Shen Yu took out a nap blanket, walked over, and covered the child with it. My. Shen Yu faintly sensed that the girl was dreaming. He glanced at his left hand. As the crystallization progressed, his dream-walking ability, once only useful for inducing sleep, seemed to have upgraded to the stage of perceiving and even entering dreams. He returned to his workstation. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he secretly took out a utility knife and made a small cut on the back of his right hand. He opened his phone's camera, snapped a picture of the wound, then placed his left hand over it, channeling the power of benevolence. Within seconds, aside from a few traces of blood remaining on the back of his hand, the wound had completely vanished. The power of revelation has truly evolved into a supernatural ability no longer explainable by science. Shen Yu took a photo, comparing it with others in his album. After a moment, he slowly closed his eyes and murmured under his breath. All things follow their own laws, all beings bear their own sins, the ignorant revel in abandon, the depraved cling to filth. In an instant, he felt a gaze from a distant place fall upon him. He sensed it. This presence was not entirely similar to that of the sublime, it was far more chaotic. He walked to the window, and through the glass studied the sun in the sky. That black sun now seemed to be positioned farther than the sun itself, but it was gradually drawing closer to Earth. If only someone could perceive this crisis, someone with wealth and influence. Even Su Huaxin isn't enough, it would have to be someone like her brother, who can actually mobilize resources. No, ideally someone even higher than him. But how does one convince such people? His abilities were not like those of the Supreme Lord. If he had such power, he wouldn't need to worry. Wait. Shen Yu suddenly turned to look at the sleeping little Yi Shiyun. Previously, he had used dreams to show her the world line of destruction. Could he now make her perceive the future here? What a strange dream. Where am I? Why am I so weak? Ugh, my head is spinning. Xiao Yi Shiyun murmured, half awake as she opened her eyes, her movements dreamlike. She turned her head to survey her surroundings, taking in the bright office, and Shen Yu standing nearby, a puzzled expression on her face. Is this a dream of my childhood? Indomitable Blade? Shen Yu asked softly. Don't call me that nickname. Xiao Yi Shiyun muttered, then raised her hands to examine them, saying groggily, I'm so sleepy, uncle. What's going on? You didn't drag me into one of your fabricated dreams, did you? Shen Yu stared at Xiao Yi Shiyun in astonishment. This wasn't a dream-induced recollection of the past. Yi Shiyun had briefly appeared here from the future. I can't take it anymore, I'm too tired. Whatever it is, let's talk after I wake up, Yi Shiyun murmured as she lay back down. Why am I so exhausted? Shen Yu also rubbed his head, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was exactly like the sensation of overexerting one's power in a dream. He took a deep breath to steady himself, and by the time he regained his composure, Xiao Yi Shiyun had already awakened, again blinking her eyes. Uncle, have you been watching me sleep this whole time? That Yi Shiyun was gone. Shen Yu could tell from her tone that the current her was merely a child. He asked patiently, Little Yi, did you have any dreams just now? I don't remember, Xiao Yi Shiyun said, stretching lazily. Uncle, do you have any water? I'm thirsty. Yes. Xiao Yi Shiyun secretly glanced in her mother's direction and pressed further. Do you have any milk tea? Shen Yu couldn't help but chuckle. I'll order one and share a bit with you, but you can't have too much. Yage. The power he had just expended was far greater than anticipated, yet the result was far more than merely letting little Yi understand the future that Big Yi had experienced. It was as if Big Yi had been pulled back from the future into this body, existing briefly in a sleepwalking state. Shen Yu massaged his temples, still feeling a pounding in his head. He mused to himself, perhaps when my crystallization reaches a higher level, I can bring people from the future back to this world. No, there's no need for that much trouble. As long as I can cast the dream entry spell, and try enough times, someone will believe in the reality of the dreams. Shen Yu thought hazily. No wonder all the villains in every story love mass hypnosis. In my dreams I'm preparing to hypnotize an entire city, and in reality am even thinking of hypnotizing the whole world. At least I have a direction now. It's about time let's all go eat together. Yi, come to mommy. Su Huaxin walked out of the office and clapped her hands. Don't stand on ceremony with me today. Director Su, is there some good news? Someone asked. Su Huaxin glanced in Shen Yu's direction before replying with a smile. In a way it is good news. Let's not dwell on it, everyone let's go. No, there's no need for that much trouble. As long as I can cast the dream entry spell, and try enough times, someone will believe in the reality of the dreams. Shen Yu thought hazily. No wonder all the villains in every story love mass hypnosis. In my dream, a look of pain flickered across his face. The accumulation of years had been spent in an instant, granting him power far beyond that of an ordinary enlightened one, only to waste it all on fleeing. It was truly frustrating. Yet he turned his head to look at Shen Yu and Yi Shiyun. If he stuck with ruthless individuals like them, there might just be a chance to save the world. Then his merits would be enough to transform into a giant form capable of tearing apart the Black Sun monsters with his bare hands. Big brother, big sister, let's take a break. Shen Yu had rested at home for several hours after work today, before falling asleep. He examined his dream self. His energy hadn't recovered much, just barely emerging from a withered state. It seemed the power on both sides was calculated separately. To restore his dream form, he would need to rest here. Growl. Wei Xian heard the sound of a growling stomach. Esteemed indomitable blade, are you hungry? I don't have any rations on me right now. I left in too much of a hurry. You'll have to bear with it for now. It's not me, Yi Shiyun said, lying flat on the ground in a starfish position. She didn't want to move, either. Her limbs were still crystalline. I'm hungry, but I can endure it. It's me. Shen Yu glanced at the box of incense Wei Xian was carrying on his back. Let me see the incense. Sure thing, big brother. Wei Xian obediently set down the box and opened it, revealing the entire crate of incense made from the dragon phoenix lying quietly inside. It didn't disappear. Yi Shiyun glanced over, but didn't bother to get up. Of course not. This was made using a special technique from the dragon phoenix's body while it was still alive. The energy has been solidified. Lighting this incense is like igniting the dragon phoenix's heart flame. It's me. Shen Yu glanced at the box of incense Wei Xian was carrying on his back. Let me see the incense. Sure thing, big brother. Wei Xian obediently set down the box and opened it, revealing the entire crate of incense made from the dragon phoenix. What exactly is his ability? I don't know. Wei Xian shook his head. Something like control, domination, or brainwashing. But its true name isn't that. I've speculated it has something to do with a revelation related to imperial authority. Oh right, I forgot to introduce myself. Wei Xian said solemnly. My name is Wei Xian. I'm a traveling merchant and a sublime enlightened one. Half a year ago, while trading at a settlement, I happened to run into people from the Celestial City. I thought I could do business, but once I got there, the first emperor took control of me. Thank you both for your help this time. Shen Yu. Don't mention it. Shen Yu picked up a stick of incense, feeling increasingly hungry. He recalled the process of devouring the dragon phoenix with his sublime form. Though strange, he had felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction at the time. It seemed he really enjoyed eating these things. These refined creations of the Black Sun. He bit off half a stick and chewed it like a pocky stick. A dream form shouldn't have digestive functions, but Wei Xian could vaguely see the chewed incense entering Shen Yu's body, followed by a faint wisp of green smoke rising from him. This? You can't eat that, can you? To me it's like an energy bar, Shen Yu said after sensing his energy recovering a bit. He crouched down to restore Yi Shiyun's energy to below 50%, then grabbed another stick and ate it. Tastes pretty good, a bit like barbecue. Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian stared at Shen Yu in bewilderment. What kind of constitution did he have? If the Sublime hadn't acknowledged Shen Yu, Wei Xian would have thought he was some kind of monster. I can even eat Black Sun monsters, but without the Sublime form it's like an ant trying to devour an elephant. Shen Yu's gaze shifted to Wei Xian, who was in the Ash Mountain near the North City. And what does the hymn in the prophecy refer to? You? Wei Xian's eyes widened as he stared at Shen Yu, clutching his head. Did you read my memories? No, if you'd read my memories you wouldn't be asking this question. How do you know all this? The future, you told me. Huh? Wei Xian looked at Shen Yu in utter confusion. Shen Yu, using his newly restored power, reached out and touched Wei Xian's mind. Wei Xian's eyes gradually grew vacant, and it took a long while before he snapped out of it. What you just showed me. You didn't make that up. Wei Xian seemed to have seen another version of himself, another future. One where he hadn't been controlled by the Celestial City and had met Shen Yu and Yi Shiyun. Every experience he shared with them felt utterly real, even the final outcome. It was all so vivid and true. I have no reason to lie to you. Wei Xian circled Shen Yu, examining him closely, his pace quickening with each step. He kept pondering and shaking his head, finally saying, "Your origins might be incredibly complex. If it were merely precognition, you could be a practitioner of some special revelation that I could understand. But you've gained the acknowledgement of the sublime, which means you're definitely not human." "Nonsense. How is Uncle not human?" Yi Shiyun frowned. "I've known him since I was a child." No. With my limited insight, I can't explain your origins." Wei Xian said, "You wanted to know who him in the prophecy is, right? Miss Yi, you should know that new Black Sun monsters will be born." "Yes," Yi Shiyun nodded. "We've observed 2 new Black Sun monsters born in the past decade. One of them is Quila. The newer the monster, the more powerful it is. The one that will ultimately be born, representing the end of the world, is him in the prophecy." Wei Xian looked at Shen Yu. "A humanoid Black Sun monster that will plunge the world into silence. The people in the mountain call it the last Black Sun apostle." "You're not going to say Uncle is that last Black Sun apostle, are you?" "I can't say that." Wei Xian glanced at Yi Shiyun. "Black Sun monsters don't use tricks or schemes. They only appear to destroy. Their actions carry a natural arrogance of, what does your destruction have to do with me? Brother Shen, you can communicate and talk with us here, even attracting the attention of the sublime, which proves he's not that Black Sun apostle. But the problem is Brother Shen Yu's connection to the Black Sun is also very close. Otherwise there's no explaining the peculiarities about him." Wei Xian earnestly invited, "Come with me to Ash Mountain, brother. I'm sure you want to unravel the mysteries in your heart. There you might find the answers you seek." "What is Ash Mountain? I've never heard of it before." "Mr. Zhu once visited Ash Mountain, and Ash Mountain wanted to keep him there." Wei Xian said with a puzzled look. "Didn't he tell you when he came back?" Yi Shiyun shook her head. With a hint of pride, Wei Xian introduced, "Ash Mountain is a secluded place where the strongest of 6 revelations gather, dedicated to cultivating the use of revelation, exploring revelation, and exploring the Black Sun. Unlike your third Shen city, which develops technology and seeks common prosperity for humanity, we, the people of Ash Mountain, regard the revelations we see as gods, and our goal is to draw closer to them. So some people simply call us a cult. Well, we do have some fanatical religious tendencies. For example, I deeply revere the will of the sublime. The sublime form that Brother Shen Yu just displayed has already surpassed the scope of an enlightened one, hasn't it? Even you, Miss, you probably haven't seen such power before." Yi Shiyun nodded. "They relied on teamwork to hunt. But in Ash Mountain there is someone who can achieve a similar level. Unfortunately." Wei Xian's mouth twitched. "Unfortunately, she's a jester. Don't count on her to do anything serious." Speaking of which, Wei Xian suddenly thought of something and breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems the women I took in from the Celestial City should be fine." Shen Yu looked at Wei Xian questioningly. He had just thought of this himself. Back then Wei Xian had brought himself into the Sublime Court to protect those women. Speaking of which, Wei Xian suddenly thought of something and breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems the women I took in from the Celestial City should be fine." Shen Yu looked at Wei Xian questioningly. He had just thought of this himself. Back then Wei Xian had brought him. Speaking of which, that jester had only been fanning the flames from the sidelines without ever showing her face. He asked, was she also controlled by the boundless Lord? Impossible. At most one of her personalities. I forgot to mention, she's a schizophrenic. The crazier she gets, the closer she is to the jester. Wei Xian sighed. I feel like she must be preparing some big joke in the Celestial City. Forget it. So Brother Shen, Miss, will you come back to Ash Mountain with me? We have to go to Tongzhou City. Shen Yu looked at Yi Shiyun and nodded. The survivors from 3rd Shen City are there now, under the control of the Celestial City. These incense sticks are key to our rescue mission. Alright. Saving one life is better than building a 70-year pagoda. Wei Xian didn't hesitate. We need to hurry, or if the people there find out about the changes here, things might go wrong. It's a shame we can't get some food. It would help us recover faster. If only we had a car. Wei Xian thought of his Bahamut reckless with a pang of regret. It was still in the Celestial City. As his words faded, a plume of smoke rose from the distant desert. Shen Yu looked over and understood. It's the convoy from Tongzhou City. Those people, Yu Qing and the others. Yu Qing? That guy is a heinous criminal. Wei Xian cracked his knuckles eagerly. Let me judge him. Well, ambush them. Go, 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 go. Well, it seemed that even with a shift in the timeline, some things never changed. Shen Yu shook his head. We're all very weak right now. We don't need to go to that much trouble to deal with these people. Wei Xian patted the ash bomb he always wore at his waist. Watch me set a trap. Wei Xian immediately set to work, and Yi Shiyun suddenly asked, Uncle, did you tamper with my dream just now? Why do you say that? I think I briefly passed out when we moved, Yi Shiyun said, looking troubled. I dreamed about my childhood. And I saw you. Yi Shiyun could not recall what she had said in her dream, nor what exactly had occurred. Not long ago a sudden daze had swept through her mind, as if she had dreamt of a past life. All she remembered was that it was an era of peace, she was very young, and Shen Yu was present in the dream. I cannot be certain either now. As Wei Xian had said, the only way to unravel the secrets within herself was to explore the Ashen Mountain. He remarked, rather than influencing your dreams, it might be more accurate to say it affected the dreams of the young Yi Shiyun in the past. In the timeline I am experiencing now, your mother has brought you to the company. This is too bizarre. I must go to the Ashen Mountain. If only Master Zhu were here, he could resolve some of these doubts. Yi Shiyun also felt that Shen Yu's power might have reached a level capable of transcending time and space. Yet the only issue now was, ever since the Black Sun descended, Shen Yu had vanished without a trace. Yi Shiyun silently resolved herself. Shen Yu was her family's benefactor, she had to uncover what happened to him after the apocalypse. Come over here quickly. Wei Xian had chosen a path that vehicles must take and planted explosives. The wasteland originally had no roads, but with the increasing traffic to Tongtian City, a flat route had naturally formed. He beckoned the two to hide, and said, the escort team should have 2 awakeners. We'll take out one. That bastard Yu Qing is weak. Once we strip him of his belongings, he'll be useless. Leave the remaining soldiers to Brother Shen Yu. Shen Yu's condition was far from optimal. Weaving a dream that could affect an entire convoy might be beyond him. He looked at Wei Xian, who pulled out 2 incense sticks, and said, I'll light these up, wind. Their effect is potent. An awakener might still have a chance to break free, but ordinary people don't stand a chance. Erase the plan. You manipulate everyone else's dreams to make them see me and Miss Yi as the 2 awakeners. They want to detect this hypnosis. Well, order them to return to Tongzhou City. It would be a waste to let the supplies they're transporting go to waste, wouldn't it? You always seek to maximize profit. Shen Yu glanced at Wei Xian. His skills as a cunning strategist were indeed formidable. Let's do as Wei Xian says. Yi Shiyun had never engaged in highway robbery before, but a rebellious streak within her was eager to try. They dared to bully the people of Third Shen City. They'll get what's coming to them. The convoy formed a single line and gradually approached. Following the plan, they had avoided the danger zones and were transporting goods produced in Tongzhou District to Tongtian City. The journey had entered its final leg. Soon Tongtian City would be in sight. Their vigilance had slackened until, boom, all of Wei Xian's remaining assets exploded. 2 vehicles were blown up from underneath, sent flying into the air. When they crashed back down, a gaping hole was left, annihilating everything from metal to men. Only one awakener remained, screaming in agony, with shrapnel embedded in him. The sight terrified those behind, who slammed on their brakes. Yu Qing hurried out of his vehicle shouting, Who's there? A faint, elegant fragrance drifted on the wind. He sniffed it once, then scanned for the enemy. When they saw Shen Yu floating 5 meters above the ground ahead, he immediately yelled, Open fire! Open fire! Open fire! Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The gunfire lasted for a moment before abruptly ceasing. Everyone except Yu Qing lowered their weapons in confusion. In their eyes, Shen Yu had vanished. Enraged, Yu Qing bellowed, What the hell are you doing? Damn it! A gray chain suddenly coiled around his ankle, dragging him to the ground. Feeling the attack, he raised the ring on his finger and looked towards the source of the chain. Who dares ambush your Grandpa Yu? Your Grandpa Yu is ambushing you. Wei Xian strode out boldly, holding the chain. As Yu Qing tried to fight back, Yi Shiyun, her body half crystallized, stomped on his back. His heart sank. Looking up at Wei Xian's face, he said, It's you, Wei Xian. You've betrayed the Supreme One. Brothers, open fire. This fat man can be killed with guns. Hey, what are you doing? Lord Yu Qing. The soldier captain walked towards Wei Xian, addressing him as Yu Qing, and pointed at the Yu Qing pinned to the ground. How should we deal with this awakener who ambushed us? Execute him on the spot, or deliver him to the Supreme One? Hey, I am Yu Qing. Yu Qing felt like everyone had gone mad. Why were they mistaking Wei Xian for him? Why? Stop struggling. Yi Shiyun stomped on him hard. This bully who oppressed people in Tongzhou City deserved no pity. Are you all insane? I am your commander. Why are you asking him? Why aren't you shooting at him? Can't you see him being trampled underfoot? Alright, everyone, point your guns at this ambusher's head. If he tries to intensify his crystallization or attacks me, shoot without hesitation. Wei Xian gave the order with a grin, and instantly all the soldiers' guns were aimed at Yu Qing's head. A look of terror crossed Yu Qing's face. Wei Xian, I've drunk with you before. Whatever you want to do, I'm willing to help. There's no need to kill me, is there? There's no need for that. It's not up to me. Wei Xian stepped forward. The Sublime One has seen your sins. So, without giving Yu Qing any chance, Wei Xian grabbed a gun and fired a whole magazine directly into Yu Qing's head. Satisfying. The crimes I committed in Tongtian City must be offset with more sinners. I am merely atoning now. I think I understand who emerged from the Ashen Mountain. Yi Shiyun kicked Yu Qing's corpse aside, but Wei Xian hurried over to collect the body. Don't waste it. This guy loved to hoard wealth. Yi Shiyun looked around and noticed the soldiers dared not meet her eyes. Having been to Tongtian City, she knew that an awakener's status was absolute and transcendent. Realizing they mistook her for the other awakener in the group, she directly ordered them to bring her some food. Her request was quickly fulfilled. Speaking of which, are all those in the Ashen Mountain strict followers of revelation, like you? Shen Yu walked over slowly, completely ignored by those around him. He looked down at the incense sticks in his hand. They were burning slowly. These 2 sticks would last until they rode back to Tongtian City. And the effect was truly remarkable. With just a little guidance, he could gain complete control. In reality, these soldiers were all sleepwalking. All that remained was to light the remaining incense in various places around Tongzhou City to weave a perfect dream. Yes, but not everyone in the Ashen Mountain is good. Our Sublime faction, the Gnostic faction, and the Benevolent faction are the easier ones to get along with in the cult. Wei Xian began to eat as well. He glanced at Yi Shiyun. The Benevolent faction invited Master Zhu to lead them. I heard they praised him as the awakener closest to benevolence. Unfortunately, Master Zhu declined. And the difficult ones, the hedonistic, the opulent, and the valiant. Seeing them look over, he explained, the hedonistic follow the principle of doing anything for pleasure by any means necessary. The opulent faction has already left the Ashen Mountain. No one knows where they've built an incredibly lavish golden city. As for the valiant, they advocate solo fighting Black Sun beasts and love to goad others into doing the same. Most of them are already dead. He sighed. From our Sublime perspective, the hedonistic and the opulent are impossible to get along with. As for this person, to be honest, it's best to be cautious of anyone claiming to be from the Ashen Mountain from now on. Even the Sublime can become demonically obsessed, reversing cause and effect, deliberately creating sins just to judge them. Call us madmen. Yes, we are far more extreme than ordinary awakeners. Shen Yu didn't mind. Madmen were sometimes easier to deal with. You just needed to know the root of what they sought. Yi Shiyun asked, isn't there a rebellion faction? She sensed that her power still had room for growth. The Sublime had the Sublime body. Oh, perhaps the rebellion had a similar power. No. The Gnostic faction studied the rebellion and concluded that. Wei Xian looked at Yi Shiyun. You all are special. You only achieve true mastery after killing the revelation. Yi Shiyun rolled her eyes at him. What kind of nonsense was that? Let's move out. The group split into 2. Wei Xian and Shen Yu escorted the supplies back by vehicle, taking their time. Worried that the situation there might have changed, Yi Shiyun, after recovering somewhat, went ahead to scout. Shen Yu wanted to accompany her, but if she went too far, these people's dreams would shatter, and they couldn't possibly haul away several cartloads of goods. I reckon the dawn of the second day will arrive sooner than Tongzhou City. Shen Yu sat atop the vehicle, not squeezing inside. He murmured this, then closed his eyes to rest. Excessive activity in dreams would amplify the next day's fatigue. He still needed a good meditation session during his sleep. After a while, Wei Xian climbed onto the roof and asked, Boss, what month and date is it over there on your end? Unlike Yi Shiyun's unconditional trust in Shen Yu, Wei Xian still felt that madness was the more likely explanation. Having learned of Shen Yu's origins, he found the man's very existence and abilities bizarre, but until Ashen Mountain gave a definitive answer, he wouldn't believe that changing the future could be so simple. That didn't mean he wasn't willing to give it a try, though. Everyone had something in their hearts they wished to change. July 16th, 2024. It should have been the 15th, but now it was nearly the 16th. Shen Yu asked, what's up? July 16th. Wei Xian nodded, thoughtfully forcing a casual smile. Nothing. Just asking out of curiosity. That was a good era. This year hasn't been great compared to recent ones. The global economy was in decline and domestic pressures had become immense. Shen Yu's former classmates had all experienced salary cuts and reduced consumption to varying degrees. But what did that matter? Soon the black sun would descend. Shen Yu turned his gaze toward that black sun and shook his head. I was too young back then, I didn't feel any of that. Wei Xian chuckled and said, did you change, miss? Yes, past. It wasn't a major change, but the impact was significant. Shen Yu asked, what about your family? Need my help? I can find a way to move them to Nandu or the third Shen city. That's how Yi Shiyun's mother survived. Wei Xian's expression flickered with temptation, but he shook his head. Let's talk about it later. First, let's sort out Tongzhou City and your affairs before considering that. He stretched lazily. I still love these days with the wind and sand blowing. Tongtian City is truly a place for ghosts. But boss, you probably wouldn't guess this. Many people willingly went to Tongzhou City to be sheep. After all, as long as you serve your master while you get a meal and survive. In this era, that's considered a blessing. Damn it, sometimes I envy those born in the Black Sun era. Having never seen true civilization and order, they never feel the pain. Yeah, damn it all. Shen Yu agreed. Are you planning to rebuild the third Shen city? Me? I don't have that kind of ability. Shen Yu had never considered it. Tongzhou City is fascinating, Wei Xian murmured. It's not a mere refuge. It's the seed of hope that the third Shen city desperately preserved before its destruction. It gathered most of the core researchers from that once glorious city, even moving production lines and equipment from thousands of miles away. It's as if They knew they couldn't defeat Zuela and left the hope to others. That's why the Supreme One values it so much. It can serve as a base for expansion and quickly recreate a glorious underground city. If that guy didn't hate living underground, the capital would have been moved there by now. With Tongzhou City's help plus the once strongest fighter, the indestructible blade, you really aren't planning to rebuild the third Shen city. Wei Xian smiled at Shen Yu. For me, this is a golden opportunity to earn merit. If I participate in the reconstruction, every life saved will count toward my record. Why ask me? Shen Yu found it strange. He had little connection to the third Shen city. If anyone should lead a reconstruction, it would be Su Huaxin and others. Wei Xian's words seemed to assume he was the leader. Boss. Wei Xian pointed at the Black Sun. I witnessed with my own eyes the power you borrowed from the Sublime. After much thought to gain such immense power, you must have directly or indirectly influenced millions. In this entire wasteland, the only one who has accumulated such merit is the third Shen city. Wei Xian grinned. I bet you have a deep connection with the third Shen city. If it's rebuilt, you'll definitely be the leader. You're wrong there. Shen Yu shook his head. Yi Shiyun and her mother both know me and have been searching for me in the third Shen city all along. If I were there, I'd have been found long ago. Is that so? I wouldn't know. Wei Xian shrugged, still holding to his speculation. The wind is strong up here. Rest, boss. I'm heading back into the vehicle. As Shen Yu had predicted, the second day's dawn indeed arrived sooner. The day passed uneventfully. Yi Shiyun was still taken to the company, and Shen Yu specially bought her a magical girl transformation wand to play with. After an ordinary day, he returned to the dream once more. How's the situation? You've arrived. Yi Shiyun yawned as she saw Shen Yu and Wei Xian approaching. No movement for now, she said. They probably haven't received any intelligence from Tongtian City. They don't have long-range communication methods, so as long as no one comes from Tongtian City, we're fine. Wei Xian nodded. I've thought it over, Yi Shiyun said. We still need to fight. We have to sneak the incense in and light it. But there's a troublesome guy I need to lure away. Xiang Tian. Yes. Yi Shiyun continued. If I don't take him away, even Uncle can't easily sneak in to light the incense. That guy is eerie. I'm not afraid of a direct fight, but he has plenty of strange tricks. Then let's make a detailed plan. Wei Xian lowered his voice. Let's aim to take them all out in one go. Miss Yi will handle distracting the key individual. I know where Tongzhou City's air circulation system is. Boss, you light the incense there. Soon the entire city will fall under your control. Then while they're all asleep, you'll kill every last villain one by one. How does that sound? You just want to steal the kills. Yi Shiyun shot Wei Xian a glare. Isn't it better that I'm stronger? Wei Xian argued. With that many heads, I can invoke the Sublime once more. If Miss Yi needs help, I come in handy. It'll grow 3 heads and 6 arms to help you. The losses from before would be recouped in one go. From then on, it would be pure profit. Following the boss and the lady was indeed a sure way to earn merit. Let's confirm the details. Shen Yu looked at the two of them. Begin. Aside from Tongtian City's people, we must ensure everyone's safety. In the largest office at the heart of Tongtian City, Feng Yuan lounged with her feet propped on the desk, idly spinning her executive chair. She surveyed the room's decor, finding neither elegant calligraphy nor any glittering jewels to catch her eye. This left the extravagant walker utterly restless. She could only toy with a diamond the size of a pigeon's egg, listlessly watching old era TV shows stored on the computer. I've seen them all. When will they make new ones? Third Shen City has so many talents. There must be directors, scriptwriters, and editors. Why not shoot a new one? With me as the lead actress. Let's see if there are any handsome men. Hey, imagine a plot where they fight over me. No special effects. Let them really brawl. The winner gets to lick my foot. At this thought, Feng Yuan felt an exquisite thrill, her toes curling. The extravagant walker reveled in being envied. Such a trivial matter won't disrupt production. The Supreme One won't blame me. Feng Yuan mused. He'll pick actors from those big kids. They're destined for brainwashing and delivery to the Supreme One anyway. A few fewer won't matter. As she basked in her imagined glory as the heroine, a knock came at the door. A soldier's voice sounded from outside. My lady, an awakener, is approaching Tongzhou City. Enter. Feng Yuan, appointed city lord by the Supreme One, was nominally in charge of everyone. Though awakeners had no hierarchy, she commanded the soldiers and production matters. The soldier entered with a tablet showing surveillance footage from the gate. On the barren desert, a cloaked figure staggered toward the city, her body visibly highly crystallized even in the blurry image. From Nandu. Feng Yuan frowned. Too blurry. Get a high-definition zoom. Not Nandu. Judging by direction. It seems from Third Shen City. The feed switched to an ultra-high-definition photo. The figure's scimitar-like ponytail was striking, and the image revealed scorched footprints left in the sand with every step. Feng Yuan, sharp-witted and resourceful, easily manipulated the city's people. She compared the figure's traits with known awakeners. It's the unyielding blade, Yi Shiyun. Yi Shiyun's name was legendary, like the first man in space. As the first to slay a Black Sun beast, her fame spread far and wide. Few in the connected world hadn't heard of the unyielding blade. Feng Yuan slipped into her high-heeled sandals and stood watching the woman on screen. Even as she struggled falling and rising after a long pause, Feng Yuan remained wary. The woman's reputation as the strongest was no idle tale. Send Xiang Tian with 3 men to the gate. Tell him it's the unyielding blade. He must be cautious. The more she looked, the more the features matched the scimitar ponytail, the fiery crystallization, the scorched earth. It was her. Bring Su Huaxin to the operations room. She added, tell Xiang Tian if he can capture her alive, the Supreme One will be pleased, and the credit is his. Yi Shiyun, feigning weakness, watched the 3 men leave Tongtian City on motorcycles. As expected, Xiang Tian had been dispatched. Her reputation was useful. This would allow the other operation to proceed smoothly. Who are you? I should ask you, miss. Xiang Tian, a handsome young man in a suit, like an old-era young master, got off his motorcycle and studied her curiously. The unyielding blade, Yi Shiyun. It's me. Yi Shiyun, leaning on her knees as if just waking, sighed. So Tongzhou City is safe. How is my mother? Is she well? Which unit are you from? What's your name? Your mother Su Huaxin is doing well. Xiang Tian put a hand in his pocket. But why do I smell lies on you? No matter. The important thing is you haven't proven you're the unyielding blade. Proof. Yi Shiyun found him odd off script. Don't be nervous. It's simple. I heard the unyielding blade is absurdly strong. Xiang Tian smiled. Fight me and he'll know if you're her. Huh. Yi Shiyun nearly asked if he wasn't Joy, but caught herself. Valor. Wrong. Joy. Xiang Tian withdrew his hand, sharp blades emerging between his fingers. For me, teetering on the edge of life and death is the greatest joy. I don't care about anything else. First you must satisfy my pleasure. As Xiang Tian charged at Yi Shiyun, Feng Yuan in the operations room cursed under her breath. This joy-crazed fool. Her mother's in my hands. I could easily control her. Feng Yuan, you called for me. Su Huaxin was escorted in by soldiers. Feng Yuan's face shifted to a smile. Aunt Su, I've brought you wonderful news. Look who this is. Su Huaxin looked at the monitor and saw Yi Shiyun being forced back by Xiang Tian. A mother always recognizes her daughter, no matter how crystallized. Her expression changed, and she cried out, Yi. Oh, Aunt Su, please sit. Who knows? Your Yi Shiyun might become a great general of our Dasun kingdom. How glorious. Feng Yuan pressed Su Huaxin into a chair, her words kind, but her sharp nails pricking Su's neck. Right? Later you'll say some nice things to her. Why is she here? I told them to leave. Su Huaxin had felt relief after meeting Shen Yu yesterday, but then made a decision she wouldn't be her daughter's weakness. Having encountered so many awakeners here, she knew the Supreme One's true terror. Her daughter must never face him. Su Huaxin's expression turned cold, and she deliberately thrust her neck against Feng Yuan's nails. Oh my! Feng Yuan saw a trace of blood on her nails. An awakener's reflexes were far beyond ordinary. It was just a scratch. What's wrong? Don't want to burden your daughter. Look closely, Aunt Su. Your daughter is being overwhelmed by Xiang Tian. If you die, we'll fight her to the death. Feng Yuan had Su Huaxin tied to a chair, pressing her shoulder down, whispering in her ear, Our Supreme One cherishes talent. He might avenge Yi Shiyun, and my frail frame couldn't bear that. So if you seek death, Feng Yuan warned, they'll send all the awakeners to kill her on the spot. Feng Yuan, you'll die a miserable death. Thank you for your blessing. Watch the monitor and think carefully. Feng Yuan patted her shoulder. Think about how to keep both mother and daughter safe. She sniffed the air, glancing at the vent above. Do you smell something? It's quite fragrant. It's probably my lattice perfume, a soldier replied. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Such a sweet tongue. Tell the others to keep an eye on Xiang Tian. Our miss. Su is cooperating now, and no need to push it to the death. Yi is here. What about Shen Yu? It wasn't a dream. Su Huaxin prayed silently for them. Without reinforcements, facing this complex situation alone would be no easy task. Don't come. Shu. A voice whispered in Su Huaxin's ear, making her tremble. She looked up at the vent, where faint wisps of smoke drifted out, swirling into a pair of deep, silent eyes. They quietly watched everyone in the room. This is a very magical feeling. Shen Yu ignited all the incense and placed them in the core area of the underground city's ventilation system, feeling the wisps of green smoke gradually spreading through the pipes. As the fragrance expanded, he discovered that his perception ability became extraordinary, no longer relying on his eyes to observe. It was as if he had entered another dimension where the aroma permeated was all that his vision could perceive. Entering dreams was the first skill Shen Yu learned as a dreamwalker. He had always triggered this ability through visual contact. Now, following the spread of the fragrance, the sensation of being human was completely torn apart, transforming him into an energy entity, like a black sun monster. This feeling made Shen Yu want to flip some kind of switch, and moments later his own form was torn apart, merging with the fragrance, gradually spreading throughout the entire city. This was the essence of the dream. The human form was merely their shackles. They should be as ethereal as smoke. Shen Yu savored this sensation. In the past, people often said that choice was more important than effort, but in this world only strength mattered. Without strength one could only be forced to make choices, or even have the opportunity to choose taken away. He wanted to create a world that required no sacrifice, which necessitated possessing strength beyond others' reach. When Shen Yu first arrived here, he did not have a strong desire for power, but after battling the Dragon Phoenix, having experienced sublime power, he slowly began to develop the attitude of wanting to become stronger. Now was a great opportunity. Even though the incense was a one-time use, Shen Yu felt that his overall power was rising in stages as he gained more insights. The Shen Yu with 3 insights was no longer the same as the initial version of himself. Initially, he could barely fly for a short while, or heal Yi Yun before exhausting himself. In the dual insight stage, he was capable of providing medical assistance at Hongshan Lake, or sustaining a battle in Tongtian City, still retaining a fair amount of energy after using benevolence to remove Wei Xian's crystallization. Now in the triple insight stage, he gradually realized that he could wield more power than ever before. Perhaps with 1 or 2 more insights he could achieve the same methods without relying on the incense. Maybe with 4 or 5 more insights he could hunt down the Black Sun monster without needing the sublime power. Therefore, after Tongzhou City, he needed to find ways to acquire more insights, as this would be his greatest reliance in this world. As for now, please everyone fall into a beautiful dream. As the fragrance spread, the workers on the assembly line continued to operate mechanically and numbly, while the 2 armed soldiers guarding the area scrutinized everyone, preventing them from whispering and conspiring. I'm going to the restroom. Wu Jianfeng was an ordinary worker on the assembly line. A young man like him at 18 or 19 should have continued his studies under the planning of the 3rd Shen City and been assigned to another department after a few years. But in the incomplete automated Tongzhou City, those of them without completed education could only be forced to twist screws on the assembly line. After holding it in for a while, he raised his hand to signal he needed to use the restroom. The team leader nodded in agreement and then glanced at the 2 guarding soldiers. Nobody liked being watched, but they were merely afraid of the guns in their hands. The team leader stood up and said, "It's fine for my person to go to the restroom, right?" However, the 2 soldiers seemed to ignore him, continuing to scan the others with their gaze. Wu Jianfeng also stood up, saying, "If I can't even go to the restroom, I might as well be dead. Step aside. Xiao Wu, don't be agitated." The team leader approached the 2 soldiers guarding the exit, saying, "Could you please let him pass? He'll just be a moment. I'll be back soon." The team leader felt puzzled as the soldiers seemed to be completely disregarding him. Physically, they were ignoring him. He tentatively stretched out his hand in front of the 2, only to find that their gaze remained unchanged from before. So boring. One of them suddenly spoke, startling the team leader back a step. The other soldier chimed in, "We're no different from them, it's all boring. If it weren't for the money here, I'd want to go back to Tongtian. The world has been in apocalypse for decades, and we still have to work. Yet used to be happier? Hey, look at that girl, she's got a really nice figure. The girls in the 3rd Shen City develop really well, and their skin is great. I heard they can afford skincare products. Isn't there a chance to get a girl? Didn't they have the U.S. Army stationed in Korea back in the old days? We're the same, right? If we really did it, it would be fine. Sounds good, ha ha ha." Their conversation scared the young girl, causing her to leave the production line. The team leader quickly shielded her, threatening, "Don't go too far." However, the 2 soldiers still acted as if they hadn't heard their words, leering at the empty space. This bizarre scene left most people astonished. Wu Jianfeng waved his hand in front of the 2 again, then suddenly mustered up courage and snatched the rifle from one of their hands. "Xiao Wu, there are cameras." The team leader quickly reminded him, but Wu Jianfeng held the rifle and saw that the soldier still maintained the posture of holding the gun. Clearly there was nothing in his hands. Surprised, he took the gun from the other soldier's hands, saying, "They've been possessed. Quick, put the gun down. If the inspection team's cameras catch this, it's going to be a big deal." The team leader was still considering everyone's safety. Even if they killed these 2 here, they would have nowhere to go. However, as soon as he finished speaking, both Wu Jianfeng and the team leader were momentarily stunned. All the people's eyes here revealed a confused expression. They bound the 2 soldiers and quietly waited in place asleep until after a while. The door opened. "I smell the scent of evil. These souls need to be judged." Wei Xian walked in, sniffing the air and looking at this scene, rubbing his fingers together, saying, "Big brother is really impressive. I just have to follow the guidance all the way here. Has everything been controlled, good or bad?" He clasped his hands in prayer, placing the sublime first and Big Brother second. After finishing his prayer, he skillfully took out a small knife and slit the throats of the 2 soldiers. Until the last moment of their lives, the survival instinct allowed them to escape the dream, but it was already too late. They clutched at their necks, making whimpering sounds, powerless to watch their lives slowly dissipate. "There are bad people here too." Wei Xian glanced at the dazed individuals. Well, in such times, how many who survived could be considered clean, having never harmed others? He wiped the knife and seized the 2 rifles, rummaging through before walking out the door. He tossed the looted items into a snakeskin bag. Now the bag was bulging, almost unable to hold anything more. He thought that after a few days he would probably have enough to fill a truck, and one person couldn't carry it all, so he needed to find a place to stash it. Hi. He greeted the surveillance in the hallway, smiling as he pushed open the next door. 1013 a.m., no anomalies in the production area surveillance. The person responsible for monitoring the internal cameras watched Wei Xian greeting himself in the lens, yet failed to notice any irregularities. He reported the situation. He then turned his attention to another area. This was where the children were housed, and on screen a seer was leading a squad of soldiers in military training for children aged 10 to 14. Stand up straight. You will have the opportunity to become glorious soldiers of the Shen army. This is your honor. Once you successfully pass the test, you can earn big money and buy fresh meat for yourselves. I want to buy some for my mom. Shut up. The instructor struck a young boy's leg with the teaching stick, sternly saying, "You have no parents. In the little black room for 3 days. Take him away." Seeing the boy being dragged off, the surrounding children displayed expressions of fear or numbness as they arranged in neat rows, enduring the scrutiny of this instructor, the brave seer Zhou Shunchang. This seer, named Zhou Shunchang, was over 40 years old with a square face that didn't look like a bad person, merely a strict instructor. However, he was a loyal follower of the Supreme One, responsible for training a loyal army for him. He was so loyal that even his name was changed to Shunchang. Compared to those controlled seers, he had a kind of obsessive fervor, believing that the Supreme One could indeed save the world. Children under 10 were undergoing brainwashing education, encouraged to forget their families and everything else. The children over 10, however, were somewhat difficult to handle, as their worldview and values had been largely established. Now what Zhou Shunchang needed to do was to train them into the death squad of Deshan. He snapped the teaching stick, examining each of the boys and girls with collars around their necks. In his eyes, men and women were no different. Oh, as long as they could rush in with a bomb, they were useful. "Brother Zhou, I heard a powerful guy called the Indestructible Blade came from outside. Xiang Tian is fighting him right now. Should we go take a look?" Another seer slowly entered, greeting him. This area gathered most of the seers. Because this was the power source of the entire city's operations, no carelessness was allowed. "Indestructible Blade." Zhou Shunchang snorted coldly, saying, "What blade? 3041, 3098, 3124, a step forward." Here people had no names, only numbers. 3 frail girls stepped forward, their eyes devoid of emotion, leaving only the numbness of obedience. "I don't trust that Xiang Tian. He is not loyal to the Supreme One. Equip these 3 with remote-controlled ash bombs." Zhou Shunchang instructed the people around him, and then said, "If Xiang Tian fails, send these 3 close to that indestructible blade to find an opportunity to detonate. Take them away." Just as he finished speaking, the approaching seer suddenly froze, murmuring something, and walked over. All the children immediately lay down. Even Zhou Shunchang himself felt a wave of dizziness. "What am I doing? Right, I was about to leave here. The indestructible blade is coming. Ooh, I need to respond." In Zhou Shunchang's eyes, the children still stood there. He said, "At ease, you are not allowed to move until I return." After saying this, he turned and left, subconsciously muttering for the glory of the Supreme One. As a zealot, he was always thinking about contributing to the Supreme One, yet this very thought suddenly caused a sharp pain in his head. He belatedly caught the scent of incense wafting in the air, his pupils constricting as a scorching wave of heat erupted from him. His brave, mindless, reckless nature took over, reducing all resistance, and he shouted loudly, "Who?" Disaster. By now Shen Yu had already subdued several revelators. Apart from the area where the children lived, Wei Xian had swiftly looted and cleared every other space. He dared not touch that zone recklessly, for it harbored the greatest peril. The children wore remote-controlled collars around their necks. At the press of a button, sharp blades would spring forth, slitting their throats. Thus he had been meticulously weaving a dreamscape, attempting to lure the revelators away from the children's location. Yet to his surprise, most of the plan had gone smoothly until the very last moment, when someone saw through it. Even with the aid of incense within such a broad hypnotic field, powerful individuals could still break free. Shen Yu sensed a potent aura of valor, a force of sheer unreasoning might, determined to fight to the death. He intended to intensify the pressure on this particular individual, Zhou Shunchang, but the latter reacted swiftly. Upon detecting the anomaly, he instantly burst his qi to twist the surrounding aura, denying Shen Yu any chance to reinforce the dreamscape. An intruder? Zhou Shunchang glanced around warily, his crystallization level slowly rising, yet there was no benevolence stationed here. Thus he did not directly exceed 50% and enter the crystalline pendant state. He picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "Report status. Sector A, no anomalies. Sector B, no anomalies." The reports came through clearly. Everyone remained at their posts, monitoring everything. Yet Zhou Shunchang felt a creeping unease. He looked up at the surveillance camera and said, "You say Sector B has no anomalies. Stop dozing off. Take a closer look. Sector B, no anomalies." He was standing right in front of the camera in Sector B itself, Yet the other party responded in the exact same tone as before, as if playing a recording. He called out directly for 103, and a very powerful dream weaver at that to infiltrate here, so subtly. Don't act rashly. Once I sense you approaching me, I'll execute those little ones. I know you're watching me. Zhou Shunchang looked around, his thumb firmly pressed against the membrane switch. With the slightest pressure they would all die. That the entire Tongzhou city might have already fallen. If that were the case. He immediately pulled a remote control from his pocket. With one press of the button, all collar mechanisms within a 200-meter radius would trigger, slitting the throats of many children. This was the work of a dream weaver. And a very powerful dream weaver at that to infiltrate here, so subtly. Don't act rashly. Once I sense you approaching me, I'll execute those little ones. I know you're watching me. Zhou Shunchang looked around, his thumb firmly pressed against the membrane switch. With the slightest pressure they would all die. The so-called indestructible blade mentioned earlier was the remnant of the third Shen city. This person must be one of them too. Their goal should be to rescue people. A dream weaver. Zhou Shunchang stepped backward, retreating toward where the child soldiers were to ensure his safety. He moved backward, scanning his surroundings, speaking loudly to maintain his focus. My hands tend to tremble, so don't cause any stir. You people from Third Shen City always hold life as the highest priority, don't you? I'll give you 5 seconds to reveal yourself, or else. 5. 4. Shen Yu merged with the scent, watched Zhou Shunchang invisibly. The man was about to retreat into that room. If he actually got in. 3. The commotion a skilled revelator could cause before death was immense, let alone in that 100-square-meter room with 203 youths. Whether by pressing the button or giving him a chance to self-destruct, it would be enough to take all the children. 2. This was not the ending I wanted. For the first time, Shen Yu felt such a burning desire to kill someone. Just like the dialogue in the Sublime Court, sometimes justice requires violence to be served. As the murderous intent spread, Shen Yu's heart suddenly heard a voice. This will to destroy others stirred something buried deep within Shen Yu's body. That something finally erupted into a roar. It ignited a dark flame within him. 1. Zhou Shunchang naturally wouldn't kill the hostages so quickly, but these 5 seconds were enough for him to retreat among the children where the enemy would be constrained. He leaped backward back into the room. Do you hear it? The whisper from the eternal abyss. You have stepped into the embrace of the endless black sun, where there is no escape, no redemption. You are but a grain of sand drifting in the boundless sea of chaos. Zhou Shunchang's pupils contracted sharply. He felt a mental attack of force affecting his senses. Instinctively, he tried to press the button in his hand, but found himself completely losing human form, turning into a grain of sand on a desolate plain. He had no face, no limbs, yet he could see the black sun connecting to the ground, so profound and vast. Gazing upon it, all will and intent drained away. The valiant are invincible. The greatest strength of a valor revelator was their willpower. No matter the setbacks or traps, they would rise again through the idealistic force of move. Before succumbing entirely, Zhou Shunchang ignited the flame in his heart. Boom. The flames of valor tore through the deceptive illusion. Transforming into a centaur-like crystalline monster, Zhou Shunchang let out a high-pitched battle cry. Scanning his surroundings and sensing the power emanating from the black sun, he charged fearlessly toward it. After a few steps, he seemed to plunge into a black sphere surrounded by utter darkness. Coward! Trapped in darkness, Zhou Shunchang roared, trying to fight his way out of the black sun. Yet he felt a tremor, as if being pinched by something. He looked up and saw pupils burning with dark flames. Pupils larger than the black sun itself, covering the entire sky, staring down at him. His mouth fell open. From the reflection in those pupils, he realized he was imprisoned, trapped inside a small black glass bead pinched between the entity's fingertips. Do you feel it? I am watching you. Every breath you take is a mistake. You should not exist. You never should have existed. Why struggle? It's all futile. Ah yes, futile. No meaning, no purpose. No, no, no. The voice, now sharp, now deep, drove Zhou Shunchang's mind to the brink. A blazing flame ignited in his chest. In utter desperation, his valor power erupted fully. He roared, "They'll take you down with me." Bang! The black space shattered under Zhou Shunchang's desperate strike. A sensation of weightlessness hit him, and it never left. He fell into an endless abyss, faster and faster, until the speed threatened to tear his soul from his flesh. It's all fake, all lies. You're deceiving me. Everything is false. I will not fear. The valiant are fearless, the valiant know no fear. Supreme Lord, grant me the power to break through all these illusions. Thud! He felt himself plunge into a lake, a river of black liquid. He scrambled to swim to the surface, only to find the entire lake ablaze with dark flames. Fearless. Yes, do not be afraid. This is not death, it is liberation, transcendence. The meaning of this world is but a fabricated lie. Thoughts are merely accumulated decay. The valor and loyalty you seek are but masks of hypocrisy. Tear them off. There is no light, no darkness. Only endless void, only ultimate descent. I see you. Zhou Shunshang spotted a figure on the shore, a man with a refined face, his eyes burning with an eerie flame. It was he who kept influencing Zhou Shunshang's will. He swam forward with all his might, but the distance seemed infinite. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't close the gap by even a fraction. The flames on the lake, along with a sense of helplessness, crept over Zhou Shunshang's entire body. He murmured no and no, trying to struggle further, but the man on the shore continued. Let this decaying world perish in flames, return to chaos under the gaze of the black sun. Tired, aren't you? Surrender, let go of your mind, merge into the endless abyss. Zhou Shunshang gradually stopped moving, standing there dazed. The lake's surface trembled violently. Phantom Dragon Phoenix, a dragon monster with phoenix wings, burst forth from the lake bottom, opening its sky-covering ghost fire-burning wings as it leaped out of the water. It soared high, then turned, opening its massive maw to dive back into the water toward the stupefied Zhou Shunshang. Bang! The black tide surged and the flames died out. Then all quickly returned to calm, as if nothing had ever existed there. Slap! Shen Yu's hand, burning with dark flames, slowly moved away from Zhou Shunshang's head. The man collapsed to the ground like a vegetable. Witnessing this, Shen Yu turned to look at the fallen youths on the ground. The flame of the mind in his hand trembled, eager to leap forth. A golden radiance like a fiery extinguishing shroud smothered all the mind flames. I never expected to retain the Dragon Phoenix's power, probably because I consumed part of it when I had the sublime body. Only when immersed in the same destructive mindset as the Black Sun Beast could I tap into this force. But it's too sinister. If I hadn't suppressed it with the sublime, the Dragon Phoenix's mind flames would have burned everyone in the entire underground city. At that moment, Shen Yu existed in every corner of the underground city through the scent. The sound of his panting naturally caught Wei Xian's attention. Wei Xian quickly asked, "Big bro, can you hold on? You alright? Got rid of a troublesome one?" Shen Yu replied with his voice, "Stop looting. The scent is about to fade." Boom! A violent tremor shook the entire underground city, but the source was external. The clash on Yixian's side had also reached a fever pitch. "Hurry up and clear the area where the children are held, and then deal with that Feng Yuan. They'll be quick." Wei Xian sped up, running like the wind. Shen Yu said lightly, "If you're too slow, I'll have to do it myself." "No." Wei Xian crashed through a wall like a cannonball. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. "Charge. I must hurry." Though most of the positions had been cleared, the operations room, where Su Huaxin was held, remained perilous. Bound to a chair, she had no chance to escape. Any misstep would mean she would be the first to die. Shen Yu silently observed this final obstacle, contemplating the power derived from the Dragon Phoenix. This power, like an amplification of delusion, enabled dream entry to achieve a direct killing within dreams effect. Its origin lay in the whispers of the Black Sun, which even Yi Shiyun needed the aid of the sublime to resist. For ordinary revelators, contact with it meant 9 deaths out of 10. It would be best to use it in this situation, but after its use, the hypnosis over the entire city would end prematurely. He also had to wait until Wei Xian had finished handling everything. "No need for you, venerable one, to act. He'll handle it. Wei Xian was rushing to the operations room at top speed, carrying a crate of freshly produced ash bombs in his arms. "Brother, leave this dirty, tiring work to me. You maintain the hypnosis. There are plenty of traitors and villains in this city. If it ends early, who knows what chaos might break out." Wei Xian had also gained experience. Soldiers were manageable, but dealing with controlled revelators was troublesome. He now understood how to eliminate them without causing any issues. Yi. Su Huaxin watched the monitor with worry. On the screen, Xiang Tian had entered a peak state, like a starving wolf, relentlessly attacking Yi Shiyun. Yi Shiyun had only intended to feign weakness, stalling for time, without losing. But unexpectedly, Xiang Tian was playing for real, genuinely reveling in the joy of battle, forcing Yi Shiyun to display her true capabilities. Any internal unrest? Feng Yuan, possessing some wit, sensed something off about Yi Shiyun's predominantly defensive stance. After a brief pause, she said, "Alright, report any anomalies immediately." Su Huaxin stared at her in astonishment. There was no earpiece on the walkie-talkie, yet as if hearing a response, Feng Yuan replied as usual. Feng Yuan, arms crossed, continued watching the external monitor and remarked, "Yi Shiyun's reactions are quite unusual. I shouldn't have sent that madman Xiang Tian. He engaged immediately, not even giving me a chance to probe." After much deliberation, she remained uneasy, suspecting ulterior motives. She picked up the walkie-talkie again and said, "Gather those children and put them on standby." Static crackled from the walkie-talkie, but Feng Yuan responded, as if she had heard something. Just then the door behind her was kicked open with a bang. Su Huaxin turned back in panic, seeing a portly man enter carrying a crate. She turned back again, only to realize that such a loud noise had not alerted Feng Yuan's group. What was happening? "Hey, Auntie." Wei Xian swaggered in. Seeing Su Huaxin bound, he recognized her as Yi Shiyun's mother. He set down the bombs and untied her. Su Huaxin was still dazed, observing the reactions of those around her. They seemed utterly oblivious to the pair. They can't see us. How that's Brother Shen's doing. Wei Xian was thoroughly enjoying himself. Swatting a mosquito might not always hit, but executing those affected by Shen Yu was immensely satisfying. He was tempted to march straight into Tongtian City with Brother Shen, just to boast. After untying her, he advised Su Huaxing, "Don't mind anything you see on the way. Oh, everyone's just asleep. Find a place to hide far from this room. Soon mother and daughter will be reunited and Tongzhou City will be liberated." "Thank you, Madam Su Huaxing." Just then Feng Yuan turned and stared at the empty chair. She stepped forward, reached out to touch the vacant space, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Not good. This woman has some skill. She might detect the flaw in the dream. Wei Xian quickly sat on the stool, carefully took Feng Yuan's hand and placed it on his shoulder. The confusion in Feng Yuan's eyes faded. She pressed on Wei Xian's shoulder, leaned to his ear, and said, "I'm afraid you'll have to come with us. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your daughter, would you, madam? Damn, this luxurious walker wears so much perfume." Wei Xian's face flushed slightly. Though not young, he had little experience with women. After all, he followed the sublime. Rejecting a woman's advances counted as a small merit. He had to admit, wicked as Feng Yuan was, her figure was truly alluring, and she knew how to dress. Wei Xian felt his mind wander, and quickly reminded himself of the many men who had died in her bed. "Hurry and go," Wei Xian whispered to Su Huaxing behind him. "Only then can I make my move." Su Huaxing watched Feng Yuan wrap her arms around Wei Xian's neck, practically clinging to him. This was not an affectionate gesture, but a preparation to lock his throat. "Are you all right?" I'm fine, I'm fine." Wei Xian waved his hand dismissively, while Feng Yuan ordered, "Untie Madame Su." Several soldiers approached, making a show of operating on thin air. Fearing a mishap, Su Huaxing handed them the already loosened rope, then whispered to Wei Xian, "Take care," before turning and leaving. As a resident of the third Shen city, she knew that ordinary people were mere burdens before revelators. In such times it was better to follow instructions than to worry unnecessarily. Feng Yuan pulled Wei Xian up and said, "Come, bring the walkie-talkie. We're going to the entrance. Xiang Tian's fight doesn't seem right. Brother, help control things. Heading to the entrance is not good." Wei Xian muttered quickly, then was pulled by Feng Yuan toward the door. But halfway there they turned back. Quite the lively battle. Feng Yuan still stared at the monitor, but in her mind she perceived herself as having left Tongzhou City. Her silver manicure nails elongated swiftly like curved blades, pressing against Wei Xian's neck. "Yi Shiyun, look who's here. I must never offend Brother Shen. This revelator is being toyed with like a fool." Wei Xian glanced at Feng Yuan. The luxurious walker's mental strength was indeed weak. A valiant of the same level would have resisted long ago. He lowered his voice, pinched his throat, and shouted, "Mother, put my mother down." Feng Yuan seemed to truly hear Yi Xian's voice and exclaimed, "Ah, a touching reunion of mother and child. Xiang Tian, stop. Xiang Tian, that madman." Wei Xian recalled the man's personality and was about to shout, "You can't command me," but thought Feng Yuan might invoke the Supreme Lord, mentioning that being might affect the dream. So he remained silent. Let Feng Yuan imagine it herself. "Feng Yuan, what exactly do you want?" he said in Su Huaxing's tone, distracting Feng Yuan. She turned and said, "Don't be so resistant, Madame Su. Isn't it better for everyone to work together? This is a win-win solution." Wei Xian gently pushed Feng Yuan's arm, freeing himself from her embrace, and pulled a nearby soldier to replace his position. "Do you prefer a toast to a slap?" "Oh my." The soldier Wei Xian had pulled had a blood mark on his neck from the nail. Wei Xian muttered, "Good thing I got out," and silently picked up the ash bombs. He carefully placed one on each soldier's tactical vest, then hesitated, unsure where to put one on Feng Yuan. Why don't women's clothes have pockets? He thought for a moment, worried that she might move when he created distance. Looking at the ash bomb, he first added extra charges to the soldier she was holding, then secretly slipped one into her hot pants. "You actually stuff things in there yourself?" Wei Xian clicked his tongue in disgust, then laid another layer of bombs on the floor. After finishing, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and backed away step by step. Once outside the blast radius of the ash bombs, Wei Xian pressed his palms together, thumbs against his forehead, and bowed devoutly toward the east. If the detonator fails to ignite 9 times, it means the sublime wishes to spare their lives. Wei Xian murmured, then held the detonator in his palm and pressed it. Click! Boom! With a violent sound, the colored gas from the ash bombs engulfed everything in the operations room. The explosion was too sudden and powerful, not even a scream could escape. "I just repaired it, how could it fail to ignite?" Wei Xian chuckled, tossing the detonator aside. "The sublime grants no chance to the guilty. You and I chat in the hall of mental cultivation, then bathe beneath the waterfall, idly read a few pages, and poorly skim some books, while Wei Xian hummed a few lines of a song in high spirits. "Brother, the job's done. Go help Yi Shiyun." "What's wrong?" "The renowned Immortal Blade, a top-tier expert of the monster hunting squad. Is this all you've got? Are you only capable of defense? Strike with your blade. Or are you worried about your mother's safety? In that case, I can kill Feng Yuan for you, and then you can engage in a fierce battle with me to your heart's content." Clang, 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 clang. A gust of demonic wind swept by, and Yi Xian's blade danced forth over a dozen times in an instant. Yet even so her knees buckled, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Glancing down, she saw a gash had been cut into the crystallized part of her ankle. Clutching her curved blade, she warily fixed her gaze on the man in the distance whose entire body was entwined with the yellow sand demonic wind. A refined smile of excitement curled on the man's lips. Yi Shiyun cursed inwardly as expected. Pleasure truly is the most unwelcome of all the awakened in the entire desert. Each one as insane as a madman. If it weren't for my main goal of buying time, I'd love to push past my limits right now and make you taste the same suffering I gave to the Dragon Phoenix. Seeing the storm around her opponent suddenly contract, Yi Shiyun concentrated all the searing heat within her into the blade. She swung it in an instant, yet as the blade traced a perfect arc, the anticipated ambush never came. Xiang Tian stood still with a mocking grin, waiting until Yi Shiyun could no longer pull back her strike before launching his own assault. Damn it, playing fast and slow with me. Yi Shiyun spat out a curse, but so what? The heat condensed on her blade erupted in a thunderous boom, blazing like a sun rising over the desert. Tap, tap, tap. That's it, that's it. Xiang Tian, now bearing scorch marks on his body, retreated several steps. He savored the rush of adrenaline and the exhilarating thrill of pain, gazing at Yi Shiyun, who stood poised with her blade. The fervor in his eyes grew even stronger as he said, "Now that's more like it." Unparalleled destructive power among the awakened, and the primal instincts honed from battling monsters. You're like a humanoid black sun beast, immortal blade. This is the fight I've been craving. The feeling that one misstep could reduce me to ashes in your flames. It's magnificent, absolutely magnificent. Xiang Tian pressed a hand to his heart, which felt like it might burst from his chest. This pure combat brought him sheer ecstasy. Just then, three other awakened began to circle around Yi Shiyun from behind. She cast a wary glance back. Though they were no masters, they would still prove troublesome. Yi Shiyun raised her blade to parry, only to realize Xiang Tian's target wasn't her this time. He charged straight toward his own companions, and with a swirl of demonic wind, all three had their legs severed below the knee. I told you, don't interrupt my fun. Consider this a warning. If you disturb me again, I won't give you the chance to seek benevolent healing. They'll just kill you outright. Xiang Tian flicked the blood off his sleeve, arrow turned back to Yi Shiyun, and said, "The nuisances are gone. Please give me your undivided attention. Strike at me with every intention of killing me." A complete and utter madman. The desert sands trembled faintly as an explosion echoed from the underground Tongzhou city. Yi Shiyun was still worried about the situation below, but Xiang Tian remarked, "Stop fretting over what's down there. Either your people win or ours do. No matter the outcome, you'll still have to fight me to the death, won't you? For all the nonsense you've spewed, that's the only sensible thing you've said." Yi Shiyun replied, "Someone as deranged as you. How can the first emperor control you? Ah, the Supreme Lord. He did seem to leave something in my mind. But it doesn't matter." Xiang Tian jabbed forcefully at his temple, as if trying to gouge out his own brain, and said, "As long as there's a worthy opponent, it's all the same to me who I fight. Isn't the first emperor a formidable enough opponent? Why don't you challenge him?" The voice came from behind. Yi Shiyun's eyes lit up while Xiang Tian turned to face Shen Yu, who had appeared behind him, and said, "You, the lost dream who sneaked in before. That's a good question. Why don't I challenge him? Because he..." Xiang Tian pondered for a moment, then grinned, and said, "Right, because he's still weak right now. But soon he'll become the most powerful awakened in history." Shen Yu gave Yi Shiyun an okay gesture, signaling that things below were handled. Yi Shiyun breathed a sigh of relief. Her mother was safe. The strongest. How strong? Strong enough to tear apart a black sun beast with his bare hands. Ah, you don't know, do you? Most people in Tongtian City don't know his awakening either. But if you want to know, go ask him yourselves. Xiang Tian spread his hands and said, "Brother, if you want to watch, please keep your distance. I can sense that the immortal blade's fighting spirit is soaring, and she's ready to engage me in a deadly duel. But if you want to know, go ask him yourselves." Xiang Tian spread his hands and said, "Brother, if you want to watch, please keep your distance. I can sense that the immortal blade's fighting spirit is soaring, and she's ready to engage me in a deadly duel. Don't interrupt our fatal waltz." A one-word awakening. Unheard of, unprecedented. According to Xiang Tian, the first emperor's abilities extend far beyond the known control, domination, and brainwashing. One day, he would become the strongest awakened. Since you're so bold, why not go after a black sun beast? I like danger, but I'm not stupid. Xiang Tian shot Shen Yu a contemptuous look and said, "That would be suicide. Enough chatter, time to fight. I'm here." The entrance to Tongzhou City cracked open, and Wei Xian sprinted out, seizing every chance to punish evildoers. Spotting Xiang Tian, he shouted, "Xiang Tian, you. Huh, I like danger, but I'm not stupid." Xiang Tian shot Shen Yu a contemptuous look and said, "That would be suicide. Enough chatter, time to fight. I'm here." The entrance to Tongzhou City cracked open, and Wei Xian sprinted out, seizing every chance to punish evildoers. Spotting, in a way, in the Sublime's eyes, he was even more virtuous than Yi Shiyun. Wei Xian, the Sublime. I've heard you have a special secret art that can summon the Sublime's power to punish the wicked. Am I not wicked enough? How many people do I need to kill to draw the Sublime's judgment? Would a whole city suffice? Xiang Tian turned his gaze to Wei Xian, took a deep breath, and said, enough idle talk. Let's continue our battle, immortal blade. With pleasure. Yi Xian's aura erupted fully. Knowing that matters below were resolved, she had no more burdens weighing her down. Drops of flame dripped from her blade, igniting the desert, and sand grains blazed beneath her feet. Raising her sword before her eyes, she said, this time I'll make the first move. Wei Xian quickly grabbed hold of Shen Yu's leg. Shen Yu glanced at him and lifted them both into the air away from the battlefield. That's it. A raging gale hid Xiang Tian's figure as he said, show me that technique. The one that even makes the black sun beasts tremble. Swoosh. The flames were extinguished in an instant, and even the colors of the world began to fade. The molecules that had been frenziedly active from the heat nearly ceased their motion as all warmth was stripped away, as if the entire world had been paused for a fleeting moment. Only the blade light remained piercing through heaven and earth. Heaven and earth. Yi Shiyun swung her blade in an instant, but just before she could unleash its full power, she sensed something and raised the blade slightly higher, then glanced back in irritation. I'd really die if I took that heat in. He'll be off now. See you next time, he. That bastard planned to run from the very start. Yi Shiyun cursed under her breath. After all, he was pleasure not valor, so it was only natural he wouldn't fight to the death. With Shen Yu and Wei Xian's arrival signaling the fall of Tongzhou City, it was clear he'd been stalling all along, just looking for an escape route. Should we chase him? What if he spreads word of what happened here? Yi Shiyun asked as Shen Yu descended. Shen Yu watched the wind-like figure of Xiang Tian vanish into the distance, and finally shook his head. The first emperor recognized you, so he already knew your target was Tongzhou. Whether he reports it or not makes no difference. Shen Yu let out a long breath and said, go see your mother. You've waited long enough. Uncle. Yi Shiyun suddenly spoke hesitantly. Shen Yu knew what she wanted and channeled his power into benevolent healing, erasing most of the crystallization on her body. Can you still handle it? Seeing Shen Yu strain slightly, Wei Xian asked. I'm fine. Shen Yu nodded and said, handle the local communications. Also help me search for some things in Tongzhou City. From occupation to liberation, Tongzhou City had experienced much in that brief half-year. Now waking from a great dream to find everything changed again, the people needed time to digest this sudden shift. Unskilled in such matters, Shen Yu delegated the task to Wei Xian to coordinate with the former officials. The cries of children, the sobs of reunions, and the pleas of some rang continuously through Tongzhou City. But Shen Yu took no part in these. He realized how little he knew about himself. Using abilities like the Dragon Phoenix's power on a whim was something best kept to a minimum. Once Yi Shiyun was free, Head asked her to help him thoroughly test his combat capabilities. He hadn't accurately tested the Sublime's combat power either. There were many methods within to enhance the body, and he didn't know if they'd work on him. In this era, might made right. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door roused Shen Yu from his thoughts. He said, come in, and Su Huaxin and her daughter Yi Shiyun entered together. Both had red-rimmed eyes. Su Huaxin looked at Shen Yu and smiled, but the smile carried a complexity of emotions that ultimately condensed into a single sentence. You're still so young. Shen Yu didn't know how to respond. Seeing Yi Shiyun grow from a child into an adult was heartening. That little girl had now become a pillar of strength. But looking at Su Huaxin, the 20-year gap weighed on him, leaving him speechless. In reality, she had dressed like a fresh graduate, belying her status as a mother. Now she seemed to have aged 40 years in an instant. For you. Shen Yu was silent for a long time before finally saying, I suppose it's been quite a while, Director Su. It's been years since anyone called me that. Su Huaxin gestured for her daughter to pour some water. She looked at Shen Yu, choosing her words carefully, and said, Yi has told me about you. Our understanding of the awakened is still very shallow. I may not comprehend why you're here, but I can tell you something you want to know. Oh, your sister Shinpei. Su Huaxin voiced Shen Yu's deepest concern. I suspect she didn't survive the first great pandemic. Impossible. In this altered timeline, Su Huaxin herself had been reborn. Shen Yu knew the Black Sun would descend. How could he have let his own sister die in the first great pandemic? Now everything returns to the original order of Tongzhou City. Just handle things as you normally would. Wei Xian was currently in a meeting with the original representatives of Tongzhou City, but after listening for a while his ears were growing weary. He said somewhat helplessly, my elder brother's intention is for everything to return to normal. You don't need to consider our opinions. The means Shen Yu had employed this time were too terrifying. Upon waking, the surroundings were littered with the corpses of those soldiers, with only a few dozen left bound by Wei Xian. The remaining 1,000 soldiers and awakened had all perished, their throats slit. The people of Third Shin City were grateful for their help, but they also felt a deep-seated fear. No one knew whether after another sleep they themselves would be the ones dead. During the deliberations, everyone kept glancing at Wei Xian's expression. He had come as Shen Yu's representative. Yet he found it strange that no one here seemed to recognize Shen Yu, which contradicted his assumption that Shen Yu was a high-ranking figure in Third Shen City. Wei Xian had left some alive. Some of the awakened like himself were not truly evil, but were controlled by the Supreme Lord. A few soldiers were merely trying to earn a living and had never committed heinous acts. For such people death was not warranted, and Wei Xian was not bloodthirsty. He had them all imprisoned for now, to be dealt with later. Everyone, let me say something. Wei Xian pressed his palms together and said, "How about we adjourn for today? Let everyone rest well first. Tomorrow we'll call Yi Shiyun and Su Huaxin over as well so you can feel at ease." Su Huaxin held some sway here and was also Yi Shiyun's mother. With the two of them present, communication could go more smoothly. Yet he felt an inexplicable sorrow. These people before him were once the elites of Third Shen City. Setting aside the matter of how many traitors there had been, even those who still held to their original intentions now revealed a cautiousness in every word and action. He had thought the people here would be prouder. Master Zhu had spent over a decade helping them stand tall again, but the Supreme Lord needed only half a year to break their spines. Chonggao detested such a world. By the way, Mr. Wet, Zhao Guiying, a professor nearing 60, had already attained the position of university professor before the apocalypse, and had since been responsible for the research and development of various medicines and suppressants. He held considerable prestige here, and was considered one of the most valuable assets left in Third Shen City. He pulled Wei Xian aside, and said, "There's something that needs to be handled quickly. The liaison from Nandu was killed by those bastards. We need to inform them. What's your trade with Nandu?" "Nandu provides us with awakened serums and other daily necessities, and we trade suppressants with them." "I've heard about it. Although Third Shen City has made the formula public to other cities, you've been constantly improving it. What effects does the latest suppressant have?" Wei Xian nodded. 1 month. No side effects. That was remarkable. A single injection could allow one to walk through the wastelands for an entire month. Previous suppressants only lasted a few days, insufficient for ordinary people to traverse the wastelands freely. He hadn't expected such rapid breakthroughs here. No wonder the Supreme Lord was so determined to take this place. The number of troops was limited by protective suits, and once combat began, a torn suit meant certain death. With such an efficient suppressant, he could be confident in completely capturing those easily defended underground cities. After all, his goal was conquest, not slaughter. "They'll discuss it with my brother and make arrangements as soon as possible." The distance from Tongzhou to Nandu was considerable, and unlike Third Shen City, there were no strong radio equipment here. He would likely have to make the trip himself. He staggered off to find Shen Yu. Just as he reached the door, he heard Shen Yu's voice from inside the room. Impossible. Had Su Huaxin and Yi Shiyun gone in? Wei Xian could tell that Shen Yu's voice was agitated. He shook his head, decided not to disturb him for now, and turned to handle other matters. "Calm down." Yi Shiyun noticed the furnishings in the room beginning to tremble. Her dream's telekinetic power was becoming somewhat uncontrollable. She said, "Uncle, let my mother finish first." Huff. Shen Yu steadied his emotions. Mentioning his sister had stirred him up. He apologized to the mother and daughter with a wave of his hand, sat back down, and said, "I'm sorry. Please continue. I've heard a bit about you and your sister before." The siblings had grown up relying on each other. To Shen Yu, she was not only his biological sister, but also a mother figure and the last blood relative he had in this world. Su Huaxin understood the bond between them well. She organized her thoughts and said, "After you delivered the relief supplies to us that year, I kept searching for your whereabouts. When I couldn't find you, I settled for searching for your sister instead. My elder brother happened to be involved in building a shelter, and he used his connections to check the registered residents. Neither of you were listed. Your brother Su Qiwu, is he still alive?" Shen Yu recalled the square-jawed man. Su Huaxin shook her head. The construction of the underground city claimed many lives. The military handled the main work, but it still required civilian cooperation in equipment, building materials, and other areas. My brother took on a portion, although he took precautions and held on for a long time. But in the end, just before we were about to enter Third Shen City. It's all right. His family made it into Third Shen City safely, though many things happened afterward. Su Huaxin forced a smile and steered the conversation back to Shen Yu. "At the time, I thought maybe you had been tipped off and were summoned by the capital. Your sister too. That's why we couldn't find you. That was possible. With my nature, if I hadn't developed the suppressant by then, I would have risked being labeled an alarmist to warn as many people as possible. That would have drawn official attention. But after talking with Ye today, I realized some things." Su Huaxin said, "You gave us too much. It wasn't just supplies for 2 or 3 people. It was far more. Because of those supplies, Ye and I lived in the basement for a long time without ever feeling uncomfortable. Canned food sorted by expiration date, emergency medicine, an engine, unleaded gasoline, drive batteries, weapons. I also received many men's clothes and a modified car. Looking back now, I think you had prepared those for yourself. Those items were all valuable. Su Huaxin thought carefully. Shen Yu had only been working for a few years and had essentially given away his savings. If he had known in advance that the underground city would be built, he wouldn't have needed to give so much. Half a year's worth would have been enough. But it was several times that amount. Plus, that last phone call. Your tone was calm at the time, but thinking back you might have already encountered some misfortune. Su Huaxin said, between the first brief solar eclipse and the final arrival of the black sun. I suspect that was when something happened to you. The only thing that could change you so much would be something involving Shen Pei. For me, this hasn't happened yet. Shen Yu nodded, digesting the information from Su Huaxin's words. Though they were all her speculations, there was some logic to them. At the time, some event likely occurred, something unstoppable. Knowing Shen Pei, she would definitely go out to save people. What if I imprisoned her? Knowing the terror of the Black Sun, I might very well resort to such extreme measures. To ensure my sister's safety, I would use every means. Hypnosis, threatening her with my own life. Then why did things still end up this way? All right, uncle, don't overthink it. Yi Shiyun stood with her arms crossed and said, there are suppressants and other things here. Maybe you can create a completely different future. Just like you once helped me. I can still feel the pain of that other Yi Shiyun, forced apart from her mother walking alone to Third Shen City. Yi Shiyun opened her palm and looked at it. Although Shen Yu had only let her experience it through a dream these past 2 days, she felt as if it were something she had personally lived through. Now it's our turn to help you. Yi Shiyun clenched her fist and smiled. To change this damn fate for you in the past. Though I still don't fully understand what's going on. Su Huaxin also said, but after listening to Ye, I feel as if I really died once in First Shen City. It's a very strange feeling. Whether or not you truly have the power to change everything, I am willing to offer you all my support. Thank you. At least here, he had true allies. Plans that had only existed in theory could now be put into action. Why are you up so early? Shen Pei had risen at 6 in the morning intending to prepare breakfast before heading to the hospital. But to her surprise, she found Shen Yu already bustling in the kitchen when she stepped out. She looked at him with puzzlement and asked, didn't you sleep well last night? Not at all. Oh, I had a good rest. Shen Yu turned back with a smile. Aside from the initial struggle yesterday, he had rested for a long time afterward, truly recuperating. He said, go wash up, breakfast will be ready soon. Shen Pei studied her brother's expression, finding his facial muscles relaxed, and his demeanor quite natural. She smiled, and said, then I'll leave it to you. After washing up, Shen Yu had already set the breakfast on the table. Seeing her brother healthy, and in good spirits, Shen Pei felt content. She chuckled, I wonder which lucky girl will snatch you up. You can do everything, and do it well. Living alone teaches you all sorts of things. Cooking and housework were skills anyone with some solitary living experience would pick up. Shen Yu found it quite ordinary. Seeing Shen Pei seated, he presented the back of his hand for her to see. You? Shen Pei immediately grabbed his hand. There was a 3-centimeter-long bloody gash. She recalled the scene she had witnessed earlier, but fearing it might trigger him, she forced herself to change the subject. Did you cut yourself while cooking just now? Even she didn't believe her own words. None of the breakfast dishes required a knife. But as the family member of a patient, she understood that adding more pressure, blame, or reproach would only worsen his condition. The emergence of self-harm tendencies was a grave matter. Shen Pei even began contemplating quitting her job to stay home and take care of her brother. Is the wound deep? Shen Yu asked his sister. Shen Pei looked at him, confused by the question. Sis, how long do you think a wound like this would take to heal? Don't worry, just take a look for me. Shen Pei gazed at her brother's face with concern. After a moment, she sighed. The wound isn't deep, but if it's a knife cut, there's a slight chance of tetanus. Normally, it would scab over and heal in 5 to 7 days. Let me get something to disinfect it. No need. Sis, just watch this wound. Shen Pei looked at her brother suspiciously, her eyes filled with worry. Shen Yu shook his head. Just watch, or you'll think I'm performing some kind of magic trick. When Shen Pei's attention was fully fixed on the wound on his hand, Shen Yu channeled the power of benevolence onto his skin. The torn tissues quickly reconnected, broken capillaries recombined, and finally the epidermis sealed itself. Witnessing the phenomenon unfold within seconds, Shen Pei rubbed her eyes in disbelief. She immediately fetched the first aid kit from the living room, cleaned the blood from Shen Yu's hand, and found that the wound had completely vanished. Is this some kind of magic? Shen Pei stared at her brother in astonishment. Shen Yu shook his head. You saw it all. I have no inclination toward self-harm. I simply woke up one day and realized I possessed some unusual abilities. The ability to heal others' wounds. That morning I took the knife was just an experiment, not self-harm. Wait, maybe I'm still dreaming. Shen Pei propped her hands on the table, ruffling her hair. After a moment, she lifted her head. Are you trying to tell me you have superpowers and it all stems from your dreams? It might not be a superpower. Shen Pei shook her head. Maybe it's a visual illusion. Or even if it's accelerated healing, there's precedent. Like Griet Arnold Hanscom in the Netherlands in the early 20th century, a patient with self-healing abilities. But that might have been a congenital genetic issue. I remember you. Shen Pei recalled that her brother had once cut his head as a child, and it took a long time to heal. Suddenly acquiring such an ability seemed too bizarre. Her mind was in turmoil, she hadn't been prepared at all. You said you can heal others' wounds. Yes. Seeing Shen Pei dash into the kitchen, Shen Yu hurried after her. When he saw her holding a knife searching for a spot on her own arm, he shouted anxiously, "Sis, calm down." He finally understood why Shen Pei had reacted so strongly earlier. Seeing a loved one do such a thing, even knowing he could heal it, still pained him deeply. Before Shen Yu could take the knife away, Shen Pei had already made a cut on her arm. At first she felt nothing, but soon cold sweat broke out. Bearing the pain, she said to Shen Yu, "Can you heal this too? I could have proven it by treating stray cats and dogs outside. Why did you have to cut yourself? You cut yourself too. Stubborn." Shen Yu sighed helplessly, took her arm, and infused the power of benevolence into the wound. This time it took a bit longer, but within 10 seconds Shen Pei's arm was restored to its original state. A special individual with rapid self-healing. Shen Pei could understand that. But the ability to heal others. Looking at her brother, Shen Pei's first thought was worry. If others learned of his ability, some might pay a fortune for his services, like top athletes seeking recovery. But there would certainly be those who, disregarding morality and the law, would try to keep Shen Yu firmly under their control. Have you told anyone else? Wu Qian. I haven't told her. It was only after attaining the sublime that his progress had become more pronounced. Before he could only speed up scavenging, full recovery was still beyond reach. Shen Pei wiped the blood from her arm and asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Shen Yu glanced at his hand, which had crystallized in a way imperceptible to others, shook his head, and smiled. "I actually feel very relieved now. Because what's been troubling me isn't a mental illness. Yes, something's come up at home. Please arrange for someone else to cover today's clinic." "Okay, I'll inform Xiao Zheng about the inpatient ward. Call me if anything urgent comes up, and I'll come as soon as I can." Shen Pei hung up the phone, looked at herself in the mirror, washed her face, and tidied her hair before returning to the living room. She saw Shen Yu sitting on the edge of the sofa, his mood visibly uplifted and relaxed. The reason she guessed was that she had believed his words. There was no choice but to believe. The superpower was undeniably real. Shen Yu demonstrated his abilities. Besides rapid healing, he could also conjure a pair of golden handcuffs out of thin air like a 3D projection. Shen Pei had to accept the truth. The weight of the world rested on his shoulders. Occasionally Shen Yu would share details of his dreams with her, and she dismissed them as nothing more than a bizarre novel. "Go on. You're saying that by the end of next year the world will face a catastrophe?" "Yes. The crystal disease pandemic. It's like radiation sickness, directly affecting every cell in the body." Shen Yu nodded. "I need your help, sis. In the future people develop an inhibitor, and I can get the formula. But it requires the serum of superpowered individuals like me. I don't know the exact amount, but it won't be much. Just a little blood can cultivate a large quantity of inhibitors. Sis, I need your help. You're a doctor, even if it's not your specialty, you should have some knowledge in this area. I want you to advise me. Can we cultivate the inhibitor here? Hand it over to the government?" "No." Shen Pei immediately retracted her words. This couldn't be taken lightly. Without caution, Shen Yu's fate would be uncertain. All he could prove now was his superpower. But claiming his dreams foretold the future. Shen Pei doubted anyone else would believe it. Even she herself would need to see the formula to fully believe. She knew her brother couldn't fabricate such a thing. Developing an inhibitor involves countless aspects. It's not something an individual can casually produce. Going to the government requires solid evidence. Not just the inhibitor, but other proofs as well. Only then can we avoid being dismissed as lunatics. No. First show me the inhibitor formula, so I can verify it." Shen Pei mused. "Also see if you can foresee natural disasters or earthquakes in the second half of the year." "What are you smiling at?" Seeing Shen Yu looking at her with a smile, Shen Pei asked curiously. "Nothing." Shen Yu chuckled. "It's just nice to have you to consult with. I wish everything you said were just sleep talk." Shen Pei sighed. "But now I have to treat it as impending reality. Every action you take will affect countless lives. I know. I want to save more people. That's my wish too. But first make sure you're safe." Shen Pei kept that last thought to herself. "Tell me more about your dreams. And Wu Qian originally wanted to invite you to her clinic this weekend. Since it's not about that, should I decline for you?" "Sure." Both siblings took leave from their workplaces today, spending the entire day meticulously planning at home. They identified the most urgent matters to address. "We can't rush, yet we must return to our jobs and proceed step by step," Shen Pei advised. "Once everything is settled, I doubt we'll be able to maintain our current lives." As long as her actions could save more lives, Shen Pei would immediately abandon her work as a doctor and dedicate herself to this cause. "Sis, aren't you concerned about your own future whereabouts? Even if you won't say, I understand in my heart." Shen Pei stretched lazily, gathering the notes on the table, and said with a smile, "You're here, aren't you? We'll both be fine." Absolutely." Shen Yu recalled something and asked, "Sis, how much money do you have now? I think we should combine our savings and start making preparations. If not for the house being left by their parents, Shen Yu would have wanted to sell it by now. Mentioning this, Shen Pei looked somewhat embarrassed. I don't have much to spare. No way. Though medical students earn late at Shen Pei's level, her annual salary shouldn't be low. He looked at his sister with confusion. Shen Pei lived a simple life with no love for luxury goods or any bad habits. She had only been obsessed with saving money for a long time. The compensation and insurance money from mom and dad is still there, meant for your future wedding. Shen Pei hesitated but finally confessed, I haven't saved much of my salary. Most of it. Lost on investments. Lent to patients. Shen Pei rubbed her hair. Sometimes they truly have difficulties. The hospital has its rules and others have their struggles. Fortunately, charity is quite developed now and many can raise medical funds. Don't worry, I wasn't scammed. Most people do pay me back. So you're working at a loss. What about the rest? No loss, no loss. I keep track. Within my means. Shen Pei paused then smiled. If spending a few thousand can save a life and a family's future, there's no better deal than that. But conversely, a few thousand could be the final straw that breaks a family. For those people, Shen Pei had long since written off the loans. After all, she never asked for repayment. Shen Yu looked at his sister and said nothing more. When he was born, the country hadn't yet relaxed the second child policy. It was because Shen Pei had leukemia that an exception was made for their parents to have another child. Thus, Shen Yu came into existence. Shen Pei's treatment drained the family's savings and relied on charity donations before a bone marrow transplant saved her. Fortunately, everything went smoothly afterward, and she recovered fully, living like an ordinary person. But since then, she had only one aspiration: to use this life snatched from the jaws of death to save more lives and families. All right. To be honest, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions are useless in the face of such matters. Building a pharmaceutical production line isn't something we can save up for by scrimping. Shen Yu rubbed his neck, not dwelling on Shen Pei's savings. Since we're both off, let's go out for a meal. My treat. I just got last month's salary. Consider it a celebration of the official founding of our world-saving squad. Yay, shrimp is delicious. The meal was cut short by an unexpected addition, little Yi Shiyun. Her mother had called in a hurry saying that since Shen Yu didn't go to work today, some trouble had arisen at the company. Her ex-husband's parents had come to the company to cause a scene. Their goal was to take back Yi Shiyun, not out of affection for her, but because gaining custody would allow them to continuously drain Su Huaxin. The unemployed scumbag desperately needed custody, now trying every means to tie Yi Shiyun to his home. Su Huaxin now had to hide Yi Shiyun until her brother was free to take her to her uncle's house for safety. Sis, this is the future big shot. Shen Yu pointed at little Yi Shiyun, who was peeling shrimp with greasy hands, and said to his sister. Shen Pei found it astonishing. Was this the peerless powerhouse who could split the heavens with a single strike, as Shen Yu had described? Just watch her for one night, Shen Yu said. Her uncle will pick her up early tomorrow morning. Can they trust you? Judging by their reactions, they'll truly believe me only when the black sun arrives. Shen Yu quickly peeled a shrimp and placed it in little Yi Yes bowl, saying to his sister, it's not the right time to go into depth. Let's wait until our preliminary preparations are done. As for how to recruit Su Huaxin, had need to discuss it with her future self. Su Huaxin was currently entirely focused on Yi Shiyun, making persuasion difficult. He'd have to wait until his hypnosis ability deepened further. Speaking of which, he wondered what Wei Xian was doing now. He should be in middle school, right? Children needed to sleep early, so the siblings didn't stay out late. They coaxed her to bed first. Fortunately, Yi Shiyun was sensible, understanding her mother's arrangements. She didn't cry or fuss, and after Shen Pei gave her a bath, she began dozing off on the sofa. Should he try again? Shen Yu originally intended to carry Yi Shiyun to her room, but recalling her mention of dreaming about what happened here, he decided to alter little Yi Yes' dream once more. Little Yi Shiyun suddenly opened her eyes, blinking widely at Shen Yu. Did I wake you, eh? Shen Yu smiled awkwardly, but little Yi said, it's me. Shen Yu squinted. My body feels like Lida moving is exhausting. Probably because I'm asleep. Little Yi tried to lift her hand. My skin was so good when I was young. Uncle, am I at your place? Are you really the undying blade? Don't call me that. Is this your sister? Hello, Auntie. Shen Pei heard the commotion and came out looking puzzled at little Yi, who wore a serious adult expression. Yi Shiyun yawned. So this is the past. A nostalgic feeling, some memories surged up, but it doesn't quite match. Oh no. Her voice grew softer, murmuring, I feel like I'm being pulled back. She fell silent again, her eyes closing. After a moment, she rubbed her eyes and opened them, seeing both of them staring at her. In a childlike, puzzled tone, she asked, Uncle, was I asleep? It's fine, go back to sleep. Did you have a dream? Shen Yu asked. I don't remember. Little Yi Yan turned over to a more comfortable position and said, call me when Mom comes. Come here. Shen Pei quietly called her brother over, frowning. Was that the future her? Probably, Shen Yu nodded, but Shen Pei's expression grew more worried. This goes beyond the supernatural abilities you mentioned. What have you become in the future? I don't know. Shen Yu could only sense a little. He seemed like a monster emerging from the black sun. During that timeline shift, he had clearly felt it. The future is born from the present. What the future becomes depends on what I do now. Shen Yu said nonchalantly. With you helping and watching over me, you'll be fine. Don't worry. You'll turn in early today and try to memorize the inhibitor formula. Tongzhou City. Time was continuous. When Shen Yu returned, Su Huaxin and Yi Shiyun were still before him, but Yi Shiyun suddenly swayed, rubbed her head, and gave Shen Yu a strange look. Can I learn how to make the inhibitor? Of course, Su Huaxin said. It's no secret in the apocalypse, at least not in Third Shen City. He'll take you to Zhao Guiying, but it's better to leave professional matters to him. Are records of the past preserved here? Shen Yu asked. Knowing what happened in 2024 and 2025 in advance would allow him to play the role of a prophet. Coincidentally, Su Huaxin glanced at Shen Yu in surprise. This information was originally stored in Third Shen City's civilian servers. That one server was the only one we moved here. Do you have some helper now knowing you'd come here? Who led the relocation? Mr. Dai, Yi Shiyun answered. Most people didn't want to leave aware of what the desert world was like. Even knowing the Black Sun monster would come, we were ready to fight to the death. But then Mr. Dai appeared after a long absence. The high-level officials held a secret meeting and finally agreed on and formulated a backup plan. High-level officials, who? Zhu Dai Zheng and Liu Yishiyun said. 4 gentlemen. You've heard much of Mr. Zhu. Mr. Dai is our Dreamweaver. Mr. Zheng heads the Monster Hunt Squad. Brave revelation and familiar with him. Mr. Liu, as mentioned, is the Sublime of Third Shen City, the Supreme Judge. Are these all pseudonyms? Yes, Yishiyun spread her hands. Records say they were the original 4 revelators. Honestly, everyone's a bit puzzled. Exactly, Su Huaxin continued. They have no registered information. We know nothing of their origins. They seem to appear out of nowhere in Third Shen City. Yet we trust them without doubt. Among these 4, does anyone know about me? Someone I recognize. Mr. Dai probably. He's the most mysterious. I've never even seen him. As for the other 3, I asked about you, and they all said they didn't know you. Suppressing his curiosity for now, Shen Yu said, take me to see Professor Zhao first. Director Su, please retrieve the documents I mentioned. Before they had taken 2 steps, Yi Shiyun approached and poked the transparent, intangible Shen Yu with her finger. Did I go back again? Yeah. Pick a good opportunity next time. Yi Shiyun whispered, I need to punch that scumbag. So you want to go back in time just to beat up your own father? Shen Yu stared at Yi Shiyun in astonishment while she whistled, pretending not to notice. This is the 2040 revised production guide for crystal disease inhibitors. Thud. Shen Yu stared at the hefty tome slammed onto the table, trembling slightly. How could this production guide be this thick? I thought it would be at most the length of a thesis. How long would it take to memorize all this? He flipped through a few pages, finding numerous diagrams, including molecular formulas and equipment blueprints, all instructing how to manufacture the inhibitor from scratch. He had just sighed in relief that the memorization content wasn't too much when it struck him. He would have to memorize all these blueprints as well. From now on, it's truly learning in dreams. In the following years, we improved the inhibitor's production process and efficacy. Professor Zhao Guiying, clad in a white lab coat with a closely cropped gray-head hands in his pockets, looked at Shen Yu and said, we discovered a new antibody. First understand this thoroughly, then I'll teach you the rest. Su Huaxin had followed along. Seeing Shen Yu's predicament, she chimed in, Professor, Zhao Shen Yu isn't very familiar with these matters yet. Is that so? Zhao Guiying nodded without a hint of disdain. He walked to the bookshelf and brought down a box of books. This is my last set. The rest were snatched up by those from Tongtian City. Study them in the order I've marked and return them when you're done. Shen Yu looked at the thick volumes on biology, genetic engineering, and other subjects, lamenting the vast divide between fields. Mastering this knowledge would take an immeasurable amount of time. Professor Zhao, I have someone familiar with this on my end. Could you condense the content? They'll memorize it and pass it along. You can just take the books. I'm a dreamwalker. Ah, Zhao Guiying nodded. A dreamwalker couldn't easily carry things. He looked at Shen Yu with a hint of regret. A dreamwalker couldn't draw blood either. Only Su Huaxin knew Shen Yu's mysterious origins. To others, he was introduced as an immensely powerful dreamwalker awakener. Zhao Guiying knew this man had saved Tongzhou City's fate. He pondered for a moment, then said, inhibitor production requires extreme caution. Not even 0.5 milligram of error is permissible. A single mistake turns the inhibitor into an execution device. One injection triggers an immediate crystal disease onset. You know, once crystal disease sets in, there's truly no cure. How about this? They'll give you private lessons. You must thoroughly grasp the key information. The rest you can rely on rote memorization. Deal? Deal? Can we start now? I'm fine with that. Su Huaxin left with Yi Shiyun. She had many city affairs to attend to. Having only Wei Xian represent them as an outsider would still unsettle the people. Bringing Yi Shiyun, the indomitable blade, along was essential to gradually awaken the unique spirit of the Third Shen City. Meanwhile, Shen Yu's primary task became attending classes. Zhao Guang retrieved a voice recorder from a drawer and handed it to Shen Yu, signaling him to record. He organized his thoughts and began. First, do you understand the concept of an inhibitor? Do you know how it differs from a vaccine? Yes. Shen Yu had researched the general concept. It was something that retards or reduces the rate of a chemical reaction. Medically, there are two types of inhibitors. One treats mental illness, which he knew well, by reducing the transmission of nerve impulses in the central nervous system to suppress psychological impulses. The other is an enzyme inhibitor, which decreases enzyme catalytic activity without causing enzyme protein denaturation. Zhao Guiying nodded and continued. To understand inhibitors, one must first grasp black sun radiation crystal disease, ash energy, and awakeners. Crystal disease is defined in this era as radiation sickness. Simply put, it's as if everyone on Earth is within the radiation range of a nuclear weapon. The intensity of cosmic radiation suddenly reaching an unimaginable level, bringing crystal disease that devastates the world. They have yet to unravel the mystery of this radiation, only defining it as anti-organic radiation. The key distinction between organic and inorganic is the presence of carbon. Humans are organic beings with carbon content reaching 18, second only to oxygen. The main manifestation of crystal disease is the transformation of carbon in the human body. It's like graphite turning into diamond, a reaction that normally requires 1,400 degrees Celsius and 50 bar of pressure, now catalyzed directly by radiation. It's astonishing beyond our understanding. But its core target is carbon, hence we named it anti-organic radiation. This isn't a natural phenomenon. Zhao Guang said, our research suggests the black sun's arrival is linked to extraterrestrial beings. Have you read the three-body problem? Yes. It's like the trisolarans sending a droplet, Zhao Guang analogized. Someone placed a black sun here. Once the concept of anti-organic radiation was understood, the rest became easier to grasp. Ash is the final product of crystal disintegration. Think of it as diamond reverting with other reactions during the process, turning it into something like coal, providing energy. In truth, we live in a very dangerous environment. As an awakener, you should understand that ash is also energy for awakeners and black sun monsters. If a powerful force directly ignites the wasteland, the entire planet could. To use another analogy, they were living in an ocean of oil where a single spark could engulf the world in flames. Finally, the concept of awakeners. The biggest difference between awakeners and ordinary people is that they possess an extra special segment in their bodies added postnatally by radiation. This thing allows them to instinctively control the crystallization process. Proficient awakeners can accelerate crystallization at will. Missy did it earlier, you know that. Yes. Thus, compared to humans, awakeners are closer to black sun monsters. Zhao Guang poured a glass of water and continued, but unlike black sun monsters, awakeners are, so to speak, sheltered by the revelation. All the rest is the content of black sun theory, which I'm not well versed in. Back to the main point, the inhibitor is about extracting the special substance from an awakener's body, locking crystallization at zero. So ordinary people exposed to radiation won't develop the disease. What happens when the inhibitor's effect wears off? Does the radiation residue remain in the body? There are specialized cleaning agents to remove surface radiation residue. A simpler method is to directly ask for Renee's help. Zhao Guang said, actually, we didn't expect it to be this easy. It just shows how special an awakener's serum is. He explained in more accessible terms, if black sun radiation is a computer virus, then an awakener's serum is a firewall. After years of research, rather than a biological virus, I'm more inclined to see it as a kind of an edited program. A program. An interesting way to put it. That means there's a puppeteer behind the black sun. This was dangerous. They might face existences far more terrifying than black sun monsters. But it was also a turning point. He noticed that the third Shen city and the Ash Mountain, where Wei Xian came from, followed completely different paths. Ash Mountain revered the revelation as a deity, gaining power through devout faith and practice. The third Shen city, however, regarded the revelation. He noticed that the third Shen city and the Ash Mountain, where Wei Xian came from, followed completely different paths. Ash Mountain revered the revelation as a deity, gaining power through devout faith and practice. The third Shen city, however, regarded the revelation as a subject of study, seeking to unravel all its mysteries. Zhao Guang was a scholarly researcher who loved science, but he wasn't the original chief scientist of the third Shen city. That position belonged to a former truth awakener. The old principal, already 70 at the dawn of the apocalypse, spent 15 years leading others to perfect black sun studies and inhibitor development, passing away peacefully at 85. A truth awakener could directly see knowledge, perceiving the essence of all things. Tongzhou City's current research merely followed that old principal's academic direction, applying and industrializing it. The old principal's papers were profoundly mystical, reaching metaphysical heights. Ordinary people couldn't understand them. As he studied, Shen Yu realized that producing an inhibitor in reality hinged on two key points. One was serum, He couldn't yet confirm if his own serum was usable. The other was money. Beyond the research phase, the production difficulty was substantial. The thick production manual was filled with post-apocalyptic substitutes like using ash energy for processing or an awakener's superpowers to replace certain steps. Yet even so, few cities could produce their own inhibitors, highlighting the immense difficulty. You're asking how much it would cost to build an inhibitor factory in pre-apocalyptic times. Zhao Guiying was puzzled by the question, but answered honestly. To produce 1 million doses annually excluding land costs, you'd need to invest 500 million to 1 billion. Inhibitor production is limited by awakener serum. We can't culture it artificially. From 200 cubic centimeters of an awakener's blood, we can produce roughly 100 inhibitor doses. That meant 1 milliliter could produce 5 inhibitor doses. Shen Yu calculated inwardly. A person's blood volume is about 400,050,000 ml. Taking 5000 as a base, draining all blood could yield 25,000 doses. Not enough. Shen Yu clenched his fists. In reality, his renai wasn't strong enough. Only if it reached the level here could he ensure rapid replenishment of lost blood. Time was also insufficient. Professor Zhao, take a break. I'll review the materials. Alright, it's getting late. I need to go have dinner. A few hours passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Guiying stretched and suddenly studied Shen Yu's face. Have we met before? You look familiar. Shen Yu didn't recall much. In the third Shen city. No, earlier. Zhao Guiying frowned, trying to remember, but the face was too young. Probably just a child before the apocalypse. Which university were you at before Professor Zhao? Jiaodong. I graduated from Jiaodong too. So he was a teacher from his alma mater. That meant he could find the younger Zhao Guiying at the university. Shen Yu thought for a moment and said, I think I took an elective course of yours. That was decades ago. Ah, the Dreamwalker. Zhao Guiying chuckled. Fancy meeting a former student. What a coincidence. Shen Yu recalled that when he was an undergraduate, Zhao Guiying was still young, not yet a professor. He had taken his elective solely because Zhao didn't take attendance and the exam was open book. It was exceptionally easy to pass. Is that what the man from that world told you? The next day before dawn had even broken, Yi Xian's uncle finally arrived to take little Yi elsewhere to live. Now that she was awake, the siblings began their meeting. Although Shen Yu hadn't memorized the entire process, he still remembered some key points. He wrote them down on paper and handed it to Shenpei. After a glance, she picked up her phone to search for the names of the equipment. They looked quite similar. Shenpei rubbed her head. It was only 4 in the morning and her mind was still groggy. She asked, did you find out anything else? Shen Yu glanced at his watch and said, there will be a 6 magnitude earthquake in 7 minutes. A news flash will come out within half an hour. Don't worry, there are no casualties. He told Shenpei to go cook breakfast first while he wrote down all the earthquakes and typhoons that would occur in the near future. He noted even minor quakes that would make the news, such as those of magnitude 3, 9 and 1, 8. He also detailed the specific landfall locations and wind levels of typhoons like Yagi, Bibinka, Palasan, and Krathan. Only by predicting such unpredictable natural phenomena could he prove that he had truly seen the future. It's here. After a while, Shenpei refreshed the news page, and a flash report immediately appeared with the earthquake news. Just minutes after her brother had spoken, she took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and then looked again at the sheet Shen Yu had organized. It's a terrible feeling not knowing how many people will be hurt or killed by these things. But facing natural disasters, I can't do a thing, Shenpei said with a complex mix of emotions. Fortunately, there were no exceptionally large-scale natural disasters in the near future. Yeah, I have no way of knowing who will be in danger because of this either, Shen Yu said. But right now we have to focus all our energy on dealing with the Black Sun. The siblings ate their breakfast in contemplative silence for a while before Shenpei said, I'm going to use Mom and Dad's inheritance. They would have to discuss how to use the money. I checked last night before bed. We can rent a medical lab, but it's not cheap. A single piece of equipment costs several thousand a day, Shenpei said. Renting it won't be a small sum. I wouldn't trust anyone else with this. In the coming days, they'll quickly finish writing the relevant papers and knowledge, and you should memorize everything from that side. Once everything is ready, I can test your serum and use the lab's methods to extract the first inhibitor. Good. With my sister's help, things are so much easier, Shen Yu said with a smile. Leave the initial tests to you. I need to think about how to maximize the use of these prophecies. He thought for a moment, setting his sights on a few target groups. First, they needed money and resources. Secondly, character was crucial. He would have to investigate people personally before revealing his prophetic ability. Then he could build a small team that trusted him. Going to work today? I need to go to the hospital. No matter what the future holds, I have to see this last shift through. I'm not working. The office gave us a week off, Shen Yu said. Yesterday's disturbance at the company had an impact, so Director Su just gave us all a long vacation. We work from home if anything comes up. I'm planning to go to the university. The person who taught me was Professor Zhao Guiying from Jiaodong University. I want to go see him here. Professor Zhao. I've heard of him. Remember to wear a mask when you go out these days. Viral pneumonia is rampant. I have a benevolent ability. Shen Yu muttered to himself, but still agreed. Yes, I know. Wearing a mask was good, at least it would make him harder to recognize. Although it was summer break for graduate students and doctoral candidates, time off was entirely at the mercy of their advisors. If there was a project or experiment to do, a vacation of less than 2 weeks was common. Shen Yu, being in the social sciences, had it relatively easy. Engineering students had it truly rough. Everything depended on the advisor's mood. The scorching summer cicadas chirped annoyingly. Shen Yu put on a baseball cap for shade and wore a mask as he walked through the sparsely populated campus. Excuse me, sir, could you tell me how to get to the School of Economics? Hearing someone address him, Shen Yu paused. Her voice was very pleasant, carrying a hint of soft, sweet Wu dialect. He turned to see a beautiful young girl standing with her hands clasped in front of her, slightly bowing as she asked him for directions. She had smooth, straight black hair with a Heim cut. Shen Yu curiously sized her up. The girl looked like she was still underage, a high school student of 16 or 17 with features as delicate as a doll's. Her appearance was captivating at first glance. She wore a long-sleeved chiffon white blouse and a long black skirt. At a glance, not an inch of skin was visible below her neck. Her attire was strikingly incongruous in the sweltering summer heat. She kept her head slightly bowed, maintaining a polite posture. She gave off the impression of a princess raised under strict family discipline. Shen Yu could sense a strong classical aura from this young girl. See that library up ahead? Go around it, and you'll find a fork in the road. Take a left, then a right at the second intersection. It'll take about 10 minutes or so to walk there. That was where Shen Yu used to attend classes, so he knew it well. After gesturing, he added, I'm heading that way too. You can follow me. Professor Zhao Guiying was roughly along the same route. Thank you. He'll trouble you to lead the way. Shen Yu walked a few steps before she followed. He glanced back curiously and noticed she was keeping a steady 3-meter distance behind him, walking slowly. He didn't think much of her. Although she was a rare beauty, he considered himself a handsome man too, so it was no big deal. He pulled his baseball cap lower, shoved his hands in his pockets, and slowed his pace to match hers as they headed towards the School of Economics. After walking in silence for about 10 minutes, they arrived. Shen Yu stood at the entrance, took out his phone to check the location of Professor Zhao Guiying's college, and pointed to the other side. Hey, race the School of Economics. Just go on in. Thank you again. The girl bowed gratefully. Her strict adherence to etiquette seemed almost Japanese, no more accurately like someone from ancient times, since the Japanese had copied it too. You're welcome. After expressing her thanks, she took out her phone from her bag to message someone. They both looked at their phones and went their separate ways. Shen Yu suddenly turned his head and saw an elderly man watching him from inside the building. Hiss. He quickly forced a smile and greeted, Good morning, Professor Qin. He had run into his advisor. His advisor had high academic standards and a high temper, lecturing students like an old schoolmaster, showing no mercy. Even after graduating, Shen Yu didn't dare go back and talk to him much. Time to scram. Head go find Professor Zhao first. Shen Yu was just scouting the situation today to see if he was on campus recently. He compared the location of the other's college on the map, ready to go and reconnoiter. You? Yes, you, the one in the hat. Stop right there. Huh. Shen Yu turned back in surprise to see a robust, middle-aged woman chasing after him, drenched in sweat. He asked, puzzled, What's wrong? Were you just asking for her contact info? The woman glared at Shen Yu with a fierce look. Shen Yu asked, bewildered, What contact info? Hand over your phone for me to check. She reached out to snatch his phone. Shen Yu raised his hand, squinting as he asked, Who are you? None of your business who I am. Hand over the phone. Delete any contact info you added. Shen Yu stared intently into her eyes. Why should I listen to you? Unable to grab the phone, she reached for the mask on Shen Yu's face. Shen Yu had no time to waste on this pointless argument. His pupils suddenly became deep and unfathomable, and within that pitch-black darkness a somber flame began to kindle. He straightened his clothes, glanced at the woman frozen in place, and caught the smell of urine. Frowning, he turned and walked away. The power of the real world wasn't enough to kill, but hypnosis infused with the power of the dragon and phoenix could make her experience utter despair and terror. A person with strong willpower could resist this fear, but this woman was anything but strong. What a weirdo, he muttered, continuing on his way. He hadn't gone far when he heard a voice behind him again. Wait. He turned around to see the young girl who had asked for directions earlier, panting as she ran up to him. Gone was the refined and elegant look from 10 minutes ago. Her cheeks were flushed from running and her bangs were plastered messily to her forehead. Seeing Shen Yu turn around, she quickly tidied herself up and asked anxiously, Excuse me, were you bothered by some strange person just now? Gone was the refined and elegant look from 10 minutes ago. Her cheeks were flushed from running and her bangs were plastered messily to her forehead. Seeing Shen Yu turn around, she quickly tidied herself up and asked anxiously. She had just entered the corridor of the School of Economics when she saw through the window her wet nurse sneaking after the young man who had helped her. She hurriedly chased after them, worried she might cause trouble for the kind stranger. Unfortunately, she wasn't good at sports and ran for ages without seeing anything, only catching up to Shen Yu after a long chase. Your family. Oh, she seemed to think I was hitting on you and wanted me to delete my contacts. The word wet nurse was strange. Was this girl some kind of aristocratic lady? Seeing her face full of worry, embarrassment, and awkwardness, he said, I didn't ask for your number, did I? My family. They can be a bit extreme about people who approach me. She's always following me secretly. I'm terribly sorry for the trouble. She clutched her phone. How about this? We'll give you some compensation for the distress as an apology. I hope you'll accept it. I apologize on her behalf. Seeing she was about to cry, her eyes turning red, Shen Yu asked, puzzled, you didn't run into her? Huh. The girl shook her head. Well, don't ask me for any mental distress compensation then. Shen Yu waved his hand. It's fine. She couldn't do anything to me. Don't worry about it, little girl. I have other things to do. Goodbye. Are you a senior from the university? I used to be. Graduated long ago. But, watching Shen Yu leave without stopping, Qin Yao sighed, helplessly hoping that he truly meant nothing had happened. She had too many similar experiences. The people she met, the people her family met. The second time they saw her, they would avoid her like a monster. She had only gradually understood the root of it all as she grew older. Oh my, Miss Qin, what are you doing here? Look at your hair. Let me comb it for you. As she walked back, wet nurse Lu Mei appeared again. Qin Yao noticed she seemed to have changed her pants. And she had brought a few people with her. Lu Mei quickly took out a comb to tidy Qin Yao's appearance. How can you see your great-uncle looking like this? Wait, why are you here? Did you? Why are you here? Qin Yao asked, head bowed. Who allowed you to follow me? Madam was worried you might encounter danger on your first time out alone. And as your wet nurse, I couldn't rest easy either. Let me tell you, there's something strange here, something very strange. I felt like I was possessed just now. There must be some evil person around. You must not leave my sight. Enough. Qin Yao felt a chill of disgust. She could make up any excuse. My great-uncle is waiting for me. Besides, wet nurse, if this place is so dangerous, wouldn't leaving my sight be a dereliction of your duty? Wait for me here. Don't go anywhere. Yes, I understand. Watching Qin Yao walk into the building, Lu Mei couldn't help but spit. Call you miss, and you really put on airs. The Qin family's future has nothing to do with you. You are just a tool to pave the way for the young master. And that man, just now, who knows what sorcery he used to make me lose all face. I must. Remembering the man's face, she recalled his eyes. Lu Mei suddenly shuddered, a deep fear welling up in her heart again. The people around her noticed the liquid dripping down. One of them said contemptuously, Auntie Lu, if you're sick, get treatment. This incontinence of yours disqualifies you from serving the Qin family. He'll inform the master and madam to find you a good hospital. No, Lu Mei panicked. The people nearby quickly stepped back, not wanting to get caught in the stench. Watching this scene through the window from the corridor, Qin Yao couldn't help but curl her lips. It was satisfying to see that vile woman in such an ugly state. Just don't ask me for mental distress compensation. Qin Yao suddenly thought of what that man had said. Could this scene be related to him? Yao, long time no see. Hello, great uncle. Qin Yao quickly greeted the elderly man before her. The old man looked at the girl and nodded approvingly. Sit down. Your father has already arranged most things for your enrollment next year. I have some small influence here too, so don't worry. My father asked me to bring you 2 tickets to your favorite opera performance. At least he has some conscience, remembering I like these things. The old man accepted the tickets. We're family, no need to be so formal. By the way, do you know Shen Yu? Shen Yu? Qin Yao looked puzzled. One of my students. A Gudatush is trying to study finance. Professor Qin shook his head. Weren't you two walking together just now? Even with a mask on, I recognized him. These students nowadays are so clueless, they run away the moment they see me. Do they think I'm going to eat them? Your student? Qin Yao suddenly asked, do you have his contact information? Professor Qin's eyes narrowed. He said earnestly, he has a good face, but as a daughter of the Qin family, you should understand what you can and cannot do. Don't get any ideas. It's not what you think. My wet nurse saw him guiding me and went to intimidate him. I wanted to apologize to him. Your wet nurse? Son. The professor looked at the girl with more pity. If he weren't teaching here, this girl would probably never have anything to do with the word school. He said, all right, even if he's a lousy student, he's still my student. It's not for an outsider to put him in his place. By the way, Yao. Professor Qin changed the subject and asked seriously, is your father still the same? Qin Yao nodded awkwardly. He still believes that fortune-teller nonsense. He abandons good business to dream of being an emperor. Professor Qin spat. Just because his surname is Qin, he thinks he's Qin Shi Huang. He's been driven mad by that group of swindlers. He wants to be the Grand Emperor. Qin Yao whispered. Her family was indeed somewhat pathological, counting on that boy with a DNA test tracing his lineage back to all the emperors of history. Professor Qin was dissatisfied with the topic. DNA can't prove that. He's bewitched. That's why he's raising his youngest son like an emperor. Don't let your family corrupt you. Stay by my side for these 4 years. An associate professor in his prime was conversing with a graduate student in his office. Zhao Guoying, now brimming with ambition, had become a full professor and doctoral supervisor before the age of 40, a rising star in academia. Who could have imagined that 20 years later his hair would be completely gray and his face covered in wrinkles? Shen Yu glanced into the office from outside. Zhao Guiying, sensing something, looked up briefly before quickly refocusing on discussing the next experiment with his students. He's here, that's confirmed. He needed to find a way to get contact information, but it required cautious approach. The administrative office should have a directory of all professors. He had to get it. I missed the abilities from the dream realm. If only I could fly and walk through walls here as I pleased. Shen Yu shrugged. The morning's mission was flawlessly completed. In the afternoon, he needed to compile a list of targets and use prophecy to play the mystic. He sent a message to Shunpei updating her on the situation, then pulled down his cap and left the campus. I've already scheduled the lab rental. Shunpei, now unmotivated to work overtime, finished her tasks early and returned home. I sorted out some materials for you during my break. Read this introductory book. It will help you understand the production of inhibitors. Memorization is prone to errors. It's better to grasp the basics. Understood. Beyond biomedical texts, Shen Yu set an additional goal to learn mechanical drawing. Inhibitors could stem the first wave of the crystal plague, but the most terrifying part was yet to come. The arrival of the Black Sun beasts, which modern weapons could hardly counter. That would require the support of Ash energy weapons to defeat. From Zhao Guiying, he learned some basics about the Black Sun beasts. The reason conventional thermal and kinetic weapons couldn't fully kill the Ash hunters was because each creature was like a program, written in a unique way using Ash energy. Only by destroying that Ash energy core could they be truly eliminated. Otherwise, even if bombarded by nuclear warheads, they would regenerate over time. Mastering the production of Ash energy weapons early and leveraging the remnants of armed forces might allow a powerful strike against the Black Sun beasts. Study hard, save the world. Shen Yu joked with a smile, then took his books back to his room to immerse himself in study. But soon his phone chimed. Someone had added him as a friend on a messaging app. The nickname was just Yao, and the profile picture was an ID photo. Wasn't that the girl he met this morning? It was even a friend recommendation. Shen Yu clicked accept with curiosity. Soon a message came. Yao. Hello, I'm the girl who asked you for directions this morning. You're Mr. Shen Yu, right? I learned from Professor Qin that you're his student. You know Professor Qin? Shen Yu sent back a question, quickly receiving a reply. Yao, he's my great uncle. After thinking it over, I still feel uneasy. I'm sorry for troubling you today. No need to be so polite. The girl was exceptionally courteous, even using formal address. Yao, that nanny has been fired. Thank you. I can finally relax a bit. Yao, how did you do it? Shen Yu, I have no idea what I did. What are you asking? Yao, she seemed very afraid of you. Shen Yu, that's her guilty conscience. She can't stand the light of justice. Yao, smiley. The conversation ended with that smiley. Shen Yu opened his contacts, thought for a moment, and sent a greeting to Professor Qin. It was indeed improper not to have paid his respects after meeting him today. Respect for one's mentor was essential. Professor Qin replied with a smiley too. Fortunately, a voice message soon followed. I gave your contact info to Qin Yao. She's my junior. Be mindful of your boundaries with her, or you'll be in trouble. He could feel it. Even a casual chat with a stranger had caused issues. This girl's family was overly strict to the point of obsession. Shen Yu had no particular issue with her. She was polite and pretty, but he didn't want to get entangled in trouble. Don't be too cold either. It's not easy for her to make friends. Just handle it with discretion. Another voice message came, and Shen Yu had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, Qin Yao sent another message. Yao, sorry I have to go to class now. Can I chat with you later? Shen Yu, anytime. Class in the evening. Shen Yu muttered, then glanced at the books spread on his desk. Letting out a long breath, he opened an instructional video. I have to study too. This is a pharmaceutical factory. Many common drugs were produced here, but everyone's off work now. This is the most important greenhouse. It's not easy. Even underground, we can occasionally enjoy fresh vegetables. Of course, most of the time we rely on supplements to maintain essential nutrients. Carbohydrates, protein, cans, nutritional supplements. These are our daily staples. After arriving in Tongzhou City, the supply of natural meat dwindled, leaving only one white-feathered chicken farm. Today, Tongzhou City felt rather desolate. Due to the recent upheaval and the release of the children, all production had halted. Everyone had returned home early, awaiting new directives from the leadership. Taking advantage of the night, Su Huaxin led her daughter Shen Yu and Wei Xian on a tour of Tongzhou City. Red Mountain Lake was a small shelter. Apart from the empty Nandu City, this was the second underground city Shen Yu had seen. Though not as magnificent as Nandu City, a vibrant, orderly underground paradise, Tongzhou City was still relatively livable. The gap was like that between a five-star hotel and a private inn, but in the desert, even this was a rare blessing. What's behind there? The outside world had turned to night, and the internal lighting of Tongzhou City had dimmed to a twilight glow. Shen Yu noticed a large iron door behind the planting area and asked curiously. Su Huaxin smiled at him and said, if you haven't experienced it, it's better not to go in. It's a breeding ground for some cave creatures, our main source of protein. He decided against it. Sometimes it's better not to know too much. Actually, they taste quite good. The third Shen city added seasoning, Yi Shiyun said. They make a fragrant broth. Only you folks in the good cities can afford seasoning. Most underground cities only have rock salt. Wei Xian shook his head vigorously. The taste after a while is sour, ugh. Chicken is better. Lucky us. A batch of chickens is ready tomorrow, Su Huaxin said, turning to Wei Xian. Shall we eat your fill then? Aunt Su, I won't hold back. The chicken farm here wasn't large enough to feed 50,000 people daily, but having chicken slices every now and then was fine. Unfortunately, the precious natural meat resources were later seized by the people of Tongtian City. As Shen Yu followed Su Huaxin on the tour, the more he saw, the more he realized how hard life was in every underground city. Without industrial fertilizer, crop yields couldn't keep up. Limited equipment meant too little arable underground land, and cash crops were scarce. He gradually understood just how much was needed for people to live ordinary lives. Tongzhou City was barely surviving. It lacked mineral resources, sufficient farmland, and many key intermediate industries. Fortunately, they still traded with Nandu to fill some gaps. The needs of an underground city with fewer than 100,000 people were already immense. For Nandu, with nearly 1 million residents, to function smoothly and develop, it had to operate like a precise machine with no room for error. This is the most important place in Tongzhou City. Professor Zhao's biopharmaceutical lab isn't the core area. The real heart is here, the Ash Energy Research Institute. Su Huaxin led them to the point closest to the surface in Tongzhou City. That Supreme Lord. What he wanted most was this place. Nandu has a more advanced weapons production line. We're far behind in productivity. But in research capability, the institute, inheriting the legacy of the third Shen city, is the best in the entire desert. Sorry, I don't have clearance to enter either. I've heard of it, Wei Xian nodded. Ash explosives are your lowest tier resource. Your development of ash energy in industry, agriculture, and military has reached a very high level. I remember the last mission, Yi Shiyun also asked. I helped test the Ashbird drones. What about now? Finalized, but no production line yet, Su Huaxin continued. Currently we're mass-producing Ash energy rocket launchers, the guided kind. But even these weapons are considered outdated. What's truly valuable are the arms yet to be produced. The Ashbird drone, an eagle's-eyed biomimetic drone fully powered by Ash energy, nearly infinite endurance in the desert. It was a powerful reconnaissance and strike drone modeled after the Black Sun beasts by the third Shen city. The Ash rifle, a ray weapon that could fire infinite bullets by loading sand into the magazine, and other wondrous arms like ash bombs. Before the third Shen city's destruction, they had even begun converting ash energy, transforming pure power into various forms of revelation energy. If successful, the Black Sun beasts would no longer pose a threat. If the third Shen city still existed, the world's landscape would have changed dramatically. Wei Xian commented, just 2 more years. If they'd had that, even if several Black Sun beasts attacked together with the Monster Hunt team's combat power and your logistical support, they could have handled them. It felt as if the Black Sun beasts sensed the threat and needed to erase the third Shen city immediately. Shen Yu nodded in agreement. Even a glimpse revealed the terror of that city. Not only did it have powerful frontline fighters like Yi Shiyun, but its research capabilities were astonishingly strong. Yes, even 1 more year, Yi Shiyun said wistfully. With that thing, we'd dare to face the Black Sun beasts heathen. What thing? Mechagodzilla, Yi Shiyun replied, leaving both Shen Yu and Wei Xian stunned. Uncle, didn't I tell you? When facing a monster like Dragon Phoenix, the third Shen city had been climbing the tech tree, seeking to overcome it through technological might. Yi Shiyun turned to Shen Yu and said, Mechagodzilla is the third Shen city's answer. The Greybird drones are merely a derivative of its technology. The guardian of humanity, Shun. Su Huaxin added from the side, Mechagodzilla is the nickname given by those developers. There are also names like Mecha Ultraman and Mecha Monkey King, all referring to Shun. The reason it was named thus was because constructing it consumed all the remnants of the other 2 Shen cities. Suffice it to say, not just the Greybird drones, but the entire military direction of Tongzhou City's Research Institute was a technological spin-off from the original Shen armaments. I knew the third Shen city was formidable, but I never imagined you were this powerful. In truth, Wei Xian harbored a certain pride, especially after witnessing Shun Ye's sublime form, believing that the Ash Mountains research direction was the sole answer to saving the world. Who would have thought others were already forging Black Sun monsters by hand? With enough resources, they could build a second, a third. Now I understand why the third Shen city was so abruptly attacked by Cruella. Wei Xian shook his head and said, building such things is tantamount to blaspheming the Black Sun's authority. The Black Suns would never permit such a thing to happen. Su Huaxin cast a puzzled glance, and Shen Yu explained, Wei Xian's faction specializes in studying the Black Sun through the lens of theology. What he said isn't wrong, Yi Shiyun remarked. During that battle, Cruella's first target was the hangar. We didn't even have a chance to activate the prototype units. We've always believed that the Black Sun is constantly monitoring the survivors. Wei Xian mentioned, all we can do is survive in these cracks. The black sun watches everyone. You me him. There is no one it cannot see. But Big Brother is an exception. Logically, countless black sun monsters should be hunting you down. No. Shen Yu had a realization. I cannot see it, so perhaps it cannot see me. There was indeed something he could not see. The humanoid black sun monster from the prophecy, visible to everyone, was invisible to him alone. Big Brother's situation can only be explained at Ash Mountain. Wei Xian shrugged, dwelling on it now was pointless. He glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late. How about we head back to rest? You two, mother and daughter, should have a good talk. We can discuss everything tomorrow." Unbeknownst to them, it had already grown late. Shen Yu turned and said, "I still have plenty of homework to catch up on." With the liberation of Tongzhou City in his dreams and the confession with Shun Pei in reality, the following days fell into a steady rhythm for Shen Yu. By day he studied, by night he memorized, and soon he had nearly committed the inhibitor production process to memory. As Tongzhou City reverted to its former governance, everything gradually stabilized. "By the way, uncle, everyone really wants to see you. There might even be people you know here. Are you sure you want to step out and greet everyone?" Wei Xian, Shen Yu, and Yi Shiyun emerged from the passage onto the surface. Yi Shiyun asked curiously. In the past few days, Shen Yu had been focused on his studies. Aside from using benevolence to heal a few people, he hadn't interacted much with the others in Tongzhou City. "There's no rush. Time is pressing on my end too. I need to finish the inhibitor first." Shen Yu looked at the two and said, "Let's begin." Yi Shiyun understood well that Tongzhou City's danger was far from over. With the two major research institutes, Ash and Biomedicine, still standing, the Supreme One would eventually return. When that time came, they had to be prepared for a full-scale invasion. Against Dragon Phoenix, Shen Yu had exhausted his sublime power. Against Tongzhou City's crisis, he had burned countless incense sticks. These methods could not be hidden from that first emperor. Moreover, Yi Shiyun speculated that the next attack on Tongzhou City might involve 20 revelators and a black sun monster. Even Nandu might not withstand such a configuration, let alone the current Tongzhou City. Tongzhou City's militia began to reorganize, utilizing the equipment left behind by the 1,000 soldiers. But as for revelators, only the 3 of them remained. As for the few Wei Xian hadn't killed, the mental seals placed by the first emperor remained unbroken, rendering them useless. They were all imprisoned and forced to donate blood to cover their food expenses. This meant the 3 of them might have to face another grueling battle. Now they gathered to assess their combat capabilities and test Shen Yu's current power limits. He'll go first. With Tongzhou City unstable, Shen Yu couldn't accompany Wei Xian back to Ash Mountain. Wei Xian cut straight to the chase. "I've done plenty of good deeds here these past 2 days. Combined with the executions, if I invoke the Sublime, my combat power can spike to top-tier revelator level. Well, slightly weaker than Miss Yi, but enough to match elite monster hunters." Wei Xian had been on a roll in Tongzhou City, constantly doing good deeds, helping people find lost children, running errands for those in need of supplies. In the end, excluding the killings, he had amassed thousands of merit points. Ordinarily, such small favors wouldn't accumulate much, but this time, having contributed to saving Tongzhou City, the Sublime had rewarded him in this form. Following a big shot through a dungeon really speeds things up, though what took me years to gather was replenished in just a few days. If he kept pushing in Tongzhou City for a few more days, his peak power might increase further. As for normal times, I'm just an ordinary revelator. But if I encounter a truly heinous foe, I have ways. By opening the Sublime Court, I can force a mutual destruction. Wait, do you always get injured when you open the Sublime Court? Shen Yu looked at Wei Xian. "I can't pass the final question," Wei Xian admitted honestly. "Although I am a Sublime, even a hint of fear toward the Black Sun leads to failure. I recall the question was about daring to defy fate. I used to pass it, but the more I've seen, well, let's just say, I always end up injured." A fearless youth knows no bounds. Wei Xian now looked back at his former self and found it absurd. "So I could use the Sublime Court as a dueling tool?" Shen Yu asked, "Could I summon individuals one by one into the Sublime Court?" "Big Brother." Wei Xian shot Shen Yu a strange look. "Can't you feel it? The power of the Sublime has limits and a time constraint. The Black Sun suppresses the Sublime. Just like when you were forced to end your Sublime form. If we keep opening the court, the Sublime will stop answering us. Think of it this way, the Sublime is our boss. Occasionally we ask for help and the boss is happy to oblige. But if you bother them every day, you'll get blacklisted." "Speaking of which," Yi Shiyun interjected, "I've seen you running around these past 2 days asking everyone if they need help. Does the Sublime really acknowledge that?" "A gentleman is judged by his deeds, not his intentions," Wei Xian said. "That's how our school works. Sometimes I think about doing bad things, but it's just a thought. The Sublime doesn't mind. If revelations were understood through game classes, valor would be the warrior, tanky and strong. Rebellion would be pure DPS, dealing the highest damage. Benevolence would be the healer, and Dream Mist would provide debuffs. The Sublime then would be a versatile all-rounder." Shen Yu and Wei Xian discussed combat techniques for the Sublime. Generally, there were two types, one to cleanse debuffs from allies and the other to disrupt enemies. Interestingly, Big Brother, the 3 revelations you've mastered are closer to the source. Wei Xian meant that these revelations didn't rely on easily understood elemental forces like electricity, fire, ice, water, or wind, but took effect directly. In truth, the sublime was divided into 2 categories: approval and punishment. The former, like removing Dragon Phoenix's influence, kept evil at bay. It was useless on Shen Yu himself. He was an exception. The punishment aspect involved borrowing from the sublime, playing an item-based style. Against villains, one could borrow chains, handcuffs, torture instruments, and the executioner's sword of judgment. But these work against revelators, against Black Sun monsters. They're basically useless. By the way, Shen Yu asked Wei Xian, you seem to have a good grasp of your merit. How do you calculate it? Oh, that's not combat memory, so you didn't read it last time. Wei Xian suddenly realized. He thought Shen Yu already knew. He'll teach you a mantra. Just sincerely asked the sublime. Shen Yu mimicked Wei Xian and tried it. Soon he felt a vague gaze upon him. That must be the sublime. Then a number appeared before his eyes. 30421. Shen Yu spoke the number aloud. Wei Xian gasped, astonished. Tongzhou City only has 60 to 70,000 people. The sublime converted that to 300 merit points for you. I haven't even earned a tenth of that. Perhaps the sublime sees further, Shen Yu said thoughtfully. If we had failed, this place would have supplied endless weapons to Tongtian City, and many more would have suffered. That makes sense. Wei Xian said, my master had over 300 merit points, and his sublime form could surpass Miss Yes combat power. That form you used last time would require at least 1 million or 10 million. Merit can't be directly converted to combat power because of severe diminishing returns. So that was it. 10 times the merit didn't mean 10 times the combat power. Shen Yu nodded thoughtfully. It was enough against revelators, but far from sufficient against Black Sun monsters. You've all seen my situation, that one strike on the edge of life and death is enough to deliver a fatal blow to a weakened Black Sun monster. Yi Shiyun crossed her arms. The final strike that severed Dragon Phoenix was hers. But it'll be weakened for a long time, losing combat effectiveness. I can only deliver the final blow when the Black Sun monster is at its weakest. She looked at Shen Yu. Last time he had torn Dragon Phoenix apart with his bare hands, interrupting its regeneration, and even smashing its head before she struck the final blow. Her strike was only usable as a finishing move against a dying foe. As for Heaven and Earth Slash, it can effectively damage Black Sun monsters, she continued. But it causes a brief period of weakness, no more than 10 seconds. After using it, it'll need support. There's not much else to say. I have some techniques that can alter the landscape. That's roughly my combat capability. Yi Shiyun indeed lived up to her fearsome reputation. Her offensive power was terrifying. One slash could even cleave Tongtian City from a distance. Her only weakness was her defense, which wasn't top tier, whether physical or mental. Now for me. I've gained a new ability. Who wants to test it? I will. Wei Xian volunteered. I have higher mental resistance as a sublime. Good. Shen Yu briefly let Wei Xian taste a fragment of the Black Sun's nightmare. Upon waking, Wei Xian shivered and said, it's practically no different from Dragon Phoenix's mind fire. No wonder that guy ended up as a vegetable after taking this move. I didn't expect Dream Mist's power to combine with Black Sun monsters. Yi Shiyun observed the visibly exhausted and weakened danger and turned back to ask, can it be used on groups? Without incense, I'm not sure. I need to concentrate heavily. That's enough, Yi Shiyun said. I actually have a plan. If the Supreme One really appears, he'll stall the Black Sun monster, and Uncle, you can go straight for a decapitation strike. That's right. Shen Yu nodded thoughtfully. We can alternate between the Sublime Court and Mind Fire. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be severely weakened. We can't open the Sublime Court, Wei Xian interjected coldly. I smell a pure fragrance on him. He is a man of high moral character. Both looked at Wei Xian in confusion. Wei Xian explained, the Sublime is not benevolence. We don't restrict the use of violence to solve problems, and we even acknowledge necessary sacrifices. The core is whether one is willing to resist fate. He believes he is doing what is right, and that the Great Shun Kingdom will eventually conquer the Black Sun. With his feudal slavery system. Yi Shiyun sneered, but Wei Xian shook his head and said, many of the great philosophers and sages we've heard of were born in such environments. His worldview is twisted, but as long as he's friendly to revelators, that's enough. If it comes down to a unknown fight, Wei Xian suggested, Big Brother, just activate your sublime form and engage in close combat. I suspect he's not adept at direct fighting. Regardless of his revelation, it's definitely like the 3 you've mastered, closer to the source, narrow but functional. One of my senior uncles, the one called Pleasure, is still in Tongtian City. If a real fight breaks out, Shed probably enjoy watching a dynasty crumble. But whether Shed actually intervene, honestly, I'm not sure. Let's stick to our own plans. Yi Shiyun began sparring with Shen Yu. Despite his apparent strength, Shen Yu lacked combat skills and experience. Yi Shiyun planned to train him from the ground up. As they practiced and chatted on the barren land, the sound of an engine caught their attention as dawn broke. Almost done. I'm hungry too. Yi Shiyun rubbed her stomach and looked at the approaching vehicle. It's our dispatched vehicle heading to Nandu. Looks like it returned safely. After stabilization, Tongzhou City immediately sent personnel and vehicles to Nandu to exchange news. Flooring the accelerator, huh? The car's taking a beating. Such disregard for the vehicle, or is there an emergency? Wei Xian muttered. Yi Shiyun heard him and said, let's go check. The three rushed forward and stopped the vehicle. The driver and two others quickly got out, looking at Yi Shiyun and saying urgently, bad news. Nandu City is about to be destroyed. Shen Yu's face twitched as he pressed, everyone's missing. Could it be that he and Nandu City were simply cursed? The one from the prophecy had already been born. No. The driver quickly denied. It's Zhang. The Black Sun monster Zhang. It's lying right above Nandu City, completely motionless. Is Zhang not taking any action? Shen Yu asked, and the driver shook his head. He turned to Yi Shiyun and said, the first emperor. He had seen Zhang before discovering Wei Xian's pursuit from an extremely distant range. Now that this man could spot Zhang within visual distance, yet it did not strike. Like the dragon phoenix at the gates of Tongtian City, it had already been seized by the first emperor. We must convene an emergency assembly immediately. We need to prepare. She hadn't expected things to come this quickly. Yi Shiyun clenched her fists, believing that after she and Shen Yu had dealt a heavy blow to the dragon phoenix, Tongtian City would have remained subdued. I didn't anticipate they'd capture another Black Sun beast so soon. No, Wei Xian stopped Yi Shiyun, saying, we must not let this news spread. Yi Shiyun looked at him in confusion, and Wei Xian said gravely, everyone despises a wicked tyrant, but if they learn he can control a Black Sun beast, no matter what he does, some will hail him as a savior. The people of Tongzhou City know nothing of the dragon phoenix. That was why the first emperor boldly displayed it at the gates for all to see. Shen Yu understood Wei Xian's point. The psychological impact on the wasteland dwellers was immense. If he could command a Black Sun beast, he could become their last hope. As the terrain of Nandu changed, Wei Xian turned to confirm receiving a negative answer. He sighed in relief, saying, the destruction of an underground city inevitably brings massive shifts in the wasteland landscape. This means Nandu has not fallen. The first emperor is truly cunning. By simply having Zhang sit at Nandu's gates to wage psychological warfare, he can reclaim the city without lifting a finger. The only concern for Nandu's people is how to keep so many citizens alive. From what I know of them, they want fight to the death. While Zhang has hit Nandu's weak spot, even if they truly have hidden nuclear warheads as rumored, they can do nothing against him. Brother, any thoughts? Wei Xian asked, noticing Shen Yu frowning in contemplation. Shen Yu said, the changes are too great. In previous timelines, the Great Shun Empire had taken a gradual approach to Nandu, first eliminating surrounding shelters before encircling the city. Now the strategy had shifted drastically, directly deploying a Black Sun beast. The modus operandi had undergone a seismic shift. He relayed these differences to Wei Xian and Yi Shiyun. After a moment of thought, Wei Xian said, the root lies with us. The first emperor originally planned to use the incense cultivated from the dragon phoenix to bring the entire world under his influence. But now that the dragon phoenix is dead, that path is closed. He can no longer methodically dominate the world step by step with his powers. And Zhang's only use is for combat. Wei Xian, familiar with the first emperor, said he no longer intends to use revelation. He will use fear to rule this world. And you, brother, as an existence beyond his control, Wei Xian added, he will react to that too. And one crucial point, Shen Yu said, gradually piecing together the changes. This time, he has captured you and learned of that prophecy. The humanoid monster within the Black Sun. In any case, we must take immediate countermeasures, Yi Shiyun said. Whether Nandu falls or defects, it spells disaster for Tongzhou. We need to find a way to support them. With Nandu's help, we might be able to completely annihilate the first emperor's threat. Yi Shiyun saw this as the best and final opportunity. There was no sense in living in constant defense. Only a proactive strike would suffice. It's not that simple. One stomp from Zhang could cause tens of thousands of casualties in Nandu. Shen Yu believed the situation was far more complex than Yi Shiyun imagined. The only chance is for me to confront the first emperor directly. Your Majesty. How long has I slept? On a high slope outside Nandu, the Great Shun Empire's forces were slowly gathering. This pitch-black motorhome was the mobile palace of the Supreme Sovereign. Tents had been pitched all around, with many awakened gathered drinking and pointing at the distant Zhang, exchanging remarks. Occasionally they cast reverent glances toward the central motorhome. 55 minutes, Your Majesty. You must be weary. The speaking girl kept her head low, not daring to look at the masked Supreme Sovereign. He wore a dark robe trimmed with red, a crown upon his head, reclining slightly on the sofa. I said to wake I after 30 minutes. The mask of the Supreme Sovereign bore intricate patterns, revealing only a pair of deep eyes. He said, don't act on your own. The girl trembled and knelt instantly. The Supreme Sovereign waved a hand and said, go fetch Xiang Tian. Yes. The girl left in a hurry, relieved. The Supreme Sovereign required few attendants, Even in Tongtian City, he mostly stayed alone, needing only one maidservant. She was the second. Her predecessor had met her end, so she was exceedingly cautious, fearing the ruler might take her life on a whim. "Your Majesty, you called for me." Xiang Tian entered, knelt on one knee, and stared at the floor. This battle maniac was remarkably cautious before the first emperor, who asked directly, "How certain are you of capturing that man?" That man referred to Shen Yu. After Xiang Tian's escape, news of Tongzhou City's events had reached the first emperor. He did not wish for a repeat occurrence. The entire scheme at Nandu was laid solely for Shen Yu. They had also observed Tong's Hao's liaison and deliberately let him return all to invite Shen Yu here. If it's only to destroy his dream incarnation, I am 100% certain. Xiang Tian replied, having ample experience sensing dream incarnations. He had nearly caught Shen Yu's slip during his first visit to Tongzhou City. With proper preparation, as soon as that man arrives, I can eliminate it entirely. Observe him, understand him, until he is completely destroyed, the first emperor said coldly. With the birth of the prophetic object imminent, I cannot tolerate any risk. The world must unite to face the final tribulation. That man was too strange. Strange enough to unsettle the first emperor. Even the power to control a black sun beast seemed ineffective against him. What made the first emperor even more wary was the intense sense of crisis he had felt 2 days ago. A feeling that he could be erased at any moment. A warning to himself. He did not understand its source, but he always recalled the Shen Yu he had seen that day. Regardless of who he was or what he intended, the first emperor could no longer tolerate his existence. Understood, Your Majesty. Xiang Tian had just accepted the order when someone outside announced, Your Majesty, Feng Zheng, a representative from Nandu's council, has arrived with a delegation. They say they wish to negotiate with you. Zhang Anping, a valiant awakened of Nandu, shielded the council's representative Feng Zheng, glaring at the covetous eyes around them. Feng Zheng, clad in protective gear, looked back at the colossal Zhang. A single turn from it would shake Nandu. If it attacked, tens of thousands would die in an instant. Even with their army, it was futile. Once battle commenced, Nandu would be the first to fall. Thus Feng Zheng could only resolve the issue through dialogue. None of them are easy to deal with, Zhang Anping, Nandu's top combatant, said, grimly surveying the area. They had encountered no obstruction on their way, but he could sense that these awakened were true villains, unbridled in their desires. Greetings, Mr. Feng. A maidservant approached and said to him, His Majesty says we only accept surrender, not negotiation. Please know your place. Even a maidservant was an awakened. Noticing she wore no protective suit, Feng Zheng said, Please tell His Majesty that we come in good faith. His Majesty says he does not wish to hear anything from you except surrender. Zhang Anping clenched his fists, and nearby awakened quickly drew weapons. Feng Zheng grasped his shoulder and shook his head. Even if we surrender, Nandu is not my sole decision. We need to consult the public. There are 6 hours and 13 minutes left. The maidservant interrupted. You have just over 6 hours before the 24-hour ultimatum to Nandu expires. You may deliberate at your leisure. Remember, if you wish to surrender, the entire Nandu Autonomous Council and all high-ranking military officials must come together. When the time is up, the Black Sun Beast will attack. Though the maidservant was utterly humble before the Supreme Sovereign, she was not so before outsiders. She glanced sidelong at Feng Zheng and said, The Supreme Sovereign has no interest in your Nandu. Do not overestimate your importance. Now please leave. Something on your mind, Oi? Yeah, that Supreme Lord in my dream is stirring up trouble again. Can't focus on my studies. Early on the weekend, Shen Yu followed Shen Pei to her rented laboratory. Having memorized most of the principles behind the inhibitor formula, Shen Pei could now begin her gradual attempts. Don't worry, sis. I've died in my dreams before. It's like waking up from a nightmare with a jolt, Shen Yu said, watching his sister fasten a rubber band around his arm. Our situation is indeed tough right now. Before waking, Shen Yu had already set off with Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian. Su Huaxin was left to handle matters in Tongzhou City, while they had to go to Nandu for an on-site survey and devise a battle plan. If Nandu fell into trouble, Tongzhou would be next. They had no time to wait. Relax your muscles. Shen Pei patted her brother's arm and began drawing venous blood. After extracting 5 vials, she handed him an alcohol swab, yet the needle hole on Shen Yu's arm had already healed instantly. This Supreme Lord seems quite troublesome indeed. Shen Pei started preparing to centrifuge the blood into serum, but it needed to sit for 30 minutes first. She asked, Do you have any idea about his identity or origins? None at all. Even Wei Xian has never seen his face. Shen Yu surveyed the laboratory. We need to take the initiative and strike first. And it has to be me alone. If Yi Shiyun or Wei Xian gets controlled by him again, things will get even more complicated. He sighed. This situation was even harder than when Tongzhou district was under siege. Even if he could activate his sublime form once more, victory would come with countless casualties. We still haven't found a good solution. Even if Shen Yu could successfully assassinate the Supreme Lord, the instant loss of control over Zhang would still bring devastation. it would begin destroying Nandu City without hesitation. Moreover, they weren't even sure they could truly defeat Zhang. Unlike Long Huang, Zhang represented pure power and brutality, a terrifying force of destruction. Once it went berserk, stopping it would be nearly impossible. Shen Pei nodded thoughtfully. She couldn't fully grasp the future events, yet only knowing what Shen Yu had recounted. She said, "Your true power should be about changing the future. Sometimes you shouldn't be confined to the current era. Maybe you can start from here. Can't you read others' memories there? Family upbringing experiences. All these can shape a person's mind. If we can understand his origins, everything will become easier." "You're right, sis." Shen Yu pondered for a moment before agreeing with Shen Pei. This deadlock was hard to break, but if they could prevent it from happening in the first place, the problem would be solved. If they could stop the first emperor from being born, Tongzhou City would never have fallen into danger. Wei Xian wouldn't have been captured either. At worst, they could retrace the timeline and find Wei Xian again. It seems my mission this time isn't to kill him, but to understand his past. Shen Yu picked up his phone to reply to a message. Shen Pei asked curiously, "Who are you texting? You've been chatting with someone a lot lately." "Oh, a junior of my professors." Shen Yu showed her his phone screen. "Still a young girl. How should I put it? She evokes a sense of pity and sympathy." Qin Yao had been sending Shen Yu a few messages occasionally, usually asking about college life. From her questions, Shen Yu could tell she had no understanding of school or society at all. She seemed like a caged songbird evoking a sense of pitifulness. Noticing this, Shen Yu answered all her questions. But they never talked about anything else. Their conversations were strictly limited to going to college. There are parents like that. Still, they're her parents. There's not much we can do. Shen Yu shook his head. Family matters were the hardest to judge, and outsiders couldn't intervene. He could only hope that this girl would gradually gain freedom after starting college. After replying, he put down his phone. "How much longer do we need to wait?" "A little while longer." Shen Pei waited, then prepared the serum and processed it according to the methods she had learned from the future. However, it was her first time using these instruments, so she was unfamiliar with them. She often had to consult the manual, which took considerable time. "Come take a look." After special treatment, the sample was placed under an electron microscope. Shen Pei called her brother over. "Is this right? Let me see." The processed serum was a pale, transparent yellow. But under the microscope, Shen Yu's serum revealed an extraordinary aspect. What should have been irregularly scattered, disordered substances now stood arranged like soldiers in neat rows. "Yes, that's what I saw in the book over there. An enlightened one's blood shows no abnormality in standard chemical tests. Only through visual observation can you see this mysterious thing. They've never found these substances in the human body, only observed their existence." Shen Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He was now confirmed to have crystal disease. This meant he could provide the most crucial component of the inhibitor, the serum. "But why don't I see any crystallization on you?" Shen Pei asked again. Shen Yu raised his left hand in front of her. "Feel it." He could clearly see Shen Pei's fingers tracing along the edges of the crystal, even pressing hard, without sinking in. Yet Shen Pei said in confusion, "It still feels exactly like a normal hand." "It's like a kind of deception, a visual and tactile illusion." Shen Yu guessed that others couldn't see it and photos couldn't capture it because of this principle. "You're actually touching it, but I'm influencing you to believe you're not." It was like a continuous form of disguise and hypnosis. "Has it worsened?" "No." Shen Yu shook his head. "I can't even crystallize, so don't worry." Otherwise, he would have increased his crystallization level to gain power long ago, making many things easier with enhanced strength. Shen Pei stored the extracted serum in a refrigerator, then took out her notebook to outline the inhibitor's production steps. Some materials would need to be cultivated from scratch, requiring preliminary preparations. "Sis, Director Su invited us to dinner." Shen Yu answered a call. "Want to go tonight? A high-end restaurant. Let's see the world together." It seemed the divorce proceedings were nearly settled. No matter how fiercely the Yi family protested, it was futile against a giant like the Su family. Moreover, Su Huaxin and her side had the moral high ground. Normally, Shen Pei disliked such social events. But recalling that Su Huaxin had helped in the future, she nodded. "Let's go meet her." As night fell, the siblings finished their day's lab work and took a taxi to Jiangbin restaurant. "You're here?" "Hello, Ms. Shen Pei and Su Huaxin." Su Huaxin was clearly in a much better mood today, a smile gracing her lips. Yi Shiyun wasn't there. Only she was present. After exchanging greetings, she led them to a private room. As Shen Yu entered, he caught sight of a familiar figure walking down the corridor. Qin Yao. He watched as she followed a stoic, middle-aged man toward the neighboring room. He glanced twice, but Qin Yao kept her head down, following the man's steps, without moving her eyes, clearly not noticing Shen Yu. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Shen Yu withdrew his gaze, smiled at Su Huaxin, and closed the door to the private room. He picked up his phone to ask Qin Yao, but recalling her constrained demeanor, he decided against it. After all, her family even controlled who she added as a friend. He didn't want to cause her trouble now. "Do you know that person?" Su Huaxin noticed Shen Yu's earlier gaze. "Mr. Qin from Qinxin Group." "Huh. I don't know him." "Do you, Director Su?" Su Huaxin said, "I know of him. My brother has dealt with him, a rather peculiar man. Let's drop it. By the way, thank you both for what you did for Yi earlier. When she was dropping off her child last time, Su Huaxin had caught a fleeting glimpse of Shen Pei, but hadn't had a chance to greet her. Today marked their formal introduction. Shen Yu observed their casual chat, and from future developments it seemed Su Huaxin had indeed met Shen Pei before, though their interactions were limited. This must be the convergence of timelines. This time it was a formal expression of gratitude for Shen Yu's help, as many matters had accumulated. Now that things were largely settled, Su Huaxin finally found time to properly thank him. Had it not been for Shen Yu's fortune-telling, she might have remained deceived for much longer. Speaking of which, that Mr. Qin from the next booth. What did you mean by calling him eccentric Director Su? As the conversation broadened, Shen Yu casually inquired about the man he had just seen. Oh, are you interested in such things, Xiao Shun? Su Huaxin hadn't expected him to ask that. He's a relative of my advisor. During his research a few days ago, Shen Yu had looked into the Qin Sheng Group. The conglomerate didn't excel in any single field, but had a wide reach. It dabbled in everything. Yet in the current economic climate, such massive behemoths were steadily declining. The Qin Sheng Group's development in the new era had clearly faltered, weighed down by towering debts and dire operational conditions. In short, the Qin Sheng Group fell outside the scope of his leverage. I see. Su Huaxin nodded and said, my brother once complained about this, Mr. Qin. Over a decade ago, when our families were competing for a project, they sent someone to sneak into our company and water our money tree to death. Shen Yu was left speechless. Su Huaxin continued, and in the end we lost that project to them. Later my brother found out that this Mr. Qin is extremely superstitious. He keeps several feng shui masters and fortune-tellers around him. For a large conglomerate, not a small business, it's really odd to engage in such practices. Superstitious. Shen Yu repeated the word, and Shen Pei looked thoughtfully at her brother. For them, superstitious people were the best kind. Given the power Shen Yu could now manifest, wasn't he far superior to those feng shui masters? Yes. Although the Qin family isn't particularly impressive in business, their clan is vast. Su Huaxin nodded. Somewhat like ancient noble families, with thousands gathering for ancestral rites during Qingming and the New Year. They have people from all walks of life, including some notable figures. Shen Yu found the comparison to ancient people quite apt. Wasn't Qin Yao like a lady of the inner chambers? I almost forgot you're also skilled in fortune-telling, Su Huaxin recalled, smiling. You might just appeal to Mr. Qin's taste. You wouldn't be planning to quit your job here and become a feng shui master for someone else, would you? Not at all, not at all. Shen Yu chuckled, but perked up his ears, faintly listening to the sounds from the next booth. Yao Yao, go pour wine for Uncle Zhou and Brother Hao. Yes. Qin Yao silently rose, walked around to pour wine for the two guests her father had invited today. As she poured, Brother Hao kept eyeing her with an aggressive gaze, but she remained like a wooden figure, indifferent to any looks. After completing her father's task, she retreated to her seat. Your daughter is truly virtuous. She'll make an excellent wife and mother. You flatter me, old Zhou. The two men, one old and one middle-aged, kept appraising Qin Yao as if she were a commodity. Qin Yao kept her head down, pretending not to hear a thing. She understood well the purpose of her father bringing her here today. She had thought his agreement to let her attend university in Shunsheng was a good start, but soon after arriving she was dragged to various banquets every day. She was like a product cultivated for over a decade, put on display for the wealthy and powerful. Her father's intention was clear. He wanted to settle her marriage this year when she was 16. For most people today this age was too young, but for her father Qin Jun, it was already late. He advocated that girls follow ancient precepts and marry at 14. He wanted to choose the best business partner to marry off his daughter, thereby overcoming the group's current crisis and smoothly passing a healthy enterprise to his son. Qin Yao had understood this since childhood. Even if the arranged match was a 32-year-old man, twice her age, as long as it brought benefits to the group, her father would consent immediately. She felt no emotional turmoil. She had always known. Everything was for her brother 1 year younger, the one her father had high hopes for. Perhaps once married, life would be easier. It couldn't be worse than this. Qin Yao refused to hope for anything good if she didn't hope expectations wouldn't be dashed and she wouldn't suffer. How about we leave some time for the young ones? Hearing the suggestion, Qin Jin glanced at his daughter and said, it's getting late and my daughter still has lessons to study at home. Let's call it a day. Another time, another time. That's enough for today. Old Zhou will see you out. Qin Jun escorted the two to the restaurant entrance, saw them into their car, and watched them leave before snorting coldly. Trying to get something for nothing. Not a single cent offered, yet wanting alone time. Yao Yao, don't bother messaging Zhou Hao anymore. Find an opportunity to delete his contact info. Yes, father. Qin Yao didn't know whether to be grateful to her father or not. He never asked her opinion about anyone, only cared whether a deal could be struck. If no deal was possible, there was no need to maintain the connection. The master said you'll face many hardships, so I need to arrange a good family for you. Master. If he truly were a master, the family business wouldn't have deteriorated so much. Qin Yao lowered her eyes demurely, and said, "Thank you, father. You understand." Qin Jun patted his daughter's shoulder and said, "In another 10 or 20 years your brother will achieve astonishing status and success. Then life will improve. He was born with the aura of an emperor." Huh. My. Qin Jun turned to look in a direction where two women and a man were walking toward the parking lot with their backs to them. He said, "That seems to be Su's youngest daughter. Isn't she going through a divorce?" "Hi Yao Yao, look. This is the consequence of marrying beneath your station. She chose someone she liked only to be cruelly hurt by him. Don't follow her example." Qin Yao looked up and found the back view familiar. Was that Senior Shun? Though she didn't even know what he looked like. He had worn a mask last time. The silhouette was still familiar. "Let's go, it's late, and you have lessons," Qin Jun said. "There are 3 more dinner parties. After we finish in Xinqing, I'll take you to the capital. I've arranged to meet a few people there. If you find someone suitable, you can attend university there. But I just discussed it with great uncle." Qin Yao hadn't expected even the university matter to change. She looked up at Qin Jun, who narrowed his eyes at her. "I understand. Good Yao Yao is always obedient." Qin Jun patted his daughter's head twice and said, "I haven't wasted all that effort on you. Yao Yao will remember." Qin Jun saw his daughter into the car and was about to tell the driver to head home when he suddenly thought of something, got out, and said, "Wait here for a moment." Qin Yao didn't know what her father was up to. She watched him walk deep into the parking lot, leaned out the window, and saw him call out to the 2 women and 1 man from before. What was he doing? "Xiao Su, right? I thought you looked familiar. Do you still recognize me?" Su Huaxin was about to get into the car to take the Shen siblings home when Qin Jun suddenly appeared. Despite their competitive history, basic business courtesy had to be maintained. She could only say, "Mr. Qin, you're dining here too. How is your father?" "He's in good health." Qin Jun said politely, "That's good. Old Master Su helped me out back in the day. Your brother Su Qiwu is also capable. Your Su family has a worthy successor. I heard you just got divorced." "Who asked such a thing out of the blue?" Su Huaxin found it baffling. She nodded and glanced back at Shen Yu, who was checking something on his phone. "Ah, good divorce. There aren't many women as decisive as you these days, cutting cleanly, just like your father." After a brief compliment, Qin Jun said, "I heard you discovered the problem thanks to a wise person's guidance. Can fortune-telling really detect infidelity?" Bad news travels fast. Any stir in the Su family became fodder for gossip. Su Huaxin had only mentioned the fortune-telling to her own family, yet even the unfamiliar Qin Jun had heard of it. She was about to brush it off when she noticed Shen Yu nodding at her. Though puzzled, she said, "That's right. Can you introduce me to this wise person?" Qin Jun was particularly keen on such matters. He had been about to leave when the rumor came to mind, so he swallowed his pride and approached Su Huaxin. "Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm hardly a wise person, but it was me." Qin Jun finally turned to look at Shen Yu. Surprised by his youth, he still warmly shook his hand, saying, "Young man, you have a striking presence and an impressive demeanor." But in his mind he thought, a beardless youth can't be trusted. Qin Jun couldn't see Shen Yu as a true master. His initial enthusiasm began to wane. He was about to make polite excuses and leave when Shen Yu suddenly said, "Mr. Qin, you have a factory in Huadu, don't you?" "Yes." This was public knowledge, so Qin Jun wasn't surprised. "Tomorrow morning, a burning wheel will descend there. Be careful with factory safety." Burning wheel referred to a tornado. Qin Jun, being fond of feng shui, understood the term. But he wondered, can you really calculate something like that? Farewell if fate allows. Shen Yu left the mystery hanging, not even leaving his contact info or name. If he truly took the bait, he would go to great lengths to find him. He didn't know what use Qin Jun might be, but had keep him on the hook. Maybe he could save a few more people later. After his shower, Shen Yu yawned, but didn't rush to sleep. Instead, he sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. In his dream, they would soon reach Nandu. He probably wouldn't have time to rest tonight, so he needed to conserve his energy here. Fortunately, everything went smoothly during the day. The first step of the inhibitor was complete. Buzz, buzz, buzz. He picked up his phone and saw a message from Qin Yao asking if he had been at that restaurant. He replied, and she quickly followed up, "Too bad I didn't get to see your face, Senior. Shen Yu. Actually, I saw you with your father. You weren't looking my way, and I didn't want to cause trouble, so I didn't say hello." Qin Yao, "Thank you. If you had father would have interrogated me endlessly. Maybe by tomorrow morning your father will respectfully address me as master." Shen Yu sent an emoji, said, "About to sleep, good night," and put down his phone to continue resting. After her shower, Shun Pei saw her brother meditating with his eyes closed and didn't disturb him, returning to her room to read. Until 11 o'clock. Shen Yu returned to his room and soon fell into a dream. On a dim, desolate desert, an enormous zhang lay sprawled atop Nandu City. It was motionless like a grand mountain range. "We've arrived." Yi Shiyun, clad in a camouflage cloak, crouched behind a small slope, observing the distant zhang with a furrowed brow. "It's just like in the footage. The zhang hasn't changed its posture." Huff, huff. Wei Xian stopped, panting heavily. He set down his heavy combat gear, took out binoculars, and looked. "There's something on the other high slope. I see flags. It's the Dasun Kingdom. They're there." There are 88,000 people in Nandu. How much merit will the Sublime One grant me? Wei Xian said. We've got to make this operation a success. Shen Yu looked at the two of them and said, I have a plan. From the current situation, they were essentially facing a deadlock. Zhang held 88,000 hostages, and unless Shen Yu could activate a giant-level sublime form again, to push Zhang away from below, any move would lead to dangerous consequences. Even assassinating the Supreme One would require the combined efforts of the Nandu City Revelators to divert Zhang's attention. But one misstep would leave corpses strewn everywhere. Shen Yu shifted his thinking just as Shen Pei had said. If they could resolve the birth of the Supreme One from the past, the current deadlock would become simple. Let's do both simultaneously, Yi Shiyun said after hearing the plan. To be honest, I can only vaguely sense the timeline shifts Uncle mentioned, but if I have to watch Nandu City and Tongzhou City be destroyed, even if there's a chance to rewrite it later, I'd go mad. Miss Yi is right. Wei Xian also agreed. At least right now I can't bear to see such things. In a sea of people, finding the Supreme One won't be easy. Shen Yu understood this too. They knew nothing of the Supreme One's age or origin. If they hadn't been born by 2024, the situation would be even worse. It might take half a year just to find them. He said this is the last resort. Let's stick to the original plan for now. Alright, I'll take Miss Yi into Nandu City, Wei Xian said. Well, coordinate with Nandu first. Big brother, you go investigate the Supreme One. By the way, Xiang Tian knows more about the Supreme One than I do. If you can't directly approach the Supreme One, you can get intel from him. Previously, any attempt to read about the Supreme One had triggered backlash. This time they'd have to use force. Let's go, Miss Yi. Well, take the tunnel. Wei Xian gestured, but Yi Shiyun cast a worried glance at Shen Yu. Be careful. My mom is waiting for you to come back. Don't make it sound so strange, little Yi. Shen Yu nodded. Don't worry, the Supreme One can't control me. They split into two groups and set off. They're here. The first emperor walked to the car window and said softly, prepare everyone. Two have entered Nandu City. As for the other, he'll probably come straight for me. Zhang's perception wasn't shut off, it was directly linked to the first emperor's mind. He sensed their arrival. We're ready, Supreme One, Xiang Tian said. Let him come and never return. I can feel him getting closer to me. The first emperor closed the curtain. Don't disappoint me. Assuming each tent held one revelator, there were about 23. For Tongzhou City, this was a concentrated deployment of elites. Shen Yu poked half his head out of the desert, gazing ahead. The enemy's vigilance was tight, sealing off all directions like a grand formation. At its core was the large RV in the center. The first emperor had indeed come. It seemed his control over the Black Sun beast couldn't be maintained over long distances. He had to be present in person. Shen Yu pondered, studying the layout. Metal boxes were everywhere. The enemy knew his abilities and would use ash energy explosives to block his movement, preventing an assassination. With Xiang Tian there too, a direct approach would be instantly detected. He waited patiently, lurking until a gust of wind rose rolling sand toward the camp ahead. Only then did Shen Yu move. Forgetting he was human, forgetting he had a body, forgetting his existence. Just like using incense in Tongzhou City, he completely dispersed his consciousness, turning himself into a mist, a wisp of smoke. Chaotic senses instantly eroded Shen Yu's mind. He kept his eyes closed, enduring the nauseating sensation of the world spinning until he transformed into a wind trailing a tail and blew toward the camp with the sand. He's here. Xiang Tian felt the approach of the dream body first. He stood drawing his weapon and tried to lock onto the target, only to find that the blowing sandstorm ahead was all him. He was momentarily stunned, not expecting such a tactic, but in an instant he devised a countermeasure. Winds, heed my command. Xiang Tian waved his hand, and a whirlwind was born. Since you want to become wind, it'll shatter your consciousness into pieces. But at that moment a pair of feet materialized before Xiang Tian's eyes, followed by thighs, torso, and head. Just as the gale tore through the demonic wind, Shen Yu had already reformed, dropping out of the wind. Xiang Tian's pupils constricted as Shen Yu leaped to his side, landing like a perfect diver on the desert without a splash, silently swallowed by the sand. Swish swish. Allies' attacks landed right beside Xiang Tian, but it was too late. The enemy had breached the defenses beyond his means. He immediately shouted, protect the Supreme One. The quiet camp erupted into chaos as countless people yelled and grabbed their weapons, rushing out. Shen Yu briefly burst from the desert like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, drawing closer to the central RV. The Supreme One was within reach. But he sensed something was off. Shouldn't they be guarding the RV up close? Why was everyone keeping a 10-meter distance, afraid to approach? Something was wrong. Was it a trap for him? Shen Yu sank back into the desert, vanishing. Headweight. Yi Shiyun and the others wouldn't have finished communicating with Nandu in this short time anyway. Shen Yu traveled north underground away from the camp. He's gone. Xiang Tian raised his hand, signaling everyone to lower their weapons. It seems he doesn't dare approach us. A mocking laugh came from the side. Xiang Tian turned to see a gaudily dressed young girl, his face darkening with displeasure. Oh, nothing. Keep at it. Didn't someone say they'd catch him as soon as he came? Watching you be toyed with like a headless fly is hilarious. She waved a hand. Keep it up, little Tian Tian. I'm looking forward to your performance. Between two beings of pleasure there was either extreme affinity or extreme disgust. Unfortunately for Xiang Tian and this pleasure entity, it was the latter. He shot her an annoyed glance, but more hostile gazes were directed his way. The Supreme One of Tongtian City had for closest revelators all in theft as generals. Xiang Tian and Zhou Shunchang were two of them, and the other two were also present. Feeling their unfriendly stares, Xiang Tian immediately sought the RV's guidance. Your Majesty, it was my negligence. Please punish me. No need. The enemy is as timid as a mouse. How can I blame you? Continue. He won't come just once. He'll return soon. Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty. Xiang Tian's face darkened. Hey, little Tian Tian. The girl bounced over. As a pleasure entity, don't frown so much. Leave me alone. Xiang Tian was in no mood. Since you're in such a bad mood, let me tell you something worse. The girl whispered in his ear. Remember the direction that guy left? Point it out to me. Xiang Tian was about to snap, but then a thought struck him and his face stiffened. Your face looks even worse now. The girl laughed. That direction leads straight to our home base Tongtian City. With everyone here who can stop him. Who knows? He might even dig up all our Supreme One's secrets. At present the defensive forces in Tongtian City consist solely of a few awakened and ordinary soldiers. Should the enemy truly march upon Tongtian City, it would be akin to entering an unguarded territory. Xiang Tian was well aware that the numerous awakened and soldiers in Tongzhou City had been overwhelmingly defeated by that single monster. Though he later learned there was an element of cunning involved, that same entity could just as easily throw the capital into utter chaos. As for the Emperor's secrets, the first emperor, unlike other sovereigns, did not favor public appearances. He concealed his true visage for the vast majority of his time. Xiang Tian dared not speculate further on what this entailed. Yet there was no doubt that the emperor loathed anyone prying into his secrets. If the enemy truly breached Tongtian City to search the first emperor's chambers, the emperor's wrath would be absolute. Disaster. Your Majesty, I shall lead a pursuit immediately. Xiang Tian promptly sought the first emperor's permission. We cannot allow him to act with impunity. A silent pause emanated from within the carriage before the young woman. Yin Qili giggled. What if he doesn't go there after all? Wouldn't that be a pointless waste of troops? Send too few and you won't catch him, send too many, and he might circle back to threaten your Majesty. Think before you speak, little Tian. She glanced toward the direction of Nandu City, where the Zhang was slowly rising to its feet. The first emperor was already enraged. His goal this time was to hunt down that peculiar lost dream and eradicate it completely. Just as he had said, good people are easy to deal with, he had no qualms about using the blood of Nandu City to force its return. That would be no fun at all. You, Xiang Tian first glared at Yin Qili with fury, then a bloodthirsty smile crept across his lips. It seems you're in need of some discipline. Care to spar with me? You're smiling now, but I can see the murderous intent directed at me. Yin Qili taunted. What use is venting your anger on me? Tell me, what have you awakened actually done for His Majesty? You're skilled at currying favor before him. Tongtian City gets invaded, Tongzhou City gets annihilated, and now with so many lying in wait, you let a single man slip away. In my view, Your Majesty, this bunch of awakened are utterly useless. Apart from strutting about under your banner, what good are they? Harsh as the words were, they rang true. The awakened of Tongtian City, though numerous, were sorely lacking in quality. Even with these 20-odd people present, Yi Shiyun wouldn't dare claim she could kill them all, but she would at least charge into their formation alone. If it were the awakened of 3rd Shen City, with 20 men, Yi Shiyun would have dared to behead the Black Sun Beast. After all, most here were from scattered minor factions, or awakened who had defected. Only a handful possessed any real combat prowess. The only ones who could truly pressure Shen Yu and Yi Shiyun were the first emperor and the Black Sun Beast he commanded. When the strong awakened have all died in rebellion, and the clever ones are gone, how will these remnants ever survive the coming calamity? Yin Qili turned her gaze toward Nandu City. The Zhang had slowly risen to its feet, glaring northward. The enraged first emperor prepared to unleash the Zhang's intimidation. She said, Your Majesty, once the twin lotus Ku Yila arrives, Tongtian City will be destroyed. If you can only control one of that black and white twin monster, the other alone will be enough to wipe out these mongrels here. We must acquire greater power. You? Enough. The first emperor finally spoke. He had intended to use Nandu City's bloodshed to force Shen Yu's reappearance, but Yin Qili's words sowed hesitation within him. The Great Shun Kingdom was nothing but a colossal makeshift operation. He sought not just temporary rule, but enduring dominion. With these impulsive awakened, if the twin lotus arrived, and the Zhang held back, only half the other half would still annihilate Tongtian City. This meant that if multiple Black Sun beasts appeared, they would be utterly helpless. The reason the first emperor had set his sights on Tongzhou City was to arm his forces with technology. But now a single strange lost dream could breach their ranks, while throwing everyone into disarray. When a real battle came, these inexperienced fools were completely unreliable. He needed true warriors to defend his realm. The army in Awakened of Nandu City would be the perfect addition. Though Nandu was inferior to Shun San, its organized legions could at least engage the Black Sun Beast in positional warfare. Yin Chili, the first emperor, spoke from behind the carriage curtain. I will await Nandu City's surrender. As for that monster, Your Majesty, I was just teasing Xiang Tian. He never left. Yin Chili cast a sidelong glance at the camp. When the other had arrived like a gust of wind and suddenly materialized, almost everyone's attention had been drawn to him. Only she had noticed that carried along with the wind there was a portable listening device. It now lay hidden beneath a thin layer of sand, eavesdropping on everything. It was a classic trick of the third Shen City Awakened. Just when you expected them to use their abilities, they'd suddenly pull out a rocket launcher. Their true strength lay in the desert's unparalleled logistics and an array of novel gadgets. But then why had she revealed this? A smirk curled at the corner of Yin Killis' mouth. She was greatly intrigued by both the first emperor and that mysterious figure. Let them slowly wear each other down. Why do you say that? Because he's a good man and he knows we're the villains. Yin Chili said with a grin. Hell, just keep watching us. The first emperor said coldly. Who decides what is good and what is evil? In this world there are only those who wish to survive. Shen Yu had dug himself a hole. He put on his earphones, piloting the gray bird-type drone at low altitude to hover over a spot suitable for monitoring the camp. Now he could see them, but they couldn't sense him. Shen City technology reliable. He had heard the entire commotion he had caused. He had deliberately feigned a retreat toward Tongtian City, and indeed most of those fools were too stupid to see through it. Only a few clever ones had caught on. He had hoped to relieve the pressure on Nandu by threatening the capital, but unfortunately, it hadn't worked. He had wanted the First Emperor's group to react and change their strategy, but they hadn't. The worst-case scenario was this: the enemy countered with righteousness, refusing to adapt. Even if Xiang Tian had pursued him alone, Shun, you could have read his memories to learn about the First Emperor. But instead they chose to continue threatening Nandu and hold their ground. Yin Chili, is this the joy of Ash Mountain that Wei Xian spoke of? I have a feeling she's far more troublesome than Xiang Tian. Perhaps even more dangerous than the First Emperor. Shen Yu recalled that fleeting glimpse of the girl. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, like a high school student with a harmless, adorable face. Yet Shen Yu sensed that of everyone present, she had seemed to perceive every one of his subtle moves. Back in Tongtian City, it was she who had goaded Wei Xian into presenting his supreme court to him, ultimately freeing Wei Xian from control and granting Shen Yu the power of the sublime. According to Wei Xian, this person couldn't be simply defined as good or evil. She only cared about her own feelings. Hey, you can hear me right? I did you a favor. Otherwise you'd have been forced back. A clear voice came through the earpiece, and Shun Ye's heart skipped a beat. Yin Chili had found the listening device. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy, but I'm not helping you either. On the screen, Yin Chili held the listening device to her lips, a strange smile on her face as she looked at the unmanned bird. I'm just curious. What exactly are you to make His Majesty so wary? Let me tell you a secret this time, he's dead set on killing you. Whether Nandu lives or dies doesn't really matter to him, but your death does. How about I teach you a trick? Go lure another Black Sun beast over here. I've never seen two of them fight. It'd be quite a spectacle. It's up to you whether you do it or not. That was absolutely impossible. Unless it happened to result in mutual destruction with the Zhang, any unforeseen accident would create an irresolvable deadlock. Yin Chili casually tossed the listening device to another spot, and whistling went back to sleep. We have decided to surrender. But this... Yi Shiyun looked in disbelief at Feng Zheng, who had just emerged from the meeting room. I've already told you about the situation in Tongtian City and Tongzhou City. Surrender is not a good option. The committee believes our treatment will be similar to Tongzhou City's. If it's like Tongzhou City, it means there will be no deaths. Just more work and a lower quality of life. Feng Zheng lit a cigarette, took a wistful drag, and said, people think that's easier to accept than death. The burly man Zhang Onping clenched his fists beside him, silent. But the children will be locked away, families torn apart, and they'll end up as expendable soldiers for that damn emperor. Yi Shiyun argued with Feng Zheng. Even now many children in Tongzhou City still need psychological treatment and can't recover. But the children will also live. Don't be so extreme. Feng Zheng exhaled smoke. Nandu is much larger, they can't spare enough people to watch over tens of thousands of children. Xiao Wei also said that being dominated means obeying the words of that Supreme Lord unconditionally, but one's personality doesn't change. Zhang Onping is no weakling. Since Awakened are treated equally there, he can use his strength to negotiate better interests for Nandu. Uncle Zhang. Yi Shiyun turned to Zhang Onping. The two had once hunted a Black Sun beast together, and this valiant Awakened was unquestionably a hero of the age. I can sacrifice and fight for my ideals. Zhang Onping's voice was filled with melancholy. I can die without regret. But what about everyone else? I have to protect my family and the people of Nandu. You? Just like when Shen City was attacked by Ku Yila. Zhang Omping said, "We chose to stand by and do nothing." Nandu has never had ambitions that only wants to survive in this chaotic world. Even if you submit, the world could be completely destroyed in half a year. Wei Xian suddenly interjected. "I don't think your choice is a good one." Feng Zheng irritably stamped out his cigarette. "Before I change my mind and do something impulsive, get out of here. The Zhang has already detected your entry. There's an underground passage in Nandu that leads to a spot over 10 kilometers away. Take that route and leave quickly. If I surrender, I might involuntarily reveal your whereabouts." Zhang Omping gritted his teeth. "Do you have a 60% chance? 50? Even 40? Seeing that Wei Xian and Yi Shiyun dared not answer, Zhang Omping's clenched fists slowly relaxed. "They'll have someone escort you to the underground passage. There's another battlefield waiting for us ahead. We'll go on our own." Seeing that Yi Shiyun wanted to say more, Wei Xian pulled her along. Yi Shiyun's face seemed to hold back anger, but in the end she could only sigh helplessly. The deterrent power of a Black Sun beast over any city is immense. Without a Black Sun beast, Nandu would have fought them to the death. But with one, just think of the fate of the once glorious Third Shen City. We should have known what decision they would make. "I understand," Yi Shiyun said, "but it still feels awful. There's no helping it. Every living person is constantly compromising." Wei Xian rubbed his neck. Feng Zheng and Zhang Omping want to resist, but the pressure from public opinion is too great. They can't bear that responsibility. Not everyone is like Third Shen City, preferring to be shattered jade than intact tile. Speaking of which, your people there were like madmen. I heard they were even throwing bricks at Ku Yila at the end with no one fleeing. Look at it from another angle. Wei Xian smiled. Nandu's surrender is a good thing. At least we don't have to bear the burden of 880 people on our shoulders, right? It just means the enemy is stronger and we have fewer allies. What lies ahead for us is actually simpler. But we absolutely cannot let the Zhang reach Tongzhou City. The disintegration of morale would be more terrifying than any external enemy. You see things clearly. I've traveled far and wide. Wei Xian chuckled. I've even had someone try to sell me his daughter for a compressed biscuit to feed his son. And you? I gave him a compressed biscuit, but I could only give once. Wei Xian shook his head. Don't blame the man. That father knew I had some ability, so he wanted to entrust his daughter to me. But my ability is limited. I can only run away from things I can't bear to see. So I chose to be a wandering merchant. I never dared to settle down. Blame this damnable world. No, you are remarkable. Yi Shiyun shook her head. To see so clearly and yet remain unchanged. You are truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment. All right, let's find a way to contact our big brother. Wei Xian said. The plan has changed. The wind is tight, so we'll pull back. We mustn't spoil their surrender. If the big brother makes a move, the people of Nandu will hate him for it. Oh, there's a signal. Wei Xian picked up the communicator and briefed Shen Yu on the situation. Suddenly his voice rose. Big brother, are you sure? All right, I understand. What's wrong? He told me to relay a message to Feng Zheng. Wei Xian looked at Yi Shiyun in bewilderment. Since you're going to surrender, you might as well deploy all your forces to attack Tongzhou City in exchange for better terms. The good news is that we have more time to contemplate our strategies, but the bad news is that barring any unforeseen circumstances, Nandu will also start to attack Tongzhou. Wei Xian cleared a clean space and asked while eating, Elder brother, have you heard any news? They had traveled quite a distance, avoiding the perception of Zhang to arrive here. I saw the people of Nandu surrender, but just a glance at the Supreme Master was enough for them to fall under control. 8 enlightened ones, 25 officials, a total of 33 people. Without exception, Shen Yu had left a bit later and had seen the surrender negotiations in Nandu, saying, their communication seems to be quite smooth. He thought of that person and looked at Wei Xian asking, can that Yin Shili provide assistance? Absolutely don't have such thoughts. She treated me like a dog when I worked with her. She's only in it for the fun, living just for amusement. Wei Xian quickly shuddered and looked at the silent Yi Shiyun, saying, Miss Yi, eat up, don't go hungry. Did you feel that? The tremor. Yi Shiyun frowned and said, Zhang may have already begun to move. How is that possible? Wei Xian exclaimed in horror. Is he unwilling to give us even a little time? Nandu just surrendered and he's ready to set out. How urgent can he be? Shen Yu flew high to observe, and sure enough, just as Yi Shiyun said, Zhang was already revealing some of its appearance on the other side of the desert horizon. It was moving forward with heavy steps, one step after another. Only after Shen Yu ascended to a greater height did he see. Behind Zhang, hundreds of vehicles were kicking up dust, coming together. Damn it, the people of Nandu are truly ungrateful. They really dispatched troops to attack us. They didn't even stop for a moment. After hearing the situation, Wei Xian said to Shen Yu, Elder brother, you shouldn't have let me relay that message to Feng Zheng. This is bad, really bad. Both Wei Xian and Yi Shiyun thought Shen Yu was acting out of kindness, saying that for the safety of Nandu. Yet seeing Shen Yu now completely calm made Wei Xian gradually realize something was amiss. Logically, with the enemy's forces increasing, with Zhang Anping and Nandu, who was no less than Yi Shiyun, and with a well-trained army and armed forces, it should have turned into a deadlock. But contrary to expectations, Shen Yu appeared even more relaxed. Did Feng Zheng say anything after hearing that? Shen Yu looked at Wei Xian. He said he hopes that when we meet again, we won't be enemies. Wei Xian seemed to understand something. Then he should have understood. Shen Yu said, "Get ready, we will intercept the Supreme Master and Zhang here." I see. Wei Xian suddenly clapped his hands, saying, "The deadlock has been broken. As long as we can deal with the Supreme Master, the army of Nandu will immediately turn their guns towards Zhang, right?" Yi Shiyun also realized that the current situation was infinitely better than what they had faced before. The greatest dilemma they previously faced was the safety of Nandu. With Nandu's surrender, that issue was resolved, but if Zhang set out again, the crisis would remain, and with their current strength, they would be utterly unable to contend with Zhang. Unless Nandu could still help them together. So Feng Zheng did this on purpose. Yi Shiyun said in sudden enlightenment, "As long as we proceed according to the original plan, we can still achieve an alliance with Nandu to attack Zhang. In fact, the situation is even better than before. Because the army of Nandu has fully deployed and Zhang is far from Nandu, as long as we can deal with the Supreme Master at this moment, there will be a chance to work with Nandu to eliminate Zhang. The premise is that we can eliminate the Supreme Master. With the threat to Nandu gone, Shen Yu was ready to truly engage. Now all concerns had been swept away, or as long as they could take down the Supreme Master here, everything would fall into place. He said, "You two avoid Zhang's perception and wait for me to succeed before you strike. Uncle, you alone." "I must go alone." Shen Yu looked at Yi Shiyun. The enemy didn't know much about him, and thought he was merely a dream body. But he possessed the greatest characteristic, resurrection, at the place of death. He prepared to use this characteristic to play a self-explosion strategy against the Supreme Master. "I understand. Well, wait for your signal. Once you succeed, we will act immediately," Yi Shiyun said without hesitation. "Then I'll leave the rest to you. Wait for my good news." Shen Yu smiled and charged alone towards the attacking troops. The surrounding scenery rapidly receded and Zhang's silhouette was fully revealed. At the moment Shen Yu saw Zhang, it turned its head towards the direction Shen Yu was approaching. As expected, Feng Zheng was right, he will definitely come. The first emperor, wearing a mask, stood on Zhang's shoulders, surrounded by a group of enlightened ones as guards. He murmured, "As long as the army of Nandu is all out, the enemy will undoubtedly strike at me without hesitation." He is not wrong. Your Majesty. Xiang Tian, standing beside the first emperor, said unhappily, "The people of Nandu have ulterior motives." "What ulterior motives could they have? We are all the same. If he has them, do you have them too?" The first emperor replied indifferently, "You have already failed once. I am giving you a second chance now." Shen Yu saw the people on Zhang's shoulder. He first slid along the ground, and as he approached Zhang, he suddenly sprang up like a bamboo shoot after a rain, aiming straight for the first emperor. Whoosh! He quickly ascended, breaking apart into fragments, and in the blink of an eye appeared before the first emperor. But before he could do anything, Xiang Tian suddenly pushed a naked woman in front of the first emperor, and Shen Yu's gaze involuntarily turned towards her. Molesting a woman is a crime that deserves restraint. The naked woman immediately shouted loudly upon seeing Shen Yu. Chains emerged from the void, instantly binding Shen Yu in place and solidifying his form. Before Shen Yu could retaliate, the surrounding enlightened ones instantly moved and colorful lights flooded over him in an instant. Damn! Shen Yu suddenly awoke from his bed, and fortunately the enemy's assault was so fierce that the sensation of pain hadn't reached him before he was dispersed. "I can't believe I was outsmarted by a woman." Even the usually mild-mannered Shen Yu couldn't help but curse after understanding the feeling of being wronged. They could launch such a noble restraint. No rush. Halftime break. Shen Yu recalled the enemy's positioning in his mind. The noble had considerable resistance to spiritual powers like dreams, and Wei Xian had once caught him. I didn't expect there would be a second noble among them. Moreover, it was a completely entrapment tactic. Using the power of the noble, I should be able to break the chains and counter the slander. But without a doubt, the enemy's strategy was to use that woman to restrict me. Then I must deal with this woman first. Shen Yu took the prepared sleeping pills, calmed his breathing, and awaited the return of the dream. Dream. Succeeded. Xiang Tian revealed a triumphant smile, having personally felt the opponent's dream body being torn to shreds. He immediately reported to the Supreme Master, saying, "Mission accomplished." A commanding voice sounded from behind, and Xiang Tian was taken aback only to see the maid of the emperor suddenly go blank, a powerful telekinetic force instantly sending her flying. Whoosh! Just seconds after the enemy that had just been eliminated reappeared, Zhang Anping immediately stepped in front of the Supreme Master with a serious expression, but this time the enemy's target was not the Supreme Master, but to grab the maid who had been knocked flying and flee behind. Humph! Zhang Anping let out a cold snort. Although he had now pledged allegiance to the Supreme Master, he still looked down on these original lowly, enlightened ones. He coldly glanced at Xiang Tian, his eyes filled with mockery. He said, "Your Majesty, he has escaped." "No, he can't escape." Zhang's neck suddenly twisted 180 degrees, looking in the direction Shen Yu had fled. It opened its mouth and a long accumulated destructive beam burst forth in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Shen Yu trembled as he sat up from his bed, breathing heavily. He reached out for the cup, but knocked it over due to his shaking hand. The sensation of dying repeatedly is truly unpleasant. Especially after taking a hit from Zhang's attack, the feeling of being scorched all over is something he never wants to experience again. Shen Yu pressed his hand against his chest, attempting to use the power of compassion to alleviate the lingering pain from the dream. He sat there taking deep breaths for a long time until his heartbeat began to gradually stabilize. He opened the drawer and took out another strong sedative, swallowing it in one gulp. No, constantly experiencing the taste of death and taking sleeping pills will lead to problems. Before the drug took effect, Shen Yu picked up his phone and operated it. At the moment he regained his senses, he immediately looked at the woman he had tossed aside before being attacked. She was still plummeting freely in the air. Shen Yu dove down his palm, piercing into her mind as memories about her began to surge forth, even memories about the Supreme Master appearing among them. Succeeded. I pulled her into the noble court and leveraged the noble's power to lift the restrictions imposed by the first emperor, just like when Wei Xian did. This woman Shen Yu had an impression of if she was the first emperor's maid. Perhaps he could find memories regarding the first emperor's true identity. He quickly began to read her memories, but at this moment the spikes and tracking missiles from Zhang along with 10 enlightened ones had already left its shoulder, charging towards Shen Yu again. I really don't want to die 3 times. Shen Yu looked at the incoming attacks and said, "See you all tomorrow night." Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. No. The drug had just started to work, and he felt like he could fall asleep at any moment. Shen Yu forced himself to sit up, knowing that falling asleep now would only result in another wave of attacks, making things even more uncomfortable. He barely made it to the bathroom, using his hand to trigger his gag reflex to vomit out all the undigested sleeping pills. After doing all this, he weakly slumped against the wall in the bathroom. Make sure to replenish electrolytes. Drinking more water can speed up the expulsion of the drugs. Sister. Shen Pei approached with a sports drink, looking at Shen Yu's pale face, saying, "Is something wrong?" "It's fine. I just don't want to die again over there, so I'll lay low for a day." Shen Yu feigned nonchalance and smiled, saying, "I now know his real name. Qin Shen." The street at 3 o'clock was eerily quiet. The night owls had returned to their nests while the early risers had yet to step out. Besides the 24-hour convenience store, all other establishments were tightly shut. Shen Yu jogged alone on the empty street, contemplating the memories of that woman. Time was tight. He could not examine all the memories and could only skim through a portion. Fortunately, he came across a name. Qin Shen. Given that it was the Deshen kingdom, it seemed quite reasonable for his name to include Shen. That esteemed oracle was the personal maid of the first emperor, primarily serving him alone. However, the memories were filled with profound reverence for the first emperor. She dared not and could not pry into any of his personal matters. The respect stemmed from the mysterious power lurking in her mind, while the fear came from past experiences. Since the establishment of the Deshen kingdom, the only oracle to be executed was another maid of the first emperor. The reasons were unclear and the details were vague. From the memories, the first emperor appeared different from the malicious oracles under him. He was not frugal, and his food and supplies were of the best quality. It could only be said that he was not as cruel as others and would not deliberately oppress others. This stemmed from his view that everything was his possession, from people to objects, they all belonged to him. He would not casually destroy the vases in his home or his pets. How those below him acted was their own affair. He would not intervene in the disputes among his pets. To some extent, it is understandable that some would follow the first emperor. The underground city has a siphoning effect. Even if small gathering places are discovered, they are usually suppressed. Those emerging from scattered gathering spots are merely bullied in the face of the underground city. The first emperor's foundation was built upon these people. Oh no. Shen Yu quickly slowed his pace, having inadvertently run too fast, akin to sprinting 100 meters while attempting a long run. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if someone captured a photo and posted it online. But the first emperor did not regard ordinary people as human. Shen Yu continued to recall. His words often hinted at the idea that humans are inherently evil, believing ordinary people would either perish or accept the leadership of the oracles. Somewhat extreme. Whether this was due to innate arrogance or the influence of his environment, Shen Yu could not ascertain. He shows little interest in women, and I have never seen a maid serve him in bed. There are no men either. It's hard to say if he simply doesn't want to. He shows little concern for the people, displaying little interest in domestic affairs. However, he thinks quite a bit about global patterns and the future. His personality is somewhat extreme. Mistakes by oracles can be forgiven, while ordinary people's errors are severely punished. He is a narrow-minded racist. His age is unknown, but he appears to be a figure from the old era possessing a good level of education. He can quote idioms and ancient poetry. Not every city values education as much as the third Shen city. By that measure, he is likely over 30. I do not know where he is from. The only known fact is this name Qin Shun. The maid who was among the earliest to follow the first emperor knew only a handful who called him Qin Shun. He later gave himself a courtesy name with Qin Shun being his birth name and the first emperor being his courtesy name, which combined means Qin Shi Huang. Such ambition. Isn't he afraid that this name will crush him? This was basically all Shen Yu learned from within. The maid was unaware of the oracle's insights and was not part of the core circle. To learn more, he would need to extract information from Xiang Tian's mind. Shen Yu sighed. Even on a hot summer night, exerting himself would cause sweat. After sweating, the effects of the sleeping pills would lessen and the foggy feeling would dissipate. He touched his chest, thinking that if he drank 2 cans of Red Bull during the day, he should be able to hold out. Before that, he looked up at the starry sky, the last scene from his dreams gradually recalling in his mind, with every attack from the Zhuang, and each oracle vividly appearing before him. If I were caught in the attack from Zhuang, it would be enough to tear me apart. I just experienced that feeling like every cell was burning. As for the Roudham, the maid is not to blame for death. I should first throw her out of Zhuang's attack range, and then ambush from the left side. Let's do it this way then, that way. Not bad, not bad. Nan does. Zhang Amping was a nuisance. Shen Yu had just seen him, and his aura was completely on par with Yixian's. It would be difficult to force a breakthrough. At least it was harder to deal with than Xiang Tian. He was still standing there. To pry him open, one would need the kind of wicked techniques used by Long Huang. Relying solely on the power brought by the esteemed body might not be enough to resolve him quickly. I just realized that pausing during a fight is quite nice. Shen Yu murmured to himself, why not gather some gaming experts to create a group? Whenever I encounter a tough problem, I could ask everyone for advice. Fighting is certainly not as simple as playing a game, but 3 cobblers can equal Zhuge Liang. If this think tank has some use, wouldn't that be great? Of course I need to pay well, otherwise why would they help me strategize? Money can only hold its value for a little over a year. But it would be nice to gain some side income. That Qin from yesterday was quite good. He also had the surname Qin. Director Su mentioned that the Qin family was a large family, a prestigious family, with an ancient style. Perhaps I could find out if there is a Qin Shun among their relatives. At 8 in the morning, Qin Zhen pushed open the door and entered his quaint office. Although he was the head of the group, he often arrived very early. He was strict with himself, and even stricter with others, causing resentment among others without daring to voice it. As soon as he sat down, his assistant walked in to prepare tea. Qin Zhen did not look at him, but instead took out his trifold phone sitting on the sofa to read the group's daily report. He liked this phone very much as it resembled an imperial edict, giving him a sense of regality. Notify everyone that the morning meeting starts at 9. As the business became less efficient, the leadership increasingly enjoyed holding meetings. Qin Zhen was feared by everyone in the company. Whenever there was a chance, he would scold them fiercely, and every meeting was basically him lecturing alone. After giving the order, the assistant lowered his head and responded, I will notify them right away. Once the tea was brewed, Qin Zhen asked while reading yesterday's report, is there anything urgent? There was an incident at the processing plant in Huadu. The assistant recalled the information that had just been conveyed to him first thing in the morning. Due to weather conditions, there were 2 injured employees. Director who has already gone to handle it. Let him handle it himself. This minor issue doesn't need to be reported to me. Qin Zhen was about to say that such trivial matters did not require reporting when he suddenly froze and asked, what weather? A tornado. The assistant, fearing this matter was too bizarre, took out his phone and showed Qin Zhen a video saying, the recent weather in Huadu has been severe. Unexpectedly, a tornado appeared. Fortunately, it was some distance from our factory, with only 2 employees sustaining minor injuries. A tornado is certainly not a good omen in feng shui. The assistant was well aware of Qin Zhen's preferences, and after speaking fell silent, fearing the boss would become angry. Is it really a tornado? Qin Zhen looked at the video in shock. Yesterday he was extremely disappointed to find that the master behind Su Huaxin was a young man without much experience. At first he thought he had some skill in judging family affairs from appearances, so he decided to meet him and see which famous master it was. Later, upon reflection, he realized this was likely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, with rumors spreading. But now he said a tornado was indeed a tornado. This was somewhat unbelievable. You may leave for now. Qin Zhen gestured for the assistant to leave, and immediately made a phone call dialing. Good morning, Master Hu. Oh dear, I'm sorry to disturb your sweet dreams so early, it's truly a sin. Master, I want to ask, can you predict the occurrence of a tornado? A tornado? What's the matter, Boss Qin? Has something happened? Did you dream about a tornado? Not a dream, but one of our factories encountered an issue. Qin Zhen laughed and said, we just encountered a tornado, so I'm seeking your guidance on whether it can be predicted or avoided. Boss Qin, we've known each other for many years. I won't speak in vague terms, let's meet when you have time. This is a matter of fortune, indicating that a significant change will occur in your surrounding environment. Then can Master Hu predict tornadoes? Even immortals find it hard to measure. Even immortals find it hard to measure. Upon hearing this evaluation, Qin Jun's eyes suddenly sparkled, saying, I've been a bit busy lately, so I'll contact you another time. The company is holding a meeting, so I'll hang up now. Saying this, he hung up the phone and rushed out of the office, telling his assistant, Get me Su Kaiwa's number. Right away, immediately. In the midst of the chaos, there was tranquility, a small bridge, and flowing water. Shen Yu never imagined that in the bustling city center there existed such a serene and elegant place. Upon pushing open the door on the old street, he found a hidden paradise rich in zen-like ambience. He followed the waiter to the center island of the artificial lake, where there was a pavilion. Just a few steps in, Qin Jun came out enthusiastically, taking his hands warmly, saying, I've been waiting for you. Master, I didn't want to disturb you last night, but today I invite you over for guidance. You're too polite, President Qin. Master Shen, please take a seat. Shen Yu remembered that he had not disclosed his name yesterday, though unexpectedly he had thoroughly investigated. This was normal, as he could directly call his phone. You hit the nail on the head, Master Shen. Qin Jun no longer dared to underestimate the young man before him. He frequently interacted with feng shui masters, fortune tellers, and practitioners of the occult, able to discern who was a fraud and who had genuine skills. However, among so many, no one dared to predict disasters. When he said there would be a tornado the next day, there truly was. If it wasn't a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, then he must have extraordinary abilities. Fortunately, I met you yesterday. After being well prepared, only 2 people sustained minor injuries. I thank you for this, Qin. It's good that nothing serious happened. Who knows if there was any early warning. Shen Yu from the data on the 3rd Shen City knew that the typhoon in the early morning would not result in any casualties. Coincidentally, he casually checked and found that it was quite close to a factory under the Qin Sheng group, which he had mentioned in passing yesterday. Unexpectedly, this President Qin actually invited him to lunch at noon. He had never seen a fish bite so quickly. It seemed that he truly took these metaphysical matters to heart. Just as Qin Jun wanted to continue building rapport and seek advice, a middle-aged man in a tang suit approached, sporting a goatee and exuding an aura of Taoist immortality, smiling as he walked over, saying, Boss Qin, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. Master who? Qin Jun's eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected him to appear here, but he quickly put on a smile and stepped forward to greet him, saying, What a coincidence, what a coincidence. Is this the one? This master who glanced at Shen Yu, having heard that Qin Jun rushed to invite a master, he wanted to see what was going on. Who is this young man? Hu Huida looked at Shen Yu, who remained seated, saying, He seems unfamiliar, a first-time meeting. Let me introduce, this is Master Hu Huida, president of the Ziwei Do Shu Academic Committee, a professor at Ma Gang International University in Asia. Master Hu is considered an old friend of Qin Jun, who over the years he often provided guidance. He then pointed to Shen Yu, saying, This young brother is named Shen Yu. I recently met a remarkable person. Hello. Shen Yu did not have much faith in fortune-telling, but the other party held significant standing, indicating he was at least a top expert in rhetoric, culture, and psychology. He stood up to greet him. Hu Huida glanced at Shen Yu, saying, To be referred to as a remarkable person by President Qin, you must possess some skills. Who is your master? How many disciplines do you understand among Bazi, Destiny, Ziwei Do, Shu, Yin Yang Feng, Shui hand and face reading, Wenwang divination, Qi Min Dunjia, and Lu Rin divination? Qin Jun also showed some interest in this question. Shen Yu looked at the 2. I don't know any of them. Telling one line necessitates countless others to cover it. As Shen Yu did not want to waste too much time on Qin Jun. He was not the optimal candidate for cooperation. He came out of curiosity about the surname Qin and to earn some money to support Shen Pei's subsequent research and his own activities. He smiled and said, I only understand a little. Just some tricks. Immortal arts are indeed rare. I wonder what kind of immortal arts you know. Can you ascend to heaven or summon wind and rain? Hu Huida chuckled instead, never expecting Qin Jun to find such an unreliable person. A mere youth brazenly claiming to wield immortal arts. I cannot say. Shen Yu remarked, Since President Qin has other engagements today, I shall take my leave. No. Qin Jun quickly placated Shen Yu, for the man's prediction of the tornado was a genuine talent. He turned to Hu Huida and asked, Master, who do you have guessed today? Hu Huida glanced at Qin Jun and said, Yes. Mr. Qin, be careful yourself. I have other guests to meet. His warning was given, whether it would be heeded was another matter. Hu Huida cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yu and performed a physiognomy reading. How strange. This man's facial features were so peculiar, elusive, and unpredictable. It wasn't that Shen Yu was ugly. Physiognomy was an empirical wisdom passed down from ancestors, judging a person by appearance and complexion. In modern terms, Hu Huida thought from potential and revealed information. Every part contains the entirety of the holographic universe. A human is an organic whole. Many things can be discerned from the surface features, the internal and external corresponding to each other. Yet Shen Yu's features were elusive, with each aspect either extremely ominous or extremely auspicious, making the whole appear exceptionally bizarre. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. Fortune-telling relied on experience. Only with extensive knowledge could one strike a chord with every word. Hu Huida paid no more attention to Shen Yu and turned to leave. Master, who is also an old acquaintance of mine. Qin Jun escorted Hu Huida a few steps before returning, saying, I didn't expect to run into him here today. He is usually strict with students, always unable to resist admonishing his juniors. Please forgive him, Master Shun. It's fine. Shen Yu would never reveal anything in front of Hu Huida. The more professional one is, the more they know their limits. Encountering something incomprehensible might instead lead to drastic actions. Qin Jun, on the other hand, was different. He understood a little, but truly believed. Even if Shen Yu claimed to be a cultivator of immortality with some evidence, he would believe it, and would never tell anyone else. He would seek to monopolize this opportunity. Master Shen mentioned immortal arts earlier. I've never heard of such a thing. Qin Jun showed a curious expression. Shen Yu sized him up and said, President Qin, the wound on your hand is quite old, isn't it? Yes, a scar from an injury at a factory when I was young. Qin Jun looked at the back of his hand where a prominent scar remained left because it wasn't treated in time. Please give me your hand. Shen Yu took a tin of cooling ointment from his pocket, dabbed some, and applied it to the back of Qin Jun's hand. A cool sensation spread, puzzling Qin Jun. Just as he was about to ask what this was, an itching sensation arose on his hand. When Shen Yu released his hand, Qin Jun looked back and saw that the old scar had almost faded to invisibility. He looked up at Shen Yu in astonishment. Modern hospitals could indeed perform scar repair, but this casual wipe of ointment, could it really be an immortal art? This was nothing like the cryptic words of the various masters he had dealt with. This was a tangible, instantly effective immortal art. This? Shen Yu hadn't completely erased the scar, as that would be too startling. He said, I dabble in some immortal arts. In a few days I'll apply some more ointment, and this scar will be completely gone. This ointment. Would Master be willing to sell it? A single thought occupied Qin Jun's mind: mortgage the entire company if necessary to acquire this ointment. It's useless even if sold. Shen Yu placed the cooling ointment on the ground and said, It's common everywhere. Without my skill it would have no effect. If the scar weren't his own, Qin Jun would have suspected the man was a magician. He vigorously rubbed the back of his hand, confirming it was indeed mostly healed, and said excitedly, Today I am fortunate to meet a true immortal. I am in awe, truly in awe. I am but an ordinary person who learned a few things by chance. Shen Yu waved his hands repeatedly and said modestly, President Qin needn't be so respectful. Please don't tell anyone about this. I understand. Qin Jun was overjoyed. The other party was willing to show his skill, and only to him. A great fortune. This meant, I am special. President Qin must have come to me today with something to ask. Please speak frankly. Although I am not skilled in divination or fortune-telling, I can glimpse some aspects of the future. Please speak directly. Qin Jun had many things he wished to ask. About his son, about the family conglomerate. But the secrets of heaven could not be revealed too much. He couldn't consult the man on every matter. After long hesitation, he decided to first ask about a matter of secondary importance. The other party would apply the immortal art to heal his scar in a few days, and he could ask about his son then. The Qin family is wealthy, but times are tough now, and am under great pressure. These days I've been thinking of finding a good match for my daughter, to settle her marriage and bring some support to the family. Unfortunately, I haven't found a suitable person. This was indeed a matter of concern. President Qin's daughter isn't very old, is she? Shen Yu said in surprise. Had he encountered her a few days ago for a blind date? She couldn't be more than 17 or 18. She's 16. Qin Jun nodded. In ancient times, she could already be a mother. I'll handle the formalities first and get the certificate later. It's less common in Xinjiang, but quite normal back home. Could the immortal give me some guidance? He had changed from master to immortal. In some rural areas, such early marriages still occurred. What kind of big family was this? Shen Yu didn't understand. Was a daughter just a tool for marriage alliance? There's no need to marry off your daughter. External forces ultimately belong to others. Shen Yu said directly, the steel industry will hit bottom and rebound in September. President Qin needn't rush with your steel mill. Also next year you can invest in some sectors, textiles, grain, and sideline products, which will yield results by the end of 2025. You should divest from other industries as soon as possible. If you need cash, buy low in the stock market next month and sell by the end of September. The exchange rate is also about to appreciate. If you have overseas assets, now is the best time to repatriate them. Mentioning the stock market and exchange rate were events that would happen in the next month or two. Once they materialized, Qin Jun would be even more convinced of his judgment, concentrating his industries on textiles and grain. The Qinxin group wasn't involved in high-tech sectors and couldn't do much. But even making more clothes or producing more grain could save many lives. This didn't sound like something a fortune teller would say. Qin Jun was stunned. Fortune tellers only talk about whether your luck is good or bad, letting you decide whether to invest. Which fortune teller would spell things out so clearly? After a moment of shock, he took out his phone to record the information and asked, then what about my daughter's marriage? No need. Shen Yu shook his head. Your time to be a father-in-law hasn't come yet. Shen Yu didn't want to appear too cheap. After saying this, he offered no further explanation. Qin Zhen, understanding the etiquette, began to chat about trivial matters. He subtly probed Shen Yu's background, asking if he was married or in a relationship. Young, handsome, and a good match for his daughter. After a brief chat, Qin Zhen presented a thick red envelope. Consider this a consultation fee for the old injury. Please don't refuse, immortal. A skin restoration surgery at a plastic surgery hospital would cost more than this. This was the first time Shen Yu had seen a red envelope the size of a document folder. Then ill-treat President Qin again in a few days. Shen Yu didn't stand on ceremony, estimating it was around 100,000 yuan. After accepting it, he casually asked, President Qin, do you know a man named Qin Shun around here? A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Zhen's eyes. He said, is there something special about him that the immortal would mention him? My son is named Qin Shun. He had originally planned to ask about his son next time, but Shen Yu had brought it up unprompted. Had he heard some rumor or discerned it? Shun, as in smooth. Shen Yu looked at Qin Zhen with surprise. Yes. I've admired Li Zicheng since childhood, so I named my son Shun after the Dashun dynasty. Good heavens, you're like the first emperor. Shen Yu could barely suppress the smile on his lips. It had been found without any effort. Is there something wrong with my son? He is extraordinary. Shen Yu chuckled. He will be a truly remarkable figure in the future. I must meet him, I must meet him. Qin Zhen suppressed an excited expression. Could it be that even the immortal saw it? The dragon's fortune on my son. Would the immortal be free tomorrow? Qin Zhen invited respectfully. They'll have my son come from the ancestral home to pay his respects. All right. Yao Yao, where can I check for earthquakes? At 5 in the evening, Qin Zhen returned to his residence in Xinqing in excellent spirits, as if he had taken an elixir. His daughter Qin Yao had already changed into proper clothes and applied light makeup. Hearing her father's question, she said, earthquakes. Where can I check global earthquake warnings? Help me find out. Qin Zhen handed his phone to his daughter. Though puzzled, Qin Yao found the earthquake website and handed it back. After a quick glance, he exclaimed joyfully, 1 minute ago it really shook. Even the foreign earth dragon's turn could be predicted. The magnitude is exactly the same. Qin Zhen now had no doubt about Shen Yu ecstatic. He paced the living room thinking for a moment, then muttered to himself, I heard he has a sister. Giving money is too vulgar. He'll have someone send a pair of jade bracelets. Classy and not cheap. Had he encountered another swindler? Qin Yao knew her father was obsessed with strange tales, addicted to feng shui, divination, and the occult. She felt her father was almost delusional, even foolishly believing her younger brother could become a true dragon emperor. If he hadn't focused all his energy on this instead of managing the conglomerate, the group's situation wouldn't be so dire. Having succeeded once or twice, he took it as truth. No matter how many failures followed, he would attribute them to bad luck. Like a gambler, once he tasted a small victory, he would go all in. Father, did you see Master Hu again today? Master Hu? No, today I met a true immortal. Look, Yao Yao. Qin Zhen showed the back of his hand to his daughter. The scar has healed a lot, hasn't it? Let me tell you that immortal is incredible. He can predict tornadoes and earthquakes. And he said your brother will definitely be an extraordinary figure in the future. Oh. Qin Yao looked at her father's scar in confusion. It had indeed faded significantly. How could there be a true immortal? Was it real skill, or? Qin Yao dared not ask further, knowing it would only invite reproach. Standing aside, she reminded softly, Father, it's time to go out. Go out. Oh, I canceled your appointment. Qin Zhen waved his hand. The immortal said it's not yet time for you to marry. No need to meet anyone for now. So the immortal was a good person after all. Qin Yao breathed a sigh of relief. She would rather study tea ceremony at home than attend those drinking parties. However, Qin Zhen scrutinized his daughter from head to toe. That immortal is quite handsome. We'll find out what kind of girl he likes in the coming days. Yao Yao, you should learn in that direction. Who knows, you might be the one in our family with the best immortal fate. Qin Yao sighed inwardly. Her father never cared about who she really was. He only wanted her to be useful to him. Whether the arranged match was a prodigal son or a swindler, if he deemed someone useful, she had to become that person. That was her fate in this family. Yes. We won't go to the capital. He'll inform Uncle Qin and finalize your enrollment. At least that was some good news. Qin Yao was used to this life. She offered no objection. Then he'll go back to my room. Sis, I'm really fine. I brought a lot of things from the hospital, everything I could carry except the prohibited items. Shenpei was sitting at his desk reading a book. You sleep first. He'll handle things. Shen Yu's appearance last night had frightened Shenpei. She knew she couldn't help in this matter, couldn't even persuade Shen Yu. All she could do was try to alleviate his suffering. She had prepared all emergency measures, ready to stay by her brother's side through the night. I can fall asleep as soon as my head hits the pillow, and am not in a hurry anymore. There was a lead on Qin Shun's whereabouts. Though he couldn't be sure it was Qin Zhen's son, there was a chance of a name coincidence. At least there was a direction. Perhaps the other battlefield would see a change. He looked at the silent Shenpei and sighed. All right, I'll trouble you, sis. He'll sleep now. Even though he had recovered through meditation and yoga, he was indeed exhausted. He glanced at the time. It was only 7 in the evening. How long he could sleep tonight was uncertain, or it would depend on the situation. A deep breath. The moment he felt the dream descend, Shen Yu instantly threw away the maid in his arms, simultaneously scattering into countless points of starlight floating in midair. His senses were torn apart and separated. Though uncomfortable in that instant, he clearly saw all the attacks coming from above. As planned, Shen Yu reassembled and instantly burst to the left. The barbed missiles of Zhang grazed past his body. He fixed his gaze on the chosen revealer and charged straight at him. Die! The half-crystallized revealer wreathed in dense energy struck down at Shen Yu. But Shen Yu's pupils suddenly changed. The power of benevolence channeled through the means of the dream was unleashed. As the revealer's crystallization receded, the chaotic energy instantly calmed. At that moment, Shen Yu charged without hesitation into his body. Whoosh! Even if he made countless blocking movements without the interference of energy, the dream body could pass completely through him. After passing through, Shen Yu accelerated to the limit and in an instant appeared before Zhang again. Several revealers instantly shielded the first emperor. Xiang Tian leaped up and shouted at Shen Yu, "You will stay right here." Qingjun. As Shen Yu shouted the name, a wave of restless unease surged in the first emperor's heart. He raised his hand, instantly controlling the attacking Xiang Tian and pulling him back. Xiang Tian looked at the first emperor in bewilderment, not understanding why. Hearing the name, the first emperor signaled his men to hold back and looked at Shen Yu. "That's your father's name, isn't it?" The first emperor grew more agitated, suppressing his anger. "You know him. You know me. Your father and I are close friends." Indeed, the true identity of the first emperor had been correctly guessed. Good. The first emperor clapped his hands. "Kill him." "Wait." Shen Yu suddenly sensed something wrong. Last time, after gaining Su Waxin's trust, everything had changed dramatically. But now this timeline seemed unchanged. Logically, given his own nature, if Qingjun trusted him, he would definitely have Qingjun seek refuge in the underground city. Preferably the third Shenxing city. Either something unexpected happened, and he failed, or Qingjun never truly trusted him. Was his acquaintance with Qingjun not enough to shake the first emperor's birth? Shen Yu looked at the revealers rising again and silently chanted a noble prayer. Dying repeatedly would ruin his sleep. Let's try to break through the first emperor's defensive line. Limit the battle to Zhang's shoulder, so Zhang can't act. Let's see where you can run this time. The net was cast. Xiang Tian charged with a bloodthirsty grin, wind swirling around his arm as he swung forward. Storm surge. As a massive cyclone enveloped Shen Yu, the crystal-studded Xiang Tian pounced like a wild beast. Clang! One arm suddenly grabbed Xiang Tian's wrist. He twisted his body nimbly to attack with the other hand, but his opponent was equally fast, catching that arm too. Is that all? Sharp crystal blades grew on Xiang Tian's feet. Like a kangaroo, he kicked directly at Shen Yu's abdomen. Slap! 2 more arms caught Xiang Tian's legs. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as 2 golden fists slammed into his abdomen. Bang, 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 bang. With both hands and legs bound, Xiang Tian was beaten like a punching bag. Crack, 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 crack. He severed his own limbs in a nearly self-destructive manner, leaping back quickly. Bleeding profusely, he shouted, "A man." The Soul Benevolence Revealer immediately stepped forward to heal him, but Xiang Tian's eyes blazed with excitement as he looked at the 6-armed figure standing above, gazing down upon all. "I thought I'd missed out, but I didn't expect to experience the power of the sublime body." Xiang Tian grew more exhilarated. He had no interest in Shen Yu the slippery eel before, but seeing this, the thrill of life and death brinkmanship and extreme ecstasy consumed his mind. He murmured, "Don't disappoint me." "Ooh la la." Yanshili, hiding at the very edge, let out a sigh. He had used the sublime body to fight against the Dragon Phoenix just a few days ago, and now he could use it again. Bliss was never this good to me. This is getting more and more interesting. She secretly glanced at the first emperor. For some reason, she felt he was incredibly angry now. Just because his father's name was mentioned. The first emperor glanced in Yen Killis' direction. She immediately shouted, "This guy is tough." Everyone charged together. For the tribe. No for Dasan. Facing Shen Yu, who had activated his exalted form, the first emperor remained as immovable as a mountain. He gazed at Shen Yu from afar, scouring his memories for that face. Logically, the man before him did not look old, no more than 30. Chronologically, it was impossible for him to share any connection with Qingjun. If he had preserved his former appearance and attained immortality, someone of such an age still seemed unlikely to have ties with Qingjun. He knows Qingjun, but perhaps not me. Who could it be? No matter. Whoever he is. He must die here. For Das Hunt. The enlightened ones shouted their battle cry as they surged toward Shen Yu in the sky. Maintaining his 6-armed form, Shen Yu swept his gaze across the entire battlefield in an instant. The exalted form granted not only a tremendous boost in power, but also a marked acceleration in his cognitive speed. When Shen Yu focused his perception, he could even sense time slowing down. An illusion, for it was his thought processes that were quickening. The last time he had used the exalted form, he had been forced to rely on the most brutal primal methods to fight the dragon phoenix, which was a waste. Now he could wield the full spectrum of an exalted enlightened one's abilities. Facing the enlightened ones charging toward him, Shen Yu did not hesitate. He spread his 6 arms wide. Golden chains coalesced in his palms, and he radiated a golden majesty like a god judging mortals, murmuring, "I smell the stench of sin." Shalalala. He swung his 6 arms with force, and 6 unending golden chains transformed into dragons that swept forward. Any soul bearing guilt would be utterly bound by the exalted power. As Yin Killis' 6 dragons swept in, the 6 at the forefront were instantly shackled by the chains, those deemed the most sinful in the exalted's eyes. Sensing the oppressive might of the exalted form, Yin Qili knew she would suffer if she did not show some real skill. Without hesitation, she crashed into one of the chains. Ouch! She cried out, feigning a grave injury as she plummeted toward the desert. She had no desire to be supervised by the first emperor. It was better to withdraw from the fray and watch from the sidelines. Shen Yu looked at the overly dramatic Yin Qili with some confusion. He found this woman, whose status was roughly equivalent to Uncle Master Wei Xian's, utterly inscrutable. But this was no time for concern. Shen Yu swung the 6 chains with all his might, using the 6 most sinful as flails to sweep toward the others. With a series of crashes, the enlightened ones who had charged forward scattered. Shen Yu hurled the flails into the distance and instantly landed on Zhang's shoulder. He observed the 5 enlightened ones guarding the first emperor. These were the troublesome ones. One was Xiang Tian, another Ren Ai, and Zhang Anping. The other 2 were unfamiliar, but they held high status in Tongzhou City. They stood like an honor guard around the first emperor. Those of you lacking strength should stay back. Xiang Tian, having mostly recovered, rolled his shoulders. Most of the enlightened ones had already fallen. In his eyes, even if they came, they would be useless. The power of this exalted form was extraordinary. Anyone without sufficient strength would be annihilated in an instant. The Dasun Kingdom had fewer than 50 enlightened ones, and 17 had already fallen in Tongzhou City. If anything happened to the 20 or so here, the boundless master would be furious. The rest would be left to them. Now let me. Xiang Tian licked his lips, ready for a bloody slaughter, but before he could finish, his body uncontrollably stepped backward. Not just him, but everyone standing before the first emperor retreated, including Zhang Anping. Step by step, they moved back until the first emperor, clad in his dark black robe, stood at the forefront. "Since your target is me." The first emperor shook his robe, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked at Shen Yu. "Then spare the others. Every enlightened one is precious and not to be slaughtered at your whim." Feng Zheng was right. I indeed have few truly capable people by my side. Not just Nandu, but Tongzhou, and even the indestructible blade, Yi Shiyun, must all serve me. Otherwise, how can I unify the realm? The first emperor glanced sideways at the crowd behind him. "But even so, my people are not for you to harm or kill." "What's wrong? I stand before you now." The first emperor looked at Shen Yu. "Why not use your exalted power to judge me?" "Oh, is it impossible?" He had hit the mark. Shen Yu chuckled inwardly. As Wei Xian had mentioned, the first emperor was not considered a sinner in the eyes of the exalted. Skills that targeted sinners were largely ineffective against him. Was it related to the law, that a madman was considered a patient, not an evildoer? Or was everything he did his ultimate goal, truly for the future of humanity? Incomprehensible. Fortunately, his raw physical strength remained. Shen Yu took a deep breath. "Let's go." He suddenly sprang forward, slipping past Zhang's body and charging at the first emperor. In less than a second, he was right before him, swinging all 6 arms in a simultaneous assault. The first emperor had not expected such speed. He stepped back with his right foot. Just as Shen Yu's fist was about to connect with his face, countless crystal spikes erupted from the ground beneath them, Zhang's body, aiming straight for Shen Yu. "Endure it." Shen Yu allowed the spikes to pierce his dream body, feeling the nauseating turmoil surging through him as energy spread. He drove his fist hard into the first emperor's face. Thud. But the impact did not feel like flesh and blood. Sensing that Zhang's crystal spikes were about to explode inside him, Shen Yu instantly dispersed his form in all directions, then rematerialized in the sky. That feeling was off. Is this Valiant's power? Shen Yu stared at the first emperor in shock. The man was now enveloped in an amber glow. Yi Shiyun had mentioned this was Zhang Anping's ability, mastery over flames and defense. He could condense his power into a thin film over his body, even withstanding a blow from a black sun monster. He was among the top-tier Valiants. The first emperor looked up at Shen Yu in the sky, raising his left hand. Blades of wind rained down like a machine gun, ceaseless and relentless. Then he raised his right hand, and endless lightning bolts chased after Shen Yu. Wind blades. That was Xiang Tian's ability. Shen Yu crossed his arms before him. The exalted form's defense could handle these attacks. He stared at the first emperor in astonishment. He could use the abilities of those under his control. Shen Yu noticed that the few people standing behind the first emperor all had vacant, unresponsive expressions. Their power had been completely drained. No wonder he valued the enlightened ones so much. Whether good or evil, strong or weak, as long as he gathered more of them, he could wield the power of all enlightened ones. Whoosh. It wasn't just the enlightened ones. Zhang was also under his control, harassing Shen Yu with small crystal spike missiles. The exalted form could easily withstand wind blades and lightning, but Zhang's attacks required dodging. After maneuvering through the air, Shen Yu locked his gaze on the first emperor, his eyes flickering with eerie ghost fire. This was originally prepared for Zhang Onping to crack his turtle shell. Since that's the case, taste it now? Dragon Phoenix. The whisper from the Black Sun immediately coiled around the first emperor's ears, causing him to freeze mid-motion. Just as Shen Yu was about to strike, Zhang's eyes suddenly glowed with a crimson light. It seemed to regain its nature, lifting its foot to stomp on Nandu's convoy. Stop! Zhang's rampage lasted barely 2 seconds before it subsided. It silently withdrew its foot. The first emperor's chest heaved twice. You can actually use the Dragon Phoenix's power. It seems you truly belong to the same category as the monsters. The Dragon Phoenix's influence on him lasted less than 3 seconds. After shaking off the crystal missiles, Shen Yu hovered back onto Zhang's shoulder. What a coincidence. I can use the power of all enlightened ones. The first emperor spread his arms, emitting a low, rasping laugh. And you can use the power of the Black Sun monsters. It seems fate has destined you to be my stepping stone. He alone could wield the enlightenment of dozens, possessing the strongest mental fortitude Shen Yu had ever seen. Combined with Zhang's cover, it was indeed difficult to fight him with the exalted form, which could not pass judgment. Shen Yu pondered silently. However, he wasn't skilled in combat. Shen Yu felt that while the first emperor's mental strength was immense, his close-quarters combat abilities seemed lacking. During the first ambush, he appeared somewhat flustered. He could have simply detonated the crystals and traded blows, but he gave Shen Yu the chance to create distance. An unruly pet deserves punishment. The same goes for the Black Sun monster. To think it would try to break free from me. Since that's the case. Explode. Shen Yu suddenly felt an unprecedented threat looming over him, one that even his exalted form could barely withstand. He instantly vacated his position to identify the source of the danger, only to find Zhang's entire arm, broader than a road over 100 meters long, was radiating a lethal glow. In the next instant, in the bedroom, Shen Yu's body suddenly convulsed. Seeing this, Shen Pei rushed over and administered the pre-prepared painkiller injection into him. It took several minutes before Shen Yu felt his body slowly recover. He twitched the corner of his mouth, his eyes red and weak, and muttered, "I've run into a madman. Using a Black Sun monster as a suicide bomb. Who does that?" The devastation from annihilating Zhang's entire arm was worse than taking a direct blast from it. Shen Yu had initially thought fighting on Zhang's body would prevent the Black Sun monster from interfering, but he never expected the first emperor to be so ruthless, severing Zhang's arm to obliterate him. That sensation was terrible. He didn't even feel how he died before waking up here, only to be overwhelmed by excruciating pain. It felt like sleep paralysis, unable to control his own body. Feeling better, Shen Pei handed him a sports drink. But it seems he didn't realize I can resurrect. After drinking, Shen Yu analyzed with Shen Pei. Earlier he probably thought I dodged the attacks, otherwise he wouldn't have used such brutal methods. Although Black Sun monsters have strong regenerative abilities, restoring an entire arm takes a long time. That sensation was terrible. He didn't even feel how he died before waking up here, only to be overwhelmed by excruciating pain. It felt like sleep paralysis, unable to control his own body. Seeing Shen Pei glare at him, Shen Yu sighed. It was best not to go back for now. The first emperor's strength exceeded his expectations. He was more troublesome than all the enlightened ones combined. Even with the exalted form, without Zhang's interference, it might be a 50-50 fight. But this was his trump card. Whether it was the first emperor's as well remained uncertain. Looks like I won't be sleeping tonight either, Shen Yu said. He'll talk to Qin Shun tomorrow. You leave me no choice. Time to use the nuclear option. Sis, you go to sleep. He'll read for a while. Shen Yu hadn't slept well the previous night, and now he was pulling another all-nighter. Fortunately, becoming an enlightened one had improved his physique. Don't worry about me. I can sleep tomorrow afternoon. Is there anything else I can do to help, eh? Shen Pei asked with concern, feeling utterly useless as her brother struggled so hard on the other side. There's plenty for you to do, sis. So for now, rest up. Real man. At 10 in the morning, Qin Jin personally drove to pick up Shen Yu. He glanced at Shen Yu's residential complex and thought about buying him a house as a token of gratitude. He was now utterly devoted to Shen Yu, anyone who doubted Shen Yu was his enemy. He had specifically shown his scar to a doctor who said that even surgery couldn't have healed it so quickly. This only reinforced his belief that Shen Yu was a being akin to an immortal, unlike those fortune tellers. This was his immortal destiny. President Qin, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me Shen Yu in casual conversation. Otherwise others might overhear. Understood. The true teachings are not for the masses. Qin Jin nodded knowingly. It seemed real man Shen didn't want others to know of his abilities. As he drove, he said, "My son has just arrived in Shen City. The driver is at the airport picking him up. In a little while I'll have him come pay his respects to you. Pay respects. Your son is quite ferocious over there. By the way, Shen Yu. Qin Jin awkwardly addressed him by name, turning his head to ask, do people like you possess any special abilities? For example, longevity. No one could remain indifferent to the question of lifespan. Not really. Shen Yu didn't want to invite trouble. People like us have rather short lives. We count each year as a blessing. Qin Jin wondered if this was the price of power. He shifted to lighter topics for small talk. Qin Jin was not usually such a talkative or friendly person. Whether with family or in business, he was known for being domineering and irritable. The only gentleness he reserved was not for his family, but for fortune tellers. Soon he drove Shen Yu to a private club. The table was already set with steaming hot morning tea and dim sum. Let's eat while we wait. Is your daughter coming? Shen Yu asked. He hadn't contacted Qin Yao in the past couple of days, and she seemed busy as well. Would you like to see her? Qin Jun's eyes lit up. No. Shen Yu waved his hand. That would be too awkward. After all, he himself didn't know what he would do to Qin Shan. Greetings, father. 20 minutes later the door opened, and a spirited young man in Tang's suit walked in, bowing to Qin Shan, then turning to Shen Yu. This humble one pays respects to the real man. Quick, let your Uncle Shen have a look at you. Qin Jin beckoned for his son, who had just gotten off the plane, to sit beside him. His face was full of pride. This is my son Qin Shan. Qin Shan. Shen Yu studied the youth before him, who appeared to be around 15 years old, a year or two younger than Qin Yao. His face was still youthful, with a hint of downy fuzz at the corners of his mouth. His features were more handsome and spirited than Qin Jun's, carrying an air of nobility in every gesture and movement. Even before adulthood, he was nearly as tall as Shen Yu, estimated to be around 1.80 meters. Clearly the son of a wealthy and noble family. Is he the first emperor? But it seems I've suddenly gained a generation and become his uncle, Shen Yu said with a smile. Chief Qin's son is indeed a dragon among men, with an extraordinary presence. Qin Jun's greatest pride in this life was his son. For his son's future, he would stop at nothing. He glanced at Qin Shan, who had taken his seat, a faint smile lingering on his lips. The youth sat upright, hands resting on his knees, only his eyes shifting with the speaker. Otherwise he remained motionless. Master, who once told me during a fortune-telling session that my wife and I are destined to be emperor and empress dowager, Qin Jin said half jokingly and half seriously. Our Qin Shan underwent a DNA test and was found to carry the bloodline of imperial dynasties throughout history. Master, who also read his face and birth chart, declaring he is bound for greatness. Of course, there are no emperors in this era. Qin Jin quickly backtracked, saying, I would be more than satisfied if he could smoothly serve as the president of Qinshin Group. How bizarre. Did Master Hu truly possess the ability to see such things, or was it just a lucky guess? If Qin Shan is indeed the one, then he truly did become emperor in the future. Shen Yu picked up his teacup and said, this is unheard of. I never imagined Master Hu possessed such skill to perceive all this. He excels at physiognomy and is quite renowned near the Bay Island region. Qin Jin steered the conversation back. May I ask how you came to know my son's name? In a dream of the future, I vaguely heard a name. Qin Shan, and it seemed to carry great significance, Shen Yu replied with an enigmatic smile. I thought I'd see who he was, and it turns out he is Chief Qin's son. Qin Jin wanted to press further about what exactly was meant by great significance, but Shen Yu simply lifted his teacup and dropped the subject. It felt as though 1,000 ants were crawling over him, desperate to know more about that pivotal role, yet Shen Yu appeared unwilling to elaborate, leaving him with no choice. Instead, Shen Yu observed Qin Shan, noting that the boy's expression remained unchanged. Neither joy nor anger showed on his face. Quite deep, Shen Yu mused. He had no intention of eliminating Qin Shan here and now. For one, the boy was still a minor, and killing him over future events seemed too absurd. Moreover, Shen Yu was in no position to evade a manhunt or withstand bullets in the modern world. Eliminating someone without leaving a trace and facing no consequences was no easy feat. On the other hand, he recalled Yi Shiyun mentioning that if this ability could be harnessed by Third Shin City, humanity might truly have a chance to face the final calamity. They could purge more Black Sun monsters, even defeat the Black Sun monster Cruella, and perhaps unite to overcome the prophesied humanoid Black Sun monster. He wanted Qin Shan's power for the benefit of Third Shin City. He wished to meet the legendary Mr. Zhu, the founder of Shin City, and Mr. Dai, who had planted the seeds of change in Tongzhou City, altering the course of the future. He felt a deep connection to these two individuals. If he could find them and revive them, perhaps they could unite their strength and have Third Shin City provide support from the future. Qin Shan, would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Shen Yu asked the boy directly, planning to use his dream-weaving techniques to implant subtle suggestions from now on, potentially reshaping his destiny entirely. Qin Shan's face lit up with joy at first, but then a thought struck him. Shen Yu had mentioned a shortened lifespan. Would learning this ability to foresee the future come at a cost? Qin Jin probed cautiously. Shen Yu glanced at Qin Shun, who was merely watching his father, revealing no thoughts of his own. He can't learn that, Shen Yu said. They'll teach him some techniques to strengthen his body. Shen Yu picked up a pair of metal chopsticks from the table and effortlessly snapped them both in two. With proper training, he could surpass Olympic champions and even transcend human limits. It just requires some groundwork. Results will show in 2 years. It can prolong life. Qin Shun examined the broken chopsticks. A strong person could break them, but few could do it as effortlessly as Shen Yu. Surpassing Olympic champions, transcending human limits. This was no longer mere mysticism, it was tangible, extraordinary power. Could Shen Yu truly be one of those legendary cultivators or immortals? Qin Shun's heart raced with excitement, realizing his son's immortal destiny was far deeper than he had imagined. Since a master-disciple bond was possible, he decided against introducing his daughter to Shen Yu for now. In his traditional mindset, the bond between master and disciple was far more intimate than that of husband and wife. He immediately said, he is naturally overjoyed. The apprenticeship is a matter of utmost importance, and I will arrange it properly. Qin Shun, what are you waiting for? He turned to Qin Shun, still seated. First, offer tea to your master. Well, choose an auspicious day for the formal ceremony. Yes, father. Qin Shun replied respectfully, picking up a cup of tea and approaching. Greetings, master. His face remained impassive, though he cast a fleeting glance at the broken chopsticks as he drew near. Shen Yu found it odd. If he had encountered someone like himself at the age of 12 or 13, he would have shown at least some excitement or curiosity, not this utter composure. Shen Yu nodded with feigned satisfaction, taking a sip of the tea. Our school pursues nothing but the ideal of nobility. Simply put, it means punishing evil and promoting good, accumulating virtuous deeds. Before Qin Shun could respond, Qin Shun quickly interjected, understood. He'll make a donation in Qin Shun's name right away. May I have a word alone with Qin Shun? Shen Yu looked at Qin Shun. He had noticed that with his father present, Qin Shun seemed like a mere response robot, doing only what he was told. Well, Qin Shun hesitated but quickly realized this was about sect secrets. He waved his hand dismissively. They'll step outside to make a call and arrange the apprenticeship ceremony. Once Qin Shun had left, Shen Yu studied Qin Shun, who stood before him. You don't seem particularly excited. Qin Shun replied, my father taught me to be composed since childhood. Relax a little, have a seat. Shen Yu noticed that after his father left, Qin Shun's eyes had grown more animated, though his expression remained unchanged. Yet looking at the boy like this, he felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Something was off. He studied him, and the youth met his gaze. Do you really practice that kind of cultivation from novels? Qin Shun eyed the broken chopsticks skeptically, but when he turned back to Shen Yu, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. He felt as though he were standing in the Arctic, surrounded by biting cold. Moments later, he was back in the room. He shivered. The cold sensation had felt all too real. What was that? He gasped, his mouth hanging open in astonishment. A mere trick, Shen Yu said. Don't lump me in with those charlatans. Then does that mean? Qin Shun suddenly grew animated, his eyes burning with fervor as he addressed Shen Yu directly. Master, if I learn your skills, does that mean I won't have to become emperor? Cultivators are supposed to be detached from worldly affairs, aren't they? It was the first time light had appeared in his eyes. You don't want to be emperor. Shen Yu looked at Qin Shun with confusion. That was my father's dream. Please, master, don't tell him. Qin Shun lowered his head and pleaded. Very well. Shen Yu asked, can you tell me your reason? Only then did he carry the innocence of youth, saying, it's not my wish. I don't want to be any emperor. He didn't elaborate, it was still their first meeting, and he wouldn't so easily bare his heart to another. A flicker of perplexity crossed Shen Yu's eyes. Had he undergone many more upheavals afterward, so that now he was not yet that personality? After the apocalypse descended, humanity's nature faced severe trials. Every survivor had experienced countless events, and it was understandable that their character would change. Since he had accepted him as a disciple, there would be no change in this matter. With his own abilities, he could find an excuse about laying a foundation to delay for over a year. By then he could even have Su Huaxin bring him to Third Shen City, or even his entire family. The future now should have changed, shouldn't it? Before long, Qin Shun returned, and Qin Shun fell silent again. Only then did Shen Yu realize something. Qin Shun was like an ornament to Qin Shun, unable to have any independent thoughts in his presence. He only had to obediently comply. Earlier you mentioned laying a foundation. Do you need any medicinal herbs prepared? Qin Shun asked curiously. Whether it's cordyceps, snow lotus, or ginseng, I'll find a way to get them. No need. Just prepare some. Shen Yu listed a few health supplement names, mostly vitamins and trace elements. Things that could never cause harm no matter how much one consumed. Seeing Qin Shun's puzzled expression, he said, keeping up with the times. Modern cultivation. I see. Impressive. Qin Shun was awed without understanding why. Once his father returned, Qin Shun again became obediently silent, while Qin Shun and Shen Yu chatted through a meal. Shen Yu then found an excuse to take his leave. By the way, isn't your daughter in Shen City? On such an occasion, my daughter is not fit to appear. Qin Shun said, then tentatively asked, do you wish me to bring her to meet you? No need. It's fine. Shen Yu shook his head. Qin Zhen was meticulous about ancient etiquette. Except for matchmaking situations, he would never allow his daughter or wife to sit at the same table when entertaining male guests. Seeing Shen Yu decline, he turned his full attention back to his son. I just looked it up. There's an auspicious day in the 8th month. I'll prepare everything for the apprenticeship ceremony. Please rest assured, master. I must prepare more. Qin Zhen thought to himself. It seemed the most crucial turning point in his son's life was meeting this imperial tutor. I've been up for many nights. I hope I can get a good sleep now. Shen Yu had barely slept for 2 nights, and now he could feel his body beginning to burn with restlessness. He figured a few hours of deep sleep would restore him, and he hoped that when he woke the world over there would have changed. After returning home, he curled up on the sofa, covered his stomach with a blanket, and closed his eyes. Soon drowsiness swiftly overtook him. The familiar desert, the familiar Zhang, the familiar battle. Everything seemed to continue. The Zhang had destroyed one of its own arms, unleashing cataclysmic devastation. From its severed shoulder, a massive crater several kilometers wide had been blasted into the ground. On one side of that line, the southern capital's army and the enlightened of Tontian City remained intact. On the other, everything had been utterly annihilated, even the sand layer pierced through to reveal the deep earth below. Shen Yu was reborn amidst the chaotic energy. He glanced around with a puzzled expression. At the same time, the first emperor, who had thought the enemy vanquished, was equally baffled to see Shen Yu reappear as the smoke cleared. So it wasn't that he dodged the attack. He simply cannot be killed. The Zhang's bones began to regenerate. The first emperor stood at the fracture, gazing at Shen Yu floating in the air, pondering, without a doubt, this is a dream body. Even such an attack reassembles him in an instant. The source of that power just now was. The first emperor turned his head toward the black sun in the sky. Though indistinct, he could indeed sense that the power originated from within the black sun. He had thought it was due to the sublime body, but now, his true form lies within the black sun. Just as the first emperor reached this conclusion, Shen Yu acted faster. He charged directly toward the first emperor, not to attack, but to use the psychokinetic force of a dream maze to strike the mask on his face. You are not Qin Shen. Who are you? Valiant protection blocked the first blow. The flames in Shen Yu's eyes reignited. The first emperor, having already endured the dragon phoenix fire once, now possessed greater resistance. He recovered after a mere moment of shock, but that brief lapse was enough to tear off the mask that had always covered the first emperor's face. He cannot be Qin Shen. Qin Shen has become my disciple. Even if he ultimately could not avoid becoming the first emperor, he should have recognized me when I invaded Tontian City. The timeline should have changed. Shen Yu forcefully ripped off the first emperor's disguise mask. But when he saw the face beneath, he was stunned. Does it matter so much who I was in the past? The first emperor bent down to pick up the mask Shen Yu had twisted. He gently brushed off the dust and looked up at Shen Yu. Or is it that you monster from the black sun possess means I cannot comprehend? From the moment I first saw you, I have been dreaming restless. The revelation constantly warns me, warns that you will become my most dangerous enemy. Shen Yu could not recognize that face. Who are you? It was a disfigured face. Half of it was covered in burned scars along with other hideous marks. It didn't look like an accident, but rather the accumulated wounds of repeated torture. This was not Qin Shen. Shen Yu finally realized where the dissonance came from. Qin Shen was already 8 meters tall as a minor, but the first emperor before him was noticeably shorter. Height couldn't regress, could it? If not Qin Shen, who else was related to Qin Zhen? Shen Yu looked at his throat and noticed wounds there too, making his voice exceptionally hoarse so that it was difficult to tell male from female. He might not be a man. The first emperor said coldly, I am merely the first emperor, the destined heaven-ordained emperor. Your deeds are unworthy of the title emperor. Your inner drive is not to become a timeless sovereign who benefits 10,000 generations. Everything you do is only for domination and control. All revelations align with a person's character and thoughts. Even I, though I don't know my connection to the dream maze, benevolence and sublimity are reflected in me. One can roughly discern a person's nature from their revelation. But the first emperor is absolutely not like that. His actions, and those of the great emperors throughout history, are utterly mismatched. He is merely playing the role of an emperor, not truly wishing to become one. His behavior, on the contrary, resembles Qin Zhen's. That overwhelming desire to control his children and everything. The first emperor's actions are nearly identical to Qin Zhen's. To hold all power in his own hands, not to lead. Emperor is not the true name of his revelation. A preposterous thought flashed through Shen Yu's mind. Could it be that girl Qin Yao? But he looked at the first emperor's upper body. There were no female physical characteristics. Although Qin Yao was young, her figure was quite prominent. Unless Qin Yao. Upon hearing that name, the first emperor's body trembled slightly. I am not Qin Yao, I am not Qin Yao. The first emperor shook his head, repeatedly denying the truth. He turned his terrifying face toward Shen Yu and demanded, do you see any resemblance to Qin Yao in me? Do I bear any resemblance to Qin Yao? The first emperor raised his hands, the soul intact, eye radiating all its light. His tone was almost paranoid, as if denying the truth itself, and he bellowed, "I am the first emperor. I am the born sovereign. Since one killing couldn't finish you." At the mention of that name, the first emperor clearly grew hysterical. Especially upon seeing the shock and grief in Shen Yu's eyes, he was utterly enraged by this expression of sympathy. The first emperor raised his hands high, his robe billowing as his own power intertwined with the aura emanating from Zhang. Shen Yu watched as the first emperor was engulfed by the crystals on Zhang's body. Then in Zhang's eyes, once like those of a marionette, flames suddenly ignited. It stared at Shen Yu and roared through its gaping maw. "Then I shall kill you 1,000 times, 10,000 times, until even the black sun falls." Merged. The first emperor and the black sun monster had fused. Zhang's body became entwined with multicolored hues, and a resplendent light film covered its entire form. Even its incompletely repaired arm rapidly regenerated under the power of benevolence. It had transformed into a true monster, one with the mass of a black sun beast, and possessing multiple revelations. Looking down, Shen Yu noticed that even the revelator he had shot down earlier was now embedded in Zhang's body, as if mortared into a stone statue. Except for Yin Qili, he saw her digging a hole to bury herself. Fierce gales relentlessly battered Shen Yu's dream form. These malevolent winds laden with energy felt to Shen Yu like being pelted by hailstones. He pulled back some distance and observed the crack splitting open on Zhang's brow. Within it hung a naked scar-covered body, its face obscured. If it truly was Qin Yao, why had it come to this? Where had her younger brother Qin Shun gone? What had Qin Jin done? What had happened to this family? Shen Yu had already laid the groundwork for the future. Neither Qin Yao nor Qin Shun should have faced such peril. They should have lived healthily and peacefully like Su Huaxin for over a decade. Yet that scarred body seemed to narrate a tale of grief and fury. The fused monster turned its gaze to Shen Yu. Its mind now harbored only one thought: to grind Shen Yu to dust over and over again. "Whoever you are, you must know me." Bang! Zhang's hand shot out and seized Shen Yu. But Shen Yu slipped from its palm like an eel. This fused monster was no longer something he could handle. The defensive might of valor, the restorative power of benevolence, and the offensive capabilities and functionality of other revelations. Combined, they had surpassed the level of an ordinary Black Sun monster. Yet Shen Yu was deeply perplexed. He had to know what had happened to change this future. "My name is Shen Yu. You can't possibly not have heard it." The fused monster paused. Shen Yu saw its eyes appraising him. The emotion within seemed contemplative, as if recalling something, but soon turned resolute. It was denying its own past. Chua? Multicolored crystals burst from Zhang's palm, instantly forming a spear hundreds of meters long. Shen Yu sensed a powerful threat from it. Recalling the creature's tactics, he quickly distanced himself. "Don't blast me away again. I've barely managed to sleep for a few minutes. Is that too much to ask?" Shen Yu realized the other party had no intention of communicating to it, only wanted him dead. But he was also puzzled. His special nature was better understood by Yi Shiyun, Wei Xian, and others. They hadn't deemed him a lost cause, yet this entity regarded him as someone who must be killed. What did it know? Shen Yu instantly quantized and dissipated, reappearing 100 meters away. The sublime body hadn't vanished due to the dream's interruption. The countdown continued, and the sublime one still watched over him. And the technique of dispersing and reassembling, which he had directly learned, could achieve near teleportation under the enhancement of sublime power. "I can't fight this. In this state, I can't deal with the first emperor first. His power has exceeded expectations." Zhang Anping and the others' powers have been completely integrated. Severance. From afar, an invisible blade aura swept across, piercing heaven and earth. It struck the fused monster's spear, severing the crystal lance, but only left a gash on its arm, without cutting it down. The fused monster turned its head toward the source of the blade aura. Suddenly, hundreds of barbs burst from its spine, rising like missiles before homing in on Yi Shiyun's hiding spot. But when it looked back, Shen Yu had vanished. Seeing Yi Shiyun make her move, Shen Yu swiftly withdrew from the battlefield, intending to regroup with her. Simultaneously, the monster's crystal missile attacks arrived. The torrent of energy surged so violently that he could barely maintain his form. Amid the chaotic explosions, he desperately sought Yi Shiyun until he sensed the same sublime power. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Wei Xian was forced to expend all the merits he had accumulated. Carrying Yi Shiyun, who had exhausted herself with a full power strike, he fled swiftly, exclaiming, "What in the world happened? What kind of monster is that first emperor? Run now, we can't fight him." Yi Shiyun shouted. "Well, think of another way." Shen Yu drifted over and yelled, "First put some distance between us. The current Zhang is more troublesome than Long Wang. The first emperor has merged with Zhang." The missiles behind them were still in pursuit. Shen Yu glanced back and saw the monster already gathering a new spear poised to throw. Having endured one of Zhang's strikes, he knew that if it landed and exploded near them, Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian would have no chance of survival. They'll have to charge in and take the hit again to keep the blast away from them. He made up his mind and turned back, but then heard a soft snap of fingers and a playful girl's voice whispered in his ear. Let's play hide and seek. The monster poised to strike suddenly halted. Confusion flickered in its eyes as if it had lost its target. It turned its head elsewhere and hurled the spear at an empty spot. What's going on? Don't just stand there. A girl's head popped out of the desert sand before Shen Yu. She yelled directly, give me a hand. I can't distract it for long. Run, run. Yin Chili. Sublime One come rescue a helpless maiden. She sprang up from the ground like a gopher, legs moving swiftly. You know my name. Surely Wei Xian, that little one, recognized me. Aren't you? Without overthinking, Shen Yu reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her along as they fled. Wasn't she supposed to be on the first emperor's side? I messed up. That woman realized I wasn't under her control. If ID stayed there any longer, I'd have kicked the bucket before you. Yin Chili muttered incessantly. Let's go. He won't stay like this for long, or the Black Suns will corrode him. No need to go head-to-head with her now. Her? No balls. I peeked at her bathing. Is that what you joyful ones do in your spare time? But this was hardly the time for chatting. The monster, apparently affected by Yin Chili's ability, seemed to think they had gone elsewhere and had started to turn around. They had to use this gap to escape the Black Sun monster's sensory range entirely. Hold on to me. Shen Yu grabbed both girls, one in each hand, while Wei Xian leaped and wrapped his arms around Shen Yu's thigh, casting a fearful glance at Yin Chili. Little Wei. Greetings, milady. Wei Xian said fearfully, then quickly shut his mouth. The wind was strong. A moment later, Zhang, as if squeezing a pimple, expelled one of the revelators. Xiang Tian awoke from his stupor. He didn't know what had just happened, only feeling an intense weakness and emptiness. He looked up and saw the first emperor, having just donned his slightly deformed mask, standing on Zhang's shoulder, gazing into the distance. A thought surfaced in his mind. The Supreme Master seemed to trust none of them, preferring to act alone rather than give them a chance to shine. But this blasphemous thought against the Supreme Master was quickly suppressed. He was everyone's master. The revelation named Master. Master as in ruler, master as in owner. Master as in sovereign. Are the troops from Nandu truly this feeble? Despite the first emperor deliberately refraining from affecting the following army, the mere aftershocks had thrown many into disarray. Halt and rest here. The first emperor leaped down from Zhang's shoulder and headed toward his private RV, issuing orders. Tend to the wounded, administer first aid. Resupply, then we move out. Your Majesty. Xiang Tian hurried after him. Just as he was about to speak, the first emperor said, I am weary. They didn't pursue. It seems they also want to rest for a while, Shen Yu said, descending after a high-altitude reconnaissance. At least it buys us some breathing room. He turned his gaze to Wei Xian, who was now cowering, as if utterly terrified. He then looked at Yin Chili, a girl who appeared no older than a high school student, munching on snacks. The snacks were likely Wei Xian's belongings, probably confiscated during a search. That's a relief, Yi Shiyun said, appearing far more dependable. She stared in the direction of Zhang He, and the first emperor, her expression troubled. We're still no match for her. After merging, Yi Shiyun had felt an overwhelming pressure. In her eyes, that power was second only to Quila from the Third Shen City. With their current forces, there was simply no way to confront her. To be precise, there's no one in the world who can stand against him. Is he really that strong? They had assumed the first emperor's true body would be weak, but instead she possessed a devious method to siphon away others' power. With dozens of awakened and the near-infinite energy of the Black Sun monster, a mere wave of her hand could summon calamity, and shall only grow stronger. Yin Chili said, her sweet appearance belying the sly smile that crept across her face. She chewed on a piece of chocolate and chuckled. The more awakened who follow her, the stronger she becomes. Of course, saying no one in the world can oppose him isn't entirely accurate. Yin Chili glanced at Shen Yu, who had closed his eyes to rest. He might be one of them. Granny, Wei Xian whispered, do you know something? Oh, let me introduce everyone. This is my great-aunt. Wei Xian announced, the leader of the Joy faction in Ashen Mountain, the most powerful Joy Awakener Li. Just call me Yin Chili for now, she interrupted, unwilling to reveal her real name. In short, she's an incredibly formidable person. Wei Xian added with a cough, but instinctively edged away from Yin Chili. Yi Shiyun recalled that Wei Xian had warned her to stay as far away from the Joy faction of Ashen Mountain as possible, lest something unpredictable happen. Uncle has already exhausted his sublime power. How can he fight? Yi Shiyun asked, noticing Shen Yu resting. He rarely stayed silent during such discussions, so he must be exhausted. Does your Ashen Mountain know much about him? He doesn't know much about his own origins either. Wei Xian standing behind, Yin Chili shook his head at Yi Shiyun, signaling her not to reveal everything about Shen Yu. He knows nothing himself. I don't know either. Yin Chili shrugged with a pout. I haven't been back in ages. Those old fossils love studying the Black Sun and awakening, but I don't enjoy such joyless things. It's just that if the first emperor could see it naturally, I could too. Both of them looked at her in confusion, and Shen Yu slowly opened his eyes. The first emperor said she'd kill you until even the black sun falls. That's her guess about you. Yan Qili leaned close to Shen Yu, examining him with curiosity. Your true body must be inside the black sun. But your behavior doesn't match the prophesied harbinger of doom, so your true body is probably some kind of awakening. Why not just descend directly? You're the real deal. The first emperor is at best a proxy. You definitely win. Wait. Yi Shiyun and Wei Xian were both baffled. Wei Xian demanded, are you saying Big Brother is on the same level as Sublime? An existence from the black sun. How else would you explain it? Yan Qili said, when an ordinary dream body shatters, it must return to its true form. But he resurrects anywhere the black sun shines. As absurd as this guess sounds, it's the only explanation. Unless he is the black sun itself. If that's the case, please date me. Yan Qili said, clasping her hands demurely before her abdomen and bowing. I want to fall in love with the black sun. Both were left speechless by her remark. What an apocalyptic joke. Finally Shen Yu spoke. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't recall any awakening or true body. Impossible, Yan Qili said, circling him. Anything that emerges from the black sun, if not an awakening, can only have one purpose: to erase all life. Since you haven't done that, you must be an awakening. I'm curious, Shen Yu said, looking at Yan Qili. Are the figures seen during awakening mere illusions, or are they real gods? If you wish them to be real, then they are. That touches on many realms, but anyway. Yan Qili smiled. I've seen joy come out for a stroll, but unfortunately it can't leave the black sun, only appear briefly. It seemed Yan Qili harbored many secrets. But now was not the time to probe. He recalled something and asked Yi Shiyun, does the name Qin Shun ring a bell? Or Qin Jin Qin Yao? Yi Shiyun replied, someone from the third Shen city. No memory of them. Maybe check the household registry. Had I not sent them to the third Shen city? A thought struck Shen Yu. At that time I was already gone. How could I be sure Qin Jun would take his children into the third Shen city? Several months had passed between the Black Sun's descent and the founding of the third Shen city. Su Huaxin, for her daughter's safety, would patiently wait in the basement for months. Would Qin Jun, would that man of immense, controlling desire, obediently follow the orders of a missing person? Or after I revealed the possible future to him with his resources and wealth, could he have built a small kingdom underground, becoming the king he always dreamed of? The uncontrollable variables were never Qin Shun or Qin Yao. As long as Qin Jin existed, those siblings would never have a say. You just said the first emperor is the proxy of an awakening. Shen Yu wanted to understand the first emperor's origins. Without solving this, nothing could change. Since you can't beat the first emperor and planning to flee. Yan Qili spread her hands. But before I go, I can tell you something. The first emperor's awakening is master. God. Wei Xian jumped in shock. Not that master. Literally ruler-owner. Look at the structure of Tontian City. It's all about master-servant relationships, Yan Qili explained. She doesn't want to be a queen, as she wants to be the sovereign. Influenced by her awakening, she seeks to control this world and the Black Sun. Her strategy is to amplify her power by dominating all awakened until she's ready to face the prophesied challenge. So that was the nature of her awakening. Everything strange now made sense. Reflecting, Shen Yu realized Tontian City had no bureaucratic structures or ruler-minister relations, only master-servant bonds. She was the master of all awakened, who in turn were masters of ordinary people who could buy and sell the lower sheep. Thus it had become a slave society. But awakening has side effects. Every type does. Even benevolence can drive one mad. The form of madness is closely tied to the awakening's true name. Yan Qili narrowed her eyes. The first emperor has long been insane. Did you know her in the past? Give up. She's just a slave too. A slave of master. Oh, by the way, if you really can't win, let this young lady become her slave. Maybe rebellion could spark a miracle. Yan Qili glanced at Yi Shiyun. I'll take my leave then. They'll come find you when it's safe, okay? Farewell, great aunt. Wei Xian shouted after her. Yan Qili departed without a second thought, her sole purpose being to seek amusement. Yet having been discovered by the first emperor, she immediately fled. Her methods are rather peculiar, remarked Yi Shiyun, glancing around in confusion. She had clearly seen Yan Qili heading east, but every now and then the woman would seem to teleport westward. It was impossible to discern her true direction of escape. This deviated from Yi Shiyun's understanding of joyful revelators. Those she knew were mostly battle-oriented like herself, albeit more inclined to ambush others and derive immense glee from such cunning acts. Transformation, essence, descent. The people of Ashen Mountain tended to assess revelators through the lens of traditional cultivation or fantasy. Wei Xian explained, Missy, have you not noticed? Your blade strikes far more fiercely against Black Sun beasts than against humans. This is because you harness the essence, the rebellious power of revelation. Your original rebellion was against heaven and fate, and the Black Sun beasts are the embodiment of that celestial destiny. When confronting them, you wield the power of essence. As for Granny, she too employs the essence of joy, though I am not privy to the specifics. In any case, Wei Xian shuddered. Never play her games. be it statues, hide and seek, or hopscotch. Once her game begins, even immortals will shed a layer of skin. They had managed to escape earlier only because Yin Qili had initiated a game of hide and seek. Shen Yu reflected, realizing how superficial his understanding of revelators remained, not only his own, but even that of Third Shen City. Her limit is descent, but I have only heard rumors. It is said she once played games with a Black Sun beast. I do not know the details, Wei Xian explained. If the Ashen Mountain faction were united, they might surpass the monster hunting squad. Alas, the rift between revelators is too vast. Those of Joy, for instance, even take delight in tricking one another. If you ask me, that granny has not left. Wei Xian shook his head. She would not miss such a grand spectacle. She is likely off getting popcorn and soda, finding a safe spot to watch us clash with the First Emperor. We must think this through. How could they possibly contend? Even Yi Shiyun felt disheartened. The barrier was troublesome enough, now fused with the power of a revelator, it was an invincible monster. But Wei Xian, I have reason to hold Tongzhou City. Why are you so eager? Yi Shiyun found his enthusiasm suspect. Risking his life for them seemed unnecessary. I never said I would defend Tongzhou City, Wei Xian clarified. I am simply following Big Brother. His goal was clear: stick with whoever could amass the most merit. In all his years, he had never seen anyone accumulate merit as swiftly as Shen Yu. He even suspected that Shen Yu had done something far-reaching, with people still benefiting from his kindness to this day. Within him burned a need to prove something, a desperate craving for true recognition from the sublime. At least that side has stopped. Shen Yu finally spoke, giving us some breathing room. I can find a way to reverse things, but I cannot guarantee how long it will take. Even if he pushed himself to the limit without sleep for 7 days, he still had no idea where the First Emperor. Shen Yu shared some details with the two, explaining the past. I have too many gaps in my timeline, he admitted. Su Waxin's trust in him was second only to Shun Pei's. It was impossible for others to obediently heed his words and stay indoors for months after the apocalypse. As for relying on others, Yi Shiyun had been but a child then, and Su Huaxin could not keep that family of 3 locked at home. Let's study it. Wei Xian snapped his fingers. Since we know the revelator's name, we can reverse analyze what happened from the revelations gained. To put it grandly, it is the Lord, but in truth it is the embodiment of control. Wei Xian's description was apt. It was not imperial power, command, or leadership, but the extreme of domination, absolute rule that allowed no defiance of his decrees. Shen Yu also noticed that the First Emperor did not truly trust the revelators around him, preferring to drain their power for his own use. How about killing Qingjin? Yi Shiyun suggested. Do you need me to do it? You were just a child then. Are you stupid? That is precisely the point. Who would suspect a child of murder? Shen Yu and Wei Xian both stared at her in disbelief. Were you really planning to confront a grown man as a kindergartner? I find Miss Yes' proposal too absurd. Let me offer one. Wei Xian raised his hand. How about you seduce her? That is the fastest and easiest way to free her from his control, Wei Xian mused. After the Black Sun descends, you can arrange for her to stay at Aunt Su's place. In that chaos, Qingjun would have no way to take her back. She is underage. You are such a pervert, Wei Xian. Are all sublime like this? Do not slander the sublime. Why do you agree with Shen Yu, but argue with me? Wei Xian grumbled. Truly the rebellious are detestable. Let's head back to Tongzhou City first, Shen Yu said. No matter how things develop on my end, we must prepare for a full-scale confrontation. The 3 of us alone are far from enough. He hoped Third Shen City had left some trump cards. This matter should be known to all. Even if surrendering and biding time could buy Shen Yu a chance to rewrite the past through change. The vision of destruction was too harrowing. Shen Yu glanced at the crystalline marks on his hand, which had first appeared when he witnessed the world's end, a desolation that left him scarred. Due to the earlier battle's aftermath, the First Emperor's army was forced to camp. They had traveled far from the battle, with Long Huang capturing the barrier, then rushed to Nandu, a non-stop march for days. How is His Majesty? Unknown. He is in his tent, and allows no one near. The sublime revelator whom Shen Yu had once abducted, the First Emperor's handmaiden, was no more. The benevolent revelator, a man, sighed and said to Xiang Tian, I feel His Majesty's state is strange. Let us not approach. Do not act without his explicit orders. Xiang Tian nodded, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Unlike the others, he had sought out the First Emperor to challenge a stronger foe. Naturally, he lost that battle and knew his mind had been implanted with commands, but he did not mind. His philosophy aligned with the First Emperor's. Only the strongest could command and save all. Now that the First Emperor was the strongest, he would follow him. Yet he sensed a change in the Emperor lately. Whether in the relentless marches or his personal interventions, he seemed less steady, more urgent. All because of that strange individual. It was as if something had slipped from his control, breeding a restlessness born of lost security. A person with a strong need for control. For many it is merely a habit, not a mental illness. But if it is obsessive and intense, it might stem from a psychological disorder. Are you experiencing such symptoms? Shen Yu had spent 4 hours in his dream returning to Tongzhou City with the others to discuss strategies. He seized moments to meditate, entering deep sleep to restore his energy. In reality, it was only 5 in the afternoon and Qingjun here was busy with apprenticeship ceremonies. Recalling Wei Xian's suggestion to start with the revelator Shen Yu called psychologist Wu Qian for advice. It is not me but a friend. What could cause this? Generally, it is anxiety disorder, constant feelings of unease, tension, fear. Such individuals cope by trying to control those around them to alleviate their anxiety. When things deviate from their plans, they become especially anxious. Obsessive-compulsive disorder also applies. They cannot suppress intrusive thoughts and control their environment to ease anxiety. There is also borderline personality disorder, or BPD. It combines depression, anxiety, and various psychotic symptoms. This is more severe than anxiety, typically onset in late childhood or adolescence. It is complex with some genetic factors and possible environmental triggers. Inappropriate parental punishment or parental mental issues can hinder self-development or cause abnormal development. Such individuals exhibit emotional instability, impulsive behavior, a vague self-image, and intense fear. They may take drastic actions using a strong need for control to soothe their emotions. It sounded somewhat similar to the first emperor's situation. Shen Yu inquired, "Can this illness be cured?" "Let me first ask, is that friend of yours actually you?" "It's not me." "Then that's fine. I haven't observed those traits in you." Wu Qian said over the phone. "To be honest, it's very difficult. These patients can be considered the most challenging cases. They often refuse to follow medical advice. Even with compulsory treatment, in mental health centers the recurrence rate is high. We can only do our best with no guarantee of a cure." "Thank you, Dr. Wu." Shen Yu noted down what she said. "Weren't you supposed to come see me? Why did you cancel?" "I've been busy lately, and my symptoms have been stabilizing. It's going well and my sister is reassured. I won't disturb you any further. Tell me about your dreams. I can offer you free consultations regarding your friend in the future." Wu Qian asked, "How is that world shrouded by a black sun? More people have appeared. They'll arrange to have dinner with you and your sister another day. Make sure to share with me." Wu Qian said, "You could become a novelist. The things in your dreams are quite intriguing." After hanging up, Shen Yu felt puzzled. Why had Wu Qian suddenly become interested in the events of his dreams? Still, there were other matters to attend to. At least, Qingjun trusted him now. This trust must be put to good use. "President Qin." Shen Yu dialed his number. Qingjun promptly greeted him, politely asking with concern if there were any special requirements for the apprenticeship ceremony. Shen Yu couldn't very well say that his earlier assumptions were wrong. That wasn't his son. Instead, he said, "It seems we're quite fated. I hear that Professor Qin from Jiaodong University is your elder. I happen to be his graduate student. I heard your daughter is also planning to study there. What a coincidence. It seems I'm destined with your entire family. Your daughter is in Shanghai. Fine, tonight it is. They'll take the 2 children out for a meal. It's fine, you go ahead with your work. I also have some things I need to discuss privately with Qin Shan. I need to hurry and meet them first. It would be best if Qin Jin weren't there. Only then can I truly see what the problem is. When you meet Qin Shan's master, you must perform well." Qin Jin himself was busy that evening. Hearing that Shen Yu wanted to meet his daughter and had things to discuss with Qin Shan, he simply arranged for the driver to take the 2 to the restaurant. He took out an expensive tin of tea leaves from his room and said, "This is your gift for the meeting. Remember to be considerate in front of the master. Don't ruin your brother's chance at immortality through your rudeness." From the moment Shen Yu hung up, Qin Jin had his family pick out clothes and style his daughter's hair, as if preparing her for a stage performance. Of course, what she wore and how she looked was entirely up to Qin Jin. Qin Yao was like a puppet at the mercy of his so-called aesthetic sense. But now, instead of being bundled up, Qin Yao was dressed in a knee-length skirt and a sleeveless blouse. She radiated the beauty of a youthful girl her age. Qin Yao nodded and said, "Understood, father. This is the most important guest we've ever had." The skirt and blouse had been bought some time ago, but Qin Yao had never worn them because Qin Jin believed that girls showing their arms and legs was indecent. Yet today he actively made her dress up like this. Qin Yao knew full well what his intentions were. No matter what the master does to you, you must be polite and courteous. Qin Jin looked at his obediently nodding daughter with satisfaction. "This is the greatest fortune our family has ever encountered. Your brother's chance to soar to greatness depends on him, understand? Probably just another charlatan. No matter what he does, I must be polite, like those hostesses in the rumors." Qin Yao saw through it all, but she wouldn't resist because she knew that resistance against her overbearing father never yielded any good results. It only brought about punishment from the family code. "Understood. My daughter is truly beautiful." Qin Jun praised her as if admiring a commodity, then pulled Qin Shun, who had just changed into casual clothes, out of the room and closed the door, whispering something to him. Qin Yao didn't care. As a daughter, she never involved herself in family matters, and her father never explained things to her. Like now, who was this master? Who was the other party? When did Qin Shun get a teacher? She knew nothing about any of it. She was used to it. Though she didn't understand why her father kept changing his mind, since he was willing to let her stay here for a few years of university, she would cherish it. This was probably the only chance in her life to be herself. By next September, he'll be able to attend university. This was Qin Yao's only hope, the only thing that brought her joy. She had never had friends, and her father disliked associating with the poor relatives of the family. She had no close siblings. These days her only pleasure came from asking Shen Yu about university life. All kinds of wonderful experiences she had never imagined. So now she was willing to do whatever her father arranged as long as she could smoothly enter university. A full 4 years. That might be a lifelong memory. All right, you may go now. After a moment's thought, Qin Zhen pushed his son out. Come back only when the master says you can. Once in the car as it drove out of Qin Zhen's sight, Qin Zhen finally let out a long breath. He was somewhat afraid of his father. At least he's out of sight now. Sis, don't be so tense. My master is a good person. Though they had only met briefly and exchanged a few words, Qin Zhen could sense that Shen Yu, being so young, was unlikely to be a rigid person. When did you get a master? The relationship between brother and sister was neither close nor hostile. But Qin Yao understood that her role was to pave the way for her brother. Even if he didn't want to be some kind of emperor, what use was that? She knew well that her brother bore even greater pressure. Any slight decline in his studies would result in punishment from the family code. Qin Zhen advocated corporal punishment and was particularly strict in this regard. Just now, a look of longing appeared in Qin Zhen's eyes. If I told you, you'd think I was being fooled. You'll understand when you see him yourself. Qin Yao said nothing, shaking her head disdainfully. She had never liked those mystical, superstitious things. In her eyes, even the gods couldn't change her fate. Master said he has a connection with you and asked you to come. He mentioned that our granduncle is his teacher and that you're going to study at his school. Though Qin Zhen was unusually silent in his father's presence as a 15 or 16-year-old boy, he couldn't help but chatter in front of his sister. So he wanted to meet you. Huh. Qin Yao was taken aback. How old is your master? Around 25 or 26. Qin Zhen genuinely wanted to learn from Shen Yu. He could feel that Shen Yu had real ability, and perhaps this was his only chance to change his fate. If it were up to father, I'd say you are getting the better end of the deal. What do you mean? Father just told me to watch whether my master shows any interest in you. If he does, then play matchmaker. He's handsome, has a good temperament, and real skills. Isn't that a win for you? He pulled out a voice recorder. I'm supposed to record everything that happens today and report to him later. It's off now. This wasn't surprising. Qin Zhen wouldn't allow anything beyond his control. He had to know his children's every move. Their phones were always tracked, and even at their age there were cameras in Qin Yao and Qin Zhen's rooms. Fortunately, the family was wealthy, and they had separate dressing rooms where they could change without being exposed to the cameras. But when she heard the age of 25 or 26, a certain person inexplicably came to mind. She asked, "What's your master's name?" Shen Yu. Qin Yao was stunned. Now I understand what you meant by him having real ability. She recalled the nanny who had wet herself and murmured while looking out the window, "It seems I've underestimated things." She suddenly felt a strange sensation. Her life seemed on the verge of a massive transformation because of this name. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in an underground parking lot of a shopping mall. The siblings had only ever dined at private clubs or specialized restaurants with their father. They had never been to such a bustling, brightly lit mall. After getting out of the car, they saw a familiar figure at the elevator entrance. No, for Qin Yao it was unfamiliar. Because the last time she saw Shen Yu, he was wearing a mask. She had scrolled through his moments, but couldn't find his photo, so she had no idea what he looked like. So, he was this handsome. Disciple Qin Zhen pays respects to master. After getting out of the car, Qin Zhen put on a flawless smile and bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Qin Yao also bowed formally and said, "Greetings, sir. I am Qin Yao." So she was such a beautiful girl after all. Shen Yu stepped forward, feeling inexplicably pained. "Relax," Shen Yu said with a smile. "I'm taking you out for some fun. We need to get to know each other. We'll have plenty of time together in the future, you two. Whether it's 10 or 20 years, don't forget me." Both siblings looked puzzled. What did he mean by that? The siblings Qin Yao and Qin Zhen were both flawless in appearance. Wherever they went, they were a striking pair of handsome young man and beautiful young woman. Although they were still a bit immature due to their age, walking through the mall they were enough to draw eyes. Qin Zhen was looking around curiously. Though he appeared more obedient in front of his father, the fact that he had confessed, "I don't want to be emperor" at their first meeting showed a more sunny disposition at his core. Everything in the mall fascinated him. It wasn't that he had never been out before, but he had never been in such a lively environment. In contrast to the more lively Qin Zhen, Qin Yao, with her long black hair, seemed rather reserved. Her gaze was not drawn to the colorful shops, but remained fixed on Shen Yu. "Would you like some milk tea?" Shen Yu spotted a milk tea shop and asked the two behind him. They both shook their heads in unison. Qin Zhen explained, "Father doesn't allow us to drink these unhealthy things." Shen Yu was about to say something when Qin Zhen added, "But a master's command must be obeyed. If my master wants me to drink, then I must." This kid, Shen Yu, didn't dislike this side of Qin Zhen. When they first met with his father present, the youth seemed rather pretentious. Unexpectedly, he was actually quite quick-witted. Ill-past Qin Yao shook her head. Some things Qin Shun could get away with because he was more favored. But she couldn't. No one knew if someone was watching them today. The driver who had brought them here hadn't left them all either. Then he'll order you a juice, Shen Yu said, placing an order. After picking up the drinks, he led the two upstairs to eat hot pot. Since they had things to discuss, Shen Yu had booked a small private room in advance. As for the meal cost, it would come from the red envelope Boss Qin had given him earlier. Qin Yao's gaze mostly lingered on Shen Yu, but whenever his eyes shifted toward her, she chose to look away. Shen Yu looked at her, and for some reason felt she wasn't as talkative as when they first met. He had a good impression of Qin Yao then. Although she was a bit peculiar, she was generally a very polite girl, very sensible. But today she seemed preoccupied, leaving most of the talking to Qin Shun. The two siblings had truly excellent upbringing. No, strict was a better word. They strictly used serving chopsticks while eating, took small bites, and held their bowls out when picking up dishes, never letting a single drop of sauce fall on the table. Shen Yu felt that compared to them, he seemed like a rough man. However, their strict adherence to no talking while eating made Shen Yu feel awkward. After a while, Qin Shun suddenly took out a voice recorder that was in the middle of a call and showed it to Shen Yu. Huh. Qin Shun looked at Shen Yu with some apology. Shen Yu frowned in surprise. There are some things that aren't convenient for others to know, Shen Yu said, quickly catching on to Qin Shun's meaning. Qin Shun sighed with relief and asked, not even my father. It involves some secrets meant only for master and disciple. Qin Shun turned to look at Qin Yao, who understood, and stood up. I'll take my leave, then you two talk. Shen Yu gestured for her to stay and told Qin Shun to turn off the recorder. Finally, I can relax a bit, Qin Shun said, putting the recorder away with a sense of relief. Shen Yu asked curiously, is Boss Qin that strict with you? Even having to record everything they say when they go out. This is already the better side of things. Before I had someone following me everywhere I went. Qin Shun was smart. From Shen Yu's reaction when they met at noon, he knew Shen Yu didn't support the destined emperor narrative either. He began to talk more freely. Sometimes it was about my safety, other times for other reasons. They always found an excuse to tail me. Boys his age tended to be more rebellious. Qin Shun. Qin Yao looked at her brother and shook her head, questioning if this was the right occasion for such words. I'm just telling my master about my situation. Qin Shun shook his head. He wasn't bad-mouthing his father. Master won't tell father. Don't worry. Clearly Qin Yao had a stronger resistance to defiance and dared not criticize her father. Shen Yu found Qin Shun interesting too, calling him master so warmly when they had only met a day ago. What if I do tell? He asked. Qin Shun replied, at worst, he'll get a few strikes with the ruler. It's fine. I believe master won't tell. You are a figure like an immortal, not bothered by mundane affairs. I want to become someone like that in the future. An immortal. They had beaten him so badly he could barely recognize the way. If Qin Shun were the first emperor, things would actually be simpler. Boys his age were easily prone to hero worship. He respected his father but didn't admire or love him. Shen Yu taking that place could naturally influence his entire life. The problem was Qin Yao. Though she wore a smile and seemed approachable, her heart was like an onion building layers of defense. If Shen Yu were just a chance-met senior or her great-uncle's student, she would have been more at ease, because they were destined to have no further connection, just a passing encounter in life. But now it was different. Shen Yu had entered the Qin family circle, becoming an unavoidable presence. His purpose, reasons, and background were all unknown to her. The mysterious and capable Shen Yu brought Qin Yao no positive emotions, only allowing her to start overthinking and feeling unsettled. This uncertainty made her even more silent, unsure how to interact. The only way to deal with someone like her was a direct approach. Even hints would make her endlessly confirm and deny, within her own mind, torturing herself. Thank your sister, Shen Yu said bluntly. I met your sister first at university. Then by chance we had a meal together, and your father, having heard of my reputation from somewhere, came over to chat. That's how I ended up taking you as a disciple. If it weren't for your sister, I probably wouldn't have bothered with your father. Qin Yao's mouth parted slightly, looking at Shen Yu in surprise. Qin Shun also looked at his sister with confusion. So it started with you. Qin Shun, your father told you about me, right? That I can predict the future. Shen Yu didn't have time to beat around the bush, he wanted to be straightforward. Qin Shun nodded. Do you believe it? Faced with this question, Qin Yao clearly hesitated. She wasn't inclined to believe such things. Qin Shun was also uncertain. They had seen some powers, but predicting the future. Just listen for now, Shen Yu said, looking at them both. A great upheaval will come in the future, affecting all of humanity, and you too will face your own calamities. The reason I sought out Qin Shun, and then you, Qin Yao, is because I foresaw your futures. I have come only to change your destinies. Can destiny be changed? Qin Shun revealed a look of astonishment, pondering the meaning of Shen Yu's words as he listened to how he seemed to be a significant figure in the future. Yet Qin Yao uttered a sentence saying, changing destiny is the hardest thing in this world, isn't it? How many people have battered themselves bloody trying to alter their fate, only to end up in an even worse state? Shen Yu looked at Qin Yao, whose face revealed neither sorrow nor joy, merely stating her own confusion. Shen Yu said, that's not the question. The question is simply what kind of people you want to become. I want to be an artist. The composed Shen Yu actually harbored a rather unrestrained dream he envisioned, learning to paint, learning music, living a life without constraints. But if it truly came true, it might not be what I want. Shen Yu had a clear understanding of himself, knowing that he merely wished to rebel against his father's arrangements. Whatever Qin Zhen desired him to be, he would head in the opposite direction. The strict education he had received since childhood had indeed molded him into a youth with a clear self-awareness. And precisely because of this, he knew he was not cut out to be an emperor. He disliked the feeling of being surrounded by people. Oh, it filled him with fear. Shen Yu then looked at Qin Yao, but she remained silent. All along, all she had ever wished for was to experience genuine life in university. Her perception of her own future was very clear. She would marry the man her father had arranged for her, and continue to strive for the benefit of the Qin family. If asked what she wanted to do for herself, she had absolutely no idea. Since childhood, she had never been allowed to possess her own will. If it were truly returned to her, she wouldn't know what to think. Marry a good man. That was the best fate she could envision. After all, the outcome was just marriage. Marrying a good man would be a good ending. Unfortunately, you might have just come of age when the Black Sun arrived. In the desolate wastes, finding a good man to marry was an immense challenge. Good men don't live long. Shen Yu sighed inwardly, not delving too deeply into the topic. He could clearly sense that everyone was still on guard, so he said, "Don't overthink it for now. They'll speak with President Qin and have you accompany Qin Shu and me on more outings. When will I become powerful?" Qin Shu raised the question that concerned the young man most. "First, lay a solid foundation, and you too will become extraordinarily remarkable." Shen Yu showed his hands to the two of them, and the sublime power began to activate, conjuring a pair of golden handcuffs from nothingness. Throughout this process, their gazes never wavered. Even a magic trick would not create something from nothing so gradually. It has a sort of solemn power. Qin Shu stepped forward and touched it. The handcuffs felt like a projection, not a physical object. Yet upon touching them, one could sense a kind of majesty from within. The sublime deity. Shen Yu smiled and said, "The deity my sect venerates is the sublime deity who encourages us to punish evil and promote good. The more good deeds we do, the stronger this power becomes." Compared to discussing ethereal topics like destiny, even Qin Yao had many questions about the sublime deity this time. Shen Yu spoke with them half-truthfully about matters of sublimity. Until the meal concluded, Shen Yu suddenly asked Qin Yao, "Do you want to learn from me?" Qin Yao remained silent. Though she had been listening intently earlier, she didn't know how to answer when this was brought up. Qin Shu also looked at his sister, thinking it would be nice for the siblings to be together. But from his understanding of his father, it was highly unlikely to be permitted. Since childhood, anything Qin Yao had, Qin Shu must also possess. Yet what Qin Shu had, Qin Yao could not touch. Their father Qin Zhen was particularly distinct in his treatment of the genders. With such esoteric arts, if she were to marry in the future, they would become another family's asset. Even if Qin Yao was willing to learn, Qin Zhen might not agree. Unless, "They'll mention it to father when I get back," Qin Shu answered on Qin Yao's behalf. "Let father decide. We'll take our leave now." Having heard about the sublime deity, he now had something to report to Qin Zhen. Qin Shu bowed respectfully and said, "Take care, master." After Shen Yu left, Qin Shu did not immediately head to the parking lot with his sister. Instead, he said, "My master kept looking at you the whole time." Qin Yao looked at her brother. "During the meal, master's attention was always on you." "As an observer, I saw it very clearly," Qin Shu said. "All this trouble to take me as a disciple was probably because of you." "You're overthinking it." Qin Yao shook her head. "What merit did she have? Was it merely her looks?" Shen Yu possessed truly incomprehensible power. If he were truly interested in women, people would line up to offer themselves to him. "I feel that my master likes you," Qin Shu said, still a youth who had not yet reached the point of seeing through to the core of things. "Isn't that good? I can sense that he wants you to be happy. To follow father's arrangements toward one fate, or to follow his arrangements toward another fate." Qin Yao murmured, somewhat dazed. "Is there a difference?" "I don't know." Qin Shu shook his head and said, "Sister, you always think about unnecessary things." It was different. Even Qin Shu's strict upbringing came with a hint of expectation and indulgence. But Qin Yao never felt that. "Just ask yourself if you like it." "I don't know what like means." She didn't understand why, but she always felt that ever since meeting Shen Yu, something had been pressing down on the sky above. Something in the heavens was watching her. But that glass of juice, Qin Yao murmured, was delicious. Shen Yu? Shen Yu? Shen Yu? So that's how it is. The first emperor had a dream. She thought she had long forgotten all that had happened in the past. Since that day, she had made a clean break from her past. But upon hearing the name Shen Yu, she felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu, inexplicably recalling things from long ago. Don't forget him. Now he suddenly appears again, just like before, making promises, and then vanishing. The first emperor slowly sat up from the bed. There was nothing reflective in this room. After donning her mask, she dragged her battered body to the window. He spoke so beautifully, yet he couldn't accomplish anything. He couldn't stop what happened to Qin Shu, nor could he stop the utterly insane Qin Jun, or prevent his own fate. The curtains were pulled open, and upon hearing the sound of the RV, the revelators guarding outside quickly bowed their heads in reverence. She gazed at the black sun in the sky, where an entity whispered in her ear, "Is this a warning to me? Why am I recalling this experience? I had become utterly unfamiliar with that name before." She even forgot to use the royal we in her speech, hesitating as she looked at the black sun in the heavens. But soon she gradually calmed down. Since the black sun's descent, her fate had been reduced to this single path. This was the guidance of her revelation, a destiny that could not be changed. To dominate this world, to dominate her revelation, until one day she could dominate this black sun. Send a vanguard to Tongzhou City. If they have not surrendered by the time I arrive, the first emperor opened the window and said coldly, then raised Tongzhou to the ground. Yes, you're absolutely right. So what do we do now? Not far from Tongzhou City, Yan Qili lay on the desolate ground staring up at the black sun, murmuring softly, "That guy named Shen Yu is quite unusual. Don't you know his origins? Regardless of his background, the first emperor has gone completely mad. I can't stop her anymore. Even if she's the master's favorite doll, this path is doomed. Are you going to let the master's actions proceed and extinguish all other possibilities? It's getting closer. I doubt this world has even half a year left. People have endured wave after wave of trials only to face the black sun's will heat. I don't think the puppet the master has cultivated can change any of this. Can't you, old one, put in a bit more effort? What do you mean you can only stand by and watch powerless, smoking a cigarette? Do you even have a cigarette to smoke?" The black sun seemed to be shrouded in a layer of shadow. The whispering sound in her ears disappeared, and Yan Qili rolled her eyes. "Even if she's the master's favorite doll, this path is doomed. Are you going to let the master's actions proceed and extinguish all other possibilities? It's getting closer. I doubt this world has even half a year left. People have endured wave after wave." So he is indeed too closely connected to the black sun, at the very least a projection of a revelation. Unfortunately, to avoid being discovered by the black sun, he chose to forget his true revelation and power. But sublimity, pleasure, and others still remember him and will lend him power. This might be the final act of resistance against the black sun. Unfortunately, it had run into the meddling master. Meanwhile, inside Tongzhou City, a well-rested Shen Yu was finally becoming active again. "You're here." Su Huaxin, seeing Shen Yu reappear, felt a weight lift from her heart. She quickly said, "We just had a meeting. Our current transport capacity is only enough to relocate 3,000 people. But 3,000 is enough to evacuate some children. There's an abandoned underground city not far away. We once used it as a backup for Tongzhou. The equipment should still be functional." Shen Yu looked at Su Huaxin and said, "Actually, we could surrender. They'll figure out the rest." Su Huaxin smiled and said, "We are already the lingering souls of Third Shen City. Our deaths are not a concern, but," she said earnestly, "at least before we die, we don't want a bout of fate again. The enemy is indeed strong, but if we give up resistance just because the enemy is powerful, then Third Shen City would have been destroyed long ago." Shen Yu noticed a light in Su Huaxin's eyes. Though she appeared much older than before, whenever she mentioned Third Shen City, her eyes naturally shone with brilliance. Even though that city had been destroyed, its brief glory continued to influence the people here. "Don't worry, we will win." Shen Yu nodded, making a solemn promise. "At worst, he'll kidnap the first emperor and lock her up in your house." "Huh, to hell with destiny. No matter if you're the goddess of fate, I'll use force on you if I have to. We can actually coexist peacefully." This time over a dozen individuals served as the vanguard for the Great Shun Kingdom, including Feng Zheng and Zhang Onping from Nandu. As they approached Tongzhou City, they were intercepted by Yi Shiyun and her team. The two halted at a distance of over 10 meters, conversing from afar. "You have already attempted it, a bold endeavor indeed, but unfortunately it ended in failure. You cannot halt the steps of the Supreme One." Feng Zheng, clad in protective gear, advanced at the forefront as the envoy. The first emperor rarely employed his abilities on ordinary people. He was one of the few exceptions. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifice. To live is to find new hope. I dislike the term surrender. I prefer to call this a powerful alliance. Yi Shiyun, only by joining us can you continue to hunt the Black Sun beasts as before. Enough, Mr. Feng. I have long witnessed your silver tongue. Yi Shiyun stood alone at the forefront, flanked by soldiers from the former Third Shen City, clad in protective gear and holding guns, confronting the enemy from a distance. She said, "From a rational standpoint, your words hold no flaw. To live by bowing one's head is a blessing bestowed by the heavens. But," Yi Shiyun pointed her thumb at herself, declaring, "I am different from you. We are different from you. The Third Shen City is different from Nandu City. If I must consider rationality in every matter and compromise at every turn, I might as well be dead. There is no need for stubbornness, Yi Shiyun." Feng Zheng shook his head, saying, "You have already compromised once. Precisely because we compromised, we know that compromise leads to no good end." Yi Shiyun let out a cold laugh. "If you wish to subjugate Tongzhou, it is simple. Step over my corpse and enter. Yi Shiyun pointed behind her. Over 20,000 people await at the entrance, those unwilling to compromise with fate again. Slaughter every single one of those 20,000, turn Tongzhou into a river of blood, and then negotiate with the survivors. That is none of my concern. The Supreme One is furious. Feng Zheng advised earnestly. If a real battle erupts, Tongzhou City will be reduced to rubble. There are more than 20,000 people here. Do you intend to let those willing to coexist with us be buried with you rebels? I am not noble. Yi Shiyun spread her hands. What the hell do I care? Could she possibly concern herself with that? A rebellious girl would not fall for a moral trap. If someone had to take the blame, it would be the first emperor's fault. What did it have to do with them? It seems there is no room for negotiation. Feng Zheng asked, must it come to battle? It must. Yi Shiyun squinted her eyes. Even if you don't come, I will attack. You have 12 hours left. Feng Zheng confirmed the time. In 12 hours, the Supreme One will personally campaign against Nandu. After that, there will be no possibility of negotiation. I will wait here. If your thoughts change, you can find me anytime. Do not take another step forward, or else. Yi Shiyun drew a blazing line of fire on the ground. I will not spare you for old time's sake. That is the situation. Although we have bought some time, there are only 12 hours left. A great battle is inevitable. After a while, Yi Shiyun returned inside Tongzhou City. In the meeting room, high-ranking officials from all sides had gathered. Many had taken out their hoarded luxury cigarettes, filling the room with smoke. Let's proceed with the original plan. The current head of Tongzhou City's armed forces was a man named Qian Heng. His face and body bore scars from the torture and imprisonment during the occupation. His left hand's fingers had been severed at the root. He was a tough, not having endured much suffering. Though scarred, the dark-skinned man's eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Take out all the stockpiles and blow them to Kingdom Come. This task must be entrusted to Mr. Shen. Tongzhou City had production lines not just for ash bombs, but for higher-yield devices as well. However, they had no means to launch them, and could only resort to suicide runs to solve the problem. If we can hit the barrier and destabilize it, Nandu's army will fall into chaos. Qian Heng looked at the map. We can split into 20 squads using ash rockets to pin down the barrier, creating an opportunity for Captain Yi. Taking suppressants to engage the barrier on the ground was almost a death sentence. Even the weakest awakener had their physical attributes amplified to superhuman levels. Ordinary people could be buried by a single stomp of the barrier. Captain Yi will then hide among us, seeking the moment to strike directly. Their only chance to fight back was to assassinate the first emperor. But this required one condition, preventing the first emperor from merging with the barrier. Shen Yu had missed this chance before, but he had roughly figured out his patterns. Zhang Amping's power is too troublesome. This was not the time to count casualties. The monster hunting squad's losses were already substantial. Yi Shiyun followed the train of thought, saying, Wei Xian, you handle Zhang Anping. Me fight Zhang Anping. Is that for real? Wei Xian was startled. Zhang Anping was the pillar of Nandu, a top-tier awakener. He had already used up his sublime Bodhi's power. How could he possibly fight? Open a sublime court for Zhang Anping, a one-for-one exchange to break the first emperor's control over him. Without Zhang Anping's valor, the first emperor will become much more vulnerable. The timing of the move is crucial. We must act simultaneously. I'm sorry, but he will likely stay with the vanguard. The enemy is not just him, but we have few resources left for you. He'll pretend to surrender. Wei Xian sighed. Only this way could he approach Zhang Anping smoothly. Pick a few defeatists for me, the ones who genuinely want to sell everyone out and surrender. He'll go handle things. In truth, such allocation was far from sufficient. Once the awakeners of the Great Shun Kingdom and Nandu's battle clusters reacted, they would have almost no recourse. But for now, they could only gamble, betting on a sliver of hope. Betting that Yi Shiyun's blade of rebellion could assassinate the first emperor from a certain distance. If the barrier remained, they would do their best and leave the rest to fate. With this thought, Yi Shiyun looked toward Shen Yu. Shen Yu played a crucial role in this plan. Not only was he responsible for setting up the ambush, but when the battle began, he had to physically deliver bombs to pin down the barrier. Relying on rocket launchers against the Black Sun Beast was impossible. He had to manually deliver high-yield explosives. Moreover, at the moment of her strike, Shen Yu would need to distract the first emperor. And all of this hinged on the first emperor failing to merge with the barrier. If he did, they would have to bet their lives on a 1% chance of victory. I have a question. Shen Yu suddenly raised his hand. How much difference is there between pure ash and a Black Sun Beast? Can it be eaten? The existing conditions were insufficient to handle the current situation. Yi Shiyun's strength and Tongzhou City's resources were fixed. The only variable was Shen Yu himself. Shen Yu had already sensed something strange. The world line concerning the first emperor had never changed. Everything about him seemed nailed down, as if a hand was controlling his fate. No matter what changes were made, always converging toward this result. Both sides had to be addressed to preparations, for neither could be abandoned. 12 hours for Shen Yu was equivalent to about 2 days and 2 dreams. The dream body cannot directly draw power from pure ash energy. With the initial battle plan confirmed, everyone prepared separately, while Shen Yu followed Tongzhou City's top technicians to analyze his own body. But Mr. Shen's situation is indeed peculiar. Researchers in white coats pointed at Shen Yu holding their reports. Your body does not reject anything related to ash. I have eaten a black sun beast, and it tasted quite good, Shen Yu explained. I didn't have much desire to eat a whole black sun beast like seeing a skyscraper-sized hamburger. But when I see cut-up tissue, I get an intense craving to taste it. And eating it replenishes my energy. Just like how consuming Long Huang's essence had felt. Under normal circumstances, these researchers would have stayed up all night analyzing Shen Yu's strange condition. They had studied the dream body, a special energy construct derived from the original self. All dream bodies, when shattered, would return directly to the original self. But Shen Yu's situation was entirely different. He did not seem like a derived energy construct limited by the original self. He was purer, closer to ash itself. Unfortunately, time was pressing, preventing thorough research. Instead, they brought out various stable forms of ash energy. The Third Shen City's research on ash energy had once surpassed the entire world, inventing nearly limitless ash energy sources and long-lasting ash batteries. Tongzhou City indeed had quite a stash. This is processed desert ash sand, turned into colorless crystals. Only in this form can it be used as stable energy. Shen Yu looked at the items they brought out. Tiny colorless crystals piled up like a bowl of rice. He dipped his finger in to taste it, then shook his head. Subsequently, they brought out various forms of ash energy until they presented disassembled liquid ash energy. Let me try that. Shen Yu shoved a half-dismantled ash battery into his mouth. Crunchy. His eyes lit up. Though not as delicious as Long Huang's essence, consuming just one palm-sized battery noticeably filled part of the deficit left from the previous battle. Can I have more? Bring out the entire stockpile. The researchers immediately began transporting all unused ash batteries. A group gathered to watch and record Shen Yu's bodily changes on video, while another worked on an assembly line, prying open the protective shells of the batteries one by one like shucking oysters. Shen Yu in turn sucked them down like oysters. After devouring many batteries unknowingly, Shen Yu felt somewhat full. Strange feeling. In back-to-peak condition, no breakthrough, yet something feels different. Shen Yu had consumed a considerable number of batteries, several hundred. Apart from the essential reserves, he had eaten all of Tongzhou City's surplus. These batteries were difficult to produce. Mr. Shen tried taking a step. Shen Yu attempted to walk forward, making a clicking sound. Clicking. Shen Yu stomped his foot in surprise, revealing a shocked expression. He had a physical form. The surrounding researchers immediately rushed forward to compare. You are becoming more and more like a black sun beast. A professor muttered oddly. This was not a true physical body, but something simulated from pure energy, like a black sun beast. This is essentially your reserve. Like a black sun beast, every hunt requires dismembering it first, cutting apart its body, its energy reserve, to weaken it before killing it. The professor circled Shen Yu. You now look like a humanoid black sun beast. This phrasing made Shen Yu uneasy. It's like not essence. Your essence remains that of a dream Bodis energy construct. The professor corrected himself. It's just that your energy storage method is identical to a black sun beast's. There are still some differences in essence. This meant increased endurance, though power output remained unchanged. With more reserve power, sustained combat capability was enhanced. Shen Yu felt his body switching between ethereal and solid. At least some progress. Shen Yu clenched his hand. Having a solid form gives me much more strength. I can do other things now. Having gained these insights from last-minute cramming, he was content. As for what he truly was he the black sun beast the first emperor spoke of, or the awakening Yin Chili mentioned? He himself did not know, but that did not matter. What mattered was that he had things he must do. Waking up in the morning, he found a message on his phone. Qin Shun had sent a greeting text at 6 in the morning. Shen Yu replied with a Patrick Star good morning sticker. Then he saw the typing indicator, but no message came for a long time. Qin Shun seemed at a loss for words after the sudden sticker. On the other hand, Qin Yao had fallen silent. After returning yesterday, he had asked, "Did you get home safely?" Qin Yao replied somewhat distantly, and there was no further conversation. "How was your sleep last night?" "It was okay." Shen Yu chatted with Shun Pei, who had woken early about the Qin family matters. She also sighed, unsure how to handle this situation. Difficult. A girl with such a temperament is hard to change. Shen Pei warned, the future holds countless possibilities, but for us, every decision we make now leaves no room for regret. So be cautious in your actions. Today probably won't work. Shen Yu glanced at Qin Shun's latest message. Their apprenticeship ceremony was tomorrow. Only then would he have the chance to visit the Qin family and see Qin Yao. And tomorrow would coincide with the first emperor's arrival at Tongtian City. If the battle does not go well, there will be no chance. We cannot waste a single day. We must not forget that our goal is to change the world. The first emperor is just a side quest. I studied ash energy last night and need to find some books to catch up. At this rate, Shen Yu felt he would become a polymath, needing to know a bit of everything. After a full, busy day, night fell. In the dream, only 6 hours remained until the first emperor's arrival. Everyone was busy, and amid the bustle, they were coming. First there was smoke rising to the heavens. Then footsteps shaking the earth. They were coming. They were not met with surrender, nor with verbal abuse, but with a declaration of war. A thunderclap from the ground. The ash bombs hidden beneath the barrier's feet erupted instantly. Monster Hunt Plan Barrier. Yi Shiyun, using a desert camouflage cloak to conceal her body, which had crystallized beyond human form, roared into the walkie-talkie, suppressing the fury of rebellion. Begin the operation. In an instant, all of Tongzhou City's reserves erupted. The blast wave immediately engulfed the lower half of the zhang, causing the colossal creature that walked upright to tilt precariously. Protect His Majesty. The massive zhang began to topple sideways. The wind and sand it kicked up, instantly blinding everyone's vision. Many of the revelators who had been standing on the zhang's shoulders were thrown about in disarray. The convoy behind could not advance and had to brake hastily. The explosion was devastating. The third Shen city excelled at using high-tech products for combat support, and a large yield ash-high explosive tore through one of the zhang's legs, causing it to collapse to the ground. The first emperor remained unmoved atop the zhang, gazing at the dust-choked battlefield. Through the zhang's perception, she sensed the people moving around her. Foolish, she murmured, detecting many launching attacks from all directions. There could not possibly be 1,000 revelators here. 99 of them were merely throwing their lives away. She had not anticipated that the people of Tongzhou City would be so irrational, responding to her rule with outright battle. Leave it to you, the first emperor commanded. The surrounding revelators immediately advanced, while the Nandu army behind began to circumvent the zhang, which was repairing its leg, to launch a surprise attack. As she surveyed, the front, biomimetic drones hidden in the dust had already spread out, deceiving the zhang's perception and probing everything in the area. To avoid exposing her position, Yi Shiyun did not charge ahead alone, but maintained the same pace as her teammates. The first emperor did not move, but some revelators began to react, charging toward various combat squads of Tongzhou City. Yi Shiyun repeatedly cautioned, "Don't engage in close combat. Find cover and shoot from a distance." Hand-to-hand combat with revelators was hopeless, but rifles could still pierce the defenses of some revelators. Even if crystallization enhanced defense, most brains remained soft. Gunfire erupted from all directions in the wind and sand. Someone behind her approached with a tablet, saying, "We found a target that might be the first emperor." The drones had already located the first emperor. "We need to get closer." This position couldn't guarantee a strike on the first emperor, but Yi Shiyun looked ahead at the approaching enemies. She couldn't reveal her position, yet as she had to let her squad members handle the invaders. "Even if there are casualties, we can't stop. Everyone, I'm counting on you." "Captain, you don't worry," said a squad leader clad in full combat gear, jumping onto a battered off-road vehicle. Tongzhou City couldn't manufacture vehicles and had to modify old ones. "Mr. Shen instructed that as long as you have a breath, you'll survive. Just like when Mr. Zhu was here," he said, starting the engine. "As long as we're not unlucky enough to die on the spot, we'll make it. Let's go get Captain Yi to the front line. No matter who blocks us, we won't stop. Protect your heads. Everything else is expendable. First squad advance." Yi Shiyun also jumped onto the vehicle hanging by the door, gauging her striking distance. She replied, "Yes, there's no need to fear. Just like when Mr. Zhu was here, we'll all survive." Sometimes a powerful benevolence gives warriors immense confidence. They need not worry, as long as they aren't killed instantly, there would always be a way. She felt the feeling from the third Shen city gradually returning. "Well said. Don't care who's blocking the way. Don't spare ammunition. Hit them with rockets first. Their resolve outweighs ours by far," Feng Zhong said, looking back at the sounds of battle. Since the other side had chosen to fight, there was no point in waiting here. "Let's go back and support His Majesty. It seems Tongzhou City refuses to go along with us." "Someone's coming," Zhang Anping said, looking ahead as a vehicle approached from Tongzhou City. He stood with arms crossed, waiting. Soon the group arrived before them. The occupants, clad in protective suits, seemed hesitant to step out. The driver was someone both Feng Zhong and Zhang Anping knew, Wei Xian. "Don't attack, don't attack." Wei Xian raised his hands as he stepped out of the vehicle, panicked. "I'm not here to oppose you. I represent Tongzhou City and wish to pledge allegiance to the Supreme Lord." Zhang Anping turned to Feng Zhong. This wasn't his forte. Feng Zhong would have to decide. Feng Zhong scrutinized Wei Xian. "Too late. You've already declared war on the Supreme Lord. His Majesty is furious. There's no turning back." That was the decision of Yi Shiyun and her lunatics. "I don't want to die," Wei Xian said, drenched in sweat, anxious and fearful. "If you had chosen to resist back then, I would have stood with her. But now, those few have challenged His Majesty with no hope of survival. Yes, I know I look pathetic, but I just want to live." He pointed to the people in the vehicle behind. "There are many in the city who don't want to oppose the Supreme Lord. Life was actually good under His Majesty's rule before. We don't want a few individuals' opinions to destroy the entire city. Brother Feng, please put in a good word for me with His Majesty. Omping, keep an eye on him personally, Feng Zheng said cautiously. Take him to His Majesty for judgment. For old time's sake, Zhang Omping said, hooking his arm around Wei Xian's. You'd better not try anything. All four in his vehicle were determined rebels. Wei Xian watched Feng Zheng go to check on the others. His mind racing. Among the enemies, 2 were ordinary people, and the remaining 8 were revelators. These revelators didn't suspect me. Wei Xian, you lackey's back. Why leave if you were going to return, eh? Don't think His Majesty will forgive you so easily. Their mockery was all he got, just like in the Tongtian city. Pathetic. Wei Xian scanned these people. The first emperor trusted none of her subordinates. They existed merely as her energy reserves. The so-called revelator privileges and policies despising old humans were just lures to gather more revelators as the first emperor's power. For allies who were against me, 10 enemies. If you have anything on you, hand it over now. Or don't blame me. Zhang Omping set his gaze as sharp as a knife, scrutinizing Wei Xian from head to toe. Once the trial began, at best I'd take down Zhang Omping, leaving myself gravely wounded and surrounded. Brother Zhang. Wei Xian adjusted his position so the microphone hidden in his chest could clearly transmit to the command center. He smiled and said, 14 against 1 advantage me. But screw it. Wei Xian met Zhang Omping's eyes. Though his whole body trembled, though Zhang Omping was already on guard, he growled, trial. The vast sublime power descended once more. Wei Xian looked at the scene he knew all too well, the sword and scales above and the bewildered Zhang Omping in the distance, and roared, come on. Did your power ever commit injustice in the name of righteousness? No. Were your promises ever abandoned out of fear or weakness? No. If the world collapses, would you uphold the faintest justice with your own strength? Yes. This time Wei Xian was completely immersed in the self-examination. He felt the sublime gaze, the unparalleled power from the black sun, answering each question without hesitation, without considering the consequences. He no longer cared about Zhang Omping's state. After all, he wouldn't pass because... The final question. Nandu people could never pass the sublime trial, though I'd also be severely injured. Do you believe the order of fate is unshakable, yet still choose to resist? No one could lie before the sublime. Wei Xian took a deep breath and, following his instinct, said yes. Huh. After blurting it out, Wei Xian froze. He couldn't have answered yes. In so many places He recalled his past, but those painful memories had faded. He saw Yi Xian's courage to swing her blade, even against formidable foes, the resolute faith of many in Tongzhou City, to face death, and Shen Yu's relentless efforts for people unrelated to him. Good. Fate cannot be defied, yet the resistor is sublime. The frozen surroundings returned. The revelators sensed the anomaly, glaring at him with hostility. Behind him, Feng Zheng turned by the vehicle, reaching for his gun, and Zhang Omping. His eyes grew hollow. This was the effect of sublime punishment. Though not a capital offense, it caused mental shock. I didn't even get hurt. Now, Wei Xian grabbed his clothes and shouted, then burst into dazzling golden light, bellowing, all things have their laws, all beings have their sins, the ignorant revel wantonly, the depraved cling to filth. The stunned onlookers prepared for battle, but Wei Xian, still shouting, began to flee. For a sublime revelator passing the trial was expected. The sublime gave no rewards. Uninjured and empty-handed, he chose to run after bluffing. Wei Xian, you'll die a miserable death. A revelator charged at him with a screech. Wei Xian felt the fierce wind behind him, closing in, his heart pounding. Damn it, I'd rather have passed out. At least it wouldn't hurt. Get down. A voice came from his walkie-talkie. Without a second thought, Wei Xian dropped to the ground. Then a rocket trailed colorful smoke, grazing Wei Xian's head and hitting the pursuer Heedon. Boom. I've got backup, you bastards. Charge, brothers. Suppressive fire. Wei Xian bluffed as he ran. Ahead, he saw Qian Hung, the commander of the armed team, in person. He tossed aside the rocket launcher, cocked his rifle one-handed, and fired at the revelators surging through the explosion. Bang, 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 bang. Perfect timing. Qian Hung and the others laid down suppressive fire. Wei Xian sprinted to join them, when suddenly a piercing, killing intent echoed through the sky. It had to succeed. Yi Shiyun didn't fully understand rebellion. As a child, she was clever, playing the obedient kid, but sneaking sloth snacks and games behind her mother's back. Until that day, when the Black Sun arrived. She hated the Black Sun. From then on, she lived in a basement, watching her mother fret daily. Later, she came to the third Shen city. She made a new friend, but alas, just as they grew close, the crystal disease struck. She watched it all unfold. A child her age turning to ash. She saw children losing parents, parents losing children. Perhaps happiness differed, but in that era sorrow all stemmed from partings of life and death. She hated it. She had always been well protected. She was a spoiled child. A spoiled child cannot bear sorrow, is deeply self-centered, and believes the world revolves around them. So, her revelation was called rebellion. Now, hearing Wei Xian's horse shout through the earpiece, Yi Xian's eyes snapped open. The camouflage cloak instantly turned to ash in the scorching heat, and the communication devices on her body exploded from the temperature. Yi Shiyun raised a curved blade crystallized from ice. At that moment, the temperature across the battlefield seemed to be sucked away. A frost formed on her protective suit, and the lingering moisture in the air froze into ice crystals. The moment this eerie climate emerged, the piercing, killing intent tore through the clouds, resonating with the black sun. Standing atop the Zhang, the first emperor suddenly felt a crisis. She glanced at the black sun in the sky, sensing that rebellion was parting the clouds. The fierce, murderous aura forced even the Lord to retreat. Then she looked toward Yi Xian's location, raising her hands high. "Let me dominate your powers." Streams of revelator energy poured into the first emperor's body. Her robes began to tremble, her aura breaking past the limits of ordinary revelators in an instant. Yet she suddenly realized a problem. The most adept at defense, Zhang Yamping's valor, was gone. The moment she grasped this, heaven and earth split before her eyes, and an invisible blade aura was imminent. She couldn't describe this attack. She only felt that Yi Shiyun was denying the power of the Lord. "You damned emperor, break." The blade's intent like light shattered the vast sky, cleaving through all gloom and rending the heavens asunder. Does a rebel have limits? Never. The stronger the foe, the mightier the stroke she could unleash. Confronting an unprecedented enemy, facing a desperate last stand, as Yi Shiyun raised her blade, she seemed to perceive a crack forming within the black sun. A ray of light split forth from the pitch-black orb, falling upon her like a gaze. This was the vision she had witnessed upon her first awakening as a rebel, the revelation of rebellion. It was like a comet dragging a long tail of flame, tearing through the black sun. It was akin to a firefly in the darkness, a spark upon the desolate plains, tiny yet blazing with fervor. Yi Xian's vision was instantly enveloped by rebellion. She could clearly see the blood-stained banners forming, the trailing smoke, the countless ethereal figures, the indignant roars, the yearning for freedom and the pursuit of equality, and the fierce rebellion against all fetters and chains. "This is not my war." Yi Shiyun felt a resonance. The rebellion's denial of the Lord, its annihilation of the Lord. It was as if millions were raging, declaring that the deep-rooted shackles and chains ended by their blood must never be allowed to re-emerge in this world. "This is our war. Damned emperor, break for me." The blade's intent like light shattered the vast sky, cleaving through all gloom and rending the heavens asunder. The moment the blade descended, the rising Zhang was slashed open with a wound hundreds of meters long and several meters deep, blood bursting forth like fireworks. The power of this strike had surpassed Yi Xian's previous limits. It would have taken at least 3 or 4 strikes to cut through Zhang's body before, but now a single blow had already penetrated more than halfway. Of course, Yi Shiyun did not expect to slay a Black Sun beast in one stroke. Her target was the Supreme Lord. Success. She looked along the path she had carved and saw that the Supreme Lord standing atop Zhang also had a burst of blood erupting from her chest. The wound slanted diagonally, piercing through her entire body. Yi Shiyun. Shen Yu suddenly charged in from the side, casting a benevolent impact on Yi Shiyun to alleviate her critical condition, then shouted, "Take Yi Shiyun and retreat first." "Uncle." Yi Shiyun looked at Shen Yu in confusion. From the start of the battle, Shen Yu had been weaving across the entire battlefield, constantly healing his allies, blocking the enemy's advance, and keeping a close watch on Zhang's state to prevent it from acting. He had not approached the Supreme Lord too closely to avoid her merging prematurely. Now Shen Yu rushed back and directly called for a retreat. It succeeded, but not completely. "Have the main force withdraw first." Leaving those words, he immediately charged toward Zhang. Yi Shiyun quickly understood. In theory, humans could not possess the defensive power of a Black Sun beast unless they had stacked many awakened combined with Zhang Yamping's power to withstand her strike. Understanding this, she had deliberately waited until Wei Xian succeeded before striking. Could it be? Moments earlier on the other side, as Wei Xian was focusing on the murderous aura spreading across the sky, several awakened, their hands crystallized to protect their vitals, were charging toward him. Damn! Wei Xian shifted his attention back to the front. If these awakened got close, casualties would be inevitable. He clapped his hands together and whispered sternly, "Harm." Before he could pronounce the verdict, blood burst from all the awakened before him. The wounds slanted from their necks to their waists, and the blood of the nearest one even splattered onto Wei Xian's face. They seemed to lose their lives, instantly collapsing to the ground the moment the wounds appeared. Wei Xian stared wide-eyed at the scene, while Qian Heng, who had been firing his gun, looked at Wei Xian in astonishment. Had all those awakened been defeated? He hadn't even seen how they were struck. From his experience assisting the monster hunting squad, this was at least a top-tier, even transcendent awakened. Had they been hiding their true strength all along? "Mr. Wei." Qian Heng started to speak, but Wei Xian's face suddenly turned pale. He stared into the distance in horror. "Damn, I didn't expect the first emperor to have this trick." Each wound was unique. Even Feng Zheng, who was not an awakened, had a wound. Only the other attendant from Nandu who had not accepted the first emperor's domination remained unscathed. He was looking at Wei Xian in panic. Yi Shiyun had landed a hit, but the force had been evenly distributed among the other awakened, effectively transferring the injury. No one had made her bleed before, so they had no idea she had such a hidden card. The fallen awakened stood up expressionlessly, like zombies, their eyes vacant. Wei Xian staggered back in panic at the sight, but they all ignored him and the surrounding threats, dragging their grievously wounded bodies back swiftly, like worker ants following the queen's command. She was about to reveal the invincible form she had shown when fighting Brother Shen, using Zhang as the main body and the awakened as support. Once you pledge loyalty to her, you must die for her. How vicious. This is a cancerous revelation. She wants the whole world to become the throne of bones beneath her feet. Wei Xian gritted his teeth. The plan had failed and now he needed to evacuate as many as possible. Though rationally he knew this, he still stepped forward and charged ahead. He didn't know what help he could offer, but he refused to do nothing. Reason often lags behind instinct, and his instinct now was crystal clear to the sublime. Even if it meant just delaying a few awakened from returning to merge. Drip drop, the flowing blood began to lessen. The first emperor's hand glowed with an emerald light moving along the wounds which sealed and healed as the light shone. She looked ahead, her lower body, now fully merged with Zhang. If the revelation hadn't spread the damage to everyone, I might have died from that blow. The first emperor's gaze pierced through space, landing on Yi Shiyun. She didn't understand. With no path left, no chance of victory, why did she still strike? Fate was not on her side, yet she refused to give up. Was it because I seemed too easy to bully? Only fear can bring true domination. The first emperor raised her hand, pointing toward Tongzhou City. The half-paralyzed Zhang opened its bloody maw, its crystalline spikes vibrating with a humming sound. The dazzling light in its abdomen was almost bursting through its body. She had wanted to be more lenient, to give them time to think. Especially an awakened like Yi Shiyun, who could provide exceptional assistance. Once she controlled her with the revelation, she could use the Black Sun Beast's energy to unleash Yi Shiyun's strikes. With that, she would have the strength to fight any enemy. But the other party refused to appreciate the gesture. She had already shown great consideration for Tongzhou City. Due to memories of the past, she had taken care of the legacy left by Shen Yu. She had even personally ordered the awakened not to kill the people of Tongzhou City at will. Since you insist on being uncontrollable even beyond my grasp, then there is only. The first emperor aimed her finger at Tongzhou City, making a gun gesture. Destruction. Just as the blazing beam of red and black was about to erupt from Zhang's mouth, the first emperor suddenly turned to the left. Shen Yu clutching a warhead, using himself as a propeller, charged in recklessly. Thud. An explosion came first. Stop. Yi Shiyun, who was being carried back by others, watched as Zhang assumed an attack stance, its target precisely the direction of Tongzhou City. If Zhang's attack landed with full force, half of Tongzhou City would be reduced to ruins in an instant. Yi Shiyun struggled to break free from her teammate's grasp and jumped down. Still recovering from her all-out strike moments ago, she couldn't even maintain her balance upon landing, tumbling several times across the barren desert. Driven purely by sheer willpower, she forced herself upright, not knowing what she could achieve or what she needed to do. Only that she had to move her legs and sprint with all her might toward Zhang. Move. I must make it in time, I cannot let Zhang. Thump. Just as Yi Shiyun was struggling desperately, a dazzling explosion erupted beside Zhang's face. In an instant, under the impact's force, Zhang's head was uncontrollably jerked to the right, as if struck by a heavy punch. Buzz. A lethal beam shot from Zhang's mouth, but its target had deviated from Tongzhou City. The dark red ray carved a burning trench across the desert, illuminating the entire dim world in a fiery blaze. Yi Shiyun braced herself on her knees and gazed toward Zhang's location. They had expended most of Tongzhou City's resources just to injure one of Zhang's legs. This current strike still couldn't truly harm Zhang, but it surpassed the limits of what ordinary awakeners could achieve. The people of Tongzhou City have already done remarkably well. The professors have continuously improved the ash weapons despite insufficient conditions. Even without awakeners, they sought ways to defeat the Black Sun monsters. If the third Shen city hadn't been destroyed, they might have overwhelmed creatures like Zhang with ash armaments without deploying any awakeners. But there is no if. Just as their technology was booming, even on the verge of creating a man-made Godzilla, everything was ended. Is it uncle? Due to Tongzhou City's lack of industrial equipment and steel, they failed to develop a method to deliver high-explosive warheads to their targets. Now only Shen Yu had the means to send the warhead in for detonation, but the cost was death. Yi Shiyun had known Shen Yu for a long time. Though he never complained about what happened after death, after dying several times in a row recently, she could clearly sense his mental state growing fragile, until he returned to Tongzhou City for a while and began to recover. Most importantly, Shen Yu couldn't avoid any pain. Playing this self-destruct tactic repeatedly would drive anyone insane. She had to rush up and help immediately. Smoke and gunpowder filled the air around Zhang, but the first emperor was nowhere to be seen. Only at the center of Zhang's brow had an upside-down half-figure appeared. The moment it saw Shen Yu, the first emperor made no mistake this time, immediately unleashing its strongest state. All the nearby awakeners were rushing back, contributing to the first emperor's great endeavor. The Black Sun monster's regenerative abilities were intensifying, and the wounds Yi Shiyun had left on Zhang were rapidly healing. Zhang's head, along with the humanoid figure at its brow, turned toward where Shen Yu had been. The Black Sun's light enveloped the spot once more. The self-detonated Shen Yu had already reopened his eyes, floating in the air, staring back at the fused monster before him. Shen Yu had already exhausted the power of the sublime body earlier, leaving his combat strength far weaker than before. Only his battery-powered endurance had improved slightly. The displayed time had reached 6 in the morning. He could have chosen to act on the other side, but he still took a sleeping pill and returned to the dream. Because being stuck here was infuriating. You should remember me by now, Qin Yao. Though he didn't know what stalling could achieve, perhaps buying more preparation time for Tongzhou City or allowing the combat teams still outside to retreat into shelter. The chaotic ash on the battlefield could accelerate the onset of crystal disease, and inhibitors weren't a cure-all. With his back to the Black Sun, he faced the now fully merged First Emperor and said, "No need to pretend you don't recognize me. I can feel a change in your gaze. I do not wish to repeat the same words twice." The upside-down figure on the brow spoke, but the voice came from all directions around Zhang. The awakeners already fused into the monster, and those still rushing over all spoke the same words. She did not acknowledge herself as Qin Yao. Shen Yu had gradually come to understand the power of her revelation lord. It was essentially what he had sensed from her father, the irreversible patriarchal system of life, like a marionette being manipulated as a tool. She had turned everything she endured into power, wielding it against others. This was the true essence of Lord. But I do remember your affairs. In fact, with every brief respite, I recall a little more. How strange. Some memories feel as if they never happened, yet they become vivid. And some things that clearly occurred vanish entirely in a single dream. The first emperor faced Shen Yu and said, "What have you done? But no matter what you do or intend to do, Lord has said that my fate is sealed. Diverting a stream by digging a channel is not difficult, but those who dare to obstruct the rolling torrent of destiny will only be mercilessly abandoned by fate." Could she sense it? Shen Yu hadn't expected her to vaguely perceive the shifts in the world line. Nor did he anticipate that she could communicate directly with the revelation. It seemed even more intimate than the connection between the sublime and the sublime. But since I'm still standing here, there's no need for this verbal sparring. Shen Yu glanced at the first emperor. When he had come over earlier, he had only grabbed one warhead. Going back for another would mean failing to stop Zhang's action. "Then I shall say what you wish to hear." Shen Yu. The first emperor sneered. "You are the greatest liar I have ever seen. Not a single promise you made came true. Every member of the Qin family was driven mad by you. Do you enjoy hearing that?" "Heh. Impossible." Shen Yu refused to take the blame. "That man Qin Zhen had unwavering faith in you. You foretold everything that would happen. Every prophecy came true, even the most bizarre, the Black Sun's descent and the crystal disease." The first emperor mocked Shen Yu, saying, "But what a pity. Have you ever considered the words you spoke at the very beginning? You firmly told Qin Zhen that Qin Shun would become a great figure in the future, that he would surely become the blade that masters fate, that he would become an emperor." A sense of dread crept into Shen Yu's heart. He had never mentioned the word emperor. That was Qin Zhen's own conflation of other fortune-telling with his prophecies. The first emperor continued, "That man, blinded by desire, personally pushed his own son into the Black Sun's radiance. Because he believed in you. He believed that Qin Shun would surely evolve into the ruler of the new world." The voices of the first emperor echoed from all directions, as if countless people were speaking to Shen Yu simultaneously. When Qin Shun showed symptoms of crystal disease, Qin Zhen was overjoyed. When Qin Shun's body was covered in crystals, Qin Zhen was busy organizing the coronation ceremony. When Qin Shun dissolved into a pile of ash flowing from the throne, Qin Zhen still thought he had gained some superpower. Isn't that laughable? Isn't that laughable? All because of a few words from you. So Qin Shun had never been an awakener. He had never lived to see the era of the underground cities. He was actively killed by Qin Zhen, that seemingly rigid yet perceptive youth, reduced to ashes just like that. Even Qin Shun himself. The first emperor whispered in a demonic tone, "Believed that your unorthodox cultivation methods could fight the crystal disease. Until the very last moment he believed that his master would surely appear. What a pity. That man, trusted by the entire family," the first emperor said mockingly, "vanished from the world." This was not the original story. This was the tale after Shen Yu's intervention. Yet even so, Qin Yao's fate remained unchanged. No matter how he altered the plot before and after, Qin Yao was destined to become the first emperor. Shen Yu clenched his fists and asked, "Then what about Qin Yao?" "The one who died that day was Qin Yao," the first emperor said. "I am Qin Shun. What followed was over a decade of unbearable memories. After Qin Shun's death, Qin Shun went completely mad, no longer trusting Shen Yu, and the arrangements for the third Shen city would never come to pass. After that, she couldn't remember. She was the first emperor. Why remember those people's affairs so clearly? Do you enjoy hearing this? The first emperor saw the expression on Shun Ye's face and said, "This is the rolling torrent of destiny. They cannot stop fate. They will be conquered by me. You cannot defy fate either. Failure after failure, time and time again. First let you watch the destruction of Tongzhou City, and then I will deal with you slowly." The first emperor knew Shen Yu wouldn't be easy to eliminate, but after going through so much, having an annoying mosquito buzzing in her ear was something she could endure. She would first destroy everything in Tongzhou City, forcing Shen Yu to witness the tragedy unfold. You will be just like before, powerless against fate. This was supposed to be what the first emperor wanted to say, but when it came out of Shun Ye's mouth, it ignited her rage. The fused monster's various crystalline spines shot out instantly, making its back bristle like a hedgehog. Is everything you said fate? Shen Yu tightened his fists. What fixed future? What inevitable events? What does it mean that the torrent of fate cannot be stopped? He came here to defy the fate of the entire world. Accepting the first emperor's words meant bowing down to the Black Sun. Never, this would never happen. Shen Yu gritted his teeth and said, "I will stop your slaughter here, and I will change everything that happens. Since you don't like defying fate, then submit to me. I am your destiny." Bang! He transformed into an arrow, plunging straight into Zhang's neck. Zhang's hand instantly slapped down like swatting a fly. The first emperor said coldly, courting death. The Black Sun monster's body was a massive furnace. He would be disintegrated again and again inside, endlessly trapped within the flesh until he completely collapsed. She hadn't had a way to kill him completely, but he had delivered himself. As long as Zhang didn't move, he would keep respawning inside, and then the first emperor suddenly felt a bite from an insect. It felt like an infinitesimal piece of flesh had been eaten. "Missy." Wei Xian, who had rushed from behind, saw Yi Shiyun standing still and immediately sprinted over, panting as he spoke. "The situation is too bizarre. I just killed a heinous enlightened one, but his corpse still moved toward the mountain like a zombie, and I couldn't stop it. This time I truly couldn't. Born as the first emperor's tools, dead as his fertilizer. Those under his control couldn't escape his grasp, even in death." As more and more enlightened ones merged, anyone with eyes could see that the first emperor's avatar was continuously evolving. Crystal armor had begun to spread across its body, and its face, once simian in form, was slowly transforming into an expressionless human visage. Is Big Brother inside? I don't know. Just now Uncle blasted the first emperor, and that monster's movement stopped. Even though she couldn't see exactly what was happening, Yi Shiyun knew every second was precious. She was straining every fiber to mobilize her body, trying to recover some strength. There were few who could stand against the Black Sun monster now, and she had to fight. Wei Xian turned to look at Yi Shiyun and asked, "Did you just see rebellion?" "How do you know?" Yi Shiyun's eyes were fixed on the first emperor's movements. "How could I not sense that murderous intent that would slaughter even gods and Buddhas, eh?" Wei Xian's mind raced. "There's one last way for you to recover quickly." "What, eh?" Yi Shiyun immediately looked at Wei Xian. Last time she severed the dragon phoenix, it took her ages to regain normal movement. Though she stood upright now, it was because even the slightest motion was excruciating. Descent. It's the only way to instantly restore your combat power, or even surpass it, Wei Xian said rapidly. Just like the exalted body, if you can obtain power from rebellion, perhaps there's still a chance to turn the tide. How do I ask for it? I don't know. Yi Shiyun nearly spat blood from anger at Wei Xian. He quickly shouted, "Each revelation listens and watches something entirely different. I don't know. But you were just watched by rebellion. Find that feeling again, communicate with it in your heart, and make your plea. That's the only damn." Before Wei Xian could finish, the fused monster's head turned stiffly. A chill ran down his spine, but he instinctively stepped in front of Yi Shiyun. He saw a crystal spike burst from the monster's body, hurtling toward them. Huh, why did I block? I'm going to die. Wei Xian found it absurd, but consoled himself. She calls Brother Shen uncle, I call Brother Shen big brother. By seniority, and practically her elder. It's only natural to shield her. I must block it. Wei Xian stared at the approaching crystal missile, golden light bursting from his body. Though exaltation was not as skilled in defense as valor, Yi Shiyun was drained and couldn't flee in time. Only he could take the hit. Great exaltation. Grant me strength. As the attack was about to land, Wei Xian shut his eyes in terror. But after a moment of shock, he felt no pain. Opening his eyes, he saw a burly figure spreading his arms before him, a light shield like a city wall blocking all the fused monster's attacks. This is a bear-like, highly crystallized form, even more crimson than Yi Xian's crystal, the color of blood. Wei Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he shouted, Zhang Anping. With a bang, the heavily crystallized Zhang Anping swept aside the residual waves and spoke sideways, sorry about before. I may not be as brave as you, but in this situation it's obvious who we should fight. As the fused monster attacked, the Nandu city army was already thrown into chaos. The first emperor cared little for these people's lives. No, he didn't even care about the enlightened ones' lives. Zhang Anping looked at the enlightened ones embedded in the mountain. Before he arrived, even Feng Zheng, an ordinary person, was desperately running toward the fused monster. He had to tie him up tightly, but Feng Zheng still struggled. He realized that even obeying the first emperor offered no future. They could be discarded at any moment. So the choice was clear: eliminate the greatest threat here and now. Here it comes again. The fused monster prepared to attack again, but before it could strike, it clutched its abdomen in fury. It's Uncle. Yi Shiyun immediately understood. Uncle is still fighting him. Let's join together. Cough. She grew unsteady from excitement, and as she wobbled, a pair of hands steadied her from behind. It was Qin Hong. Didn't I tell you to go back? Yi Shiyun started to say, but on the smoke-filled battlefield, beams of light cut through the mist, illuminating her and the path ahead. It was a convoy of modified vehicles. Over 60 cars had gathered amidst the chaos. Before Yi Shiyun could continue, Qin Hong raised his hand in salute. All available combat equipment from Tongzhou City is here. Rest assured, Captain Yi, we will not turn back. The soldiers were a motley crew, old veterans in their 50s and 60s from the bygone era, and youths of 18 or 19 who had never seen the old civilization. Before, the operation was about harassment and delay. Now it was facing hell itself. Good. Yi Shiyun clenched her fist. Full speed ahead. Yes. Zhang Anping quickly added. Remember, don't get too close to the first emperor, and especially don't meet his gaze for more than 3 seconds. 3 seconds is enough for him to brand the scepter of domination into your mind. Get out here. The first emperor angrily thrust his hand into the massive creature's abdomen. He was puzzled why hadn't Shen Yu been scattered by the scorching energy inside the black sun monster. Instead, he moved through its body as if at home. At the forefront stood Yi Shiyun, the vehicles forming a long dragon, like a comet trailing flames racing toward her. The moment the first emperor's gaze fell upon them, over 30 rockets launched simultaneously. Her fingers plunged into the abdomen, even causing an explosion on the surface, but the first emperor sensed Shen Yu wasn't caught. He dodged like a slippery eel. Never mind. Judging that Shen Yu's impact was minor, merely annoying, she looked up to see the convoy charging straight toward her. At the forefront stood Yi Shiyun, the vehicles forming a long dragon, like a comet trailing flames racing toward her. The moment the first emperor's gaze fell upon them, over 30 rockets launched simultaneously, aimed straight at the monster's head. Not enough. Still not enough. Shen Yu constantly roamed within the body of the beast. If previously he was merely a dream entity, now he was already thrown into chaos by the torrent of energy. It was only because he had consumed a battery earlier, gaining a portion of physicality, that he could maintain his movement within. The surrounding environment was unbearably scorching, as if the beast's body was a great furnace with ashes continuously burning. This temperature would instantly kill an ordinary person, but for Shen Yu, it seemed not fatal. He merely felt the heat as intense as a boiling hot pot. Moreover, it felt somewhat delicious. Shen Yu did not understand why he developed a strong appetite for the Black Sun beast. The earlier battery was like an energy bar to him, filling him up, hence he consumed it. Yet upon entering the body of the Black Sun beast, feeling the pure energy composition within, he found himself hungry. Shen Yu swiftly darted about, his hands slicing through the energy-congealed flesh within the beast like sharp blades, and without needing to use his mouth, he forcefully stuffed it into his own body. Although his energy limit did not increase, he felt as if he had boundless energy here, possessing an endless supply of strength. Thump, thump, thump. The beast's body trembled, and Shen Yu realized that it was likely people outside were attacking the beast. If they weakened the beast's power drop by drop like this, they would be too late. What he truly needed to do was... Shen Yu, with his excellent spatial awareness, confirmed the direction and suddenly shot straight upwards. Boring. The Ashen rocket launcher was powerful enough against ordinary people, but it posed no substantial threat to the massive Black Sun beast. Shi Huang raised her hand, blocking the rocket aimed at her face, and with regard to other areas, she didn't even entertain the thought of defense, allowing the rockets to explode against her surface without injury. The originally linear attacking force began to change formations to prevent being swept away by the beast's strike. They scattered and continued advancing towards the beast from multiple directions. Shi Huang's expression remained emotionless as the energy of the Black Sun beast transformed into the seer's techniques. She slightly raised the monster's arms, and a sandstorm vortex instantly emerged, splitting into 2, then 4, and scattering into 32 enveloping deadly wind blades capable of cutting through metal, charging towards each vehicle. The techniques she casually unleashed had already surpassed the seer's limits, as if a natural disaster had descended. Shi Huang raised her hand slightly higher, condensation forming in the sky into ice, creating a massive ice wall above everyone's heads. After a brief pause, sharp ice spears rained down like hail, targeting those who dared to provoke her dominion. Spread out quickly. Charge. He'll handle the rest. Yi Shiyun was about to instruct everyone to evade when Zhang Anping stood atop another vehicle rushing directly towards the multitude of ice spears in the sky. Focus your attacks on its legs. Leave that side to Zhang Anping. Yi Shiyun glanced up seeing Zhang Anping intercepting the aerial attacks. She immediately issued the command, coordinate with Shen Yu and take down the beast first. Although Yi Shiyun was unsure of Shen Yu's intentions, it was never a mistake to lend a hand. Just wait a bit longer, just a bit longer. Yi Shiyun clenched her fists knowing that soon she would be able to strike again. The battlefield had become exceedingly perilous with the driver responsible for the lives of everyone in the vehicle continuously adjusting the steering wheel to correct their course. A slight misstep could lead them to be caught by the pursuing sandstorm vortex. Yi Shiyun had already seen several vehicles completely lift off into the sky. She gritted her teeth. This was not the time for sorrow. She needed to transform her sadness into rage into the most powerful attack. Do you remember what I said? Suddenly a girl's voice floated beside Yi Shiyun. She turned her head to find Yin Qili whom she had met before smiling at her from a distant sand slope. This is no joke. Only when you are dominated by her and the pain of being ruled can you discover the true power of rebellion. The wind dispersed Yin Qila's figure, and Yi Shiyun continued to gaze at the monstrous entity. What was happening to it? Just when she thought the monster would continue, it suddenly seemed to be in pain, clutching its head. Get lost. The hanged man on its forehead roared, and the insects within it did not retreat at all, but rather charged directly into her head. Initially angry, she soon became somewhat panicked. It was trying to locate my true self within its body. It must not succeed. Found it. After a seemingly aimless dash, Shen Yu at the moment, when Shi Huang's attention was drawn away by the attacks from others, immediately charged straight for the monster's head. Shi Huang was undoubtedly still in her physical form, unable to transform into a pure energy body, and he had now learned a great deal about Ashen energy and the seer's knowledge. The seer only exempted Ashen energy from having complete resistance to organic beings, but essentially, it could not turn into purely Ashen energy. At most, it could present itself in a crystallized form. Once fully transformed into energy, it would become ashes, dust left after death, at which point even divine beings would find it hard to rescue. Merging is not truly consuming. Those seers could also resurrect from the body of the beast, and Shi Huang must also exist within the beast's body. In some crystallized form she existed. Ding! Shen Yu's hand touched a hard object, and he quickly pushed aside the obstruction before him, revealing a massive black crystalline structure. This is Shi Huang. Indiscriminate slaughter, overturning order, treating human life as grass. I sentence you to death. A noble blade suddenly appeared in Shen Yu's hand, stabbing straight towards the crystalline object in front of him. The golden light melted the black crystal, revealing the figure hidden within. That scarred, naked body suddenly turned its head, extending a hand towards Shen Yu. Die! Thump! The face of the merging monster suddenly erupted with a massive spark, flesh and blood transforming into energy that burst forth like fireworks. Yi Shiyun squinted at the source of the explosion, seeing that half of the monster's face had been blown away, and she even glimpsed the black crystal through the hole. Shi Huang was there. 5 seconds later, Shen Yu's figure reappeared not far from the monster. He was panting, surprised that Shi Huang had detonated her body to hinder him. He looked at the gaping hole that was filling in and wanted to rush back immediately, but found that the monster had suddenly grown barbs piercing through Shen Yu's body and exploding again. 7 seconds later, just as Shen Yu materialized once more, the flesh within the hole began to creep towards him like tentacles. However, Shen Yu was already prepared, instantly dispersing and reappearing 50 meters away, his eyes glinting with a mad light as he stared at Shi Huang. Shi Huang was also locking eyes with Shen Yu, her crystalline armor now covering the entire beast, leaving no chance for Shen Yu to burrow back in. I need offensive power. I need strong offensive power enough to shatter her shell with destructive force. Shen Yu held the noble power, but it was far from enough. Without the enhancement of the noble body, this power was insufficient to break through the current opponent's defenses. He needed to shatter her defenses and strike at the heart. He needed stronger power, more destructive power. Destroy her. Just as this thought surged in his mind, the image of Zhang appeared before his eyes. The original Zhang only knew how to use brute force, absolute brute force, to annihilate all living beings. The flesh and blood of the recently consumed Zhang suddenly mutated. The golden light in his hands died. With a violent black hue, and black crystalline patterns began to crawl all over Shen Yu's body, like a nightmare fused with the powers of the dragon phoenix. When Shen Yu consumed the flesh of Zhang, the power of Zhang intertwined with the noble power, transforming into a punisher that used violence to counter violence. Still claiming you are not the Black Sun Beast. Shi Huang's pause for a few seconds was not in a daze. She suddenly opened the monster's mouth, energy having long been accumulated, and upon seeing Shen Yu's transformation, she unhesitatingly spewed it forward. The moment Shi Huang launched her attack, Shen Yu also moved. He flew directly to the center of the monster's forehead before the energy rays enveloped him, tightening his fists and fiercely striking towards the crystalline forehead. Open for me. Bang. The monster's forehead erupted in a violent explosion, and Shen Yu gritted his teeth to maintain his clarity as he looked at the open path, once more charging towards the location of that black crystal. This time, thump, he smashed through the obstructing crystal with a punch, and then transformed into a palm blade aiming for the hidden Shi Huang's head. The solar eclipse has appeared, just as my master said. The solar eclipse has appeared. Sister, the master didn't deceive us. It was an ordinary afternoon, the only difference being that the sun in the sky had briefly vanished. News media outlets were filled with experts debunking rumors, while Qin Shun was excitedly rushing before Qin Yao, saying, "We need to be prepared. I have converted all my New Year's money into supplies, hoping to help more people through the upcoming calamity. Is the world really coming to an end?" Qin Yao was still scrolling through news about the solar eclipse on her phone. A year ago, Shen Yu had already secretly informed them about the impending apocalypse, and everyone had been skeptical until the solar eclipse he spoke of truly arrived, at which point she began to believe it. Regardless, the master has made arrangements. Just like how everyone has their destinies, the bond between Qin Shun and Shen Yu was destined to grow close. He said, "We will get through this and enter a new era." Oh, have you contacted the master yet? I can't remember when it started. To be honest, the relationship between Qin Yao and Qin Shun has always been polite siblings, not particularly intimate. However, since meeting Shen Yu, their bond seemed to have grown increasingly close. They could share common topics, even common secrets. No, Qin Yao replied. I received a message from him saying he would prepare some things to send us. It should be a mass message. Can you check if yours is different from mine? I hope the master isn't encountering any difficulties, Qin Shun said worriedly. Qin Yao replied, trust him. Since he can see the future, he must have made contingency plans. What about father? He went off to chat with some officials, not sure about what. Our family's actions over the past 2 years have attracted quite a bit of attention. Not to mention they already had over 1,000 security personnel. Qin Yao sighed, looking at the sun outside that had brightened again. She wasn't that smart nor that strong, so she rarely made decisions on her own. And now, with impending changes, even her father, who always pretended to be omnipotent, began to feel flustered. Qin Yao just hoped to hear from Shen Yu soon, to let him tell her how to navigate the path ahead. Otherwise, the turmoil and anxiety within her were completely uncontrollable. She placed her hand over her chest, silently gazing out the window. When will you appear? January 1st, 2026. The sun had vanished for 10 days, plunging the world into chaos. Nations across the globe had entered emergency martial law, forbidding people from going outdoors. Yet with the discovery of the crystal plague, despair spread through the hearts of the masses. The medical system was the first to collapse, followed by the disintegration of the entire social order. For the Qin family, however, preparations had been made well in advance. Knowing that calamity was inevitable, Qin Shun had already spent a fortune to renovate an underground space, stocking it with all manner of supplies and energy sources, a veritable subterranean kingdom. It was I, Qin Shun, who foresaw everything. From this day forth, I hope you will remember this debt of gratitude and serve the corporation, serve the Qin family. Qin Yao watched from a distance as her father, leveraging his foresight, assembled a 1,000-strong security team, even arranging for their family's well-being to win their loyalty. Initially, there had been some discontent, but as conditions outside worsened, their loyalty to Qin Jin's sword. Still can't reach your master. Her younger brother Qin Shun approached from behind. Qin Yao turned to ask. Over 10 days ago, Shen Yu had called them only once, telling them never to step into the sunlight and to wait until the underground shelter was ready before moving. Shen Yu had spoken in haste, hanging up after a few brief words, and they have been unable to reach him since. Can't get through. The signals improved a bit, but Master's phone is off. Qin Shun shook his head. Master seemed like a different person since the first Black Sun. I don't know what happened. I feel like Master must have run into trouble. Sis. He looked at their father standing triumphantly on the stage delivering a speech, and said, I feel like father has become a different person. Indeed, he had completely changed. Before, he was just a businessman controlling people's wages. Or rather, not even truly controlling them, since they could simply quit. But now tens of thousands of lives were entirely in Qin Jun's hands, and people were constantly contacting him seeking refuge. Those once friendly families and entrepreneurs were now scrambling to get to Qin Jun. His room was piled high with gems, gold, and antiques. Qin Yao pondered silently, but the more she thought, the more anxious she grew. The only person Qin Jun would listen to now was Shen Yu. But when would you appear? March 1st, 2026. The underground city was being built rapidly, but order outside had completely collapsed. Only the Qin estate remained a paradise. Qin Jun had somehow acquired firearms and armed his personal guard. He patrolled daily, forced all residents to do calisthenics and chant slogans, brainwashing them. It was like a cult. Punishments grew increasingly severe. He was now the only law here. All of this is thanks to Mr. Shun. Qin Jin sat on the main seat, surveying his 8 guards and 12 maids. 20 people serving their meals with over a dozen chefs cooking exclusively for him. He had been wealthy before and could buy any service he wanted, but this was different. He could feel their fear, and he reveled in their reverence. At the dining table sat only Qin Yao and Qin Shen. Their mother had been confined for arguing with Qin Jin a few days prior. An emperor wanting a harem with an empress opposing him. Naturally, she was sent to the cold palace to reflect. This was not what Shen Yu wanted. Qin Yao could sense that Qin Jin had completely strayed from the path. Father, I don't think this is sustainable, Qin Shen said, dampening his father's spirits. The resources here can't cycle indefinitely. Once the underground city is complete, if word of what you've done here gets out, it won't be good. Qin Shen. A flicker of displeasure crossed Qin Jin's eyes. You've studied under Mr. Shen for so long. Haven't you learned any real skill? If you had true power, you'd be the savior, and no one would care about what we did here. Are you dissatisfied with what I've done, eh? Qin Jin mused for a moment, then said, My son, it's time for you to awaken your power. Go and bathe in the light of the black sun, awaken true strength. If you can do that, I will abdicate to you immediately. Discontent was brewing among the people. If this continued, danger was inevitable. He needed his son to gain greater power and become the emperor. After all, he was still the father. Even if his son was the nominal emperor, he would be the one pulling the strings. The black sun not only brought disease to others, but also granted true power to the chosen ones. This was the most crucial information he had gleaned from Shen Yu over the past year. No. Shut up. The moment Qin Yao spoke, Qin Jin barked at her, pointing a finger. Useless woman. You couldn't even seduce Mr. Shen. Now he's gone missing. What have I raised you for all these years? Qin Yao's face froze, but Qin Shen stepped in front of his sister. If I awaken, will everything here obey me? Of course. Qin Jin replied. As long as you don't forget your roots, the entire city is yours. You're insane. Qin Jin was preparing a ceremony, an elaborate coronation for his son. Qin Yao found her brother and grabbed his hand. Your master said you must never bathe in the black sun's light. Don't you know about the crystal plague outside? I don't believe in that fortune-telling nonsense, but I trust master. He sought me out, Qin Shen said with a smile. He said I would be a pivotal figure in the future. The future he sees is far beyond what we can imagine. That means, I want Dot. Qin Shen lowered his head. I don't want to be emperor, but this can't go on. Yesterday, I saw them dump over a dozen bodies outside. Those people didn't deserve to die here. Dying under the black sun in a disaster is unavoidable. But dying here is an absolute mistake. Qin Shen clenched his fists, his resolve firm. Sis, trust me. Trust master. I have a feeling that only by bathing in the black sun's light can I gain power equal to, or even greater than, master's. You can doubt father, but not master, Qin Shen said. Don't worry. He'll succeed. March 14th, 2026. Qin Shen died of terminal crystal plague. The Qin family's rule began to crumble. The waste of resources by the royal relatives and the influx of refugees depleted the supplies. Fear in people's eyes turned to hatred. Qin Jin, as if stricken with madness, kept clutching the ashes of Qin Shen. If news of Qin Shen's death got out, the city would kill him. His rule was unstable. Watching this, only one thought remained in Qin Yao's mind. Shen Yu, when will you appear? Qin Shen is dead. Why haven't you come yet? Was everything you said true? Was everything you said? I understand. I understand. Qin Jin scattered the ashes, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Qin Yao. You are Qin Shen. You are Qin Shen. Huh. Master, I have seen the light. She is Qin Shen. She is Qin Shen. Qin Yao watched in terror as her father, now utterly transformed, grabbed her by the neck and dragged her toward the exit, shoving her out into the black sun. You want die? I believe in you, Qin Shen. You want die? The one who died was a fake, an imposter. You are the real Qin Shen. The master said it, the true man said it. My child is 1 in a million, born to be a dragon's attendant. So you want die? Qin Yao stared numbly at her father. Forget it. If even Shen Yu can't be trusted, what value is there in living? A dead brother, a mad father, a depressed mother. More painful than death is living. So she was granted the most agonizing future. She survived. She didn't fully crystallize. Even 2 weeks later, the crystallization was limited to a few fingers, like black nail art. What beautiful colors. Jet black has always been the noblest hue. The Qin dynasty revered black. But Qin Yao had no power. She was bound helplessly to the dragon throne. Qin Jin gazed at her tenderly. Shen, you are the chosen savior. You are destiny. He took a knife and slowly cut off Qin Yao's hair. Qin Yao tried to resist, but Qin Jin slapped her across the face, then gently touched her cheek. From today on, you shall refer to yourself as I, the emperor. No, that's not. I. Slap. Strand after strand of hair was pulled out. Father, stop. My brother is dead. I am not. Slap. Use I, the emperor. Stop this delusion. Slap. Say I, the emperor. Each protest was met with another slap. Qin Yao's eyes grew vacant. She murmured, I, the emperor. Good child. Qin Zhen then took a cloth bag and tightly bound Qin Yao's chest. She felt a suffocating pain, but Qin Zhen indifferent tied his daughter with the force of someone trying to strangle her. When he finished, he said, "Go. Announce that you are the emperor. You are the hope of everyone. From today on, you are the first emperor. I will give you a title, first emperor." "Shunner, why is your face swollen?" "Let me see." The third Shen city. The bindings on her chest were too tight, she felt her ribs might snap. Her tears had run dry, but she still remembered the crucial information Shen Yu had given her. She must go to the third Shen city. "He's a liar." Qin Zhen whispered, "That liar is probably dead. He killed one of my shunners. Fortunately, I have another. Come. The coronation ceremony can't be delayed any longer. Those commoners want to kill us. Now you need to rule to dominate everyone. Are you already dead? Otherwise, why haven't you appeared yet?" All color faded from Qin Yao's eyes. Sometimes death is true liberation. Being controlled is a nightmare from which one never awakens. In the days that followed, she continued to be dominated by Qin Zhen, becoming a puppet. Her crystallization without death led many to believe she was truly the chosen one. Yet she had little power, and rebellion erupted. Someone contacted outsiders and found an underground city to relocate to. But before the move, an armed revolt occurred, a premeditated attack on the Qin palace. That night, Qin Zhen was brutally killed by the oppressed. She escaped death, but only that. She had to bear other sufferings. As the first discovered enlightened one, she was subjected to various experiments. When more enlightened ones appeared, she lost her value as a sinner and was reduced to a slave with no rights. But for her it was not painful. She obeyed commands numbly, acted numbly, ate numbly, lived numbly. She even forgot why she was alive. Day by day, month by month, year by year, decade by decade, she endured. Until one day, the underground city was invaded by a group of outsider enlightened ones. They killed the original management, planning to take over and rule the city. As for her, she was dirty, covered in scars. No one cared about this stray dog on the roadside. What happened in the city had nothing to do with her. The third Shen city is finally destroyed. "Damn it," the invader said, walking through the streets, surveying his new territory. "Those hypocrites deserve divine punishment." The third Shen city. Huddled in the shadows, a glimmer of color returned to her eyes. As if remembering something. "Everyone knows there aren't many good days left. I don't want to live so miserably," another replied. "From today on, you are the emperor, and I am the prince." "Emperor? Then I want to be the first emperor." "The first emperor didn't rule for long." "Haha, but we won't live that long either, right?" "Greetings, your majesty, the first emperor." "First emperor? Hey you." The invader pointed at Qin Yao, who was staring at him. "Come over, kowtow to me, and he'll give you some meat." Qin Yao didn't move. A few days ago, she would have obediently crawled over. "Are your ears cut off?" "They're still there, aren't they?" The invader kicked her in the abdomen. Qin Yao was thrown back like a broken sack, not making a sound. But the invader noticed the black crystals on her hand and grew wary. "An enlightened one. Looks like she's been broken." "You, what is your enlightenment?" the invader asked cautiously. "Since you're doing so poorly here, why not join us? But if you don't answer, he'll kill you." "Enlightenment? What is my enlightenment?" "She's already mad. Looks like a stray dog abandoned by its master. Just kill her." "Master." "Moss." Qin Yao seemed to return to the day her father pushed her under the black sun. The blurry black sun above her head only now became clear. It was a monster filled with desire. Humans lined up on its surface, forming scale-like armor. She could even see Qin Zhen's soul among them. A vague murmur echoed in her ears. Qin Yao propped up her broken body and stood. She looked at the two men before her who were now kneeling piously awaiting her command. At that moment she felt something inside her fill. "I, the emperor. If the whole world could be this obedient, would I no longer have to be afraid? No longer have to wait in vain for someone who might never return?" "Shen Yu." Memories crashed down like a tidal wave. The first emperor roared this name, demanding of the man gripping her neck. "What are you here for?" With a bang, Shen Yu ripped the crystals the first emperor used to protect herself directly from Zhang's body. Relying on the unreasonable power of black gold sublimity, he tore apart the blood vessels connecting to Zhang one by one, then raised his fist and struck downward, answering, to overturn all things. Dong. Zhang fell into a momentary trance, his gaze vacant as he stood still awaiting the first emperor's next command. The black crystal struck by Shen Yu midair plummeted toward the ground like a falling star. The fusion state was broken. The first emperor was the first emperor, Zhang was Zhang. One by one the revelators detached from Zhang's body, without the first emperor as their core. Shen Yu glanced back. "I entrust Zhang to you." Now Zhang was no longer in his prime, stripped of his unreasonable fusion of multiple revelations and covered in wounds. Shen Yu's combat style was ill-suited for confronting such a behemoth. Rather, Yi Shiyun was the one capable of cutting down Zhang in this state. His task was to keep the first emperor here, preventing her from merging with Zhang. Shen Yu clenched his fists, feeling the power within him. Fortunately, he had feasted inside Zhang earlier, leaving his strength still passable. Yet the power infused with Zhang's traits now did not surpass his former sublime body. In terms of pure combat prowess, he was still no match for Yi Shiyun. Shen Yu concluded from experience that his growth was a series of leaps. Each revelation he acquired raised his limits. Beyond that, there was no direct way to elevate his ceiling. Unfortunately, revelations were not so easily obtained. The pitch-black figure like a malevolent dragon rose from the deep pit. The first emperor was forced into her fully crystallized form by a single punch. A dragon symbolizing supreme sovereignty clad in twisted sinister black. She was slender, frail, as if malnourished. Yet no one could overlook the power emanating from her. That body, the 9-5 form, still held countless revelators. Huff. Shen Yu steadied his mind. The more critical the moment, the more he needed to remain calm. In sheer strength, he was no match for his opponent. Conversely, though his own combat experience was lacking based on prior encounters, the first emperor was even more inexperienced in battle, unable to overcome her instinctual reactions. She would opt for brute force. Here it comes. Just as Shen Yu anticipated, surging energy gathered in the first emperor's palm, unleashing dozens of palm hunters simultaneously. Then I should. Shen Yu plunged into the ground in an instant, catching the first emperor off guard. She belatedly realized he possessed the body of a dream. She immediately lifted her foot and stomped hard on the ground. Rock spikes burst forth like blooming roses around her, but at that moment Shen Yu, pierced by rock cones, broke through the earth and delivered a fierce uppercut to her chin. Dong! The first emperor's chin was thrown back, yet she wasn't knocked away, or she absorbed the blow with her jaw, layering defenses upon herself, while her hands lunged straight for Shen Yu's heart. Bang! But before they struck, the power of benevolence suddenly disrupted the first emperor's crystallization. The unyielding black crystal receded as if meeting its natural enemy, and the force finally transmitted unimpeded to the first emperor's body. After being knocked 3 meters into the air, the first emperor regained her balance and landed. She gazed at Shen Yu and said softly, "You awakened our memories, witnessed our past, yet your hand remains so ruthless." Crystals re-encased her as she rubbed her chin, her expression displeased. "As you said, you are not Qin Yao." Shen Yu observed her every move. "I will save Qin Yao, and I will set you free. You have never succeeded." The first emperor seemed to guess his true ability. "The Lord said our fate is sealed. To endure trials and ascend to the pinnacle is our destiny. As long as we exist, it means you have saved no one. If we die, another will become the first emperor." She sneered. "The Lord will ultimately choose a suitable vessel to save the world. So you can accomplish nothing." The person before him was no longer Qin Yao. But the true Qin Yao had not died the day she became Qin Shun. She perished the day her ability awakened. Shen Yu had glimpsed from her memories that it was no ordinary revelation. It was alive. Unlike the sublime, which triggered only in response to certain words, the revelation called the Lord had been watching all along, and even now the Lord ceaselessly brainwashed Qin Yao, endlessly shaping her fate. It was her haunting father, the most extreme facet of imperial and patriarchal authority, the amplified control born of inner desires and insecurities. It was the utter selfishness that would let the world perish as long as one survived. "Then I must end you here. Declare to your revelation that no matter how many first emperors or supreme lords come, I will crush them one after another again and again. Let us see if you, this monster, can withstand the tide of fate." Bang, 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 bang. In an instant they clashed multiple times. Shen Yu relied on his superior mobility to dodge and weave, seeking openings, while the first emperor overpowered him with boundless force, obliterating him directly. She had even ordered Zhang to begin the hunt. The paused monster stirred again, annihilating the approaching team. Though Shen Yu occasionally landed blows, his injuries accumulated ever more heavily as various energies pummeled him, slowing his movements. The first emperor seized an opportunity, clasping her hands together and swinging forward. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning intertwined into a massive crescent, slashing directly at the charging Shen Yu. Mediocre. As Shen Yu was cleaved in two at the waist, she let out a cold laugh. 5 seconds, 7 seconds, or longer. She had nearly gauged the timing of Shen Yu's reappearance and continued to gather power, preparing to annihilate him thoroughly again and again. But at that moment, the half-bodied Shen Yu did not vanish. Instead, maintaining his momentum, he swung his fist straight into her face. Slap. Black crystals scattered everywhere. The first emperor was punched to the ground, and Shen Yu reduced to half a torso, pressed on, pinning her shoulders and driving a headbutt downward. Thud. How? The first emperor stared in shock at Shen Yu. High-temperature beams burst from her eyes, detonating his head, but his hands seized her head, pressing her face into the ground. Same as you, numb. Shen Yu's head began to slowly reform ethereally as he held her down. When pain accumulates to a point, you stop feeling it. The dream's interruption was due to the Buddha's self-defense. Intense pain had prevented Shen Yu from maintaining sleep. But this time, facing the first emperor's torturous attacks, he forced himself to endure, refusing to let the dream break, whether cut, burned, frozen, or shattered. When the pain reached a certain threshold, Shen Yu understood one truth. Stop seeing yourself as human. Then he could not be destroyed. Overcome his subconscious, his human instincts, all pain. Wherever the black sun reigned, he would never dissipate. Don't. Brilliant flames erupted from the first emperor seeking to shatter Shen Yu, but in response the sublime delivered its judgment. Restraint. Golden chains bound the first emperor's limbs, and Shen Yu hands clasped hammered her chest. He was like an undying monster impossible to defeat. Die. The first emperor's power exploded again, but before that Shen Yu grabbed her head and aimed it at his own eyes. She saw it. Shen Yu was weeping. His face bore no anger, no hatred, no other expression, only profound sorrow. Ah, for whom are you crying? In the next second, the dragon phoenix's heart fire blazed into the first emperor's mind, and Shen Yu unhesitatingly twisted her neck. The first emperor made no sound. A green light flickered across her, and her neck snapped back into place. The unleashed power shifted into pure repulsion, flinging Shen Yu away. Huff, huff, huff. She distanced herself. Oh, without the power of benevolence, she would have been nearly incapacitated. She raised her hand high, frost coalescing in her palm. Yet before it could form into a sky-covering ice blade, the ice suddenly fell. The first emperor looked at the ice in shock. It reflected her current image. The scars on her face had vanished, revealing a once delicate visage weathered, but still bearing traces of former beauty. She stared at her reflection in the ice. At some point she had forgotten what she looked like. This was not the first emperor's face. It was Qin Yao's. Though Shen Yu had mercilessly struck her again and again, he had simultaneously wielded benevolence, healing the scars that had fused with her. Why? It's too late to turn back. Shen Yu's shattered body reassembled. I must kill you. But I hope at the very end you can live as Qin Yao even for a single second. To satisfy your own moral conscience. The first emperor exhaled deeply, realizing she might be losing. On the other battlefield, the target was not Zhang. The rocket launchers, ineffective against Zhang, now blasted toward the Dashun Kingdom's revelators. Under the state of domination, they had no time to react. The first emperor felt the power of each revelation receding from her. Soon she would be weakened to a far lesser state. Facing the undying Shen Yu, she indeed had little confidence left. Noticing her gaze shift toward Zhang's side, Shen Yu said, "You are losing. Your army is vast, yet you are always alone. But I have friends, companions." He hadn't thought of it, that Yi Shiyun and the others would tackle the revelators first under Zhang's fire, dismantling the first emperor's foundation. He truly had a remarkable group of companions. To give them a better future. So, why did you only appear now? Dead. A fine answer. The first emperor laughed at the answer. She had waited decades for her gaze fixed on the black sun above. She would make one final attempt. She looked into Shen Yu's eyes and said softly, 3,000 worlds. Obey our decree. One last try, to dominate Shen Yu with the Lord's power. But though she stared at Shen Yu, her vision fell upon the black sun. Even the black sun beast had an independent self, not directly linked to the black sun. But Shen Yu did not. What filled the first emperor's sight was an entire black sun. It devoured her eyes. A single glance, and she saw nothing. Sigh, she heard only a sigh, the voice of the Lord, yet she knew not why it sighed. Even knowing that Shen Yu could never be dominated, she still wished to exhaust every effort to activate her ability before her inevitable defeat. This is destiny, master. The first emperor murmured softly. Oh, with that single attempt her eyes were already completely blinded. That was the black sun's punishment upon her. Had she been even slightly weaker, this backlash would have directly annihilated her existence. You're right. You are indeed my fate. A fate I cannot evade, cannot free myself from. The whispers that often lingered in her ears vanished, and the master's gaze departed the moment she looked toward Shen Yu. The first emperor had already lost, but not to Shen Yu. She had lost to the black sun. She understood profoundly that humanity could never control the black sun, absolutely impossible. Even the master could not achieve it. The vast chasm, the despairing blackness, had proven that the master's chosen path of salvation was wrong. The black sun could not be dominated, the black sun could not be controlled. Who then was right? Or perhaps did no correct path exist in this world? I think I understand. The first emperor murmured softly, no longer referring to herself as the lonely one. She had many conjectures about Shen Yu before, but only upon facing him directly did she vaguely grasp some truth. Since humanity could not defeat the black sun, create a non-human existence. I have lost. You? The battle on the other side continued. The fall of one revelator after another gradually diminished the first emperor's momentum. Shen Yu gazed at the woman before him. Having been slain repeatedly, he too was nearing exhaustion. Fortunately, Yi Shiyun and the others had found a way to resolve the predicament, first helping him deal with the first emperor's trouble. He looked at her. Sometimes he didn't know whether to call her Qin Yao or the first emperor. Would he take responsibility for Qin Yao's fate? After experiencing her memories, Shen Yu's heart was heavy. His own words had birthed a tragedy, shaping a fate of sorrow. Yet he didn't believe it was entirely his fault, for even without his intervention, the first emperor would still have been born. But, since he knew he could not look away, he would change each person's destiny bit by bit, steering everything toward the best possible future. Whether Qin Yao or Qin Shun, neither played a decisive role in this story. The one who truly needed to be dealt with was Qin Shun. Do you have anything else to say? Don't look at me with such pity. Having witnessed the Black Sun, Qin Yao had no will to resist, yet she still said, flee. Moi. Flee as far as you can. Qin Yao said, didn't you say you'd let me have the final say? The first emperor will never concede, and as Qin Yao I cannot accept the first emperor's existence either. So, the air grew suffocating, a dark red radiance suddenly enveloped Shen Yu. He turned to see Zhang glowing crimson all over. He was about to self-destruct entirely. I don't care whether you can change any fate, but my ending is mine to decide. The first emperor said, I'll give you 3 minutes. Anyone who can't escape will be buried with me. Shen Yu's expression shifted. He had no communication device left. The moment she finished speaking, he turned and rushed toward Yi Shiyun and the other's location. The first emperor sensed his departure and silently sat upright on the ground. She sat straight, but after a while she tried lying down without any dignity. Though blind, she recalled the once azure sky. She seemed to see countless white birds soaring freely in that vast blue sky. Why do birds fly? She murmured. Perhaps because of the desire within their hearts. Shen Yu's voice sounded beside her again. She tilted her head in confusion, not understanding why he had returned. I don't know what the first bird was like. Perhaps it didn't possess wings as we understand them. But I think the moment it attempted to fly, what it had wasn't wings begged from a deity, but a heart noble as the moon yearning to touch the sky's zenith. Shen Yu reached out to touch the sky and said, thank you for leaving those 3 minutes. He sensed she was tired, utterly exhausted. She no longer wished to fight. Though she hadn't said it aloud, she had ultimately erased the monster Zhang completely. Why did you come back? It makes no difference to me. This long dream. Shen Yu looked up at the black sun overhead. Let death be the end. What do you see in me? There was 1 minute left as Zhang blazed like a sun. The black sun. I see. I guessed as much. Shen Yu suddenly smiled. I don't understand why either. Clearly I should be dead here, yet I appeared. I never believed you were dead. Shen Yu was puzzled. Had she always believed he was alive all these years? But if he were alive, he would never have let those things happen. Other than death, I can find no other reason. Qin Yao remained silent, not replying, until just before the explosion, she said, the character Wang radical plus Jew, as in residence. Pronounced Jew. Shen Yu looked at Qin Yao. He threw a quince to me. I repaid him with a fine jade pendant. It has only one meaning. A jade pendant. In Shen Yu, stunned, gaze, the explosion released by Zhang engulfed the entire world. 903. Luckily I'm working from home lately. So even at the end of the world, I'm still worrying about being late. Hopeless. Shen Yu opened his eyes and murmured. He turned to check the time, then tried to move, but couldn't at all. Having died so many times, he was numb, like being pinned down by a ghost. Not only that, his sheets were as soaked as if head wet, the bed drenched in cold sweat. Shen Yu glanced around and noticed a clothes rack by the bed with a bag of glucose that had been dripping for a while. He strained to look at his hand and saw a smartwatch had somehow appeared on his wrist. Finally awake, Shen Pei walked over with her phone. It displayed Shen Yu's heartbeat. Seeing her brother revived, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. A few more minutes, an ID have called 120. It's over now. The battle there is done. Though the situation in Tongzhou City was uncertain, he could no longer sense the explosion's range, having been reduced to dust alongside Qin Yao. But before considering that, Shen Yu had something important to confirm. The character with Wang radical and Jew. Do you know it, sister? Jew. I know it. What's wrong? That's the Jew from Mr. Jew. Previously they had only exchanged information orally. Shen Pei didn't know which Jew it was. She first looked puzzled, not understanding her brother's meaning, but after a moment she slowly said, a jade pendant. When Mom and Dad named you, that's what they meant. Mr. Jew is either you or me, or someone very close to us. Shen Yu recalled that when Yi Shiyun spoke of Mr. Jew, she only mentioned his high degree of crystallization with no details about appearance or gender. The term Mr. was neutral and didn't specifically refer to males. But Shen Yu couldn't understand if Mr. Jew was him, why wouldn't he reveal himself to Yi Shiyun and the others? If it were his sister, she should know too. That's good news. Shen Pei shook her head. This question might not be important. She smiled and said, it means one of us has been working hard, striving until the very last moment.